Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. American Comics Silver Superman of Asgard 1SS Chapter 1 Silver Superman Gene. Chapter 1 Silver Superman Gene Asgard. Endless colorful streamers flew through time and space. Many young boys and girls appeared in the huge sphere at one end of Bifrost. Heimdall, the guardian in golden armor, with great majesty, pulled his great sword from the groove with a blank face, closing the Bifrost passage. The god of dawn. Heimdall, oh my god, I really saw it. Bifrost. Asgard. We're here in Asgard. These boys and girls were extremely surprised and excited and looked around. They are all nobles of Midgard, pure and devout followers of the Aesir Protoss, who were picked up by the Asgard Protoss to serve the Protoss as slaves. Silent. At the moment, a tall, green-eyed woman drank sternly. Many boys and girls immediately closed their voices and respectfully looked at the Protoss. She is the Protoss who went to Midgard to pick up the servants this time, Sally. And their fate is closely related to this Protoss. If you are assigned to serve as servants in some great Protoss mansions, your status will be much higher. There's even a chance to gain favor, become a sergeant, and learn Protoss skills. It is not impossible to follow the Protoss to go out to the quartet in the future. Follow me quietly, next, I will assign a place for you. Sally saluted Heimdall, the patron saint of Bifrost, and led the group of boys and girls through Bifrost. The majestic Asgard complex is just around the corner. The Protoss and the servants shuttled back and forth on the streets, as small as ants. Flight device, battleship, flying in the air, high-tech and classical atmosphere coexist Asgard. Jamie, you're going to the mansion of Blakey, the god of poetry. Alicia, you serve Valkyrie. Sally stood in front of the hall, holding a roster, calling one by one. Soon it was the turn of a thin, black-haired teenager. Advertisement, Rhodes, it's up to you to serve at the princess's mansion. Sally looked at him. Yes, Lord Sally. The black-haired boy nodded, his voice clear and sweet. Rhodes felt a hint of happiness in his heart. Asgard has only one princess now. That is the daughter of the god King Odin, goddess of death, Hela. Being able to work as a servant in the princess's mansion is not too bad. But at the same time, Rhodes was also a little depressed. His true identity is a transmigrator, traveling to the Nordic ancient times of Midgard, the son of a duke named Rhodes Clark. Coincidentally, the two words Rhodes have similar pronunciations, but different words. The duke has a prominent status, and even if he eats and waits for death, he will have no worries in his life. So Rhodes originally thought that he could enjoy the happiness to the fullest, but he did not expect that he was chosen by the Protoss and became a servant of God. Moreover, she is also the daughter of the god King Odin, the servant of Hela. Many boys and girls cast envious glances at Rhodes. Sally finished allocating where the servants of the gods went, and the boys and girls were taken away individually. Rhodes followed a maid to the princess's mansion. This classical Nordic mansion is very stylish. There are also several strong and brave guards guarding, all of them are fierce. As expected of the princess mansion, Rhodes exclaimed in a low voice. I said, hurry up, we're going to see the housekeeper, the maid said. After a while, the guide took Rhodes to the garden of the mansion, in front of a gray-haired old man. This rather kind old man is the old housekeeper of the princess's mansion, ELT. Master Steward, this is the new servant of God, Rhodes, who has just turned 16 years old, and is a faithful and pure believer of the Aesir Protoss. R.O. Duh. The old housekeeper's eyes were a little sharp, and he looked at Rhodes and said, a little thin, but just cleaning up is enough. Advertisement, Rhodes was embarrassed, he was indeed a little thin. Rhodes, I said, you will be responsible for cleaning the garden in the future. And the princess's study, which must be cleaned once a day, must be spotless, do you understand? The old housekeeper continued. Spotless, Rhodes understands, Lord Steward. Rhodes nodded. Come with me, now, I'll arrange a place for you. The old butler was satisfied with this answer, waved the maid who led the way back, and led Rhodes through the garden path to a small room. The door was open, and there was a bed and table inside, and the space was so cramped that Rhodes reckoned it was just big enough for one person. But this is his home, from now on, home, in Asgard. The old housekeeper looked Rhodes in the eyes and said sternly, Rhodes, remember, don't run around. Don't make mistakes. Otherwise, you may be executed. The last servant of God was executed because of his mistakes. Don't repeat the same mistakes. Yes. Rhodes' eyes flashed complicatedly, and he nodded. The old butler left. Rhodes sat on his bed, looking around the cramped room, feeling increasingly depressed. If in Midgard, as the son of the Duke, he can be in awe and enjoy endless glory and wealth. But in Asgard, he was just a lowly, low-ranking human servant. Anyone who makes a mistake can be killed at will. For other races, it is a great honor to serve the Protoss of their own beliefs. But for him, a person who does not believe in the Aesir Protoss, it is a great pain. I'm really unhappy, have you been a lowly servant all your life? Rhodes pinched his brows, feeling exhausted, just then. Ding. Detected the host, Rhodes. The system is activating 1%, 5%, 70%, 99%. Ding. The system is successfully activated. Ding. Detected that the host, Rhodes, is weak. The system rewards a big gift package. Silver Superman Gene. 1. Does the host use it immediately? Asterisk. Chapter 2 Sunbathing can keep getting stronger. Chapter 2 Sunshine can keep getting stronger. The cold mechanical sound of this series of systems. Let Rhodes gradually widen his eyes and widen his mouth. Rhodes knew what the Silver Superman gene meant. Silver Superman is not a category of Superman. It was the hottest period of DC Comics called Superman, published in the Silver Age. The Superman ability of this period basically has no clear limit, and it is almost omnipotent. It can be said to be the strongest Superman. A sneeze can blow the entire solar system to the edge of the galaxy, and the sun is extinguished by blowing a breath. It can replicate itself like Sun Wukong, and has all his abilities. You can travel through time and space, ignore the paradox of time, kill your mother, and easily destroy the entire universe. With a super powerful evolution ability, no matter what dangerous situation you encounter, you can quickly evolve the corresponding ability. Even Superman's biggest weakness, kryptonite, Silver Superman, can be eaten as a meal. The system welfare is late, but it's coming. It's okay, it's okay. Rhodes calmed down, and a smile appeared on his fair and delicate face. System, I want to use the genes of Bion Superman immediately. Ding. Successful use. The Silver Superman gene has been injected into the host, Rhodes. The sound of the system fell, but Rhodes didn't feel anything. He frowned and wondered, touched his body, clenched his fists, jumped off the bed, and found nothing unusual. Seems to be still as thin as before. How could this be? Could the system be my hallucinations? Rhodes muttered to himself in a trance. Ding. The host can bask in the sun to stimulate the Silver Superman gene and keep getting stronger. The sound of the system sounded again. Rhodes immediately ran out of the room into the sunlight. Bathed in the warm golden sunlight, Rhodes' retinas continued to emerge. Strength plus 100, strength plus 100, strength plus 100. Rhodes felt a warm current flowing through his limbs, extremely comfortable. It's like soaking in a hot spring. Sure enough, if this goes on, I will be able to keep getting stronger by basking in the sun every day. This is the Silver Superman gene. Maybe it won't take long for me to become the #1 powerhouse in Asgard. Rhodes was extra reassured. At least he has the power to protect himself now, and he is no longer a weak human who can be shocked to death by a sneeze from the Protoss. Rhodes, don't be idle, come clean the garden. At this time, a maid came and called. Coming. Advertisement. Rhodes picked up the cleaning tool at the door of the room and went to the garden. Looking around, I found that there was a lot of dust and fallen leaves here, and it was indeed dirty. Most importantly, and most crucially, the entire garden is bathed in sunlight. This means Rhodes can clean up while basking in the sun to get stronger. Rhodes carefully cleans the path of dust and fallen leaf petals. Open black lens bracket power plus 1000 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket power plus 1000 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket power plus 1000 close black lens bracket. 15 minutes passed. The whole garden has been cleaned and given a new look. Rhodes also felt like he had a lot of energy all over him, as if he had an inexhaustible amount of energy. This new human race god servant is a little more beautiful, much better than the last one. Rhodes, his name is Rhodes. It's also very neat. Let's go, let's report to the butler, he is qualified. Far away. Several of the maids were gathered, whispering and looking at Rhodes from time to time. Rhodes felt a little curious when he felt the glances, so he listened intently to what they were saying. But the distance was too far to hear them clearly, and they could only vaguely hear their names mentioned. At this time, Rhodes' genes began to evolve immediately. Ding. The host, Rhodes, has evolved, super hearing. Rhodes' ears moved. Immediately heard the voices of the people around. Princess Hela will be back for a while. Charles, are you being lazy again? I swear, you must deduct all your wages this month? Rhodes would be a good servant. Did you find out, Liz, he's kind of cute. The voices of the surrounding conversations were exceptionally clear. All heard by Rhodes, especially the maids at close range. You're complimenting him on how cute he is. Roar, the gene of this Silver Superman is really easy to use. I can evolve super hearing immediately. I will have more and more super abilities in the future. However, this cannot be revealed yet, Rhodes thought cautiously. You have to hide and disguise yourself well. Otherwise, if a mortal possesses such a powerful power, he can't explain it completely, and it might be dangerous. Advertisement, especially in the mansion of Hela, the goddess of death. This is a guy with huge ambitions, Rhodes knows that. Anyway, with the genes of Silver Superman, it is only a matter of time before the rise becomes stronger. Wait until you become stronger in the future, and then do whatever you want. Now go to Hela's study and clean up. Rhodes picked up his tools and left the garden to the study. The room is full of books, lots of heavy tomes. Rhodes was very interested. He only knew little about Asgard in his previous life. Including the 9 realms, giants of Jotunheim, dark elves. With these books, he can solve a lot of puzzles for him. In this way, Rhodes is cleaning every day. Clean the garden, clean the study. Most of the day is in the sun to increase their strength. When the sun disappeared in the evening, Rhodes went to the princess's study to read books and gain new knowledge. Very few people come here. Rhodes is very free to see no one in the middle of the night. Ding. The host, Rhodes, has evolved supervision. Ding. The host, Rhodes, has evolved a super sense of smell. Ding. The host, Rhodes, has evolved, super memory. Ding. Days go by. In a blink of an eye, Rhodes was on his 10th day in Asgard. After cleaning the garden and study, Rhodes took a shower, went to the study, and continued to read the unfinished tome, The Chronicles of Asgard. Sitting at Princess Hela's desk, Rhodes concentrates on reading page after page. Not long after, his ears moved slightly, and he heard a strange movement outside. There is also a faint aroma in the nose. Who is here? Rhodes stood up, staring warily at the door. I saw a beautiful woman in green at the door. He is tall and hot, with long black hair draped over his shoulders like a waterfall, with a breathtaking beauty and deep eyes. Do not know why. Rhodes slumped on his back, his nerves tense. He felt a faint murderous aura in the air. This murderous aura can only be cultivated in a sea of corpses and blood. Rhodes probably already knew who she was, the beauty who appeared in this study at night. Chapter 3, Seeing the Goddess of Death. Chapter 3, Meeting the Goddess of Death. Rhodes, the god servant in charge of the study, pays the most sincere respect to the princess. Rhodes put down the book in his hand and bowed respectfully. Oh, do you know who I am? The beauty in green was very interested. She stepped into the study with her slender legs, walked to Rhodes, and glanced down at the Asgard Chronicle. Guessed it. Rhodes was a little cautious. I was thinking in my heart, how far is the difference between myself and Hela now? Can you beat Hela? You guessed it right. Rhodes, are you reading? Hela smiled. Well, I'm new here and want to learn more about Asgard, Rhodes replied. Seemingly feeling Rhodes' restraint and tension, Hela said, you will be allowed to read in the study in the future. Now, go out first. Yes. Rhodes found that Hela didn't mean to blame, he was relieved, and exited the room. Hela is one of Asgard's pillars. He is usually very busy with business and often goes to wars. He has very little time at home. This is the first time Rhodes has seen Hela. Hela is quite approachable. Rhodes walked a long way and glanced back at the study. Definitely, he wasn't naive enough to think that Hela's character was really like that. How could the goddess of death, who fought in all directions, be the master of provocation? The next day, the sky was bright. Rhodes gets up, takes a shower, and super hearing works again, hearing the conversations of many of the mansion's servants. After so many days, Rhodes has been able to use this super ability. Unimportant conversations are simply filtered, and only useful information is digested. I heard that the giants of Jotunheim are in chaos again, just saw a lot of troops passing by. So, Asgard is going to war again. Isn't it true? The princess rushed out early in the morning today, it must be for the giants of Jotunheim. After listening to these words, Rhodes has brought the tools to the garden. The feud between the giants of Jotunheim and the Acer Protoss has never ceased. It doesn't sound weird at all. If I join the army, I should be able to go out together. But it's better to bask in the sun in the garden to get stronger and more comfortable. Rhodes cleans the garden without haste. Now Hela has also left the mansion. With Hela's permission, he can roam in the study unscrupulously. At dusk, Rhodes came to the study. This time he did not continue to read the tome. Hela has a great collection of books. Glancing around the bookshelves, Rhodes found a copy of Protoss Fighting Technique. There are naturally some fighting skills in it. Advertisement. Rhodes geared up, picked up the book and read it with relish. His physical strength is very strong now, and he has super ability, but he doesn't know anything about fighting. It is equivalent to having brute force without knowing how to use it, so naturally you have to learn. Fist, leg, elbow, knee, footwork. It's detailed and easy to understand. It's really good. In half an hour, Rhodes read the entire book and closed his eyes. Immediately, these exquisite fighting techniques appeared in my mind, and the skeletal muscles of the whole body were also being subtly adjusted, as if they were fighting the enemy in their consciousness. After a while, Rhodes left the study and went to the open space in the garden to train. Every move is both powerful and subtle. With the passage of time, Rhodes' fighting machine has become more and more familiar, he has improved very fast, and his body has smooth muscle lines, not as thin as before. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 days have passed. It's been a month since Rhodes came to Asgard, and it's time to get paid. Many servants came and waited in line at the door of the account room. The old butler called the name, and the servants went in to collect their wages. Anderson, Raymond, Rhodes. Soon, it was Rhodes' turn. He entered the account. The old butler said, the servant of God only has 5 runes a month. A valet placed 5 coins in Rhodes' palm. 5 runes, not much. Rhodes put away the coins and went out of the account room. Asgard currency, 1 rune is equal to 100 large gold coins and 1,000 small gold coins. 5 runes can be exchanged for 500 large gold coins. This is definitely a huge sum of money on Earth, but gold is very common in Asgard, not a very precious thing. In Asgard, the purchasing power of a small gold coin is only equivalent to $1 in later generations. So to convert it, Rhodes' monthly salary is actually only 5,000 yuan. I recently practiced fighting skills and my shoes broke 2 holes. Now that the salary is paid, it's time to buy a new pair of shoes. Rhodes weighs coin calculations. He has been in the princess's mansion for the past month, and he hasn't gone out for a good stroll. Take this opportunity to get out and breathe. There are only 4 runes this month, it's miserable. Raymond, who made you lazy? You deserve to be punished. Varus, can you lend me 2 runes? I need it urgently. No, I'm going to buy something. Several servants were talking. Advertisement one was a blonde man and the other was a brown-haired man, both strong and tall. There was also a petite maid beside her, with freckles on her face and very smart eyes. When Rhodes looked, she happened to look too. Rhodes recognized it. She was the maid who led the way when she first came to the princess's mansion. Rhodes, right? My name is Tessa. We've already met, right? The freckled maid greeted Roar with a smile. Yes. Rhodes nodded in agreement. The blonde man and the brown-haired man were a little curious when they saw the two talking. Tessa, do you know each other? Dude, are you new here? You're still very young. He's the new servant of the gods, Rhodes. Tessa walked over friendly, saw Rhodes' shoes torn, and said, Rhodes, we're going to the market to buy some daily necessities. Would you like to go with us? Rhodes thought about it and agreed, okay. He is not too familiar with this place, and it will be much more convenient to have these people lead the way. Let's go then. Varys, Raymond, Rhodes. Tessa beckoned, and the four of them left the princess's mansion together. The streets are crowded with people and lively like cooking oil on fire. There are also a variety of flight devices shuttled overhead. Asgard's buildings are tall, quaint and elegant, but also have very advanced high-tech, which combine to add a lot of indescribable charm to the city. In addition to the Aesir gods, there are other races on the streets. All kinds of strange shapes. Tessa, Varys, Raymond, they are older than Rhodes, and they have been servants of God for a few years, so it is not surprising. Rhodes feels fresh. Dude, don't stare at others like this, you will be unlucky if you meet a grumpy one, Varys kindly reminded. Rhodes suddenly smiled and said nothing, thanks for the reminder. He just felt that someone was following him, but soon this feeling of being watched disappeared again. So much so that he couldn't be sure what was going on. We're just a few servants, how could anyone have an idea for us, Rhodes mused. The group of four walked 4 or 5 streets, bought a cheese, 2 bottles of rye wine, some groceries, etc. Rhodes himself bought a pair of sturdy brown riding boots. As for anything else, he doesn't need it. On the way back, the four passed through the crowd again. Because there were too many people, Varys and Raymond, the 2 big men, could only make a way out. Tessa was sweating profusely, still instructing. Rhodes, there are a lot of people here, you have to follow closely or you will get lost. Rhodes frowned and didn't answer, the feeling of being watched again. Suddenly, Rhodes noticed that there was a blonde beauty blocking the road ahead, looking extremely sexy. Eyes roll, charming and moving. You come with me. The blonde woman glanced at a few people and said, Chapter 04 Charming Witch Amora. Chapter 04 Charming Witch Amora. A wave of mental fluctuations enveloped several people. Varys, Raymond, and Tessa all stiffened, and they obediently followed the blonde woman through the crowd and came to a secluded and dark alley. Who is this? Rhodes followed closely, he was not controlled. During this time, his mental strength was also growing, and he was able to resist the blonde's mind control. But he wondered who this woman was. Been following them since just now. Very good. The blonde turned around and saw the 4 god servants standing neatly in front of her, she said with a charming smile. Very good, you all have to obey me. I now order you to go to Princess Hela's mansion to steal the same thing. Varys, Raymond, and Tessa all nodded, obediently agreeing. Rhodes asked coldly, Who are you? What are you trying to steal? What, you're not charmed by me? The blonde was surprised. Against several mortal servants, she didn't expect to miss it. Obviously your little tricks won't work for me, Rhodes said with a shrug. It seems that you have some secrets, but it doesn't matter, no one can escape the control of my charm witch, boy, just use it for me. The blonde's panic was fleeting, but instead became interested in Rhodes, and immediately unleashed sorcery to invade Rhodes' mind. This time, the sorcery was all out spellcasting. Rhodes also felt overwhelmed and hugged his head in pain. At this moment, the evolution of Bayan Superman's genes accelerated, and the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The host, Rhodes, has evolved, Super Spirit. Rhodes's spiritual power immediately soared dozens of times, directly shattering the witchcraft that invaded his mind. Advertisement. The blonde's face changed suddenly, she was pale and bloodless, and she screamed. Impossible. Her muscles tightened, clearly trying to escape. Someone who can break through her sorcery in such an instant will definitely kill her. So she's not going to entangle, you still want to go. Rhodes' perception is extremely sharp. After sensing the tension in the blonde's muscles, she swayed, grabbed the back of her neck with one hand, restrained her with the other hand, and pressed her against the wall. Say, who are you? Rhodes asked. My name is Amora, nicknamed the Charming Witch, don't kill me, I say. The blonde's voice trembled, not as calm as before. She felt like she was bound by the yoke made by nuclear pizza. And the other party's mental oppression is even stronger, so that she does not dare to act rashly. Amora. Rhodes' eyes lit up, he knew the name of the Charmed Witch. Is Asgard Asgard's shrine maiden, and also a villain? I never thought that I could meet such a person when I went out to buy something. It's you. Amora, I ask you, what are you trying to steal from the princess's house? Rhodes pressed again. You let me go, I'll tell you, Amora said the conditions. Rhodes didn't speak, his palms tightened, much harder. Amora's neck immediately made a clicking sound, which made her frightened face pale, and hurriedly said, It's stealing the death cloak. Death cloak, don't kill me. Death cloak. This thing doubles the power of Hela. I was hired by Laufey, king of the giants of Jotunheim, to do this. Please, don't kill me, Amora cried out for mercy. Advertisement. It turned out that the giants of Jotunheim wanted to weaken Hela, make her lose the fight. Rhodes understood. Seeing that Rhodes was silent, Amora thought that the other party was thinking about it, so she added, I'm just a small role, my lord, and Laufey has hired other people. Rhodes had no interest in continuing the conversation. He was considering whether to kill Amora. This guy is a treasonous traitor. Rhodes wasn't interested in meddling, though. What's more, he has a special status, and he can't reveal his strength until his wings are full. Rhodes turned his head to look at some of his companions, and then at Amora. It would be nice if they could modify their memories. Mind a move. Silver Superman's genes evolve immediately. Ding. The host, Rhodes, has evolved the super ability, Tampering Memory. This super ability can just tamper with anyone's memory. Coupled with the super spirit that has just evolved, modifying the memories of Amora and these companions couldn't be easier. Please, don't kill me, I'm willing to trade treasure for my life. Amora is still begging for mercy. Rhodes didn't talk nonsense, and his mental power turned into tentacles and penetrated into the minds of Amora and his 3 companions. After some searching, Rhodes found the memories of several people just now, and erased them one by one. In this way, Tessa and the others will no longer remember what happened just now. This Amora is also somewhat useful. I will revise her past memories and make me her master. Let her be loyal to me in the future. Rhodes thought. After tampering with the memories of several people, he took 2 steps back and released Amora. The charming witch Amora blinked her eyes, turned around, knelt down on one knee, and said to Rhodes with some fanaticism. Amora is here for you. My master. Chapter 5 Evolving Perspective Eyes. Chapter 5 Evolution of Perspective Eyes, Owner. Rhodes responded unexpectedly to this calling roar. Amora, you stay in Asgard, don't act rashly, and wait for my dispatch. Amora obeys. She responded respectfully. The two left their contact information, and Amora suspended her body and flew away from the alley at a very fast speed. Only a green afterimage remained. In fact, her fighting skills and witchcraft are very powerful. In a real life and death fight, with Rhodes' current strength, it would take some effort to subdue him. Fortunately, Rhodes preempted and saw the opportunity. In the moment when Amora was lost, he seized the opportunity and subdued him with one move, so as to avoid a fight. Bah! Rhodes snapped his fingers. Varys, Raymond, and Tessa gathered their eyes at the same time and regained their senses. They didn't notice the difference. The Rhodes had just tampered with their memory. They stopped for a while in this alley to avoid the crowds. I think it's time for us to go. There's a lot less people here, guys. Tessa wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked around the alley. Then let's go. Before the sun goes down, we must go back to the mansion. Varys and Raymond crossed their shoulders and whistled out of the alley, Tessa beckoning to Rhodes. Rhodes was relieved to see that they had absolutely no memory of Amora, and naturally followed. With such super ability, he doesn't have to be afraid of being discovered when he trains his fighting skills in the future. After returning to the princess mansion, Tessa and Rhodes are separated. They are all servants of God, but they have different responsibilities, and naturally they cannot mix together. The sun hasn't set yet, you can continue to bask in the sun to improve your strength. Rhodes went back to his room, put on his comfy new boots, picked up the sweeper, went to the park, and got to work. Strength plus 1000, strength plus 1000, strength plus 1000. Tips keep popping up on the retina. Rhodes also felt his body growing stronger. And a stream of energy constantly flowed into his limbs, nourishing his body. As soon as Amora was about to escape today, I sensed it and subdued him in an instant. This kind of reaction speed is still quite strong, right? However, even if it is a fight, I'm not afraid. Rhodes cleaned up the park and started to practice his fighting skills again. Sweat flowed down his cheeks, and his fair and delicate face was extremely determined. 3 days passed in a flash. Advertisement Rhodes grew 3 centimeters taller, and his muscles became stronger. No longer as thin as when he entered the government. That evening, Rhodes continued to come to the study room to read and concentrate. After a moment, Rhodes frowned and looked out the door. Why does it always feel like someone is watching? He has a strange feeling every now and then these days. It was exactly the same as being followed by Amora before. At this moment, Rhodes can basically determine that someone is watching outside the princess mansion. The distance is too far, my mental perception can be used, and the 5 senses super ability can't work. Rhodes touched his chin. In this way, he would not be able to find out who was watching the princess's mansion. It would be nice to have super ability like acute eyes. Ding! The host, Rhodes, has evolved the super ability, Perspective Eye. As soon as Rhodes was born, the genes of Silver Superman evolved rapidly, and the sound of the system also sounded. This super ability is good. Let me try it out. The corners of Rhodes' mouth flickered with a smile, and his eyes suddenly turned laser-like red, beaming toward the east. In an instant, obstacles such as walls, bricks, trees, and crowds are no longer obstacles. Rhodes looked directly past these and arrived at a noisy and lively tavern. In a room at the end of the 2nd floor of the tavern with 2 windows wide open. There was a strange man with green skin and pointed ears at the window station. It was the Skrull tribe, and he was looking at the princess mansion in the distance. Behind him, there are several races of creatures, obviously all in one group. When are we going? One of them asked impatiently. Don't worry, as a hunter, be patient. When the old guy comes out, let's do it. The Skrull tribe with green skin and pointed ears replied. Rhodes vaguely heard some of the words of these people's conversations. It turns out that these people have been monitoring the princess mansion. Inside the study, Rhodes' eyes returned to normal and he mumbled, not moving. The other party did not act, and he did not intend to pay attention. And these weirdos don't look threatening. The brave guards of the princess mansion should be able to handle it. Turning a page in his tome, Rhodes continued reading. The next day, the old housekeeper, ELT, combed his white hair and beard, and kept his whole body clean and tidy. After being meticulous, he picked up his wallet and left the room. The princess's family has a great business, and the consumption of food and clothing is naturally not small. Advertisement therefore, a large number of purchases are made every month. As the old housekeeper, ELT is in charge of the file-size affairs of the mansion and is also responsible for purchasing these things. Master Steward. On the way, several god servants saluted respectfully. ELT just nodded and walked out of the gate of the princess mansion. Originally, he thought that going out to buy this time would be as easy as usual. Until ELT walked to a remote intersection, he was suddenly enveloped by several huge shadows. 4 or 5 burly men surrounded ELT. They were like a wall, shoving ELT into a dead-end alley. What are you doing? What are you doing? Alt exclaimed in a panic, while combing his messed-up hair and clothes. Soon, he thought of his identity again, calmed down, and shouted to these people. You lawless fanatics, I am the steward of the princess's mansion. Before I get angry, you'd better get away, if you don't want to die, I promise. These strong men, whose bodies and faces were covered by cloaks, were very calm. No one spoke. Alt was a little stunned, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Old butler, we definitely know who you are. A few strong men made way. A green-skinned man in a cloak appeared in front of ELT. He grinned grimly. Skrulls? No, Alt seemed to understand something, shivered, turned and ran. Bang! A sharp wind sounded. ELT felt a giant hit behind his head, and before the pain could pass, his eyes darkened and he passed out. A few minutes later, the old housekeeper, Alt, came out again. Still bright and polished. With a faint smile on his face, he left the street. Master Steward. In the princess mansion, the 2 guards guarding the gate saluted the returning old housekeeper again. ELT nodded slightly, leaving them with a back. The 2 guards were slightly puzzled. How come the time the old housekeeper went out to purchase this time is so short? Chapter 6 Stealing the Head of Death. Chapter 6 Stealing the Head of Death. I am under the order of the princess to go to the secret room to pick up an item. You should retreat first. In front of the secret room door, ELT is commanding the 2 guards majestically. This completely enclosed room is remote in the mansion, but Hela, the goddess of death, holds the most precious things in it. The private treasure trove is just a bunch of useless gadgets. Yes, the butler. The 2 guards looked at each other and obeyed the order to retreat. The old housekeeper ELT has followed Princess Hela for many years and is deeply trusted. They dare not question and have no intention of questioning. Taking out the key, Alt opened the door of the secret room and walked in. In the deepest part of the secret room, there was a cloak suspended on a beautifully carved stone platform, with green patterns on a black background. The whole exudes a breath of death, which is terrifying. After ELT felt the hair-raising breath, his facial muscles twitched a few times. But the cloak was dead after all. Hela is not here, everything is fine. A greedy light appeared in Ert's eyes. He strode forward and took off his cloak. In the garden of the mansion, Rhodes, who was training the fighting skills of the Protoss, suddenly stopped moving. He noticed a strange aura rising. Looked through the eyes. Rhodes immediately found the open door to the chamber, and ELT holding a death cloak. Death cloak? What is the old butler doing with this thing? Rhodes frowned, dropped his moves, and sprinted out of the garden, disappearing in a gust of wind. The defense of the princess mansion is surprisingly weak, and it is really a group of wine bags and rice bags. Unexpectedly, let me get the death cloak so easily, hey hey. ELT was secretly delighted in his heart, but he still had a dignified expression on the surface. Before this thing was brought out of the princess mansion, everything was empty talk. The most important thing now was to get out of here. Put it away, put it away. Alt carefully packed the death cloak into a silver cryptographic suitcase. Master Steward, what are you doing? Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice sounded behind him. Advertisement. Alt's body trembled with fright, and the suitcase almost fell to the ground. Turning his head to look, he saw a young man with black hair and blue eyes. Although the dress is a little rough, it can't hide the heroic spirit between the eyebrows. ELT recalled and knew who it was. Rhodes, this is the princess's secret room. Idle people are not allowed to enter. Leave me immediately. I will punish you later. Alter scolded solemnly. Idle people can't enter. Why are you here, Lord Steward? Rhodes didn't go on, but stared at the old butler with a scrutiny frown. He has found that the old butler today is somewhat different. Although he did not meet the old butler very often, with the keen insight ability, he can be sure that the person in front of him must not be the old butler. But how can you not see through his disguise? I obviously have a see-through eye. Rhodes is weird. Ding, the host, Rhodes, has evolved the super ability, Eye of Truth. At this time, the Silver Superman gene evolved rapidly. The sound of the system suddenly sounded, just in time. Rhodes immediately activates super ability. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and he saw the white-haired old butler in front of him. For an instant, a pointed-eared, green-skinned creature was reflected in Rhodes' clean azure eyes. This is the same group that Rhodes discovered with his clairvoyant yesterday, the group of people who peeped at the princess mansion. Skrulls. Rhodes was shocked and remembered what was recorded in a book. The Skrulls are alien races with developed technological civilization. One of the mutated Skrulls can shapeshift into various creatures at will. It can be changed at will, and the disguise is extremely powerful. When disguised as another person, even memory and ability can be copied together. So people gave him the nickname, Copyright Star Man. The other eternal Skrulls do not shapeshifting, but their own strength is very powerful, similar to the Titans. Rhodes can naturally distinguish, this is the mutant Skrull tribe. At the moment, he transformed into the appearance of old housekeeper ELT, infiltrating the secret room of the princess's mansion must be to steal the Death Cloak. Amora said that the Frost King also hired others to take the Death Cloak. This Skrull and those accomplices seemed to be hired. Rhodes thought to himself, it all happened very quickly, in an instant. ELT noticed something was wrong with the way Rhodes looked at him. Advertisement has it been discovered, ELT was in a tight mood and cold sweat oozes slightly from his back. Skrulls, immediately put down the Death Cloak, Rhodes' next sentence. Ert's body was shocked, and there was no longer any hesitation, and the silver suitcase smashed directly at Rhodes' face door, ready to knock Rhodes out and rush out. Bang, bang, two muffled sounds came out one after another. Rhodes reacted very quickly, smashing open the silver suitcase with one punch, and his elbow rushed forward, directly hitting Alt's chin. The latter couldn't bear the enormous force, and his body threw backward uncontrollably, spewing a large stream of blood from his mouth. Don't try to escape. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't help but kill you. Rhodes stepped on Alt's chest and said lightly. The latter was in unbearable pain, and was about to pass out. Being stepped on by this foot, it was like a mountain, and he couldn't move at all. At the same time, the ability of this Skrull tribe can no longer be maintained. The skin quickly turned green and the ears sharpened. The old butler, ELT, turned into a monster. In the eyes of others, it will be a shock. But Rhodes' true eye had seen the scene long ago, so it wasn't surprising. Greenskin, where is the old butler? Rhodes asked. He is dead, he grinned, and a lot of blood spit out. Then go down and accompany him. Rhodes didn't have any mood swings, and the strength under his feet was much heavier. This copycat star couldn't breathe, and his eyes were bloodshot, almost staring out of his eye sockets. He's not dead. Let go, let me go. He spat out these words with difficulty. Look, you still want to live. Since you want to live, tell me where the old housekeeper is. Rhodes eased his strength so that he had the strength to speak. In Waquan Street, we didn't kill him, said the green monster again. Very good. Rhodes knew of Waquan Street, which was not far from the princess's residence. He went to buy shoes a few days ago and passed by this street. Now, can you let me go? The green-skin monster looked terrified. Did I say let you go? Rhodes shrugged and kicked the greenskin unconscious. He is going out now to save the old housekeeper. Just 2 steps away, Rhodes suddenly discovered that there were monitoring devices around this secret room. Obviously, everything that just happened was recorded. Rhodes touched his chin, feeling a little troublesome. He didn't want to be exposed so early. Chapter 7 Rescue the Old Butler. Chapter 7 Rescue the Old Butler. This time, I took the shot to intercept this green monster, just to try it out. To reveal his true strength, Rhodes has no plans to do so for the time being. Unfortunately, I can only tamper with mental memory, and there is no way to change these machines. Rhodes was struggling with how to hide from Hela. It was with this thought that Shirogane Superman's genes came into play again. Ding! The host, Rhodes, has obtained the super ability, control information. An icy mechanical sound rang out immediately. As the name suggests, this super ability has functions to manipulate these monitoring devices. This will naturally change everything you just monitored. Rhodes rubbed his hands excitedly, walked to the corner, reached out to hold a monitoring device, and activated super ability. Boom! In an instant, Rhodes' spiritual consciousness infiltrated the database of these devices. Reading this huge database, Rhodes quickly found the battle record between himself and the green monster. Without further ado, Rhodes manipulated the information immediately. The scene just now. After being tampered with, Rhodes brutally defeated the green monster, turned into Rhodes by surprise, and used Protoss fighting skills to subdue it. Anyway, in front of a strong man like Hela, Rhodes couldn't hide the fact that he practiced fighting skills. Let's take this opportunity to announce it. A great contribution to the protection of the Death Cloak. Hela can't always take revenge and punish him for this trivial matter. After a while, Rhodes reread the database, found no problem, looked satisfied, and moved his hand from the monitoring device. At the same time, the mental tentacles flew out of the body and penetrated into the head of the unconscious green monster. The green skin monster's memory must be exactly the same as that recorded by the monitoring equipment, so that there will be no flaws. Roar, tampering with memories is really tiring, but fortunately I have super spirit, and my spirit power is enough to support output. Rhodes breathed a sigh of relief when he had done all this, and sprinted for a while before disappearing in a gust of wind. Waquan Street. The Acer Protoss, servants, and aliens of all shapes and sizes intertwined and walked, coming and going like a tide. There are various shops lined up on both sides of the street. Rhodes looked around and saw many shops of standard armor, swords, and high-tech firearms, which were extremely cool. It's a pity that he has too few gold coins in his pocket to buy anything. Here is the place. Advertisement. Rhodes has not forgotten his purpose. Behind this prosperous and lively scene, there are secluded and dark alleys. Rhodes at the moment stood at the end of the alley, in front of a tattered wooden door. According to the memories of the green monsters they read, they imprisoned the old housekeeper here. He took the first 2 steps and slammed the wooden door with his fist. Bang bang, crunch, soon, the broken wooden door was opened. A tall rock man stuck his head out. Originally it was all smiles. But after seeing Rhodes, the black-haired boy, his expression changed immediately. Who are you? The rock lifer shouted angrily, revealing murderous intent. No answer. Rock Life suddenly saw a black spot in front of him getting bigger and bigger, covering his eyes with great speed. Boom. Rhodes answered him with a huge iron fist. The Rock Life received this huge punch, and its body fell apart on the spot. Pieces of shattered rocks exploded and flew upside down like cannonballs, smashing the broken wooden door into pieces. Several aliens inside were also penetrated by this rock fragment. He fell to the ground and twitched a few times, and finally died. Rhodes calmed down and stepped into the threshold. This was his first murder. At present, except for a slight ups and downs in the mood, there is no discomfort. Look around. Rhodes found that the old housekeeper, ELT, was tied up and left in the corner of the room. A pair of eyes widened, as if in disbelief at what was happening in front of him. It's a pity that his mouth was sealed, otherwise he would have screamed out loud. Whoosh! Exactly at the moment, unexpected, a diminutive Zerg creature screeched and threw a laser knife with all its might. Sharp roar whistles filled his ears. Rhodes narrowed his eyes slightly and pulled away to dodge the blow, avoiding the end of the headshot. Zerg beings are also very proficient in fighting, taking this opportunity to gallop on 4 legs, intending to behead Rhodes. But the next moment, with incredible speed, Rhodes reached out to grab the handle of the laser knife that flew past his shoulders, and threw it back with his backhand. Laugh. The dwarf Zerg life was nailed to the ground by the laser knife. Advertisement. Green viscous blood sprayed all over the ground, and soon there was no movement, apparently dead. These alien movements, in Rhodes' eyes, are completely like slow-motion playback. There was nothing that could threaten him at all. Ended. Rhodes wiped a stinky drop of green blood from his cheek. The Zerg killer just now was the last life in this room except the old housekeeper. Rhodes walked up to the old butler, unfastened him, lifted the seal on his mouth, and immediately called out, Rhodes! I'm not blind, right? God, how did you do that? What? Kill these robbers. How did you do it? Are you not a Terran? The old butler got up and asked Rhodes excitedly, as if he had discovered a new continent. As far as he knew, Rhodes was just a believer from Midgard. He had no power in his hands and could not be as powerful as a Protoss warrior. So he was even more curious. Old housekeeper, it's not good for you to know too much, Rhodes said. No, ELT wanted to say something else. Rhodes' psychic tentacles burrowed directly into his head, and his voice came to an abrupt end. You can't just erase the old butler's memory, or Hela will definitely check it out. Rhodes thought for a while and decided to replace himself. Let's replace the rescuer with Amora. She is proficient in witchcraft, and her physical skills are also very good, so she can do it completely. After a while, the mental tentacles retreated from the head of the old butler. Amora has seen the master. At this moment, a charming voice sounded behind Rhodes. It was the enchanting witch Amora who came here after receiving the news. Amora, you came in time. Rhodes turned around and recounted what had just happened, and then said, I'll leave first. You can send the old butler safely back to Hela's mansion, and then you can leave, understand, Amora? Amora understands. The blonde nodded. Okay, I'll leave it to you here. Rhodes patted her on the shoulder. Before leaving, he snapped his fingers. Bah. The old housekeeper woke up immediately, and when he saw Amora, his face was full of gratitude. This lady. Thank you so much, you just saved my life. In his memory, it was the blonde girl in front of him who broke in, killed the aliens and saved himself. You're welcome, Rhodes and I are friends, and he sent me here. Amora smiled charmingly, swayed the waist of the water snake, and turned to leave. Grandpa, let's go, I'll take you home. Chapter 8 The Fetish Golden Apple. You can become a god if you eat it. Chapter 8 The Fetish Golden Apple. You can become a god if you eat it. Princess Mansion. Upon receiving the news, Hela quickly returned to Asgard on Bifrost. At the moment, she was sitting at the top of the hall with a gloomy face. And the old housekeeper Alt was standing in front of her. Next to him was a quiet black-haired boy with clear blue eyes. It was Rhodes. The other god servants and guards were displayed on both sides, as motionless as wood. Your Highness, the death cloak is in this silver chest. Thanks to Rhodes, it wasn't stolen by that hateful Skrull. ELT presented the silver suitcase. Hela said nothing. She opened the box and found that her cloak was indeed inside, and her stern face relaxed a bit. Hela's power is indeed very powerful, and the cloak was her only weakness. If it was stolen, the consequences would be disastrous. His Royal Highness Hela, according to the green skin monster, he was hired by Laufey, the king of the giants of Jotunheim, to steal the death cloak. At this time, Rhodes also continued. Damn giants of Jotunheim, sooner or later I will slaughter them all. Hela's eyes flashed coldly, and her tone was cold. The temperature in the entire hall dropped a lot out of thin air. The old housekeeper and the many servants and guards shuddered. They hadn't felt Hela's wrath in a long time. Also, the security of the mansion is too lax. The enemy has been allowed to infiltrate the secret room so easily. How do you all do things? It's all the old slave's fault. Please punish her Royal Highness. The old butler immediately pleaded guilty. Remember this punishment first. Hela didn't blame too much, and lifted the cloak and draped it over her shoulders. This death cloak, which is attached to Hela's body like a battlesuit, seems to be tailor-made and extremely suitable. Although wearing this cloak all the time will continue to consume energy, but for the sake of safety, it can only be done like this. Hela sat back in the chair, valiantly and extremely neat. Advertisement before the death cloak was placed in the secret room, it was to store energy, so that it can be more powerful in the future. Generally, Hela is only worn at the critical moment of the expedition. Unexpectedly, the king of giants of Jotunheim sent someone to steal the treasure as soon as the war started. To prevent this from happening in the future, Hela decided to wear the cape with her. The old butler got up and stepped aside. Hela shifted her gaze to Rhodes. Rhodes, ELT said, you discovered the scroll's disguise? How did you do it? She was also curious about this young servant of God. Princess, please allow me to brag. I'm an observant. That's why I was able to spot the scroll's disguise, and the weight of his transformed Lord Steward was completely different from the real Lord Steward. This is the biggest flaw. Rhodes replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Later, I subdued this despicable thief, and learned from him about the kidnapped Lord Steward. Later, I notified my friend, the witch Amora, to help and rescue the Lord Steward. Come out. Hela showed admiration. She has never paid much attention to servants of God. How can humble humans compare to Asgard's Protoss warriors? But now, Hela has changed her mind because of Rhodes. Yes, you were brave, Rhodes. Hela stood up, eyes full of admiration. You protected my death cloak. That's a great achievement. I've always been rewarded and punished. Rhodes, what do you want? Everything is arranged by His Highness. Rhodes bowed his head and said humbly. Okay, then I will reward you with 2,000 runes and promote you to be my personal attendant, Hela said. When her voice fell, many servants showed extremely envious expressions. They only have 5 runes a month. Rhodes was rewarded with 2,000 runes in one day, equivalent to their income for decades. And he also became the princess's personal attendant, which is simply a step to the sky. Only Rhodes was a little hesitant. In his heart, he was not interested in doing any personal servants. How comfortable is it to clean the study park every day and train the rest of the time? If you follow Hela, you can imagine that running around is essential. What? Hela asked unpleasantly, seeing Rhodes hesitate. Advertisement for someone else. Hearing his words, I don't know how excited they would be. But this little god servant is still hesitating. Yes, Rhodes thanks the princess for the reward. Rhodes replied immediately. This is Hela's order. He can't disobey for the time being, he can only agree first. After the meeting in the princess mansion dissipated, Elt's old butler immediately changed Rhodes into a room. This room is also a side room, but not like the nooks and crannies in the garden. It was next to Princess Hela's room. Personal servants, naturally, must be close enough to serve at any time. Rhodes, this is a golden apple, which was given to you by Her Royal Highness the Princess. After you eat it, you will immediately have the same physique as the Protoss. Old Steward ELT delivers a box to Rhodes. When Rhodes opened it, there really was a golden apple inside. The princess knows that you have practiced the fighting skills of the Protoss and said that you are very capable. Rhodes, I have served the princess for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen her so favored by the servants of the gods. You must not let the princess down, work hard, said the old butler ELT again. Thank you princess for the reward, Rhodes said. The princess has dispatched a lot of Protoss guards, and she wants me to help dispatch them. Rhodes, I'll go first. The old butler waved his hand and left the room. After this incident, Hela naturally couldn't remain indifferent. 200 Acer Protoss warriors were added to the mansion to guard it to ensure that not a single fly could fly in. Rhodes doesn't take it too seriously, he was more curious about the golden apple. As far as he knows, the golden apple is a sacred object, specially planted in the holy garden, and guarded by the dragon. When mortals eat it, they can become gods. Rhodes held the golden apple and took a curious bite. Crispy and delicious, juicy and sweet, very delicious. Rhodes ate the golden apple in 3 or 5 bites. Quietly waited for a quarter of an hour, but found that there was no change in his body at all. Except the stomach is a little full. Strange, why don't you feel it? Could it be fake? Rhodes frowned. Chapter 9. Demonstrate strength, easily abuse the Protoss. Chapter 9. Demonstrate strength and easily abuse the Protoss. An hour later, there was still no response, and Rhodes came to his senses. It should be that his current body has already surpassed the ordinary Protoss, so eating this golden apple has no effect. Asgard's Protoss are divided into different categories, but if they do not master divine power, they can only be called ordinary Protoss, with strengths ranging from 1 to 10. The Protoss who master divine power are called true gods, and are further divided into lower gods, middle gods, upper gods, main gods and god kings, that is, level god father. Rhodes' current body has long surpassed the ordinary god race, and he has reached the realm of the true god. He doesn't know the specific strength of the true god, so he doesn't know. The next day, someone knocked on the door early in the morning. Mr. Rhodes, Lord Hela is going to the palace. You need to accompany you as a personal guard. The voice outside the door respectfully said. Because Rhodes is now the personal bodyguard of Princess Hela, the general servants have a lot of respect for him, saying that roar will add the word Mr. As soon as he heard that he was going to the palace, Rhodes got up from the bed with a carp and went out. Led by his servants, he came to Hela's door and waited. Inside the door, a cold-faced beauty wearing dark green gorgeous clothes and walking gracefully slowly appeared. Hela looked Rhodes up and down, her eyes admiring, but she didn't utter a word of praise. Rhodes followed the cold Hela and walked towards the palace with her. The main hall comes into view, magnificent and brightly decorated. The gates alone are inlaid with thousands of brilliant gems. The guards are majestic, with murderous expressions on their faces, and they look inviolable. After they saw Hela, they all bowed slightly to show their respect to the royal family. Entering the main hall, there are powerful true gods standing on both sides. On the highest seat, a one-eyed middle-aged man, wearing an eagle helmet and gold armor, held a long spear in his hand, and stood at his feet. There were 2 wolf dogs at his feet, eyeing Rhodes. Hela, you're here, the middle-aged man said solemnly. Advertisement, salute to you, Lord Odin. Hela got down on one knee and Rhodes followed suit, bowing his head to show his respect. A god-king level character, Odin. The leader of the true gods, Asgard's strongest existence, even sitting in a chair can make people feel an irresistible sense of oppression. The giants of Jotunheim are getting more and more presumptuous, and they are planning to use their artifact, the ice crate, to turn my Midgard into the ultimate winter. Rhodes frowned slightly. He had read in the book that the living conditions of the giants of Jotunheim were so harsh that even the true gods could not adapt. If the giants of Jotunheim really turned Midgard into the icy environment they lived in, most people would freeze to death, and only they could adapt. Midgard is Earth, if they get their way. Rhodes thought to himself, his brows could not help but tighten, then his parents and family would also freeze to death. Hela, I need you to grab the ice treasure box. Those animals that can't be killed are not dangerous. As long as they take the ice treasure box, they will return to the animals that we slaughtered. Hela bowed her head, definitely complete the mission. Go, I will support you with troops. Leaving the main hall, Hela and Rhodes returned to the courtyard. At this time, Hela suddenly asked, your appearance has changed a lot, you look a lot stronger, show it to me. Rhodes knew that his daily practice of Protoss fighting skills must have been discovered by Hela long ago, so he did not continue to hide his strength. He played a set of Protoss fighting methods in front of Hela, which made Hela's eyes shine. Come on, call a Protoss warrior over. Immediately, someone called the Protoss warrior who was guarding the door. When he saw that his opponent was actually just a servant selected from Midgard, he immediately smiled disdainfully. With all due respect, Lord Hela, bullying a Midgard person insults my noble Protoss quality. The corners of Rhodes' mouth twitched, and the strength he increased every day in the sun was able to smash the Protoss warrior in front of him with a single punch without relying on the golden apple to improve the quality of his body. Advertisement with his current strength, it is even easier to defeat such an ordinary warrior. Hela hooked her fingers at the warrior, then pointed at Rhodes, meaning to let him go straight up. The latter still wore a disdainful smile, but when he just turned around, Rhodes suddenly flew and punched, so fast that he couldn't react. The fist came in the face and slammed heavily on his nose. There was a sudden buzz in his head, and then the angled view rotated. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he had been punched to the ground. What? How is this possible? I was actually beaten by a Midgard. The Protoss warrior was very unwilling and wanted to get up and fight again. Hela gave him a color, scaring him from wanting to charge. Go and call for 5 more Protoss warriors. Hela ordered the servants, then smiled knowingly at Rhodes. Looks like you're still hiding your power. Rhodes shook his head, smiled mysteriously, and didn't respond directly. Outside the courtyard, 5 Protoss warriors stood guard neatly. As soon as they saw their colleague who was still bleeding nose, and Rhodes who was full of murderous intent, they immediately reacted. You 5 come together. Hela ordered simply. The 5 were ready to fight, but they put their spears in front of them and wanted to besiege Rhodes. Hela still had a smile on her lips, looking forward to how Rhodes would deal with such a disadvantage. Armed versus empty-handed, 5 people versus 1 person. Rhodes is surrounded by 5 people from 5 different directions and is in a precarious position. Before waiting for the 5 to move first, Rhodes made a preemptive strike, got up with a flying knee and directly broke through the defense of the spear, hitting one man's chin hard. The man's eyes turned pale for a moment, and then passed out. The 4 of them were startled at first. They didn't expect Rhodes' speed to be so fast, they couldn't react to that at all. Rush! One of them roared, and then the 4 immediately swooped towards Rhodes with their long spears. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Chapter 10. Spear Mastery. Chapter 10. Spear Mastery. Rhodes stood still, and used the most domineering boxing method in the fighting style, the moving mountain and the horizontal fist. He slammed his fists horizontally to block the 4 stabbing spears at the same time, and then he stepped directly in front of the 4 of them, punched 4 quickly, and directly knocked them all down to the ground. After doing all this, Rhodes didn't catch his breath, his face was calm, and he didn't seem to be doing anything great. Clap clap, Hela applauded Rhodes from the side. It's very good, this strength will definitely be able to show off on the battlefield. Rhodes froze for a moment. What does this mean? Wouldn't it be to go to war by himself? Looking at Rhodes' expression, Hela asked with a side face, what, as my personal servant, don't you want to join me on the field to kill the enemy? Rhodes nodded, only reluctantly agreeing. Inside the courtyard, Rhodes was dressed in Protoss armor, a helmet with a high crescent on his head, and a spear in his hand. Under the sun, the bronze-hued armor made Rhodes look majestic. Asgard's spear weapons can be used not only for melee thrusts, but also for firing lasers from a distance. Hela looked up and down Rhodes, the ice-like face gradually dissolved, showing a gentle smile. It seemed that Rhodes dressed up heroically and handsomely made her very happy. He's your training officer, Chief Guard Sieg, and he will teach you how to use this spear. Hela introduced a burly Protoss man beside him. Sieg walked slowly to Rhodes and looked at Rhodes very majestically. Youth human, you are going to face hellish terrifying training, I hope you can survive. Rhodes nodded slightly, and just as he was ready to sit down, Sieg took out his spear and swiped at Rhodes. The latter instinctively set up a spear to resist, and after the short-handed encounter, there was a muffled sound, and the spear vibrated violently. Have you used all your strength? Rhodes frowned slightly, but he actually wanted to kill himself as soon as he came up. I always believe that if you die and then live, if you survive, you will naturally become a powerful warrior, Seeger said seriously. He took a few steps back, and then rehearsed the use of the spear in front of Rhodes, explaining while doing the action. This is a sweep, this is a straight stab, this is a pressure, this is a round flower. Advertisement. After finishing a set of Protoss marksmanship very quickly, Rhodes' super memory didn't leave a single detail, and it was all recorded in his mind. Ding! The host, Rhodes, has evolved, Protoss Spear Warfare Mastery. A stream of light flashed in Rhodes' eyes, and Sig's movements were played back countless times in front of his eyes, and his memory gradually integrated with his body. He felt that his body had already practiced his marksmanship tens of thousands of times. Seeger pointed the spear at Rhodes again, and the cold light in his eyes told Rhodes that this time he would not let any water out. What? Sig's eyes suddenly lit up. Rhodes standing and holding a gun was impeccable, without the slightest flaw, and he was completely different from just now. He slowly slid closer to Rhodes, without any hesitation, before poking his spear slightly to test Rhodes. Rhodes' spear was still firmly in front of him, allowing Sig to swing the spear back and forth not far from his face. He knew that if he attacked now, the opponent would definitely change his moves quickly to complete the counterattack. The spearhead of the threat in front of him is just a bait, trying to lure his weapon away from the defensive posture, and then take the opportunity to take his defenseless body. The corner of Seeger's mouth showed an admiring smile, not arrogant or impetuous, not provocative, young, stable, and a good seedling of martial arts. What about this move? Sieg took the initiative to attack, and with a push, the spear stabbed Rhodes in the face. Rhodes immediately picked up the spear to block the spear that came straight at him, then stepped forward and lowered his waist, pressing his arms down, quickly pressing down the tip of the raised spear, and a slash fell towards Sieg's shoulder. Okay. Sig dodged sideways, his footsteps circled, and he turned and stabbed again with a carbine. Rhodes didn't have time to retract his spear, he could only shake his head to avoid the stab, then lowered his head and quickly retreated, lest Sig catch up with the sweep and hit him in the side of the head. Just as he stopped, Sig had already spiraled his spear around the spear and then hurried towards Rhodes. Rhodes didn't rush, and after standing firm, he swept in place, accurately cracked Sig's unpredictable spear flower, and swept his spear away. Then he took the spear with both hands, let the spear bounce back, and the tip of the spear stopped at Sig's throat and trembled. I lost. Sig gave a relieved smile. Your combat learning ability surpasses that of ordinary people. No, even a superior true god cannot achieve such a powerful learning ability as you. Seeger was defeated, but he was delighted to meet such a natural warrior as Rhodes. Advertisement. Hela nodded admiringly. Complete skill suppression, there is no doubt that you are a born warrior. Rhodes regretted it a little bit, and still showed his strength a little too much. He has already suppressed his own strength very much, and only relies on his skills to deal with it. If he shows his strength again, the first confrontation can directly sweep Sig's spear away. Rest for a few days, then follow me to the battlefield, Hela said in a commanding tone, then turned back to his room. Seeger resigned, knowing he had nothing more to teach a genius like Rhodes. For the next few days, Rhodes spent his time studying the fighting techniques of spears, gaining a deeper understanding of the use of long-range attacks. As soon as the day came, Rhodes was waiting at Hela's door early. Today was the day of the expedition, and word had spread throughout Asgard. Hela put on the attire of a warrior, majestic and dashing. Come with me. Rhodes followed Hela to the entrance of Bifrost. It was through here before that Rhodes came here from Earth. The troops of the god race were neatly arranged on the square, equipped with spears and shields in their hands, each with a solemn expression. Rhodes followed in Hela's footsteps. He didn't want to walk up to the high platform with Hela to order troops, but Hela gave him a look and motioned him to follow. So he also stood on the high platform of the square. The Protoss and Earth servants onlookers were all shocked and discussing. Rhodes' super hearing is all in his ears. Which man is who? It feels so handsome. I heard that it is Lord Hela's personal bodyguard. If I can get his favor, will I be able to live without worry? Don't think blindly, can you seduce such a good man as him? Before he knew it, Rhodes had risen to the point of admiration. After all, he is the personal bodyguard of a big shot like Hela, so it is inevitable that Rhodes will also improve his status. Chapter 11. The Giants of Jotunheim Attack. Chapter 11. The Giants of Jotunheim Attack. Hela took the great sword in Heimdall's hand and inserted it into the groove. Bifrost suddenly linked into the distance, and the iridescent shimmer shone on everyone's faces. Without any words to train the troops, Hela just sternly said to the army, "Go, target Jotunheim." The mighty army marched towards Bifrost, while Rhodes followed Hela and walked in front of everyone heroically like a general. Walking into Bifrost, the things in front of you flow rapidly, turning into a blurred stream of light, and when the stream of light gradually shortens, the things in front of you become clear again. Jotunheim, the gloomy wind is blowing head-on, and all is covered with snow and ice, and the ground is composed of light blue ice crystals. Rhodes shuddered, then lost consciousness as if frozen. Ding! The host, Rhodes, has evolved, super cold resistance. After the sound in his ear ended, Rhodes felt his body gradually warm up and his consciousness gradually returned. The army behind him has assembled. The soldiers quickly took out a machine and immediately used it to create a huge amount of light balls. The ball of light floated around everyone, as if being pulled by an invisible rope. The light it emits is hot and warm, shining on everyone, helping them to resist the cold. Hela at the moment also took over a machine to create a ball of light for Rhodes to float above Rhodes' head. It's just too late, Rhodes doesn't need it now that he has super cold resistance, but in order to hide his strength, he still nodded his thanks. You have to be careful, the soldiers of the Protoss are not very suitable for this extreme environment. Without the mirror image of the sun, the movements of the whole body will be a little stiff, and it will be dangerous if they encounter the enemy, Hela instructed. Rhodes, who had just experienced the feeling of being frozen all over his body, was even more worried about these soldiers. His body was much stronger than theirs, or he had already begun to affect his actions within half a minute, not to mention these people. After the sun mirror was fully deployed, the army resumed the action ability and began to march. Rhodes noticed that there was a giant black wolf at Hela's feet. Looking at the appearance, he recalled the information in the book in his mind. This is the wolf Fenrir, the mighty beast of Asgard. Fenrir, go investigate. Hela ordered. The giant wolf immediately turned into a black mist, drifting towards the distance like a ghost. Rhodes frowned and couldn't help but secretly admired that, as expected of the hound at the feet of the god King Odin, he could actually use his divine power to incarnate into a ghost fog to sneak. Advertisement. After a while, Fenrir turned back and growled beside Hela. Hela raised his brows. The whole army is ready to attack. There are a lot of giants of Jotunheim ahead. Rhodes was also seated ready to fight, with his spear in front of him, ready for a long-range exchange of fire. As Hela's personal escort, he naturally would not venture into the enemy's line, but would always protect the safety of Hela, the commanding general. In the distance, a group of blue-skinned humanoids held various slashing weapons such as axes and icicles. Standing scattered, there is no formation at all. Compared with the army, they are like a group of robbers composed of barbarians. On the hill behind them, an archer held an ice bow in his hand, with arrows of ice crystals hanging from the bowstring. Their eyes were not on Asgard's soldiers, but on the mirrored sun above them. Archer. Hela frowned, it was the first time she had seen Jotunheim have such a unit. These guys look smarter. The army stopped at Hela's gesture, keeping out of the attacking range of the opposing archers. Fenrir came to Hela's side and let out a low growl. Go ahead, contain their long-range shooters from behind, Hela ordered. Then her eyes fell on Rhodes. You go and see how far the opponent's attack range can go. Rhodes was very helpless. How could such a death-defying thing fall on him? In desperation, Rhodes quickly dived towards the opposing army. Idiot! Hela's startled roar out. The soldiers also looked embarrassed. Rhodes would definitely fall into the dense arrow area on the opposite side if he ran like this, and there would only be death and no life. The correct test method should be to approach slowly, prevent yourself from entering the range of intensive firepower, and improve your survival rate. It's not that Rhodes didn't think about these things in his mind, but he still rushed into the enemy's line without hesitation. The giants of Jotunheim saw that Rhodes was so reckless, and immediately directed the archers to shoot a dense rain of swords towards Rhodes. In the dark space, the arrows of blue ice crystals were even more difficult to discern the trajectory. Rhodes did not stop to predict where the arrows would land, but ran wildly. The arrows rubbed his back and fell behind him, sending a trail of Rhodes' movement. What? The axe-wielding front-row giants of Jotunheim looked at Rhodes in disbelief. Advertisement. They didn't expect that the other party would dare to come to them alone. This is completely to die. Who? A giants of Jotunheim with an ice hammer let out an angry roar, taking Rhodes' behavior of rushing alone as a provocation. He pushed the crowd away and ran towards Rhodes, holding the ice hammer high to smash him into meat sauce. Rhodes at the moment stopped immediately, then set up his spear and fired an iridescent laser. The laser hit the giants of Jotunheim in the stomach, knocking him out of the way and into the crowd. Then Rhodes strode back. The archers fired their arrows angrily, but the speed was just a little too short to catch up with Rhodes, and each time they missed Rhodes by rubbing their body. Back at Hela's side, Rhodes pointed to the arrow piercing the ground and said, "This is their attack range." An attack range indicator marked by light blue ice crystal arrows was displayed in front of everyone. Everyone secretly admired, really brave and resourceful. As expected of the bodyguard of Lord Hela, at this speed, the physical fitness is several times ours. Hela also cast an admiring look, but she didn't say anything, just said coldly, "Go forward and station at the maximum attack distance." The army moved immediately, striding aggressively towards the giants of Jotunheim. With the markings that Rhodes risked their lives to create for them, they weren't afraid to be hit by each other. The giants of Jotunheim gnashed their teeth one by one, eager to swallow Rhodes alive. Their eyes widened with rage, but they were helpless with the Asgard army in front of them. The difference in numbers is too large, and the weapons in their hands are not of the same level, so in order to protect themselves, they can only retreat temporarily and find a safe position to station defense. Just as they were retreating, the lurking Fenrir suddenly appeared, rampaging through the unsuspecting archers, biting and killing wantonly. Hela also took advantage of the opposite long-range firepower to be contained, and are immediately ordered an attack. Asgard soldiers, capable of firing long-range artillery fire, overwhelmed the giants of Jotunheim with their attack range. The latter are often knocked to the ground by a few lasers before they can rush up. With powerful firepower, what will happen next is a one-sided massacre. Chapter 12. King Laufey of the Giants of Jotunheim. Chapter 12. Laufey, King of the Giants of Jotunheim. The soldiers of Asgard quickly swept the field, and the giants of Jotunheim's border guards were wiped out, and the first battle was won. It's all thanks to Rhodes that the fight was so easy. The conditions in Jotunheim were dark, and a grey mist shrouded the land. Looking towards the front, within a few tens of meters, the figure can no longer be seen. Marching in this environment, it is easy to be ambushed, and it is possible to walk into the enemy's encirclement. Hela frowned slightly and looked a little nervous. Fenrir's investigation alone was obviously not enough to know the situation around him. Rhodes saw through Hela's thoughts, and subconsciously looked into the distance, but even with supervision, he couldn't stand the superimposition of layers of mist to block his sight. Ding! The host, Rhodes, has evolved, super hyperopia. Suddenly, everything around him became so clear that Rhodes felt like he was looking at the grassland under a clear sky. Everything was so bright. He wanted to look into the distance, and the scene in front of him actually moved over. Things were magnified hundreds of times, and things hundreds of miles away were also extremely clear. Within sight, a palace made of blue ice blocks appeared, with several tall giants of Jotunheim guards standing in front of the door. They wore spiked blade armor and held a giant axe made of ice in their hands. Rhodes also wanted to look inside the palace. Under the action of the perspective eye, the walls suddenly became thin and transparent, and then the perspective moved directly through the wall and saw the interior of the palace. The arc ceiling of the hall is supported by 4 icicles. The ancient myth of the giants of Jotunheim is carved on the walls, and an ice crystal chandelier illuminates the hall, perhaps the only light in the entire Jotunheim. And on the high platform of the hall, a bald giant of Jotunheim sat on a throne. He has elf-like sharp ears, red eyes full of blood, black pupils staring straight ahead, wearing simple shoulder pads and arm pads. A large area of his body is naked, and his strong muscles are fully exposed. Even without the protection of his armor, his massive muscles look strong enough to protect his vital organs. Advertisement: a string of skulls was tied around his waist, and a piece of iron hung down, covering his lower body like an apron. Rhodes recalled that he had read in the book that the giants of Jotunheim looked like their king, Laufey. Mimir. Laufey, the king of giants of Jotunheim, turned his head sideways and looked at a small, sly-eyed giants of Jotunheim beside him. "I am here, my king." Mimir bowed his head and answered. "The soldiers of the Protoss have attacked the front line. What are your countermeasures?" Mimir's eyes rolled up and down, and then a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "My king, why should you care about an advanced troop? Even if they are defeated, the follow-up troops will only keep coming. It's better to take this opportunity to go directly to Midgard with the ice treasure box. Their attention is already on Jotunheim, and they will definitely neglect the defense of Midgard. At this time, you can turn Midgard into our domain and wait until Midgard is completely occupied. It's not too late to fight them head-on." "Ha ha ha," Laufey laughed heartily, as expected of my high priest of giants of Jotunheim, high-level counselor. As he spoke, he stood up, and from the shadow behind the throne, he took out a box emitting a faint pale blue light. Then he walked quickly to the hall, towards the farther boundless darkness. Rhodes was shocked, and withdrew his far-sighted eyes. With his super-close hearing, he could hear the conversation just now clearly. If at the moment does not stop Laufey and continues to attack Jotunheim, it will be useless in the end, and Midgard will not be able to escape the fate of being turned into ice and snow. Hesitating inwardly to no avail, he could only find Hela to report. Laufey, the Frost King, is an extremely belligerent, reckless man. His frontline troops were defeated but did not see him come out to fight. Could there be other plans? Hela lowered her brows, lost in thought. When Rhodes saw that Hela didn't understand his hint, he said bluntly, "I think Laufey must have gone to Midgard. If he uses the ice crate to occupy Midgard, it will be too late." Hela woke up suddenly. "Damn it. I have long heard that there is a space gap between Jotunheim and Midgard. If we let him go to Midgard first, our trip will be in vain." But Hela was in a dilemma again. Where is this space crack? Rhodes was furious, and with his far-sighted eyes he had already seen Laufey enter a valley, and just in front of the valley, there was a space crack surrounded by black lightning. Advertisement, but he couldn't tell Hela directly. After all, This was the first time he came to Jotunheim, and Hela didn't know anything. If he said it, he would definitely be investigated for the reason. Suddenly, Rhodes had a plan in his mind. Heimdall has the ability of acute eyes. Let him help him find it, but it can't be counted on his own head. It's better to let Asgardian Heimdall find Laufey's location. If Laufey really wants to go to Midgard, he will definitely teleport in front of the space crack. Hela nodded and immediately sent the order down, informing Heimdall to search for Laufey's location. Soon, soldiers sent orders back to the guards guarding the Bifrost passage. Heimdall's eyes flashed when he heard about it, and he searched around Jotunheim. But after a while, he saw Hela's troops, and not far in front of her troops, he also found Laufey, who was about to pass through the space crack. Report. Lord Heimdall said that Laufey was a few kilometers west of the unit, walking in a valley. Hela glanced at Rhodes in amazement. It's impossible for Laufey to walk around so close to our army at this time. It must be going to Midgard, as you said. She didn't ask how Rhodes predicted so accurately, and immediately took Rhodes and a few important strikers in the direction pointed out by Heimdall. Rhodes walked in front of everyone, deliberately leading the way, and soon came to the valley. Crossing the valley, I saw Laufey standing in front of the space crack, holding a light blue treasure box in his hand. He noticed everyone, narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, a frost dragon fell from the top of everyone's heads, and the giant wings lifted the wind and waves to blow everyone back, leaving a trace on the ground. Roar. After the frost dragon roared, pale white energy condensed in his mouth, and then sprayed towards Hela. A beam of light shot straight at Hela, and Hela was not able to stand still, unable to dodge the blow at all. He was hit by the beam of light and flew out, smashed heavily on the rock wall of the valley, and spit out a mouthful of blood. When her body fell to the ground, she struggled to sit up while clutching her belly that had been hit, her expression grim and her face pale. Chapter 13, Sunflame. Chapter 13. Sunflame. Hela. Rhodes' surprised roar and ran over to check her injuries. The rest of the Protoss soldiers immediately formed a line of defense, stood in front of Hela and protected Hela with their lives. Rhodes held Hela in his arms and looked at her belly worriedly. The white icy spread from where it was hit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Don't mind me, this is the ice magic of the giants of Jotunheim. It has penetrated into my blood, and I won't die, but I will be a burden to you. Rhodes frowned. He had read in the book that once he was hit by the magic of the giants of Jotunheim, his body would be frozen. Only the powerful Protoss could escape the fate of death, but they would inevitably be restrained by frost. The sun's flames can dissolve the frost. Ding! The host, Rhodes, has evolved, Sun Flame. A flame suddenly ignited in Rhodes' palm, and then gradually melted into his palm. He slowly put his palm on Hela's belly, and then let the flames slowly burn the frost on her body. Ah! Hela moaned in pain as she grabbed Rhodes' arm and gritted her teeth. The flame first melted the frost attached to the body, and then actually ignited the Bingji flowing in the blood along the wound and dissolved it. The flames spread wantonly in the blood, causing cold sweat to ooze out of Hela's forehead, her whole body being attacked by the heat, and her face turning red. She looked at Rhodes with surprise in her eyes and gasped. You're obviously a Midgard, ordinary person. Stop talking, you need to rest, Rhodes said solemnly. After clearing the frost from Hela's body, he put Hela on the ground with confidence. In front of him, several Protoss soldiers were retreating, and they had already retreated to Rhodes' side. Frost Dragon's giant claws slammed, trying to smash everyone into meat sauce. Rhodes twitched the corners of his mouth, his eyes flashed coldly, then stepped forward and punched. Boom! A visible shockwave hit Rhodes' fist senior, and then Frost Dragon's front claws were directly blasted. Rhodes' fists blazed with the sun's flames, and he held them empty in front of him, gathering the sun's flames into a scorching fireball. Death to me! Advertisement. The fireball was projected by him and smashed towards Frost Dragon's chest. Boom! A burst of flame exploded in front of Frost Dragon's chest, and then the flames directly engulfed the entire dragon. Ho-ho-ho! Dragon let out a low growl of pain, stepped back continuously, and began to roll on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. However, as soon as the frost on the ground touched the flames, it evaporated directly into a white mist and dissipated in the air. The flames were still burning, and finally Dragon was burned to death in the screams. Boom! Dragon's body fell to the ground, and was gradually burned into black ashes by the flames. A cold wind blew through, and black smoke rose, and Dragon also dissipated. The Protoss soldiers were stunned, and Laufey's giants of Jotunheim stepped back, not daring to look directly at Rhodes. Such a big frost dragon was actually burned to the ground by the flames in an instant. What kind of abnormal strength is this? Several giants of Jotunheim immediately ran into the space rift in panic to find Laufey. Rhodes ignored the escape of the giants of Jotunheim, and Laufey needed some time to activate the frost crate. He immediately ran back to Hela. Are you all right? Hela sat up slowly with Rhodes' support, leaning on Rhodes. I was careless. She blamed herself. Rhodes knew that she was in this state and could no longer fight, and immediately signaled a few Protoss soldiers to come and help Hela return to Asgard. Originally, the Protoss soldiers, as Hela's direct generals, had a much higher status than Rhodes, but after seeing Rhodes' strength, they already regarded Rhodes as a noble existence as Hela. So I immediately followed the order and came to help Hela. You are a mortal who has just eaten the golden fruit. Even if you become an ordinary god race, you can't use your divine power so quickly. How did you do it? Hela asked curiously. Rhodes was stunned for a moment, and then replied, I don't know very well, the power poured into my body on its own. Although he has shown a small amount of power, Rhodes has no intention of telling anyone about his Silver Superman gene. Hela thought to himself, and then said, maybe you are from the Protoss and someone in your ancestors was a strong Protoss, so your descendant awakening power in crisis, or... Rhodes nodded immediately and affirmed, my father also said that there were people in the ancestors who were strong and had very special abilities. Advertisement. Hela stopped questioning, returned to the army with the help of the crowd, and quickly sent someone to convey the news of Laufey's going to Midgard to Odin. In the sky, a rainbow light descended, and Odin slowly emerged from the rainbow light riding a Pegasus. Behind him, a Pegasus army gradually assembled, looking magnificent. Odin noticed the wounded Hela, and immediately swooped down on his Pegasus into the army. My daughter, Odin's voice trembled as he carefully hugged Hela, his eyes full of worry. I'm fine, father, Rhodes saved me. If it wasn't for him, my body would have been eroded by frost. Odin turned to look at Rhodes, who was standing beside him, and nodded slightly. This small action shocked everyone. King of the Nine Realms, father of all gods. He actually nodded his thanks to a bodyguard. The few people standing around Rhodes dispersed, and immediately gave Rhodes space to express their respect for him. Come on, take Hela back to Asgard, the rest, come with me to Midgard and make Laufey pay in blood, Odin snapped. When he was angry, he exuded a burst of coercion, causing everyone to lower their heads instinctively, not daring to look directly at Odin. Only Rhodes seemed to feel nothing. Odin's eyes fell on Rhodes, looking up and down in admiration. You, come with me. With that said, a golden armored Protoss warrior beside him led Rhodes a Pegasus. Snow-white wings were on both sides of the horse's body, and a pair of blue spiritual pupils stared at Rhodes, as if communicating with Rhodes. The holy white body is smooth and textured, and Rhodes touches the golden mane on top of his head, and the latter turns his nose and breathes out a warm breath of joy. Rhodes mounted Pegasus, followed in Odin's footsteps, and teleported back to Asgard through the rainbow in the sky. After returning to Asgard, without resting, Odin summoned Heimdall. Show me where Laufey is going with your discerning eye. Heimdall looked into the distance, a light radiating from his pupils. After searching for a long time, he half kneeled on the ground and lowered his head. I'm sorry, my king, he hides himself. I can only know that he is near Europe in Midgard. I can't track the exact location. Chapter 14. Travel to Greece. Chapter 14. Travel to Greece. Heimdall beckoned to the soldiers beside him and pointed in the direction of his room. Open the map of Midgard. Yes. After several soldiers got the order, they immediately turned on the 3D imager, and a 3D map of Midgard appeared. Rhodes took a few glances, and it was not very similar to the map plates he had seen before. After all, the time difference was thousands of years, and the plates of the continents also moved with time. Here, my king. Heldam pointed to a corner of the map and drew a circle with his finger to frame the continent of Europe. Odin frowned slightly. Although the map was only a small piece of graffiti, the actual area was huge, and there were countless places for Laufey to hide. Such a rough range, even if all Asgard's soldiers are sent to search, it will take a while. During this time, Laufey had already used the ice crate. What to do now is not to act recklessly, but to narrow the scope of the search first. It's better to wait until Laufey uses the ice treasure crate, and then we dispatch. Asgard can detect that powerful energy. A Hawkeye soldier stood up and said. Odin brushed his stubborn stubble and shook his head. Laufey is brutal and ambitious, and he may not only want to get Midgard, but he must not be allowed to act freely. Everyone fell into silence, looking at the map with empty eyes. Odin also looked embarrassed, pacing left and right with his hands behind his back, without a word for a long time. Rhodes poked his head and looked at the map carefully. The name of the country was slightly different from the era he lived in. Most of the small countries were not in his memory at all. Advertisement recalling the teachings of the tutors on Earth and what he had seen in the Hela library, Rhodes suddenly had an idea and raised his head sharply. Greece. It should be here. Everyone cast their eyes, looking at Rhodes expectantly. Why Greece? Odin asked. Rhodes pointed to the European plate on the map, then covered the southern part of Europe with one hand, pointed to the rest and said, this is Northern Europe, the land of your believers, and Laufey is hiding here, which is equivalent to your eyeliner. Activities. If he wasn't stupid, he would definitely avoid this area covered with your eyes, and in southern Europe, ancient Greece believed in the gods of Mount Olympus. It's a natural shield for him, both to hide from your eyes in Midgard and not to attract the attention of mortals. No one in ancient Greece would care about giants of Jotunheim, they would just sneer and not ignore it. Everyone woke up from a dream and immediately looked at Odin. Very good. Just listen to you. Send troops to Greece to search. Odin waved his hand and lifted his cloak. The Pegasus soldiers behind him mounted their Pegasus and lined up neatly in the hall in front of Bifrost. Rhodes. Odin snapped. You come too, you are responsible for the distribution of the army. Rhodes was stunned. Assigning troops? This is equivalent to inflicting military power. You must know that military power is the exclusive property of God King Odin, so he trusts himself so much? The soldiers on the horses cast serious and earnest glances, and they also heard from Hela's troops several outstanding performances of Rhodes on the battlefield. In the face of such a brave and resourceful young man, and Odin's trust in him, they were willing to surrender and let him send. The eyes of the crowd made Rhodes feel heavy pressure hammering firmly into his heart. He frowned, shook his head suddenly, a fire ignited in his heart, and his whole body became hot. Advertisement blood boiled in his chest, igniting every inch of his body. In the eyes of everyone, Rhodes burst out with a fierce aura and coercion, awe-inspiring like a mighty general, and he had to admire the courage of a young man even more. All troops, Rhodes roared. For Asgard, roar, the Pegasus crowd, responded to Rhodes' call like a tsunami. Rhodes stood in front of the army and looked at the array from left to right. There were 12 ranks of Pegasus troops, each with 100 men, for a total of 1,200 people. This badge is only eligible for warriors who have served Asgard in battle. Rhodes knew that these men were a squad leader in each column. He nodded and then ordered, from left to right, the 3 columns are divided into a small team, and the person with the highest qualification is the captain, heading towards the 4 regions of Greece, east, west, north, south, and south. Heimdall raised his long sword and inserted it into the groove, and then a bridge of rainbow light appeared in front of everyone. The army did not have hesitation. According to Rhodes' instructions, they marched towards different areas, and their figures quickly disappeared in the rainbow light. Odin looked at the back of Rhodes commanding the army, and couldn't help but whispered in admiration, "Hela has really cultivated a talent." God King. Rhodes came to Odin's side after assigning the Pegasus army. Odin sat idly in a chair suddenly, then stood up with his spear. "You're a servant selected by Midgard?" He looked at Rhodes very kindly, with crescents at the corners of his eyes. Rhodes nodded. "Yes, it was Lord Hela who promoted me so that I could enter the battlefield and burn myself for Asgard." Asterisk. Chapter 15. The Greek capital, Athens. Chapter 15. Odin nodded, turned around and shouted, "Sig!" Sig, Hela's captain of the bodyguard, ran quickly, half knelt at Odin's feet, and lowered his head. "Accept your call, my king. You will follow Rhodes' command from now on and join him in this search for Laufey," Odin said coldly. Sig's body trembled slightly, but he didn't raise his head. He said solemnly, "Okay, my king." Odin smiled at Rhodes. "Your parents are also in Midgard. If you don't want them to die, use all your strength. Laufey is not an easy role. The army will be handed over to you." After speaking, Odin turned and walked towards his palace. Rhodes was unmoved by Odin's words, and even if he hadn't said it, he would have saved Midgard. Sigurd waited until Odin's figure completely disappeared from view, then slowly got up, opened his mouth slightly, and stared at Rhodes blankly. After a long time, he squeezed a sentence out of his mouth. "The King of God gave you the army to dispatch?" Rhodes pursed his lips, and when Odin pushed the matter all on himself, he found it troublesome. "It looks like this. My God King." Sig stretched out his hands in disbelief and lightly placed them on Rhodes' arms. "I know you were talented, but I didn't expect you to improve so quickly." Suddenly he put away his hippie smile, and then half knelt on the ground. "Sig, the captain of the guard, waiting for your dispatch." Rhodes helped him up, then turned and whistled at his Pegasus. Advertisement hearing the Pegasus called by the master roar, he spread his snow wings and stepped into the void to come to Rhodes. "Let's go without further ado." Rhodes mounted his Pegasus and looked at Heimdall. "At your command." Heyerdamm bowed slightly and lowered his eyebrows. "Teleport us to the capital of Greece, Athens," Rhodes said, letting Sig ride on the Pegasus with him. The Pegasus beneath him murmured a few times in displeasure, not because of the weight, nor did Asgard's Pegasus hold up a mountain. It didn't seem to like anyone other than Rhodes riding it. Rhodes stroked his mane to soothe his emotions. Bifrost opened again in front of the two of them. Rhodes' legs were clamped, and Pegasus let out a neigh, perhaps excited that this was the first trip with Rhodes, and his wings fluttered. A visible shockwave erupted in the hull, and then the body shot into Bifrost like a cannonball. Athens, Greece. In the market where there was a lot of hawking, the pedestrians wore loose robes, and the yellow sand on the ground eroded the drooping corners, making the pale-colored robes somewhat quaint. This is not long after the introduction of democracy, and everyone is still immersed in the joy of being a citizen and having a lot of power. Behind the pedestrians were scattered people with ragged clothes and charred faces. They were bound with heavy black metal shackles on their feet. When they walked, they always looked at the ground and did not dare to look at the crowd. Even with democratization, slavery was preserved here in order not to lose productivity. Slaves, on the other hand, do not have the rights of citizens. They can only be said to be tools and can be traded at will. "Hey, it's a miracle," someone suddenly pointed to the sky. In the white sky, a rainbow light seemed to tear a gap in the white sheepskin. The rainbow light fell to the earth like a descending staircase. Advertisement: when someone touches it, they think they can climb up to the heaven with the help of the rainbow stairs, but they are empty. Buzz. 3 figures suddenly flew out of the crack and landed on the ground shrouded in rainbow light. The citizens took a few steps back in horror, while the slaves fell to their knees and dared not look up. When the rainbow light dissipated, Rhodes, Sigurd, and Pegasus under their crotch appeared in front of everyone. They carefully looked at Rhodes' bronze armor, and saw the long spear in his hand. They buried their heads and left, trying to quickly escape from the market. Rhodes looked around. The hawkers raised their eyes to look at him secretly one by one, and fled quickly whenever they met eyes, lest they would attract Rhodes' attention. Rhodes looked at the items he was selling. They were just tools like hammers, sickles, etc., which were very poorly polished. In this era, information and agriculture were not developed, let alone industry. This handcrafted tool is already a very high-level commodity. The market is also shabby, with no canopy and no boundaries, just a group of people gathered around to sell and form the atmosphere of the market. If there are a few sergeants wearing thorn helmets passing by and patrolling, they are already the best security personnel in this market. Seeger was curious to pick up a sickle. He had never seen such a simple thing, but he was a little concerned. The peddler felt the gazes of the two and said tremblingly, "Hello, I am a citizen of Athens." Rhodes was struggling with where to start, because clairvoyance and hyperopia couldn't find Laufey. It seemed that the other party did have a way to hide himself. As soon as he heard the word, citizen, his thoughts suddenly stopped. "This is a democratic city-state, right?" Rhodes asked. "Yes." The hawker raised his head suddenly, and the word, democracy, flashed a frenzy in his eyes. Chapter 16. Apocalypse Invasion of Greece. Chapter 16. Apocalypse Invasion of Greece. Then if only one bill is passed, all civic duties are performed, right? Rhodes asked. The hawker put down his hands on his hips and responded cowardly, "Yes, what are you asking about?" Rhodes smiled mysteriously and said nothing. He knew that Athens was located in the center of Greece. Since the army had been sent to search the four sides, the only place left to search was the center. Advertisement in Greece. It is naturally difficult to search effectively with the strength of only two people, and it is necessary to mobilize the strength of the natives of Athens. In such a city-state where democracy has just been implemented, all people are as loyal to the new system as they are to their beliefs. All Athenian citizens will immediately and willingly help search for Laufey for the sake of democracy, as long as they can persuade their consuls to let him help mobilize. "Who are you looking for?" Sig asked. "The consul here, he can help us." Sig pressed a small light blue square on his arm, and then a blue scanning light began to sweep the Athenian in front of him indiscriminately. On his arm, three-dimensional images of Athenians appeared and began to rotate counterclockwise, with their basic outputs recorded on the side. "Asgard can query the data of these Midgard people at will, and by this we can easily find the Archon," Seeger said. Rhodes nodded, pointing to a group of buildings in the distance. "He should be over there, that's the political center." So the two mounted their horses and walked towards the building complex in their sight. Advertisement. The buildings of this era cannot be said to stand in groups. Occasionally, some tall buildings can be seen, which are basically political places. The average dwelling has only one floor and is located in a remote place. The central area of the city-state is more for the army, the government office and other services. Therefore, tall and magnificent buildings were also built in the central area, and they have a unique style. There is a row of stone pillars standing in front of the door. After passing through the gaps between the stone pillars, the door can be seen. The scene inside the door is very empty. Except for the ceiling above the head, no complete wall can be seen. Inside such a building, a man with a thick beard that was about to cover his lips stood in front of a circle of people. A three-dimensional image of Sig's body shrunken appeared on his arm, and basic information was recorded on the data panel next to him. Phobos, 32 years old, the current consul of Athens. "That's him." Rhodes nodded and immediately walked over with Sig. Phobos noticed the two strangely dressed people, and the holy Pegasus behind him made his eyes dull and he couldn't return to his senses for a long time. "I don't know what the two Asgard soldiers need when they come down to earth." Phobos bowed his head to Rhodes very respectfully. He put his hand on his chest and expressed his friendliness. "My name is Rhodes, and I hope you Athenians can assist me and help me find someone," Rhodes said bluntly. Phobos turned his eyes to the people around him and smiled bleakly. "My lord, please forgive our weakness." As he spoke, he let out a deep sigh, turned around and wrapped his hands around him, as if introducing the circle of people behind him. "We are here today to discuss the war with Egypt. We have lost many times in the recent war, and there has been a plague in the country. To be honest, we are unable to allocate our staff." Rhodes narrowed his eyes, and according to history, indeed at the moment Egypt and Greece were in conflict. The guys in Egypt, with the help of a self-proclaimed apocalypse, also summoned the plague to the Greek people through evil means. Advertisement, apocalypse. Seeger wondered. The new ruler of Egypt, he has magical soldiers with strange shapes, all of them are powerful, and the color of the skin is like the evil spirit returning from hell. It must not be human. Phobos gritted his teeth, unwilling to do so. Away his head, they're very powerful. This is impossible. Sig sternly denied. Midgard is Asgard's territory. If other gods interfere, we will naturally stop it. Rhodes asked, "Apocalypse, do you mean he has someone who calls himself the plague, and someone who calls himself war, famine, and death?" Phobos nodded again and again. "That's right. Our frontline fighters reported that some of them called themselves plagues and wars. As for famine and death, they have never heard of it." Rhodes thought to himself. He knew that what the frontline soldiers saw were the first four apocalypse apostles. They are named plague, war, famine and death. According to Phobos's description, it seems that the other party just dispatched two people into the battlefield. The eyes of everyone in Athens fell on Rhodes, and then they came to him, kneeling like a humble slave. "If you can ask for protection from the Asgard gods, we will do our best to help you search for that person. But because of the current war, we are also powerless. As long as the Protoss of the A** family is willing to protect Athens, we will do our best." Seeger glanced at Rhodes and shook his head. "I haven't heard of the new Protoss. That warrior named Apocalypse is probably a fabrication." Rhodes explained with a slight smile. "The initial four apostles of Apocalypse are not the Protoss, but mutants. A person named Ensaba-Nur in the region of Egypt is Apocalypse and is their leader." Sig was still a little suspicious when he heard that he wasn't from the Protoss, but Rhodes' eyes told him that what he said was true. His doubts were also dispelled, and he said, "At your command, asterisk." Chapter 17. Healing the Plague. Chapter 17. Healing the Plague. Rhodes nodded to Phobos, agreeing to give the Athenians the shelter they needed. "Thank you for your generosity beyond the gods of Olympus." Phobos kowtowed to Rhodes again and again. The latter couldn't help but smile in his heart. Although it was rumored that the Greeks' belief in the gods of Olympus was as solid as a rock, in the face of the desire to survive, their beliefs turned into dust after all. "It's not too late, go and tell your army to mobilize the people to help me find me," Rhodes said. "This." Phobos turned his eyes away in shame, then stretched out a hand towards the door. "Sir, please, please, I will show you our current situation, and you will understand." Rhodes and Sig followed Phobos, all the way to a clearing deep within the building. A group of people lay neatly on a thin white cloth on the ground. Their faces were gray, and blood-colored festering wounds could be seen on their skin. The blood on the neck spread like a black spiderweb, and the back was chilled by the pale and gray skin. Everyone moaned feebly, and only the slight heaving of his chest made it known that he was alive. The bare skin of the limbs has a large area of rotten flesh hanging on the ground, and the flies circled back and forth in the festering place, landing on the wound from time to time and feasting. Yeah, above the sky, the crow landed on the eaves, staring at the people on the ground with empty and dark eyes. Every screeching sound seemed to laugh at the powerless actions of everyone. Physicians in Athens came and went, overwhelmed, smearing green herbs on the festering skin of their patients. Cough cough. This doesn't work either. The leading doctor, wearing a yellow robe, coughed a few times from time to time. He scratched his red shaw throat, trying to relieve the itch in his throat that he wanted to cough. To be able to wear brightly colored clothing indicates that he is not of low status. Advertisement, as you can see. Phobos looked at the crowd on the ground worriedly. "My soldiers have been eroded by the evil plague, and we don't have any extra troops to help you." Rhodes looked at the soldiers guarding the clearing, all hunched over, sweat dripping from their foreheads, and looked exhausted. To make matters worse, Rhodes saw the men start coughing violently from time to time. There is absolutely no protective measures against the plague, and this will only allow the plague to continue to spread. Rhodes picked up a dirty rag from the ground and found a tub of water to soak it in. "What are you doing?" "That's the water for patients to drink. Such a dirty cloth will contaminate the water source." Phobos stood there and stretched out his hand, wanting to stop but not daring. "This water has been polluted for a long time. The plague is so big, how can the water source be clean?" Rhodes explained as he picked a few stones on the ground and threw them into the water tank. "Is there any salt?" he asked several white-robed assistants who were circling around the yellow-robed doctor. They looked at Phobos uneasily and hesitated to answer. After all, salt is a very valuable thing. Although this stranger seems to be of high status, he cannot call it casually. "What do you want salt for?" Phobos asked. "I want to make some high-concentration brine, and the rocks on the ground don't have enough salt, so I need a lot of coarse salt." Concentration. Phobos's level of knowledge couldn't understand Rhodes' words at all, but when he thought that Rhodes was a magic soldier from Asgard, he made up his mind and decided to gamble. "Anyway, I trust you, and we'll find salt for you." After Phobos stepped back, Rhodes called Sieg to his side. "Asgard's medical technology should be more than enough to treat them." Advertisement. Sieg nodded, and then sighed helplessly. "Although it is easy to treat them, the plague has spread, and it is impossible for us to treat the entire population of Athens." Seeger looked at the doctors, who had already started coughing violently while they were talking, apparently because of the excessive close contact with the patient that he was also infected. The thought of these people returning home at night and the further spread of the plague to his family made Sig feel powerless. "If you want to treat the people of Athens and wipe out the plague, you must at least call Asgard's army to come down to Earth. At most, the two of us can complete the treatment of these soldiers on the ground." Rhodes nodded. "That's enough." Having said that, Phobos has brought people back, and they are holding large pieces of light yellow solid in their hands. The purification technology of this era has made the salt in his hand the highest purity refined salt. "Sir, this is all the refined salt in Athens now, you can use it as you like." Rhodes took the salt block, threw it into the water tank without mercy, and stirred it up with his spear. During the stirring process of Rhodes' spear, the salt block collided with the spear, turned into pieces, and then slowly dissolved in the spiral water flow. After stirring for a long time, Rhodes saw that there were some undissolved solids left at the bottom of the tank. Rhodes knew that the water in the tank was already high-concentration brine, and it had reached the maximum level of dissolution and could not continue to dissolve. He took out the cloth that had been soaked in it, twisted it half dry, and tore it into strips that could enclose the length of a person's jaw. "Distribute these to everyone present," Rhodes ordered. Phobos took the cloth, his eyes full of doubts. He couldn't understand why Rhodes soaked the cloth with salt water, but he distributed it to the soldiers and doctors. All who received the strip cast their eyes on Rhodes in confusion, hoping for an explanation. Chapter 18. Treating the Plague 02. Chapter 18. Treating the Plague 02. Rhodes said, "This is a high concentration of salt water, which can resist the plague to a certain extent. Although it cannot be completely prevented, it can slow down the spread of the epidemic." Everyone was dubious, and someone ate the cloth directly, and then the salty taste made him retch directly. "It's not for food." Rhodes shook his head helplessly. The technology gap between people in this era is too big to explain. So he ordered. Everyone put strips of cloth around their faces, covering their noses and lips. Phobos was the first to surround him, and everyone saw their arch in obeying Rhodes' orders, and they all did so immediately. Some people couldn't get the cloth strips, so Rhodes asked Phobos to make them specially, and then distribute them to more people. After doing all this, Rhodes and Seeger focus on the patient in front of them. When the doctors saw Rhodes approaching, their eyes were filled with disdain, and several of them took off the cloth strips on their faces. "I've never heard of such a treatment method. What can salt water do?" said a young doctor with yellow hair frantically. "Lord Hippocrates never mentioned, how does the fluid outside the body maintain the balance of the human body?" another said. Rhodes rolled his eyes and remembered who Hippocrates was, an ancient Greek physician who advocated that the human body is balanced by the four primordial fluids of blood, mucus, yellow bile and black bile. Once the balance is disturbed, a blight will result. "Don't you also use herbal rubs to heal wounds?" Rhodes asked. "We use herbal medicine to stimulate the flow of blood and let the blood help the human body to restore balance. Your salt water is just, cough. Cough. The product mixed with daily food, how to cure the disease." Huang Pao's doctor stood up, come out, look proud. "Mr. Locke is right." Advertisement. Rhodes looked at the yellow-robed doctor named Locke and shook his head disdainfully. "The most taboo thing for doctors is arrogance. You probably don't have this in your ancient Greek culture. This is an idea from the ancient East, remember it." After finishing speaking, Rhodes gave Sig a color, and the latter squatted down and clicked a few times on the crystal screen mounted on his arm, and then a light green light wave slowly emitted, scanning up and down under the patient in front of him. Report. There are various pathogenic viruses such as yellow fever, cholera, measles, smallpox, etc. in the patient. The voice of the equipment machinery reported. Rhodes sighed in his heart. Apocalypse's apostle plague's ability is not low, and it can actually handle so many viruses. Vaccines and therapeutic injections are being produced. After about a few seconds, the device on Sig's arm actually ejected 2 bottles of light blue medicine, accompanied by a heavy white mist of low-temperature nitrogen suspended on his arm. Rhodes took an iron sprayer that Sig had handed over and sprayed the patient in front of him with a light blue mist. Just half a second after being enveloped in the mist, the terrifying black cobweb on his neck actually subsided visibly with the naked eye, and his complexion turned ruddy. Black blood poured out from the festering wounds on his limbs, staining the ground red and black. "The condition is getting worse," Dr. Huang Mao said angrily. He was about to have another seizure, but was stopped by Locke. "No. This is a sign that the black bile and yellow bile are working, and the patient is recovering." He knelt in front of the patient excitedly, and looked around at the patient's physical signs. He was all surprised that just being pierced by a peculiar pinhole could actually make their efforts over the past few days become ridiculous. "What did you do?" Locke raised his head to look at Rhodes and Sig. His eyes were no longer arrogant, replaced by fear of the unknown. Rhodes didn't answer, picked up the sprayer and sprayed the liquid on Locke's face. Locke was shocked all over, and then he felt very weak, his legs were weak, and his whole body was hot. "What did you do?" Locke asked in horror. Advertisement. "Don't be afraid, just the vaccine is working, you'll be fine in a while." His assistants gathered around him and asked in a panic, but no one could understand what happened to his mentor. About half a minute later, Locke felt a refreshment in his body, and then his throat became sweet and he spit out a mouthful of black blood. "This is..." Locke looked at the black blood on the ground in surprise, and the feeling of wanting to cough from time to time disappeared instantly. "This is your blood that's infected with the virus, and the vaccine cleans it up for you," Rhodes explained. "I feel like I'm better, very refreshing, but what are viruses and vaccines?" Locke touched his body and said happily. Rhodes had a headache. It was too much trouble to explain to these people. He simply ordered, "Forbes, go and gather the citizens for me." Phobos immediately set off and walked out of the hall. Rhodes uses the sprayer, spraying it indiscriminately on the patients on the ground as if he were spraying the liquid medicine on the crops. Afterwards, their pale and gray skin immediately became rosy and vibrant, and black blood spurted out of their mouths. In the eyes of everyone, this was nothing short of a miracle, so they all knelt down, Gauror's words of gratitude. Several doctors in white robes lowered their heads one by one, not daring to get up, feeling ashamed of their arrogance towards Rhodes just now. "Put on all the cloth strips for me," Rhodes ordered. The medicinal liquid has given them immunity, but the apocalypse apostle at the source has not been eliminated, and it is very likely that a new virus will strike. At that time, there is no antibody protection against it, and it is better to have a layer of defense than nothing. Hearing Rhodes' order, they rushed to the pool to get the cloth strips, and they cherished the cloth strips as if they were sacred objects. Some people are greedy, and they are not satisfied even after taking several pieces in a row, causing the crowd to riot all of a sudden. Chapter 19. This is a miracle. Chapter 19. This is a miracle. Don't worry. Don't mess up. Rhodes gave an order, and everyone stopped frantically. Everyone only needs one, and it's useless to wear more. When he said this, all the talents stopped frantically fighting and slowly queued up to receive them. Those who had already obtained the cloth strips secretly rejoiced that they surrounded the cloth strips on their faces firmly, for fear that they would fall and be snatched by others. Master Shenbing. Phubas ran over at the moment and panicked. The citizens have gathered. Do you have any new instructions? Ah, divine soldier. A few doctors were so frightened that their legs went weak, and when they thought of the mad words they had just said to Rhodes, a chill hit their backs, and then they slumped to the ground. They hurried over to Rhodes and kowtowed, one by one, terrified. "I'm sorry, Lord Shenbing, we have no eyes, and we didn't recognize you as such a noble person." Someone was about to pick up Rhodes' shoes and kiss them, and Rhodes kicked them away, then walked away without even looking. Take me there, Rhodes said lightly, ignoring the cry of a few doctors who followed behind him and begged for mercy. After Rhodes left, the doctors were afraid for a while. Fortunately, Rhodes was a generous Protoss and did not take anger on them. Otherwise, if the Protoss wanted to kill a mortal, their lives would not be enough. Phobos led him to the Athenian civic table, where all the citizens discussed and voted for the bill. A place that can accommodate 10,000 people, like an arena, with rows of terraced seats at the top, and a podium below for the consul to preside over. The crowd gradually entered the venue and sat on the chairs on the high platform, looking impatiently at Rhodes and Phobos by the podium. Because now is not a routine meeting every month, they have the right not to come, but Phobos used the strength of the military to force them over. Rhodes glanced at the people, and some people were already coughing, and some people's bodies were already festering. If you want these people to get antibodies, you need to use spray to spread over a large area. But before that, these people are asked to bring saline cloth strips, lest the plague will worsen again before the spray starts. Advertisement: what are we doing together? Dismiss the meeting if you have nothing to do. Isn't this month's meeting already over? I have the right to be free. When the crowd saw Rhodes and Phobos lingering, they became restless. At this time, a few soldiers outside the field brought in a few corpses, and they gave off the stench of carrion, surrounded by flies and bedbugs. The people in the arena covered their noses one after another and became more manic. What are you doing? Move out, it stinks. If you die from the disease, what are you waiting for if you don't take it out and bury it? Rhodes didn't respond to anyone, and then a flame burst into the palm of his hand, shooting straight into the sky above the conference venue. The tall and majestic flames were more than 10 meters high, causing everyone to fall into silence, their mouths shut in shock. The fire shone on their faces, flickering, and the scorching air wave ignited the wind and made everyone fall into boundless fear. God! It's a magic weapon, someone screamed in horror. Realizing Rhodes' identity, they all shrank, fearing that Rhodes would burn them all in a fit of rage. Rhodes hadn't threw the flames at them to punish them for their rudeness as they had imagined. Instead, it ignited a pile of corpses in front of him. Under the burning of the sun's flames, these mortal corpses did not hold up for even a second, and they were all burned to black ashes, and then slowly dissipated in the air. Originally, a large pile of corpses on the ground had been burned to ashes, which made everyone even more fearful. Everyone! Rhodes yelled. Everyone trembled in fright and raised their heads slightly to look at him. Advertisement: if someone in the family dies, the body must be burned. Sit down for me in a moment, don't run around, and tell your slaves to assemble here immediately after returning home. Also, Rhodes took out a piece of cloth. I'll put this on for me next time. If a new outbreak comes, gather them all for me. There were nearly 10,000 people in the conference hall, and no one dared to make a sound in a large area of Wuyangyang, for fear of angering Rhodes and causing death. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Rhodes turned on the sprayer and handed it over to the Athenian soldier beside him, and asked him to perform the task of spraying the vaccine. In the conference hall, the light blue mist slowly drifted on everyone's body, and after a while, someone was shocked by roar. My wound! It's bleeding! I vomited blood! Black blood! It's unknown black blood! After being noisy for a while, they calmed down again, and found that their bodies seemed to have recovered, and they could not feel the slightest intrusion of the disease. Did God Soldier save us? I feel the recovery. It must be the spray of the God Soldier. It is the holy medicine. Everyone was excited, and invariably knelt down in front of their seats, paying homage to Rhodes as a mortal. Phobos, watching his people recover, came to Rhodes and knelt with gratitude. Your miracles have saved our humble mortals, and I don't know how to be grateful for your grace. He leaned down and kissed Rhodes' shoes, shedding hot tears. Rhodes patted him on the shoulder to get him up. Gather all your forces and go find a giant of Jotunheim called Laufey, who has blue skin and blood-red eyes and long elf ears, and as soon as you see him you must report to me as soon as possible. Phobos kowtowed again and again. Your mission will be the divine decree that all of us Athenian people swear to fulfill. Athenian soldiers handed out banners to citizens, and if they were forced to bring salty banners, they would make a fuss about their freedom. But after seeing the miracles shown by Rhodes, one by one, they ignored the strange smell of the cloth, like treasures, and learned how the soldiers wore them on their faces. Chapter 20. The Four Horsemen of Apocalypse. Chapter 20. The Four Horsemen of Apocalypse. Wilderness beyond the city of Athens. In the darkness of the night, a few firelights suddenly flashed, and an army was speeding up in the darkness. The soldiers wore red and white striped turbans on their heads, armed with guns in one hand and shields in the other, with eyes like wolves, looking sinister and ferocious. In front of the army, two burly men like giant bears, one riding a white horse and carrying a big bow. The bow body is bright platinum, and it is also very conspicuous in the dark night. He was wearing velvet armor, and the snow-white plush was around his neck, which was somewhat rare in summer nights. Another man was riding a red horse, and his blood-red skin revealed a chilling and terrifying breath in the dark night. He wears a big sword around his waist. The sword is wide, and there is a blood-red pattern on it, which seems to be an odd-shaped text. Originally, such a big sword was carried on his back, but he only straddled it on his waist, and he could only use one hand when pulling it out, which made it hard to imagine how huge his strength was. Plague, can you see the city in the distance? The man on the red horse asked. The plague stared far-sighted, then shook his head. Don't worry, there is still some distance to war. The people of Athens have been infected by my virus. We can take Athens without fighting. The red horseman known as the war pouted and twisted his nose in annoyance. I just want to kill a big one, it's really boring to go on an expedition without a fight. The plague smiled. Then you should ask Lord Apocalypse not to let me use the plague, and you should use your explosion ability to kill and kill. Zahn also laughed. Although he likes bloodthirsty killings, since he can complete the task of Lord Apocalypse without any effort, he has no complaints. Suddenly, the two of them shuddered at the same time, and then the horse under them felt the strangeness of their master and stopped slowly. The plague suddenly looked at the war, and said with a serious expression, "Did you feel it too?" War nodded. "Someone is watching us from a distance, and I can feel it instinctively." Advertisement at the moment. Rhodes on the walls of Athens had a clear view of the Egyptian army marching in the distance. Phoebus asked cowardly beside him, "Lord Rhodes, why are you suddenly coming out so late?" He had fallen asleep long ago, but suddenly an Athenian soldier informed him that Rhodes had entered the city wall. "You're right there." Rhodes pointed to the distance and said, "This is a plain. What would you do if someone attacked?" Phoebus stepped on the ground. "We have a towering city wall and thousands of archers, so we have no problem dealing with ordinary troops." Rhodes shook his head. He knew that the towering walls were meaningless to the Apocalypse apostles, especially War, a mutant who could use the explosive ability. Once he got close to the city wall and blew a big hole, it was all over. "Tomorrow morning, gather all your soldiers and gather outside the city," Rhodes said lightly, then turned and walked down the city wall, and went back to his room to sleep. Phoebus seemed to understand but could not understand Rhodes' mind. From the moment he met him, Rhodes didn't let him see through it in a single moment. He was obviously just a teenager, but he hid all his thoughts like a scheming, cunning and sophisticated fox. Faced with such a person, it is always intimidating. Silent night, the next morning. Rhodes took Sig to the plain outside the city, and Phoebus had already assembled his troops to wait for Rhodes' dispatch. "Sig, you teach them some basic formations, so that they don't die too much while making bait," Rhodes said lightly, and left immediately. Phoebus looked at Rhodes' back, and couldn't understand him even more, at the moment Sig had come to them. "Listen to me, without death, there is no life. Today I will make you feel hell, and then you will know what is the most correct way to survive on the battlefield." After he finished speaking, he took out his spear, and the white light at the tip condensed, a cannon shot out. Boom! Advertisement. A big pit suddenly appeared in front of the soldiers, and several people who were closer were slumped on the ground in fright. "Next time, it won't be so short," Sig said with a frown. The soldiers looked at each other from left to right, then immediately dispersed in fright. Rhodes came to a remote corner of the city of Athens, and then took out his communicator and gave instructions to the soldiers of Asgard. Then, 1,000 soldiers of Asgard, armed with spears and in bronze armor, appeared in front of Rhodes in a rainbow of light. "Salute to you, my sir," they half kneeled and bowed their heads. These are the ordinary soldiers of Asgard, not the elite of Odin. In order not to delay the progress of the search for Laufey, Rhodes did not let the Pegasus troops come to help. He knew that if the Pegasus troops continued to search, Laufey would not dare to act rashly, delaying his use of the ice crate. "You have two things to do next." Rhodes held up two fingers. "First, divide into two teams to wait here. Second, after I issue an order with flames in the sky, I immediately go to the designated position to prepare to attack." Yes, at noon, Sig's training was very successful. The captain of the guard from Asgard personally taught them to complete some basic tactics, making their formation execution more refined. Now as long as the command is issued, they can reach the designated location within the precise time. As soldiers, the most important thing is to obey orders, and they now have this basic awareness. Chapter 21. Battle against Egypt. Chapter 21. Phoebus was overjoyed to see that his troops could become so elite in one morning. Just as he was about to thank Rhodes and Seeger, he suddenly saw a black line on the distant horizon. Taking a closer look, the black line is still slowly getting bigger. Experience tells him that a huge army is coming. It dawned on him that Rhodes had already predicted the army's coming, so he had to train the army. "Lord Rhodes." He immediately ran to Rhodes, who was still reviewing the troops under the city wall in a panic. "They're here, they're Egyptian troops." Rhodes patted him on the shoulder. "Don't panic, everything is being calculated." While Phoebus was still in doubt, Sig still held his spear high and said loudly to the Athenian soldiers, "After a morning of training, now is the time to show your results." After a morning of training, the soldiers were exhausted, but their blood was boiling. They could feel the power of the formation taught by Sig and could not wait to use it to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. What definitely made their hearts bleed even more was that their family and friends had left them because of the plague, and this resentment was left in their hearts, causing them to explode with infinite power. For Athens, for the lover, for freedom. They raised their spears with a loud roar, and walked out of the city gate neatly, slashing into regular arrays and waiting until the dark shadows in the distance on the horizon gradually approached. On the city wall, thousands of archers were also ready, and the logistics troops around them transported bags of arrows and placed them beside the archers. Advertisement. Under the scorching sun, the air became distorted, and the dark shadow was gradually approaching the distorted line of sight. When he reached the distance where he could vaguely see the silhouette, Phoebus couldn't help swallowing nervously. The number of opponents was more than he had predicted, roughly 30,000, while he only had 8,000 elite soldiers and 1,000 archers guarding the city. Moreover, the opponent's troops looked fierce and majestic, and they seemed to be the main elite troops of Egypt, while their own side was dominated by some soldiers who had just recovered, and some were even recruited recently. The epidemic had emptied the city's troops, and if it wasn't for Rhodes' treatment, this city would have to be handed over to others. He was grateful to Rhodes for allowing him to fight, even if he died on the battlefield, at least with the honor of a superior. Rhodes and Sieg walked out of the city wall and stood in front of the army. The soldiers, who were still timid because of the difference in numbers, were relieved when they saw their backs. Rhodes patted a shivering soldier, his hands freezing cold despite the scorching heat. "Don't be afraid, your mission is not to fight head-on, just protect yourself. Sir Sieg has taught you, right?" He swallowed, nodded, and his body gradually relaxed. The army in the distance had blocked the horizon, and the figure stood in front of the crowd and began to rectify the array. In front of them, the man on the white horse and the man on the red horse were particularly eye-catching, and they looked over from the side of the horse. The plague stopped the horses and stared at the Athenian army. As an archer, his eyesight was much better than ordinary people. "How is that possible? They all look healthy," he asked in surprise. The war, however, smiled disdainfully and said, "Just pretending to be, you see, there is an army of less than 10,000 people. As the capital of Greece, how can there be only so many people to defend here, just a group of patients who have not yet reached the end of their lives, that's it." Advertisement. The plague narrowed his eyes suspiciously, and turned his horse to his army. "I think we'd better be careful." "Ha!" Zan snorted coldly. He put the big sword on his shoulders and showed a ruffian smile. "No need, this is the army, and I don't even have a role to play." As he spoke, he flicked his whip and drove the red horse under him toward the Egyptian army. Although the plague had doubts in his heart, after all, the advantage of the number of people was here, so he also smiled slightly, as if mocking his own worries, and then followed the footsteps of the war and returned to the Egyptian army, preparing to watch the play with him in the back rest. One of their scarred-faced commanders took over the command and shouted at the Athenian army with a high spear, "Promote the formation, attack." After speaking, the 30,000-strong army started to march towards the city of Athens. From a distance, the army whose face could not be seen clearly set off a cloud of smoke and dust fluttering behind them. Plague and war stood behind them, and although they had weapons in their hands, they did not intend to join the battle. Rhodes at the moment returned to the city wall and handed over the command of the front to Sieg, who fired a solar fireball into the sky. The flames burst open, inconspicuous in the sun's light and unnoticed by the Egyptian army. "Everyone!" Sieg shouted, raising his spear, swallowtail formation. The soldiers immediately obeyed the order, and they cut into two flanks, and the horns intersected together, like the tail of a swallow. The Egyptian army has come to the distance where they are about to face each other. The people on both sides looked at each other, venting the endless anger in their eyes, and the bloody killing intent filled the air. The frenzied bloody atmosphere on the battlefield made everyone clench their weapons tightly, and their eyes were bloodshot. "Kill ah!" The Egyptian soldier let out a loud roar, put the shield in front of him, raised his spear, and then started to charge. Chapter 22. Battle against Egypt. 02. Chapter 22. Battle against Egypt. 02. Sieg stabilized his body, then raised his spear high, and shouted, "Swallowtail array becomes one-word array." Then, the soldiers at the front of the herringbone-shaped dovetail formation began to slowly retreat to the rear. The soldiers on the flanks on both sides also slowly retreated, until they became a line parallel to the soldiers at the rear. Seeing them retreat, the Egyptian soldiers strode forward with more excitement, their shields slackened slightly, and thrust their spears in front of them, wanting to meet as soon as possible. In their eyes, the reason why these people retreated so much must be just as their generals said, they are just a group of weak soldiers with a disease. As long as they use a little force, they can push the Athenian soldiers in front of them, and then occupy the city wall, burning, killing and looting the city. Sieg's spear kept firing light cannons at the Egyptian soldiers in front of him. The first shot made a person too late to react and was directly hit in the body. Then he fell to the ground and spewed a mouthful of blood before being stepped on by everyone and disappeared into the army. Then the people he filled in the front line were obviously on guard, and when the second siege method came, he held up his shield to block it. Boom! The light cannon exploded violently, shattering his wooden shield into sawdust, and then the impact and the afterglow of the explosion ignited his cheeks, sending him roaring and rolling on the ground. After a while, he was stepped on by the army behind him, and the neigh disappeared in the sound of the army's mighty footsteps. No one dared to come up to fill his position, and those targeted by Sieg lost the courage to confront his artillery fire head-on. With the thrusting spear in front of them, they all folded their bodies and shielded the shield in front of them, only daring to show their noses and eyes to look at them secretly. Advertisement. A few more luminous cannons were fired, and the explosion immediately wiped out a few Egyptian soldiers who were walking at the forefront. Oh, in the Egyptian camp, 3 human-shaped monsters suddenly jumped out. They are on all fours, with long, slender fingers, and their fingernails are almost as long as their fingers. The pale skin looked like water ghosts, their mouths full of sharp teeth were also mixed with blood-red minced meat, their eyes were blood-red, and the 2 eyeballs circled erratically, then suddenly stopped and stared at Sieg. Sieg fired a few light cannons again and flew towards these modified human monsters. They faced each other and blocked their arms in front of their faces. After the light cannon and the skin were removed, it was as if the rushing water flow was dispersed by the stone, and it turned into a fine flow of light and disappeared into the space. Resistant skin. Sieg took a few steps back, startled. Rhodes noticed the appearance of the transformed man, and did not continue to observe the situation on the city wall. He jumped down from the city, and then rushed out of the array of Athenian soldiers on a single horse. At the moment, the army had retreated into a long formation, 8,000 soldiers, 2,000 in a row, and 4 rows of soldiers stood in front of the plain outside the city, forming a human wall. A transformed human monster twisted its body like a cheetah and ran quickly to Sieg. Ow! He opened his mouth and screamed, then flew towards Sieg. Rhodes at the moment flew past Sieg and punched out, hitting the transforming man's front face, knocking it out dozens of meters, and dragging a dark blue blood trail on the ground. The remaining 2 terraformers were startled and wanted to turn around and retreat, but Rhodes stepped behind them, grabbed their heads and grabbed them. Rhodes's hands burst with blue veins, 2 heads burst open, and dark blue blood slowly spewed out of the headless corpse. The Egyptian soldiers slowed down and looked at Rhodes in horror. Advertisement blast a person dozens of meters away, crushing his head with one palm. What kind of strange force is this? They swallowed, and tens of thousands of people stared at Rhodes alone, but fear still arose in their hearts. The Egyptian commander stabilized his trembling legs, and suddenly gritted his teeth and roared. Rush! Break through their defenses, we are more than them. Encouraged by their superiors, the soldiers raised their fighting spirit and rushed towards the troops behind Rhodes. Everyone consciously avoided Rhodes, for fear of confronting him as a monster. As a result, Rhodes just stood there and scattered the Egyptian soldiers. He was standing on the battlefield, and the long spear in his hand kept firing light cannons through the Egyptian soldiers, unilaterally slaughtering them. Only the remodeler dared to come up to fight, but in the end, he died tragically on the ground after being punched by Rhodes. The Egyptian soldiers charged behind Rhodes one by one under the piles of these transformed human corpses. Before and after the Athenian soldiers, they stretched out their spears in disdain, and despised the Athenian soldiers in front of them. In their eyes, they were just a group of sick patients. An Athenian soldier stabbed with all his might, took an Egyptian soldier by the throat, and let him fall to the ground clutching his blood-gushing throat, but he lost his anger after a long time. Such scenes occur frequently on the battlefield. The underestimation of the Egyptian soldiers revealed many flaws to the Athenian soldiers that could kill them with one blow. After many soldiers died in vain, the people who made up later found that these Athenian soldiers were not sick at all. Except for some soldiers who looked young and weak, the rest were elite soldiers, and their fighting qualities were amazing. And under the guidance of Seeger, each of these soldiers has a team consciousness that surpasses this era, and knows how to cooperate with friendly forces to form an advantage of more than one fight. The advantages of high-end tactics were immediately reflected. Even if Egypt had 3,000 soldiers, it could not easily break through the defense of Athens' 8,000 soldiers. Chapter 23. Rhodes vs. Apocalypse Knight. Chapter 23. Rhodes vs. Apocalypse Knight. Flank the people on both sides, Rhodes ordered, and the soldiers responded immediately and began to circle out of the battlefield to form a team to flank the Egyptian soldiers. The Egyptian soldiers had to separate 2 troops to deal with the soldiers attacking from both sides, which instantly formed a complex battle situation of 3-sided combat. There were very few Athenian soldiers on both sides, so they wanted to divide a medium amount of troops to quickly clear the obstacles, and then return to the array to participate in the frontal attack. As a result, the Egyptians divided 2 5,000 teams, and a few remodelers followed these troops to clean up the Athenian soldiers attacking from the flank. Seeger noticed the split blitzkrieg and glanced back at Rhodes with a puzzled look. As a captain of the bodyguard, he knew there was no point in splitting up the troops like this. Rhodes fired a light cannon from a spear in his hand, killing several Egyptian soldiers, but did not respond to Sig's doubts. They quickly contacted the soldiers surrounded by Athens, and then easily suppressed the Athenian soldiers. The disparity in the number of people is too large. The encircling troops of Athens are only 2,000 on one side, and the other side is more than double. There are also powerful reformers to help them, which makes them unable to bear it. At this moment, a group of Protoss soldiers in bronze armor suddenly appeared behind them, 500 on one side, holding their spears tightly around their waists, and they didn't look like they were going to stab. These spears fired light cannons one by one and shot at the Egyptian soldiers. Boom boom boom. In the array of Egyptian soldiers, smoke of gunpowder rose slowly along with loud noises, and the powerful firepower formed a dense light curtain, which shot towards the Egyptian soldiers. The suppressing power of the hot weapon against the cold weapon was revealed at once, and 5,000 Egyptian soldiers were killed and injured in an instant. When the soldiers of the Protoss joined the Athens flanking troops, the situation turned instantly. The encirclement on the flanks immediately became powerful, and they pushed towards the main force of Egypt. Advertisement: although the modified people's skin is resistant, they can't stand a salvo of light cannons. Their bodies are pierced by the light cannons, dark blue blood spills all over the ground, and one by one fell to the ground and wailed and died. The Egyptian array was completely at a disadvantage now, unable to attack the front for a long time, and encountered strong firepower suppression on both sides, and the monster Rhodes in the middle continued to cause damage. At the moment, he no longer suppressed his strength, condensed a fireball as hot as the sun in front of him, and threw it towards the Egyptian array in front of him. The fireball rolled across the battlefield like a falling rock, burning all the soldiers who didn't have time to get away to ashes. They screamed and ran wild, throwing their shields and spears on the ground, and fleeing in the direction of the plague and the war. Rhodes held his spear high and shouted, "Kill me." Then the Athenian soldiers raised their arms one by one, roar, followed in the footsteps of Rhodes, and covered all the way towards the fleeing Egyptian army. Suddenly a figure appeared from the sky and landed directly between the Athenian army formations. Boom! A loud bang sounded in the ears of everyone, and then they felt that the world had suddenly become very quiet, watching the roars and the people around them, but their ears were blank. Then a burst of tinnitus appeared in their world. The sound of the world gradually became clear again, and they realized that the huge amounts of roaring temporarily took away their hearing. Everyone looked at the center of the explosion, and a man with a giant sword appeared in the crater. He licked his lips, then turned around and swung the giant sword, cutting the Athenian soldiers beside him into 2 pieces. Boom boom boom. There were countless explosions around him, blowing all the Athenian soldiers standing beside him. Several Protoss soldiers were affected, and all were blasted into the sky by the impact force and then fell to the ground. Advertisement: the Egyptian soldiers stopped fleeing, reorganized the array, and under the leadership of the war, launched a counterattack against the Athenian soldiers. Ha 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 ha. The war was slashing and laughing wildly. I thought I didn't need me, but I didn't expect such good luck to let me fight. He cut off a few Athenian soldiers at will, and fixed his eyes on Rhodes. In his eyes, he was the only one worth fighting for. Rhodes stood there easily, casually stretched out his hand and strangled a few slow Egyptian soldiers fleeing beside him, smiling disdainfully. Whoosh! An arrow shot suddenly into his eyes. Rhodes turned his head to avoid it. The war had already flown to him in front of him, and a slash fell from the sky, falling straight towards his face. It's too slow, Rhodes said lightly, and then turned and kicked, hitting Zahn's defenseless abdomen and kicking him straight away. He inserted the giant sword into the soil, pulled out a long crack, and then his body slowly stopped, and then a mouthful of blood poured out of his mouth. Roar was shocked by the plague in the distance. Rhodes looked into the distance, and a man on a white horse with a platinum longbow in his hand aimed at him again. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the air, dragging a visible white airflow from its tail, shooting towards Rhodes' heart. Trick! Rhodes reached out and grabbed the arrow directly, then snapped him with a flick of his fingers. What? The plague was startled, and his arrows were famous for their speed. This distance was basically a hit, but the young man in front of him actually took it as easily as he was picking flowers. War straightened up, the greatsword carefully placed in front of him, and slowly approached Rhodes, who winked at the plague behind him. Plague immediately understood and prepared to shoot arrows to cover his advance. Chapter 24, Evolving Thermal Sight. The war was standing with the giant sword in front of him, his legs straddled to stabilize his body leaned forward slightly, and the blue veins on his hind legs burst out. He was like a cheetah about to slaughter its prey, his body arched, his muscles expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a terrifying murderous aura erupted. Is it still possible to transform a human body like this? Rhodes raised his eyebrows, playing with his taste. Ha ha ha, Zahn said with a deep laugh, what are you going to do with this trick? After he finished speaking, his body flew away from the spot, and a knife light flashed in front of Rhodes. Boom! Everyone could not see the movements of the two, only to see 2 silhouettes intertwine with each other, and then a loud noise broke out, the wind and waves spread, and the smoke and dust blocked everyone's sight. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the silhouettes of the two appeared dark shadows in the thin dust. A giant beast was strangled by the neck of a teenager, and its limbs dangled and swayed at will, and it seemed that it had lost its vitality. What? How is this possible? The Egyptian soldier screamed. In front of them, Rhodes actually grabbed Zahn's neck with one hand, pierced his fingers deeply, blood poured out of the blood hole, and Zahn's body had become a corpse. And Rhodes actually didn't change his expression. No one saw how he strangled the war, but from his expression, he knew that there was no strong fight at all. He strangled the war like a rabbit. The plague's body shook, and the horses under him neighed in fright, then turned around and began to run wildly. The master's fear infected the spirit beast, and the fear of death stimulated its survival instinct, allowing it to escape with its master. Advertisement: the plague recovered from the shock, leaned over and pressed against the white horse, then swung the whip and ran away quickly on the horse. He knew that a monster like Rhodes had exceeded his expectations, strangling the war with one hand. What kind of strength would this have? When the Egyptian soldiers saw that the general had fled, they threw away their shields and spears one by one, and then fled in all directions. Can't let him run away. Seed commanded the Athenian soldiers, pointing at the fleeing plague. He fired a cannon, but the distance was not enough. Rhodes stared at the back of the plague, thinking that this guy caused the death of innocent people in Athens. A wildfire couldn't help but ignite in his eyes. Ding! The host, Rhodes, has evolved thermal sight. In the eyes, a red stream of light burst out suddenly, and 2 scorching beams shot straight towards the plague, piercing through several Egyptian soldiers in a straight line along the way, and instantly burned them to ashes. The plague felt a chill behind him, and turned around to check. 2 parallel red beams of light shot instantly in front of him. Before he could respond, they pierced through his chest. The white horse under him suddenly stopped slowly. The plague still didn't understand what happened. He looked down and saw 2 blood holes in his chest. From the cross-section, he could see that his internal organs melted like magma, and gradually evaporated into a stench, blood fog. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his body fell on the horse's back and gradually burned. The white horse felt the burning sensation on his back, and his hoofs accelerated, throwing the plague corpse off, and then fled into the distance. The remaining Egyptian soldier, Rhodes, didn't intend to let it go either. He flicked the lasers from his eyes, and 2 streams of light that had the temperature to melt everything swept across the battlefield, cutting every accessible creature and substance into pieces. 2 breaks. In an instant, the war changed to a sea of blood, and the screams of Egyptian soldiers were heard everywhere. But it only lasted for a few seconds, replaced by a silent silence. all the Egyptian soldiers died tragically on the ground, their bodies were swallowed by the flames and turned into ashes. The Athenian soldiers were also terrified. They hid behind Rhodes and did not dare to advance, for fear that Rhodes' divine power would strike and affect them. Seeger also froze in place. He couldn't imagine how fast Rhodes was growing, and he couldn't even think of any ancestor who had seen it in history that could reach the speed of Rhodes' growth. Advertisement: only a few Egyptians who accidentally fell while escaped, stood up and ran even more frantically. "Stop chasing, let them report back," Rhodes ordered. The Athenian soldiers then began to sweep the battlefield, instead of pursuing the few fleeing soldiers. After running for a while, they found that there were no pursuers behind them, and they fell to the ground half dead, gasping for breath, tossing their limbs, and unable to move. Then, "What is that? Mephisto, it's a red-eyed Mephisto." After a short rest, their bodies suddenly became cold, and they recalled the hell-like scene they had just experienced. They were too frightened to stay for a long time, and immediately set off and fled all the way back to Egypt. Egypt, inside the pharaoh's palace. In front of the main hall are two sphinxes, staring into the distance so that everyone who comes here feels an invisible sense of oppression. Inside, several deserters who survived Egypt knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. Sitting on the main hall, holding the golden staff of Su Sheng, he has dark blue skin, his eyes are hidden behind the eyelids, empty and deep, and his solemn appearance makes people feel his solemnity. His long blue hair was scattered behind him, he was wearing golden shoulder pads and bottoms, a scarlet gem was inlaid on the waistband, and a silver-white long sword was inserted beside his seat. After listening to the narratives of several deserters, he stood up, drew his long sword and gradually walked in front of the crowd. Several deserters listened to the heavy footsteps that gradually approached, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Several silver-white sword lights flashed, and the blood instantly stained the earth-yellow ground. Chapter 25. Laufey meets Apocalypse. Chapter 25. Laufey meets Apocalypse. Several deserters were decapitated, and the fractures were as smooth and neat as mirror surfaces, making it impossible to imagine how skilled the beheaders were. "There are such cowards in my army." He flicked the blood from the blade and drew a splash of ink on the ground. The purpose of beheading deserters so solemnly was for military discipline. "Lord Apocalypse." The Egyptian attendant in golden armor stepped forward and said, "The light cannon they mentioned may be Asgard's weapon. But we've never heard of a Mephisto who can use the power of the magic eye, maybe they're exaggerating to avoid sin." Apocalypse turned around and walked back to his throne. The silver long sword was wrapped in a lavender light, and then he actually returned to the sword slot and inserted it. The people around were not surprised, they all knew that this was the special ability of their Lord Apocalypse, psychokinesis. Compared with this magic-like ability, Apocalypse's other abilities are even more terrifying, and even a single snap of the finger can make people melt into a piece of flesh and blood. In their eyes, Apocalypse is the only god in this world. "Even without the terrifying Mephisto, as long as the people of Asgard intervene, we will not be able to capture Greece," he said worriedly. "And," Apocalypse clenched his fists, "I also lost the two generals of the plague in the war, the god of evil eyes, I must tear him to pieces with my own hands." The hall fell into silence. They knew Asgard's strength. The 1,000 Protoss soldiers who suddenly appeared on the battlefield could suppress an army of 30,000 people at will with their spears and light cannons. And among them, there are so many transformed people who have surpassed ordinary human beings, and they are still vulnerable. If you want to fight against such a race, the strength of the current army is simply hitting the stone with the egg. Seeing that no one could come up with a countermeasure, Apocalypse became even more melancholy, and he did not dare to offend Asgard's people at will. After all, it was the power of the god King Odin. Advertisement: fighting with him will only hurt both sides. Report. Pharaoh. One of His Royal Highness's messenger guards rushed up. "A giant of Jotunheim who calls himself Laufey asks to see you." Apocalypse narrowed his eyes, hooked his fingers and said, "Call him up." In his impression, the giants of Jotunheim are the race of Jotunheim, and have a bloody feud with Asgard. He had just had a head-to-head confrontation with the people from Asgard, and the other party actually came back to see him at this time. It seemed that his intentions were somewhat similar to his own. "Your Highness," Laufey came forward with several of his giants of Jotunheim. "Hello, I'm the king of the giants of Jotunheim, Laufey." Apocalypse looked down at the people who were humbling and half-kneeling in front of him, raised his eyebrows and said, "Why do you ask to see me?" Laufey looked at the corpses under his feet, and then waved one hand, and an ice cream instantly turned into an ice thorn and pierced through the corpses. The corpse was condensed by ice cubes, and the surface was covered with a layer of hoarfrost, and the skin turned ghastly. A few giants of Jotunheim stepped on it gently, and the corpses shattered like bubbles in an instant, and the ice crystals that turned into fragments scattered in the air. The corpses that were still on the ground disappeared completely, and the ground was tidy all of a sudden. The Egyptians looked at Laufey in amazement, realizing that he was a man with the same miracles as Lord Apocalypse. "I'm here to clear the obstacles for you," Laufey said humbly, "and by the way, used frost to clean up the blood on the ground. I know that Asgard has offended you recently, and we have a deep hatred with Asgard, so I want to help you." Apocalypse raised his eyebrows with interest, and spread his hands around his wrists, continued talking. Advertisement. Laufey raised a finger, "But if you want to know more, you have to promise us a condition first." "What conditions?" Apocalypse asked. "We must kill Asgard's soldiers first, and take Athens as the second. With the support of our weapons, ordinary human beings are like dust, which can be wiped away." Apocalypse nodded. Since Asgard was already sheltering Athens, they couldn't cross this hurdle, They had to confront Asgard head-on, and it was reasonable to kill the powerful divine soldier first. Laufey smiled lightly, and then asked his subordinates to present an ice crystal axe. This is the axe of frost. It can use frost magic. It can freeze their bodies for divine soldiers, and directly destroy them for humans. My people will send you these axes. I believe that with these weapons, your army will be more brave. Apocalypse took the axe and waved it casually. A frost appeared in front of him, and an ice thorn was frozen, extending to the outside of the temple. Seeing how powerful the hand axe was, the flames of revenge against Asgard and Athens ignited in their hearts. Looking at these high-end weapons, Apocalypse smiled. You have shown your sincerity, and I am willing to befriend you. Laufey smiled faintly. My honor. Then he left the main hall with his men. Outside the Egyptian palace, several of Laufey's subordinates walked up to him and asked inexplicably, why should we respect him? After we open the treasure box, he will freeze to death here. Laufey shook his head, looked at the sky and frowned. Midgard is under Asgard's surveillance. If we rashly open the ice treasure chest, a powerful source of magic will definitely be detected. In the time it takes to activate the ice treasure box, there is enough time for Asgard's people to bring people over to strangle us. And, can't you feel it? The ability hidden in that guy is really amazing. If you want to find an adjective, it can be said to be Almighty God, even if I dare not say that it can win. Chapter 26. There are demons here. Chapter 26. There are demons here. Several servants are still puzzled. Let these humans attract Asgard's attention for their own grudges, and we will naturally have the opportunity to use the ice crate. It was only after a few servants that they suddenly realized that their boss had been so thoughtful in the past few days, and after understanding the meaning, they all secretly laughed wickedly, laughing at the human beings being used by them. In Athens, after a period of investigation, people in cities and subordinate villages throughout Greece were asked over and over again. The people in Athens told Rhodes that they did see the blue-skinned man heading west, and then asked the Pegasus Knights to return, confirming again that Laufey was moving west. And the west is Egypt. Laufey moves towards the west, and he can only go towards Egypt. What do we do next? Sig asked. Rhodes clicked a few times on the crystal screen on his arm and ordered the Pegasus Knights, let's gather the elite first, and let's go to Egypt together. After the order was issued, all the Pegasus Knights who had searched all over Greece immediately gathered in the west of Greece. Rhodes and Sig also set off immediately. Pegasus moved very fast, and it only took less than half an hour to move from one city to another. It only took 3 hours to leave Greece. On the borders of Greece, Pegasus troops have assembled. Waiting for your next order, advertisement. Rhodes thought for a moment, and then ordered. Everyone is heading towards Egypt as the original team, and after arriving in Egypt, they will be stationed at the border of Egypt, waiting for my next order. The Pegasus troops who had been ordered immediately acted and headed for Egypt. Rhodes and Sig also flew towards Egypt with the Pegasus troops, but instead of the Pegasus troops going to the Egyptian border, Rhodes behaved very low-key and let his Pegasus fly at a low altitude. This is not to scare the snakes, lest Laufey notice beforehand, but the other Pegasus riders, Rhodes, let them go to the border as high profile as possible, in order to make Laufey dare not leave Egypt. This locks his position. After Pegasus flew for an afternoon, the sky was getting dark. Rhodes pitied Pegasus that he looked a little tired, so he let him land, and then walked to a village, which was already the boundary of Egypt. As soon as they arrived at the door of the village, they could see a few young adults holding farm implements in their hands, holding them high in front of them, trying to scare Rhodes and Sig. Their eyes fell on the Pegasus behind Rhodes, and they couldn't help but be stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a holy creature. The farm implements in their hands gradually lowered, and they asked humbly, "Are you two soldiers sent to us by Lord Apocalypse?" Rhodes and Sig looked at each other and shook their heads. "Did something happen here? You guard the gate of the village at night?" Rhodes asked. Several young and middle-aged people put down their farming tools, came to Rhodes and knelt down. "You are wearing such a mighty armor. You must be the messenger of Lord Apocalypse. Our village has been devastated by demons, and the people who watch the night are all killed by demons. Grab it for food. Please save us." They knelt down and kowtowed. Rhodes frowned. Both of them were Apocalypse. It seems that Apocalypse has done a lot of influential things in this country, and he may have his eyeliner everywhere. While secretly guarding his heart, Rhodes explained, "We are not Apocalypse's subordinates. I am an officer from Asgard. You can call me Roar Rhodes." Advertisement, Asgard. A few villagers have never walked outside the village farther than the river in their lives, and naturally they are ignorant of the power distribution of the Protoss. But they knew that Rhodes was a magician, so they respectfully welcomed Rhodes and Sig into the village. They vacated the best furnished house in the village and set up a large table in the hall. Rhodes and Sig sat at the table, and immediately the hot dishes were served. The women who served the dishes were wearing light makeup, which was already the best decoration in this small village. She wore sparse clothing, less than the average person on a hot day. She walked gracefully and looked at Rhodes from time to time. "Sir," Sig reminded in a low voice. "I know." Rhodes realized that this was not simply a warm invitation to eat, but he was obviously tempting himself with food and beauty. A few men walked in outside the door, the same people who had just been vigil at night. They were accompanied by a few beautiful girls, who seemed to have just grown up, and looked at people with the shyness unique to young girls. As they sat around Rhodes and Sig, several of the men spoke. "Two god soldiers, please don't be polite. Let's rest for a while in this village. We have delicious treats, if you two are interested." The speaker's gaze fell on the girls, who then wrapped their hands around Rhodes' arms like vines, and looked up at him with blushing faces. Rhodes frowned. You want us to protect you from demons, right? The few people who were told the central matter were stunned for a moment, and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. They were afraid that the women in their village would not be beautiful and could not keep a few magic soldiers, but offended them instead. In the face of the devil, I don't know how many people have died in the village. Some of these girls are daughters who lost their fathers, and some are widows who haven't spent the night with their husbands. They all know the abomination of the devil, and they all volunteered to sacrifice their lives for the future of the village. Chapter 27, Ghost Rider. Chapter 27. Several young people nodded ashamedly. Master Shenbing, we are helpless. If you can stay for a while to protect us, we will definitely be able to think of a way to deal with the devil. Rhodes shook his head and gently pushed away the woman beside him. Demon appears at night, right? Yes. Go back, I will help you punish the demons tonight, don't thank me. Several young people looked at each other, and immediately led a few women to kneel before Rhodes. I am so grateful for such a great favor. After speaking, he immediately walked out of the room and closed the wooden door. Seeger looked at Rhodes. Are we going to wait like this tonight? Rhodes shook his head. Our target is Laufey. We can't waste time here. Tonight we take the initiative to fight to kill the demons and buy some time for these poor mortals to call for help. Sieg nodded, and he also knew that if Laufey succeeded in opening the treasure chest by wasting time in such a place, he would be ignoring the righteousness. After eating the dishes offered by the Egyptian villagers, Rhodes and Sig lurked in the grass not far from the village entrance. In front of me is a plain surrounded by trees. I heard from the villagers that if the devil wanted to harass the village, he would definitely pass here. Rhodes and Sieg hid their breaths and watched quietly. They didn't want to startle the snakes. If they let the other party run away, they wouldn't have a second chance. The white moon rises to the highest point in the sky, and the bright moonlight shines on the plain, giving the green grass a light blue ghost. The wind and waves swept through the Asakusa slowly, blowing them to one side, and a black foot stepped on these grasses and slowly stepped into the plain. Noticing a dark shadow on the edge of the woods in the distance, Rhodes' eyes narrowed, and the scene in front of him continued to enlarge. Advertisement under the action of hyperopia, the posture of the owner of the black feet was completely seen. Is this an evil spirit from hell? Rhodes frowned. The creature in front of him had two horns on its head, its body was as red as blood, and its eyes were pure black, with dark red eyes wandering around to monitor the surroundings. A creature with such characteristics, Rhodes can only think of the evil spirits of hell. How could these guys be in a place like this? Rhodes was curious. Generally speaking, such creatures would never have come to Earth by their own power without being summoned. Just as he was about to walk out of the grass and quickly slaughter the evil spirit back to rest, a hissing sound came from the woods in the distance. Dong dong dong, the sound of the horse's hoof gradually approached, and suddenly, from the woods, a fiery red figure leapt into the air, and a silhouette shone under the moonlight. A white skull man with hellfire wrapped around his head, riding a black skull horse under him. The man wore a gentleman's top hat on his head, and bright red flames spewed out of his skeleton eyes, straight at his top hat, but did not ignite it. Wearing a black cloak, it fluttered in the gentle breeze. The skeleton horse under it has flames on its hooves, and the skeleton of the whole body has the luster of black iron. Rhodes knew him. He was Ghost Rider, but it wasn't the Ghost Rider he passed through in the previous era. The Ghost Rider of this era only lived in legends, and no one knew what kind of person he was. In terms of strength, it is not difficult for Rhodes to defeat him, but Ghost Rider is immortal, and he cannot be completely defeated by material destruction alone. If you go out now, the other party happens to be a combative person, and the fight will never end. In order not to delay the pursuit of Laufey, Rhodes chose to hide his hand and observe quietly in the dark. Ghost Rider pulled out a one-handed sword wrapped in flames from his waist and stood in front of the evil spirits of hell. Advertisement Sig at the moment didn't hold himself back and rushed out. He didn't know Ghost Rider like Rhodes, but as the evil spirit the villagers feared. It is true that the ghost of hell looks much kinder than the Ghost Rider of the skeleton flame. Bang! A milky white light cannon shot out from the front of the spear and flew towards Ghost Rider. The latter turned around with a sword and cut the light cannon into two pieces, and then the hollow eyes covered with flames aimed at Sieg, who was rushing towards him. Rhodes also walked out of the grass, and was about to explain to Sieg when the hell spirit came up and stared at him. It seems that he is unwilling to be lonely without an opponent and wants to take the initiative to challenge Rhodes. He raised his claws in front of him and gave Rhodes a playful smile. You're too self-aware. Rhodes finished, thrusting the spear in his hand, stabbing the evil spirit in the heart. Peefed. The evil spirit was pierced through the heart, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and then looked at Rhodes with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He gripped Rhodes' spear with both claws, and pulled the spear to pull Rhodes toward him. Rhodes sank his front foot, thrust his waist, and pushed the spear into the demon's body, directly through his body, with a black heart still beating stuck in the tip of the spear. Ha ha! The evil spirit laughed in a deep voice, as if mocking Rhodes, and then charged straight towards Rhodes along the spear. Rhodes didn't panic, let go of the spear and punched in the face, punching a large hole directly into the body of the evil spirit, and blood sprayed behind him, staining the short grass. Shish! The evil spirit swung down with a claw and fell towards Rhodes, who had to raise his arm to block. The strength of this claw was not restrained by the serious injury, and it slammed heavily on Rhodes' arm, punching a deep hole in the ground under his feet. Chapter 28. Ghost Rider Chapter 28, Ghost Rider Abuse. Ha ha ha. The evil spirit laughed, very proud of his attack, but his expression suddenly solidified, and then gradually became frightened. In front of him, Rhodes actually grabbed his arm, and then slashed his arm with one hand. The evil spirit stepped back, clutching his broken arm, looking at Rhodes in a panic. Is your life force the same as Ghost Rider's immortality? Rhodes threw the evil spirit's arm on the ground, then slack off his shoulders and slowly approached the evil spirit. Cold sweat oozes from the evil spirit's forehead, and he staggers back, trying to escape from Rhodes. If you don't speak human words, I'll take you apart, Rhodes said, flying and grabbing the back of the evil spirit's head, then dragged him to the ground. Rhodes rolled over and rode on the evil spirit, punching him in the face continuously. Bang! 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 With each punch, he delivered a visible shockwave, smashing the ground beneath the back of the evil spirit's head again and again. The evil spirit struggled to escape, but Rhodes' power completely suppressed him, and finally, under the heavy punches, his body shook violently, and there was no life left. Rhodes stood up and looked at the evil spirit on the ground that he had beaten into a bloody mess. He was somewhat curious about what kind of creature was so powerful. His heart was taken away, and he was punched dozens of times by himself before he died. Ah! Sig screamed. Against Ghost Rider, he didn't seem to be able to do it well, but instead fell into a tough fight. Rhodes immediately ran over to support him. Be careful, this guy can't be killed no matter what, Sig gasped. He had hit his vitals many times since just now, but he didn't see any reaction from the other party, not even the hesitation of his body. Rhodes is not surprised. Normal physical attacks have no effect on Ghost Rider, and his regenerative healing factor comes from his root, the spirit of vengeance. Advertisement: this is directly created by the God of Heaven, and only God can directly destroy it, and as long as the spirit of vengeance is still there, he can be resurrected infinitely. Ghost Rider flicked the rocket in his hand, and his eyes turned to the corpse of the evil spirit lying on the ground in the distance. Can you kill him? He said in a low voice. I hunted him for so many days, but I couldn't kill this monster with almost infinite vitality. When Rhodes heard that Ghost Rider was here to fight evil spirits, he restrained his vigilance. He wanted to ask the question about the evil spirit, but he was suddenly swooped by the Ghost Rider on the skeleton horse, stabbing his sword in front of him. Rhodes swayed, dodging the straight thrust, and then the spear in his hand circled smoothly around his side, and a sweep hit the back hoof of the skeleton horse. This sweep made the skeleton horse stagger, lose its balance and fall to the ground, throwing Ghost Rider out. After rolling half a circle on the ground, Ghost Rider stood up and charged towards Rhodes with his sword in hand. Rhodes' spear circled in his hand, and a spear flower was circled, his feet stepped forward, and he headed towards Ghost Rider. In short battles, the elder is king. The spear in Rhodes' hand stabbed into his throat before Ghost Rider could attack. However, the latter, like the evil spirit just now, went straight ahead and let the spear pierce his throat and pass through. He raised his sword high and slashed Rhodes directly, and the flames flew out and fell towards his face. Rhodes didn't change his expression, and he punched with flames on his fist. Ghost Rider's flames were no match for the power of the sun's flames, and were directly washed away. Rhodes blocked the sword with one hand and grabbed Ghost Rider's arm with the other. Then he turned around to get close to Ghost Rider, and threw him in an arc in the air and slammed him on the ground. Ghost Rider tried to stand up, but was kicked in the chest by Rhodes and his body was suppressed by a huge force. Advertisement: Rhodes is on one knee on his chest, one hand clasping his arm knuckles backwards, immobilizing him. Who? Ghost Rider roared, the flames of his body blazing, and began to spread toward Rhodes' body along Rhodes' lower limbs. Rhodes' eyes narrowed, and two beams of red light shot out, piercing Ghost Rider's head, and the flames all over his body dissipated instantly. Then he used the sun flame again, burst out from the whole body, and dispelled Ghost Rider's flame. Rhodes, who was able to use the sun flame, was not afraid of the burning of other powers lower than the sun flame for a long time, and he was safe after the battle. Seeger stepped forward to look at Ghost Rider, and he was relieved to find that the other party had lost his life. He's not dead yet, Rhodes said. What? Sig was startled, and then saw the flames ignite in Ghost Rider's eyes again. Although resurrected, he did not rush to struggle, but looked at Rhodes quietly. In this situation, he didn't need to struggle anymore. Rhodes buckled his joints, and he would have to cut off his hands if he wanted to break free. After losing an arm, I will fall into this dilemma again. You are very strong, and you are more qualified than me to hunt these evil spirits, he said lightly. Rhodes didn't let go of Ghost Rider until he realized that he had lost the will to fight. What are these evil spirits? I have never heard of a creature with such a level of vitality. Ghost Rider sat up and explained, these are the experimental products of the current pharaoh of Egypt, Apocalypse. He didn't take care of them and let them flee to various places, killing many people. As soon as Rhodes is the work of Apocalypse, it is not surprising why it has such amazing vitality. After all, Apocalypse has an amazing ability like God in creating powerful life. Chapter 29. Apocalypse Pilgrims. Chapter 29. Apocalypse Pilgrims, if you can. Ghost Rider continued. I hope you can fight these evil spirits on my behalf. My strength is still too weak. The evil spirit you just killed with ease, I spent 3 weeks chasing hunting. Rhodes shook his head. He didn't have time to protect some normal humans. Laufey was the bigger threat. Your strength is not weak, as long as you are willing to calm down. Don't let the spirit of vengeance in your body control your own words, Rhodes said lightly. This sentence made Ghost Rider's body shudder. How did you know that I would temporarily lose my mind while fighting? Rhodes knew the weakness of Ghost Rider. If the early Ghost Rider could not skillfully control the relationship between the evil spirit and himself, he would be robbed of his sanity and turned into a fighting machine. Only when he understands the existence of evil spirits, reconciles with him, and fights together can the strongest strength erupt. You have to calm down and reconcile with the evil spirit in your body. Don't think about suppressing him or resisting him, nor obeying him, Rhodes said lightly and left. Ghost Rider sat on the ground, and Rhodes' words seemed to wake him up, causing him to sink into deep thought. Early the next morning, Rhodes rode a Pegasus with Sig at the help of the villagers. Master Shenbing, you can choose any woman in the village, please stay for a while. I've killed the evil spirits that plagued you, why do you still want to keep me? Rhodes asked in confusion. The villagers bowed their heads one by one, only a yellow-haired man looked at Rhodes kneeling on the ground and smiled ingratiatingly. If the village can be guarded by the divine soldiers, neither the people of other villages nor the evil creatures in the forest will dare to intrude. Rhodes shook his head, disappointed with human servility, clamped his Pegasus under him and disappeared into the sky. In the sky, Rhodes clicked on the crystal screen on his arm, and then a 3D map of Egypt appeared in front of him in the form of a holographic projection. Advertisement Rhodes himself though could see the holy city of Egypt, Tenes, in the distance. But if you just point out one direction, Tianma will be a little confused. After showing him the map and adding a certain explanation, the psychic Tianma immediately understood and accelerated towards Tenes. Before reaching the holy city, Rhodes saw a group of people forming a long line in the sky above the desert outside the city. They actually stopped 3 steps above the yellow sand, and then solemnly kowtowed in the direction of the holy city. Rhodes patted Pegasus. Go down, let's see what these people are doing. Tenma lowered the flight height and slowly came to the ground. In the desert, a light green barrier appeared out of thin air on the hooves of Pegasus, holding it on top of the yellow sand, so that it would not sink because of the quicksand. Backed by the barrier, it carried Rhodes and Sieg closer to the grotesque beings. Oh. When everyone saw Pegasus fall, they immediately kowtowed to Rhodes and Sieg, and bowed in adoration. Apostle of the great Lord Apocalypse, please accept our humble homage. We regard our creator Lord Apocalypse as the only god and praise his existence. Their cheeks were dry due to lack of water, like the yellow sand on the soles of their feet, but their eyes were piercingly bright, exuding a frenzied gleam that made people twitch at the corners of their eyes because of their madness. Rhodes recalled that when he entered the gate of the village yesterday, the villagers actually regarded him as an apostle of Apocalypse. Is Apocalypse so influential in this country? What do you think of Apocalypse? Rhodes asked. Everyone looked at each other, thinking it was the apostle sent by Apocalypse to test their loyalty. Advertisement, we see Lord Apocalypse as a god, as our lord, and his will is our will. Rhodes couldn't help but wonder what Apocalypse had done to make these people so religious. Then what can you do for Apocalypse? Can you die for him? Rhodes asked casually, just indifferently, without any pointers. A few people with crazy eyes jumped out of the crowd. They shouted loudly, for Lord Apocalypse, praise Lord Apocalypse. Then he actually pulled out the blade and wiped it on his neck, ending his life. Fresh blood flowed on the yellow sand, and when it dried up, it turned into pitch black. The rest of the people kowtowed to the ground, bowing again and again to those who committed suicide, expressing their respect. Rhodes and Sig couldn't help but twitch their eyes. What kind of belief is this? This is simply cult-like mind control. Seeger patted Rhodes on the shoulder. Let's go, these people are crazy. The one called Apocalypse doesn't look easy, we have to be careful. Rhodes nodded. All he knew was that Apocalypse's ability was so powerful that even if Odin fought him, it would be hard to know the outcome. But I didn't expect that Apocalypse could actually achieve such thought control. He left with Pegasus on his back, and then headed to the holy city. In order not to attract people's attention, Rhodes asked Pegasus to wait outside the city until he called Roar before coming, and then walked into the holy city with Sieg. The streets were full of people as crazy as the pilgrims just now. After walking a few steps, they knelt down and kowtowed, respecting the Egyptian palace on the high ground in the distance as the most holy relic. Among the people who came and went, Apocalypse was the one who was talking about it. Chapter 30. Dedication to Lord Apocalypse. Chapter 30. Rhodes and Sig wore a white hooded robe over themselves. It would be a bit conspicuous if the armor of Asgard was used to show people in the city. On the street, there are not only humans, but also super ability users transformed by Apocalypse. They wear gorgeous armor and are responsible for guarding the law and order. When most people meet them, they immediately bow their heads and walk away. Each and everyone is very scared. In response, the transformed people smiled playfully, stomped forward on purpose, and shouted loudly, frightening a few ordinary people who walked with their heads down, causing them to stagger away. Ha 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 ha. The transformed people burst into laughter when they saw their comical escape. Rhodes and Sig just pulled the brim of their hats and covered their eyes, then left the street in a low-key manner and walked towards the roadside tavern. Inside the tavern, it was very quiet. Only 2 people rested in the tavern, and they were all transformed people in gorgeous armor. A dark-skinned little girl in the tavern brought a malt-flavored brew to several of them. Several power users, your wine. She knelt humbly in front of the table and raised the wine above her head. Cut. Why don't you go out and pay homage to Lord Apocalypse? Today is the day he declares his favor. A monkey-faced man spit out, looking at the woman with disgust in his eyes. Right. I'm sorry. The woman lay down on the ground. My father is seriously ill and is bedridden. I am the only one who can help the store. The monkey face remodeler suddenly grabbed the woman's hair and pulled her up. The woman covered her hair roots, stood on tiptoe, lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. I think you just don't want to sacrifice yourself for Lord Apocalypse. Advertisement, forget it, Gwen. A scholar-looking transformative man beside him patted the back of the monkey-faced transforming man's hand and let him loosen the woman's hair. Although Lord Apocalypse wants a young and energetic body, not all young people will go there, not many of her, he said kindly and smiled at the woman. When the woman heard that she didn't need to dedicate herself to Apocalypse, she bowed to the other party with great gratitude. Thank you, sir, Humph, Lusty. Gwen snorted coldly, then glanced at the woman regretfully, and then sat on the seat without speaking. Lister helped the woman to get up, his eyes were like a snake exploring her body. Whenever he saw the woman's bare skin, his eyes widened slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sir? The woman felt that her wrist was tightly grasped by Lister, and it was already starting to hurt, and his eyes became more and more obscene, giving people a sense of disgust of being seen. Since you don't have the chance to sacrifice your life for Lord Apocalypse, then sacrifice yourself for us, Lord Apocalypse's apostles. Lister grabbed the woman's chin with one hand and slammed her head against the table. Boom. A streak of blood was left on the woman's forehead, and she was dazed, with golden flowers all over her eyes. She slumped helplessly. Lister gave Jervin a mysterious smile. Jervin pouted in disgust. FKU. Ha ha ha, Gewin, don't be a hypocrite. You despise me on the surface, and you do bad things behind your back. A lewd smile crossed Gervin's face. What do you know? Those women don't suffer from being alive, I just gave them a good time. The two laughed wickedly together. Shish. A cold light stabbed, and then two silver-white arcs were drawn in the air. Advertisement in front of Jervin and Lister, a person suddenly stood between them. They looked up, Rhodes frowned at the two of them, and with a flick of the spear in his hand, he threw a trail of blood on the ground. They looked at the bloodstains on the ground and at the bloodstains left on the spearhead of Rhodes' spear, wondering where the blood came from. Jervin was about to raise his hand to point at Rhodes, asking him what he was doing, when he suddenly found his hands numb. Then a severe pain swept through his arm, a circle of blood was printed on the wrist, and then his hands fell directly to the ground. Ah! Gwen screamed, blood spurting out from the fracture of his wrist. Lister was startled, then tried to throw the woman in his arms, and then punched Rhodes to death. He has been enhanced in strength by Apocalypse, and it is easy to crush a mortal with ease. But he was stunned for a moment, then looked down at his hands. For some reason he wanted to make a fist, but his hands were unaware. At this moment, a pain suddenly came from the base of his forearm. He looked at his shoulder and back in horror. A bloodstain slowly appeared, and then his body was actually separated from his two arms. How is this possible? How fast does it take to make the incision so smooth that the body doesn't even realize it? Lista took a step back, her arms dropped, only her hands were still on the woman's body. Rhodes raised his spear and crossed his arms, then flew out, pulling the woman into his arms. He touched the wound on the woman's forehead and heaved a sigh of relief, but he passed out in a coma and not yet died. Gervin's body suddenly became red hot, and flames ignited in the fracture. The flames scorched the fresh flesh and blood, so that the blood-spurting fracture was instantly covered with charred rotten flesh, and a blood scab formed, which stopped the blood loss. He stretched out a severed arm and lit a flame on the fracture at the base of Lista's arms, stopping the bleeding from his wound. Chapter 31. Apocalypse notices the Superman physique. Chapter 31. Apocalypse notices the Superman physique. Rhodes raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that these mass-produced modded people would actually have high ability. The two lost their hands, but they were still fighting, ready to fight Rhodes to the death. Jervin raised his arms in front of him, and without his palms, he only had two bare rods waving in front of him. Humph. Even though you were sneak attacked, our apostles' vitality and strength have been strengthened. It's not worth mentioning the mere loss of two limbs. If you want to kill you, it's as easy as killing a dog. With that, he punched Rhodes directly at the front of the fracture. Rhodes didn't change his expression, he simply raised the gunhead, the latter rammed into it, and pierced his heart with his own strength. Peefed. Gwen spat out a mouthful of blood, but still stood still, and then condensed flames in his mouth, trying to spray Rhodes in the face. Rhodes's eyes narrowed, and two red lights burst out in their eyes, and then two scorching straight lines shot out, pierced through Gervin's head, and set his body on fire. Jervin was killed by the sight of the heat energy, and his body was gradually dyed black carbon while hanging from the spear. Seeing this scene, Lister was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Without his arms, he could only lie on the ground and twist like a bug, escaping towards the door. Forgive me, my lord. I didn't know that my lord was Apocalypse's high-level apostle. Please forgive me, he begged. Rhodes retracted his spear and gently placed the woman on the table. At the moment, the woman woke up, and after seeing the situation in front of her, she snuggled her body into Rhodes' body. Save me. I don't want to die, she sobbed. Seeger and Rhodes looked at each other. The woman's fear must have something to do with the fact that Apocalypse wanted the body of a young man. Instead of pushing the woman away, Rhodes let her hide in his arms. Advertisement. He raised the tip of the gun to Lister's throat. I ask you, why do you think I am a high-level apostle? As if he had been given permission to live, Lister immediately smiled ingratiatingly, and generally knelt down in front of Rhodes. I can tell your lord, Just ask your lord not to kill me. He glanced at the black charcoal on the ground, and was so frightened that he retracted his eyes and looked at Rhodes more flatteringly. You say it again. Sir, you can skillfully use powerful abilities. This is something that only high-level apostles can do. We are just ordinary apostles. We have been strengthened with life and flesh. To be able to use abilities, we must do our best, and at the cost of life. What does it mean to dedicate yourself to the apocalypse? Lista was stunned for a moment. He thought Rhodes was a high-level apostle. Now that he asked this question, could it be that he is not? Master Apocalypse is getting old, and his body is gradually dying. He wants a new vigorous body to continue his life, so he is anxious for many young people, but... Lister smiled lightly. Lord Apocalypse's soul is too strong. The body of ordinary people can't bear it at all, and many people have died without success. The woman in Rhodes' arms shook and brought her body close to Rhodes. Is there anything else you think should be said? Rhodes asked, staring at Lista. Lista rolled her eyes, thought for a long time, and said, Aren't you a high-level apostle? Shish. The spear pierced the air and pierced Lister's head, giving him a treat. In the distance, inside the palace of Egypt, Apocalypse held his forehead with one hand, purple light lingering in his eyes. Advertisement. He didn't see what had just happened, but he could feel the existence of Rhodes through the transformation of the human body. Apocalypse perceives everything in the dark when they play Rhodes. Almost a perfect body. Apocalypse scanned the outline of a body back and forth in his eyes. I have swallowed the bodies of so many power users, but only this body contains endless potential inside. It is simply a creation. The purple light in his eyes disappeared, and Apocalypse gently raised his fingers. Death, come forward. On both sides under the high chair, there is a man with a black ghost sickle on his back. He wears a dark blue robe, covering a set of black armor under him. His eyes are empty and dark, like a skeleton. The presence. At your command, my lord, Death knelt before Apocalypse. Go to the place I have shown you, and test the person I have appointed you. Don't kill him, but bring his body back alive. Yes. Death clapped his hands, and a gray horse stepped out from his highness, and then rushed out of the palace with Death. Inside the tavern, Rhodes burned 2 corpses with the flames of the sun, and everything was very low-key, leaving no traces. The woman introduced herself as Nishada, the daughter of the shop owner. Her father was sick these days, so she could only run such a small shop. If it weren't for you, I don't know what kind of humiliation I would have suffered. Nashatar burst into tears and fell into Rhodes' arms. How should I repay you? Rhodes was a little helpless, and such warm gratitude made him a little unacceptable. We are going to stay in Egypt for a while, and we will live in your tavern during this time, even if it is your reward for us. Nashatar looked up at Rhodes, and there was a hint of loss in her eyes. She left Rhodes' arms and packed up her clothes. Please rest assured, I will hide the trace of your lord. She knew that Rhodes' purpose in coming here must not be simple. As a weak woman, it is best not to intervene. Chapter 32. Apocalypse Night Raid on the Tavern. Chapter 32. Apocalypse Night Raid on Tavern. At night, some other guests came to the tavern, and Nasada entertained them one by one. Rhodes and Sig's room is behind the deepest corner, and unless someone just wants to walk over to take a look, they won't notice there's a room behind the corner. The door of the tavern was closed by Nasjada, and the lights were blown out by her. The surroundings fell into darkness in an instant, and in this darkness, a dozen red dots appeared side by side, and then slowly moved towards the moonlight. The bright moon shone on the body of the owner of the red dot, which was a skeleton in tattered armor, like a skeleton that had just been dug out from the ruins of the battlefield. There was a red glow in their eyes, showing that they were spiritual and undeceited, and behind them, a gray horse carried a cloak with a dark blue hood, and on its shoulders was more than anyone else. Tall shadow sickle. Death pointed slightly to the tavern in front of him, and then a dozen or so without decedent moved their bodies and moved towards the door of the tavern. A drunk man walked on the street. He couldn't see what was in front of him, and bumped into a skeleton soldier. He was stunned at first, wiped his eyes, and after the things in front of him became clear, an ashes skeleton was staring at him with a blush in his eyes. Before the man could scream in fright, the bone knife in skeleton's hand cut off his head directly, and then continued to follow the footsteps of the other skeletons and approached the hotel door. They used bone knives to cut off the crossbar behind the gate. The bone knives in their hands were so sharp that they didn't make any sound when cutting the wood. Then the door was opened, and a dozen skeleton soldiers spread out all around. Death waved a scythe in front of him, and a shadow floated towards the dead man's body, and then 2 bone skeletons burst out from it. They quickened their pace and began to sweep the tavern together with the ashes. Advertisement, Agulilakula. Death recited the Egyptian language in his mouth, and then a few faint green lights flashed behind him. Rows of skeleton soldiers walked out of the shadows behind him and walked towards the tavern in front of him, waterlogged. Rhodes woke up suddenly in bed, and the sensitivity brought by his super hearing made him hear all the bells and whistles in the hall clearly. If it was just a normal sound, he would naturally block it subconsciously, but now there are hundreds of people standing in front of the hall, and none of them came from Roar. Rhodes stared at the wall, and the clairvoyance took effect, and the wall gradually became thinner. In the hall in front of you, hundreds of skeleton soldiers with bone knives in their hands are lining up to enter the attic of the accommodation. Some residents living outside had their doors kicked open and then turned into pieces of meat with the slash of a bone knife. They didn't even have time to scream, and the sound of the door being kicked open one after another became the only alarm. Sig. Rhodes snapped, waking Sig immediately. What's wrong? Sig instinctively grabbed the spear and stood up. Someone is invading, killing civilians, you go to protect Nazjatar, Rhodes said, and immediately flew out of the house, and then ran towards the skeletons who were killing innocents. In the corridor that was so narrow that it could only accommodate 2 people walking at the same time, his body turned into an afterimage, and each foot stepped on the ground, making a loud, dong dong dong, sound, knocking the people who had not been woken up, and wake up. The skeleton soldiers noticed the figure of Rhodes rushing over, and immediately stood by, weighing the bone knives one by one, and marching towards Rhodes. Rhodes at the moment got up and took a flying kick, which directly kicked the skeleton soldier in front of him. The soldiers behind him had no space to dodge at all. They were knocked off by the soldier who was kicked away, and fell towards the depths of the corridor. Advertisement Rhodes didn't stop, and after his body stabilized, he threw out another punch, directly knocking out the other skeleton soldiers who were lucky not to be hit and fly together. They flew to the wall at the end, turning over like a pile of random garbage. A ray of thermal energy burst out from Rhodes' eyes, shooting straight at them. It's a pity that although the heat ray penetrated and melted a group of them, it did not burn. The material of these ashes skeleton bodies is unknown, and even the scorching rays of the sun could not ignite them. Those skeletons that were pierced through their bodies slowly stood up with the lava dripping from their bodies. Obviously, the physical damage had no effect on them at all. Outside the attic, more skeleton soldiers stared at Rhodes, and opened their mouths at him as if screaming, but made no sound. Rhodes did not fight, but jumped in place, flew over the heads of these skeletons, and landed in front of the door of the tavern. As he expected, these skeletons came for him, and he immediately took them out of the attic one by one, leaving the civilians in danger. Rhodes ran out of the tavern, and hundreds of skeleton soldiers formed a large circle outside the door, surrounding him at the entrance of the tavern. "Ha! Behind him," Sig roared, flying a few skeleton soldiers with his spear, and then came to Rhodes. "Didn't you protect Nazjatar?" Rhodes said solemnly. "She has reached a safe location, and I have evacuated the other civilians." Sigurd's eyes fell on the dark shadow behind the skeleton soldier in front of him. The same is true for Rhodes, who has been staring at the dark place that cannot be reached by moonlight since he left the door. Chapter 33. Apocalypse Apostles, Death, That's All? Chapter 33. Apocalypse, Death, That's All? There, Death rides his gray horse, and the skeleton before him makes way for him. A warrior's intuition? The hood covered his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were raised playfully. However, Lord Apocalypse really gave me a task to look down on, and let me come and capture such a small character as you. He touched his tough chin and snorted coldly. I don't have to do it myself to deal with you. Death shook his head, then retreated to the siege of the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers in front of Rhodes surrounded him, trying to kill Rhodes in the siege. Humph! Rhodes snorted coldly, then waved his spear in front of him, turned around, and a wave of air blew out all the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Although the bodies of these skeleton soldiers could not be burned, and the heat was difficult to diffuse and cause melting, under the suppression of Rhodes' terrifying power, the vulnerable skeleton bodies could not support it at all. Death looked back and stopped the gray horse under his crotch. These are the dolls that I have managed to make these days. You broke it for me like this. I don't understand it at all. Can't you see it? They were all innocent and beautiful women when they were alive. Rhodes's eyes twitched. You mean, these skeletons were obtained from the massacre of innocent civilians? Death made a shrill laughter, like a weeping banshee, and the eardrums were stabbed by the laughter, making people irritable. A row of short skeletons suddenly appeared behind him, looking white and immature, like a newborn baby. These little skeletons pulled out their daggers and stood before Death. Advertisement, are these all? Sig said in shock to Roar, his eyes glaring at Death. Ha, yes, Lord Apocalypse needs young blood, and young lives like them are just what he wants. Sig's eyes were burning with anger. You be *****D. The spear in his hand was detached like a dragon, his feet were nimble, and he stabbed all the way to Death. The petite skeletons under Death's feet jumped up one by one, rammed into Sig's gunhead, and helped him block the shot. Yeah, the scream of the girls in the mouth, as if Samizm is killing their murderer. Sig immediately retracted his spear, and the skeletons mechanically clenched their teeth, then rushed towards him while Sig was stunned. Those skeletons were attached to Sig's body, and a vortex suddenly appeared in the hole in his eyes, absorbing a stream of pale green light from his body. Death turned into a black shadow, and with the help of the skeletons blocking the vision in front, he easily approached Sig, and then the black sickle on his shoulders was raised high and fell towards his neck, about to harvest his life. Just then, Rhodes dodged a slashing punch, slamming the side of Death's head hard, knocking him to the ground. It's all hallucinations, don't fall for it. Rhodes tore off the skeleton attached to Sig and tossed it aside. Seeger came back to his senses from the shaking, his chest heaving up and down heavily, and cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Rhodes. Be careful, this guy's skeleton seems to be able to absorb life force. Sig was half knelt on the ground, obviously exhausted. Rhodes picked him up and shielded him to the side. If it doesn't work, then retreat first. This is their territory, and we don't have an advantage. Seeger worried before leaving. Killing you is as easy as killing a dog. 2 stray dogs sent by Asgard to harass the master. Die. Death's black side circled around and swooped towards Rhodes. The skeletons around him accompanied him, and they flew towards Rhodes like hungry wolves, trying to use their bodies as cannonballs to interfere with Rhodes. Advertisement Rhodes stood firm, fists clenched, and a flame burst into his fists. Tricks of the eagle, he punched out with both fists, rushing forward along with a gale. The skeletons were sucked into the tornado by the gale in the air, and then melted by the temperature of the gale into pools of magma like bone water, which fell on the ground and gave off white smoke. Hundreds of skeletons turned to ashes in an instant. How is this possible? Death took a half step back, disbelieving the scene in front of him. Rhodes actually only used the power of his fist to hit the air, forming such a powerful flame storm. And this is comparable to the temperature of the sun. What kind of flame is he using? Death has seen what kind of super ability he thinks under Apocalypse's command, but when facing Rhodes, he suddenly realizes how ignorant he is. When he calmed down, Rhodes was already standing in front of him, fist on his chin. Humph. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Death's mouth. Are you underestimating me at such a close distance? As he said that, he waved the black sickle in place, and the latter actually released a black shockwave, slashing towards Rhodes' waist. Humph. Mortal. Feel the power from Lord Apocalypse. Rhodes kept his eyes still, holding the lead high and smashing down, actually breaking the shockwave directly. Then he looked up at Death, raised his eyebrows as if to say, "That's it?" Death froze in place, and the shockwave just now was the touch of death. Anyone who touches it will fester and die. How could Rhodes be safe? Could it be that there is something in his body that is stronger than the ability given by Lord Apocalypse to resist the curse of death? Chapter 34. Apocalypse attacks. Chapter 34. Apocalypse attacks. While Death was still in shock, Rhodes didn't stop, throwing an oblique upward swing from his flaming fist, from under his waist straight to his side ribs. The punch was so powerful that it pierced through all the sternums of the dead, leaving him paralyzed on the ground, unable to move except for the blood flowing from his mouth. How is this possible? It's just a punch. Death struggled to make a final sound, then loosened his body and lost his anger. The other skeletons that were still surrounding, like puppets that were offline, instantly collapsed into bones that were not spliced together, scattered all over the place. Rhodes was not careless, and another two-level downward slashing punch completely shattered the head of the dead, and the ground was full of juice, like a smashed watermelon. After everything was done, Rhodes turned around to check on Sieg's injury. "I'm fine, I'm just a little weak, I'll get better after a while," Sieg said, ashamed, but he didn't expect that his carelessness would actually make him a burden. He was really ashamed of the title of Asgard Guard Captain. In the distant palace, Apocalypse sees everything clearly through the perspective of Death. Sure enough, Apocalypse looked at Rhodes' body greedily. Compared to those mortal bodies, it is a perfect existence. No amount of killing people can replace such a body. Lord Apocalypse. I am willing to go. The last Apocalypse Knight knelt down half famine, his eyes were full of excitement. The death of his partner didn't make him feel any anger, on the contrary, he was very happy now. As long as he could kill Rhodes, he would be able to prove his strength to Apocalypse, and he would surely be reused later. No, Apocalypse raised a finger and shook it. You can't be his opponent, don't look at him as a teenager, but the strength of his body is no longer comparable to that of ordinary Protoss. And he can use abilities that I don't even know about. I devoured so many ability users. I thought I had seen all kinds of abilities, but the flame he used was the first time I saw it. Famine was stunned for a moment. Even his own Lord Apocalypse praised Rhodes so much. Could it be that there is someone stronger than Lord Apocalypse in this world? Seeming to see through Famine's mind, Apocalypse smiled slightly. Advertisement. Although it is really strong, it is still far worse than me. I am the only god of this era, and all existences must obey me. This young man will eventually kneel at my feet and pray for my forgive. After he finished speaking, he stood up and said, I will come back when I go, and wait to celebrate that I can get a perfect body. Apocalypse's body was suddenly wrapped by a blue light, and then the blue light quickly contracted into a small dot, and his body disappeared into the space. At the moment, Rhodes was placing Seeger on the ground in a tavern where he could lie down. A figure suddenly appeared outside the door, bathed in moonlight, with an excited smirk at the corner of his mouth. Rhodes looked up, knowing that it was Apocalypse. Ho-ho, killed my 3 capable subordinates, and Apocalypse is still so calm in the face of me. I really don't know whether you are ignorant and fearless, or wise and foolish. Apocalypse took a few steps forward, and all the tables and chairs around him were actually wrapped in a purple light. Then floated in the air. Your 3 subordinates are bloodthirsty, like mad dogs. It seems that you, the master, have little education to raise such lackeys. Rhodes responded coldly. The thought of Apocalypse wantonly slaughtering innocent people in Egypt for his own selfish desires, and even the children were not spared, a little anger ignited in his heart. Humph! Apocalypse snorted coldly, hooking his fingers and sending several tables flying towards Rhodes. Rhodes threw a few punches at will, and the table could not even touch Rhodes, and was blown to pieces by the shockwave generated by Rhodes' punching wind. I am the only god in this world. I control all things in the world. If I want to kill him, I will die. Everything lives according to my will. Apocalypse spread his hands, and his eyes were full of madness. Rhodes didn't want to say more. There was no point in communicating with this crazy pervert of the self. He flew a flying kick, and Apocalypse opened a barrier in front of him. Rhodes kicked the barrier, and his force passed through the barrier, knocking Apocalypse himself out. He flew out of the pub and took a few steps back on the flat ground outside the store to stabilize his body. Advertisement. What? Apocalypse frowned. He couldn't figure out why the force pressed against his body after hitting the barrier. Rhodes at the moment slowly walked out from the door of the tavern, with a cold glow in his eyes. Hey! Who are you, around? Because of the battle between Rhodes and Death just now, a group of people were awakened. Most of them were ordinary civilians who didn't know the situation. They had never seen Apocalypse and didn't know who Rhodes was. They gathered around to watch the play, and early Roar called the Apocalypse low-level apostles patrolling the streets. When everyone saw Apocalypse, they all took a few steps back in fear. Apocalypse's dark blue skin and the faint blue light in his eyes let them know that he is not a normal human being, but a power user made by the Pharaoh. These superpowers are never friendly to civilians, always use their identities to coerce them, and they will also rob beautiful women. Get out of here, Rhodes yelled at them. However, everyone was stunned, unable to understand what Rhodes meant. Apocalypse spread out a hand, and the yellow sand covered on the ground suddenly floated away, and then slowly flowed towards everyone's necks. Everyone looked at the unidentified yellow sand. Although they were physically afraid, they didn't take it seriously. Some people didn't react until the heads of all those who were brushed by the yellow sand across their necks fell directly to the ground. But it was too late, and the yellow sand shrouded them like a mist, causing all the onlookers standing there to disappear into the yellow sand. When the yellow sand gradually fell to the ground, there was a sea of blood full of corpses in front of him. Chapter 35, The Body of Steel. Chapter 35. Body of Steel. You. Rhodes frowned. Among the dead were the elderly, women and children. This kind of slaughter without the slightest difference made him feel extremely disgusted. What? A group of mortals like ants are just dust under my feet. Do I need your permission to brush the dust off my feet? Apocalypse sneered. Rhodes clenched his fists in front of him, and the two looked at each other, and the tense atmosphere lowered the temperature of the air to freezing point. Whoosh! Apocalypse's body turned into an afterimage and then charged towards Rhodes like an arrow. Rhodes also went head to head. The two of them threw a few punches in front of them. The punches were so strong that the four punches collided head-on, and neither of them could attack each other. Apocalypse withdrew his body and looked at his fist, bloody. With a super physique, he has never worried that his body is not strong enough, but he can't surpass the physical aging. Although he has immortality, he can't maintain his peak state all the time. Even if you master the ability of molecular manipulation, the mystery of nature cannot be surpassed by simply changing the molecules, and the reduction of physical ability is still irreversible. In order to maintain his strong vitality, he slaughtered the Egyptians like pigs and dogs, and used their lives to maintain his strength. Looking at Rhodes in front of him, Apocalypse was content with his broken fist, because it proved once again that Rhodes' body was the perfect body he dreamed of. He clenched his fist slightly, and then the flesh on his fist healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Advertisement Rhodes didn't change his face. He didn't think that he could hurt Apocalypse with a simple punch. With the ability of molecular manipulation, it was very simple for him to heal his body. In front of Apocalypse, a blue light beam suddenly shot out. Rhodes flicked sideways, and when he got the light beam, it went straight into the ground, and then a long gap appeared on the ground. The clods that were still there seemed to have disappeared into this space. A primitive destructive energy wave, Rhodes warned. Even if he was swallowed by this shockwave in an instant, he would completely disappear into the universe. Apocalypse raised his eyebrows slightly. You actually know my ability. Who are you? Rhodes didn't answer. No more words. After he finished speaking, two red rays burst out from his eyes and shot towards Apocalypse's forehead. Simple, Apocalypse said lightly. The barrier appeared again in front of him, and then the heat ray actually escaped into the barrier, and then two red streamers appeared on the edge of the barrier. The streamer slowly floated out and entered Apocalypse's body, allowing him to twist his shoulders comfortably, and then the muscles in his body swelled a little. Is this energy from the sun? It's amazing. He closed his eyes, as if savoring the energy he had just absorbed. After absorbing Rhodes' energy, he stared at Rhodes even more greedily. I can't wait, just control your memory. He laughed wildly, raised his hands, and the light blue in his eyes flashed. Rhodes felt as if his brain was itching, and when he was uncomfortable, he condensed his mind and removed the itching from his mind. Apocalypse suddenly took a few steps back, covered his head, and looked at Rhodes in surprise. What? Your spiritual world is so powerful. I can't even touch it. Advertisement Rhodes snorted coldly. His super spirit had evolved since Asgard, and Apocalypse couldn't shake it at all. Humph. Although I don't want to damage your body, I can't help it now. Several blue rays of light shot out in front of Apocalypse. Rhodes flicked his body sideways and avoided as much as he could, but the light was too much for him, and it seemed that Apocalypse didn't need any part of his body to emit light, but all parts of his body could emit light. Bah! A beam of light hit Rhodes' arm and pierced his body directly. Blood flowed out of the hole in the arm. The severe pain in his body slowed Rhodes' dodging. Then came a few more rays of light. Rhodes was unable to dodge, and was pierced by the beams many times. His whole body was hollow. It's a pity, but don't worry, I will repair your body and treat it well. I will definitely cut off your head and use it as a toy for others to play with. Apocalypse smiled and slowly approached Rhodes. Ding! The host, Rhodes, has evolved, steel body. Rhodes' body suddenly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds quickly joined together, and the new flesh looked indistinguishable from the original, even stronger. Hey, do you still have the ability to heal? But it's exactly what I want. Apocalypse gathered more than a dozen beams of light in front of him again and shot them towards Rhodes, preparing to sieve his body directly. But in front of him, none of those blue rays of light actually took effect. It hit Rhodes' body like a stream of water shot from a water gun hitting the wall, and then disappeared directly. What? This is the light of destructive molecules. Has your body exceeded the molecular structure of this world? Apocalypse was surprised that the ability he was most proud of was Primal Destruction Beam, but he didn't expect it to be ineffective against Rhodes. Rhodes touched his body, and Apocalypse's beam had no effect, just like tickling him again. Chapter 36. Super Roar Suck. Chapter 36. Super Roar Suck. Seeing that the laser had lost its effect, Apocalypse's heart rose again. He had mastered so many powers and thought it would be easy to deal with Rhodes. Even if his body can withstand the lasers of the destroying molecules, it is impossible to be immune to the direct destruction of the molecules. So Apocalypse condensed 2 flames in the palm of his hand, and then he closed his hands together, like a flamethrower, and a curtain of fire spewed out towards Rhodes. The original destruction beam can destroy the composition of molecules, and the flame he is using now is the extinction fire that can directly convert molecules into energy on the physical plane. Apocalypse's mouth twitched when he saw Rhodes being enveloped in flames. I hope it's not burned out, and I can reproduce your body with only 1 cell left, he said playfully. But when the curtain of fire faded away, Rhodes was still standing there, unscathed. What? Even the fire of extinction is ineffective against you. What is your body made of? Is it beyond the ordinary matter of the universe? Apocalypse looked at Rhodes in a panic. The flames condensed in his palm again, and he wanted to burn Rhodes to the point where no dust was left. He was afraid that he would not be able to leave his body after it was all burned, so he reduced the power of the flame, and this time he did not hold back at all. The flames flew out again, and a 10-meter-high scarlet curtain flew towards Rhodes' body, trying to slash him in 2 pieces. Rhodes stood where he was, knowing that his body of steel had surpassed the strength of ordinary matter, and now he would be safe even if he went to the center of the sun to bathe in a nuclear explosion. The flames enveloped him again, and the searing waves blocked Rhodes' vision and made him unhappy. Ding! The host, Rhodes, has evolved. Super Roar Suck. Advertisement. After Rhodes heard the sound in his ear, he suddenly felt that his chest was full, and his breath became calm and powerful, as if a slight roar suction could blow up the dust on the ground, and there was no upper limit to this strength in his mind. Rhodes took a small breath, then let it out. Bang! The air in front of him suddenly exploded, and a visible airwave spread out, dispelling the fire curtain shot by Apocalypse. The flames shot back, igniting Apocalypse's body. Ah! Apocalypse let out a scream, and was immediately enveloped in a light blue light and disappeared in place. A few meters away, a light blue light spread out, Apocalypse's body reappeared, the dark blue skin on the surface was covered with blood, and there were burns everywhere. But Apocalypse used molecular remodeling again, and soon the body healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. I don't believe it. I used this flame to burn everything in the world. Is your body really beyond the structure of the ordinary universe? Apocalypse bit his head and clasped his palms together again, creating a vertical fire curtain in front of him. Rhodes stood on the spot, and then he let out a deep breath of cold air. In front of him, a heavy white mist fell to the ground like a waterfall, and only the misty clouds above the clouds slowly spread out on the ground. Apocalypse's flames came into contact with these white mists, and they were extinguished in an instant. The white mists were like death mists from the underworld, freezing the ground and causing all the flames they touched to disappear instantly. Suddenly, Apocalypse's eyes shrank suddenly. He felt a cold wind blowing in front of him, and then his body was completely frozen by light blue ice crystals from the tip of his nose. He was like an ice sculpture standing in the snow, imprisoned by ice cubes all over his body. Damn! The ice sculpture vibrated, and there was a low muffled sound through the ice cubes. Apocalypse's body emitted a dozen light blue rays of light moving horizontally and vertically. Then the ice cube suddenly burst and fell to the ground. The broken section was very smooth. It was obviously split after being cut, not because of melting. Advertisement. UB*******D. Apocalypse clenched his fists tightly as his muscles burst with anger. I changed my mind. I'm going to tear you to pieces, resurrect you, and tear you to pieces again. Let you go mad in endless pain, and then control your thoughts and make you my slave. Speaking of which, Apocalypse actually gave up using his abilities from a distance, and instead approached Rhodes and fought him physically. With super strength and super physique, he is also very confident in his melee combat. He knows that his supernatural powers can no longer help Rhodes, so he will directly strangle him and tear his body into pieces. Rhodes still stood there. This time he took a deep breath, and when Apocalypse was in front of him, suddenly roar came out. Boom! There was an explosion in front of him. Apocalypse's body collided with the extremely fast airflow from Rhodes' roar, causing the airflow to be turbulent. When they collided with each other, it caused an explosion of gas. This explosion directly blasted Apocalypse out. Its body flew high into the sky, and then disappeared into the sky in an arc without a trace. Rhodes stood still, looking as though the power of the explosion was nothing to him. He looked at the sky with his eyes, and the scene in front of him continued to enlarge, and finally he could clearly see the posture of Apocalypse hundreds of miles away. The latter had been blown to pieces by the explosion, and the body in the chest was rapidly healing, and he himself struggled to use a space teleportation. The pale blue light devoured him, and then the man disappeared into the air. Inside the palace, Apocalypse appeared in a blue light, and then fell to the ground and cried in pain. Ah! Damn it! The people waiting for the good news in the palace were terrified and panicked, not knowing what to do. Chapter 37. Laufey in the Dark. Chapter 37. Laufey in the Dark. They had never seen their Lord Apocalypse suffer such a serious injury, which obviously exceeded their expectations. Apocalypse, with his many abilities, has never met an opponent, not even one who has injured a single hair of his hair. The scene in front of me. What kind of monster is the other party? After Apocalypse's chest healed, he stood up and vented his anger. What are you doing standing there? Gather the army for me. I'm going to slash that B********* D who made me so embarrassed. The men immediately went to assemble the Egyptian soldiers, and they assembled the elite soldiers equipped with the frost axe sent by the giants of Jotunheim. Then went to His Highness and waited for Apocalypse to give the order. Apocalypse stood on the high main hall, looking into the distance with a little fear. It was the first time he had encountered a formidable opponent like Rhodes, and he was constantly growing in just one fight. The strength of that body is absolutely impossible to exist before, and it is not at the same level as the body I felt before. Everyone, search the whole city for me. No matter who gets in the way, it doesn't matter who it is. The soldiers are all elites directly under Apocalypse, and the spiritual world is all controlled by Apocalypse and is his puppet. Even if Apocalypse asked them to slash their own relatives, they would have no hesitation. The rest of the non-elite soldiers who were standing far away were a little hesitation when they heard that they might want to attack the people of Egypt. After all, their relatives also lived here. Apocalypse saw through their minds, and then waved slightly to the elite troops. The puppet soldiers seemed to have received some instructions. Advertisement. It was like an iron cavalry smashing mountains and rivers, striding towards the ordinary soldiers, and then actually started to wave the frost giant axe in his hand, and made a frost shock, freezing the soldiers into ice sculptures. Thousands of elite soldiers instantly froze tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers, and then they walked straight forward, and the hard armor after hitting the ice sculptures smashed the ice sculptures into pieces. Rhodes in the distance sees everything. This guy doesn't even spare his own people. In addition to sighing, Rhodes also found that the giant axes held by the elite soldiers were clearly the only weapons that the giants of Jotunheim could have. Could it be that there was some kind of deal between Laufey and Apocalypse? Anyway, it looks like Laufey is here, on his arm. Rhodes gave orders to the Pegasus troops on the Egyptian border to begin closing the encirclement and finally gather in front of the palace. The order has just been issued, and a mighty Egyptian elite force has arrived in front of Rhodes. They held the frost axe high, and in front of the army were several of Laufey's giants of Jotunheim. The giants of Jotunheim weren't in the palace to begin with, they seemed to have been added halfway through. Rhodes was determined, and Laufey waited in the dark for the moment to use the ice crate. But in front of him, he can only deal with this menacing army that is coming at him first. In front of him, a light blue light opened, and Apocalypse appeared in front of Rhodes again. You have exhausted your last chance. If you surrender obediently, I will only let you die. If you are not willing to accept my last charity, you will sink in endless pain. The corners of Rhodes' mouth rose slightly. You think too highly of yourself. I am enough for this kind of army. Advertisement. After speaking, Rhodes actually ignored Apocalypse and flew towards the army, taking a deep breath and exhaling it violently. More than a dozen tornadoes rose from the ground, sweeping towards the army. Apocalypse frowned, and immediately flew towards those tornadoes, and then a dozen beams shot into the center of the tornadoes, dispelling the vortex that the tornadoes depended on to survive, and the crisis was resolved. Just one roar can blow him away. His army is naturally impossible to resist. If this tornado encounters the army of transforming people that he has cultivated for many years, it will be a waste of so much effort. Don't think it's over, it's just a moment of carelessness. Apocalypse said stubbornly, and then psychokinesis controlled the house around him and smashed it towards Rhodes. The houses were like hills, falling towards Rhodes, and every house was smashed to smithereens, and earth and stones splashed everywhere. And Rhodes just came head on. The houses fell on him like strands of broken hair, washed away by his hard body. Rhodes, who has a body that exceeds the strength of ordinary cosmic matter, can't have all the matter on the earth harder than his body, and the earth and rocks are just a joke. In the sky, groups of white Pegasus knights appeared from all around. They held their spears high in their hands, and a luminous cannon fell from the sky, like a punishment from Angel, blasting the Egyptian elite to flee. Apocalypse didn't dare to look elsewhere. Rhodes' strength and invisible had already choked him. Seeing that the form was already one-sided, and it was only a matter of time before his defeat was wiped out, Apocalypse was so anxious. Just then, in the dark, Laufey watched everything secretly. He saw that Odin's elite Pegasus troops actually focused all their attention on the Egyptian soldiers in front of him. Rhodes was also dealing with Apocalypse, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. The time has come, and now is the perfect time for me, Laufey, to take over Midgard. Chapter 38. Opening the Ice Treasure Box. Chapter 38. Open the Ice Treasure Box. Laufey took out a treasure box that shone with a faint blue light from his arms, and then condensed a powerful frost magic in front of him. The magic power turned into an arc light, flowing from the gap on the edge of the treasure box toward the inside of the treasure box. The body of the treasure box began to vibrate violently, as if the frost magic power just injected had a violent magical reaction in it. Suddenly, around Laufey, the frost exploded with him at the center, and the ground and surrounding walls were covered by a dark blue ice. Bingji is like a spreading vine, extending its tentacles to erode everywhere. No matter what they encountered in front of them, they covered it with themselves at a constant rate, swallowed it into their bodies, and pressed them under their bodies. In the space beside Laufey, light blue Bingjia appeared out of thin air, and ice cones condensed into a file size of rice grains fell on the ground, turning into dazzling ice crystal gems. The ice treasure box in his hand opened slightly, and a blue phantom suddenly rushed out of it, and then flew towards the sky. The gap at the edge was opened at once under the constant subsequent impact of this phantom shadow. Then above the sky, a blue aurora covered the night sky, and everyone was attracted by this strange sight. The aurora stretched out 6 sharp, thorn-like angles, and then spread out, like a snowflake pattern that was gradually forming. Rhodes' pupils shrank suddenly. He knew that this was clearly caused by the magic power after the ice treasure box was opened. He noticed the location where the blue phantom flew out just now, so he immediately stared at it with his eyes. The walls in front of him became transparent and thin, and the scene continued to enlarge, and finally stopped in front of a light blue-skinned figure. Laufey was looking at the strangeness in the sky in amazement. This was the first time he used the ice treasure box. He had never seen such pure and powerful ice energy. Seemingly noticing Rhodes' gaze, he looked at the empty wall beside him and smiled, as if mocking Rhodes for being a step late. Advertisement. White velvet snowflakes began to fall in the sky, and everyone was amazed that there would be snow in summer, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help showing a smile of seeing the wonder. But when an Asgard Pegasus knight came into contact with a snowflake and turned into an ice sculpture, everyone's smiles froze instantly. They suddenly discovered that this is not a snowflake at all, but a concrete manifestation of high-purity frost energy in space. If the body is directly disengaged by such energy, it is equivalent to running naked in absolute zero. If there is no strong protective frost against the armor, no matter how strong the body is, it is impossible to resist the power of the freezing point of the universe. That is the energy that can stop matter. Not only the Asgard soldiers, but also the giants of Jotunheim on the ground panicked. Even if they grew up in Jotunheim, they could not fight against absolute zero. Apocalypse was slightly stunned. He used space teleportation more than a dozen times in a row, blinking his body in front of Rhodes. But the dense snowflakes fell, almost leaving him nowhere to hide. Apart from escaping, he did not dare to face the existence of this kind of cosmic law-level energy. Rhodes let the snowflakes fall on his body. After those snowflakes touched Rhodes' body, they burst into a white halo and disappeared into the space. His current body of steel has surpassed ordinary cosmic matter, and the law of ordinary cosmic absolute zero is completely ineffective for his body. But the scene in front of him made Rhodes worried. Even if he could resist the high-intensity frost energy released from the center of the ice crate, the Asgard soldiers had no way to resist. The whole army obeys the order, saves their own lives as the first priority, and all staff evacuate the most central battlefield. Rhodes yelled at the communication device on his arm. The Pegasus Knights in the sky acted immediately, riding the Pegasus to the airspace that was not covered by the huge snowflake suspended in the sky. It is impossible for Egyptian soldiers to have the mobility of Pegasus Knights. On the ground, they were quickly covered by falling snow and turned into ice sculptures. Apocalypse also understood what Rhodes ordered, and immediately a teleportation fled the area that the snowflakes could reach. Arriving in the desert area outside the city, he stared at the white snowflakes above the sky of his city, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The Egyptian city he had built for so many years was almost completely destroyed by such a snowflake. Advertisement. If the snowflake continues to expand, it is impossible for any creature to survive in the space covered by absolute zero. Neither the elite soldiers of Egypt nor other people in Egypt will survive. But at this moment, the snowflake spread rapidly, covering the entire desert sky, but at the same time, its own existence became sparse and thin, and white existence could no longer be seen in the night sky. It seems that the white snowflakes are evenly covering the Earth's atmosphere, and it seems that the pure white snowflakes have disappeared. While Apocalypse was bewildered, Rhodes suddenly flew in front of him. I'll deal with you first, then Laufey. Rhodes snapped. He naturally wanted to kill Laufey first, but Apocalypse actually stood in an area with Pegasus Knights troops. He estimated that it would take some time for the ice crate to cover the entire Earth, so he made protecting his troops his top priority. After all, facing an opponent like Apocalypse, the number of Pegasus Knights is meaningless, and his firepower alone is enough to wipe out the entire Pegasus Knight Legion. Apocalypse smiled. Kill me? Although you are really strong, you are too naive to want to kill me. Rhodes ignored him, but a blazing sun flame suddenly condensed in front of him. Crimson flames illuminated the dry yellow desert, melting the gravel beneath Rhodes' feet into transparent crystals. Apocalypse took a half step back in fright. What a joke. Could it be a flame that rivals the sun? It's just the residual heat. Not comparable. It's the fire of the sun. Rhodes threw the flame on Apocalypse. Apocalypse wanted to teleport to escape, but because the heavy snow just now consumed too much energy, at the moment he couldn't dodge at all. After the fireball was lifted to his body, it instantly enveloped him, and only a black figure could be seen struggling in the flames, making a desperate scream. Ah, damn it, how could I be caught by such a thing? Apocalypse let out a roar, and then the cells in the whole body actually healed quickly under the scorching of the sun's flame. Ha 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 ha, I am the master of this world. I control everything in the universe. As long as you are still under the laws of the universe, you cannot kill me. Apocalypse laughed wildly. Chapter 39. Imprisoning Laufey. Chapter 39. Detention of Laufey. HMPH, Rhodes sneered. The speed of the sun flame is very slow, and it is difficult to attack you who can teleport. I didn't intend to kill you like this, but since you don't believe it, I will let you know your ignorance. Saying that, Rhodes made claws with both hands, his mind concentrated in the palm of his hand, and the flames in front of him burst out suddenly, pouring into the burning Apocalypse. The flames on Apocalypse gained new energy and exploded in an instant, the flames soaring into the sky. This time, his whole body became charred black, and the rotten flesh was licked by the flames layer by layer, turning into sparks flying in the fire. The muscles of the whole body disappeared, and the white bones were exposed, just like those skeleton knights created by death. Only his head is still holding up, and it appears that he is deliberately focusing his healing on the head in order to stay alive. However, Rhodes simply increased the flame again, and Apocalypse's body suddenly turned into a black smoke, and instantly disappeared into the space, not even a single dust was left behind. The Pegasus Knights who had withdrawn from the surroundings looked around Rhodes, and their bodies trembled in horror. The original yellow gravel has turned into a pure transparent crystal at this moment, and it is not a surface layer, but the sand dunes under Rhodes' feet have all turned into complete crystals. He can still feel the hot breath floating around him, and even if he touches the hot wind a little, he can feel his skin scorching and hurting as if a layer of it was torn off. "Commander," someone said in a trembling voice, "what should we do now?" Rhodes looked at the Pegasus Knights behind him. Only half of them were there, and the others evacuated to the other side outside the city. There were snowflakes falling next to them. Just when everyone wanted to escape, they found that the snowflakes this time were just pure snow, and they quickly melted into water droplets when they fell on the body. "This is Laufey's ice crate. It looks like it just released the energy when it was opened, and now it spreads evenly throughout Midgard," Rhodes explained. "But if you wait like this, the temperature will gradually drop throughout Midgard until it is only suitable for the giants of Jotunheim to survive." Everyone knew that they still needed to be vigilant, so they immediately became vigilant. Rhodes set his eyes on the city of Egypt, then put his fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. From the sky, a white holy voice pulled out a white afterimage and came to Rhodes' side. Tenma came to Rhodes' body and let out a neigh, as if to express the joy of seeing his master. Advertisement Rhodes wrote it, and then took the Pegasus Knights around him and killed them back into the city. At the same time, he also ordered the Pegasus Knights on the other side to surround him. Laufey is in the city, there is no way to escape. Soon, under the guidance of Rhodes, the Pegasus Knights surrounded Laufey in the courtyard in front of the palace. Laufey looked at everyone with a smile, without the slightest panic. "Midgard is already in the possession of our giants of Jotunheim, what can you do?" Behind him, the ice treasure box was placed by him on the altar of the Egyptian sacrifice, and white mist was continuously flowing out. "These mists will not sink to the ground, but disappear out of thin air. I don't know where they're going." Rhodes knew that the ice crate was supplying the entire planet with frost energy to lower the planet's temperature. "Stop the ice crate and I'll spare your life," Rhodes threatened. "Ha ha ha ha. Stop joking." Laufey laughed loudly. "After a while, you will all be unable to move your body because of the energy of the ice treasure box. What can you do then?" After he finished speaking, he looked at the Pegasus Knight beside Rhodes. Sure enough, because this was the closest place to the ice treasure box, the temperature was extremely low, making it unbearable for everyone. Laufey noticed the strangeness of these Pegasus Knights and approached Rhodes with a smile. "Don't hold on, I think you're about to die. After all, it's an ordinary body, not as good as our giants of Jotunheim to withstand the cold." With that, he flew close to Rhodes and threw a punch. Rhodes didn't change his face, clapped his hands slightly, blocked a punch, and then kicked Laufey sideways, kicking Laufey out. Peefed. Laufey's throat sweetened, and a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. "What? You can still move freely?" Laufey exclaimed. He looked at the Pegasus Knights again, all of them trembling, unable to even move his footsteps. Advertisement, but why is Rhodes in front of him still flexible this time? Rhodes didn't respond. Even if his current body was frozen by the absolute freezing point, it would not affect his movements at all, because it was no longer an existence that could be constrained by the physical laws of the general universe. He continued to approach Laufey with his fist raised, ready to hit him with a few punches. Laufey stepped back in horror and put his hand on the frost treasure box, because the concentration of frost energy was too high, and one of his arms was directly frozen. But before that, he still held the treasure box and held it in his hand. "Don't come here, you'll die if you come near me," Laufey threatened. Then Rhodes ignored his threat completely, moved closer and punched. The punch hit the ice crate, the force was transferred to Laufey, and the others were sent flying. Laufey tumbled several times on the ground, and the frost crate fell to one side. How is this possible? Laufey's consciousness became blurred, and he was still shocked in his final consciousness. Rhodes was completely immune to the ice crate. Seeing that Laufey lost his combat ability completely, Rhodes did not intend to let him go. He is a person who likes to cut grass and roots. Just as he raised his fist to blow Laufey's head off, a red light flashed across the sky. Odin descended from the sky with his superior ministers and came to Rhodes' side. "Don't kill him, he is the king of the giants of Jotunheim. If you kill him, the giants of Jotunheim riot will plunge the 9 realms into chaos." The corners of Rhodes' mouth twitched, not because of how powerful Odin was to him, but because of the chaos of the giants of Jotunheim. Earth would definitely be the first to suffer. His parents are still on Earth, and if the giants of Jotunheim attacked aggressively, the current power of the Earth would be powerless to resist. In the chaos, who could guarantee that his parents would not be harmed? In desperation, Rhodes threw Laufey in front of Odin like he was carrying garbage. Odin immediately ordered someone to arrest Laufey, then teleported back to Asgard through Bifrost, and put him in jail. The eyes of everyone in front of them fell on the ice treasure box, and the white mist was constantly being transported to all parts of the Earth through the teleportation magic of the treasure box. If this trouble is not dealt with, the earth will still become a paradise for the giants of Jotunheim under the passage of time. Chapter 40, in the end. Chapter 40. Falling short, you go. Odin ordered several upper gods around him. Several high-level gods under Odin dismissed them. They slowly approached those white mists, but the moment they reached out to touch them, their fingers suddenly froze. Then they were so frightened that they suddenly retracted their fingers, and the slight vibration of the body actually drove the ice cubes on the fingertips, and then the whole finger turned into ice crystals and shattered. What? Everyone was shocked. Roar can directly destroy the body of a higher god. What is the white mist? My god king. They turned and looked innocently at Odin. These white mists can cause absolute zero, and our bodies will freeze as soon as we get close. When the soldiers and generals heard that it was absolute zero, they immediately stepped back in fright. Although Odin is the king of gods, after all, his body is still within the laws of the general universe. Even if he touches absolute zero, the matter in his whole body is stopped, and it will collapse instantly. Everyone looked at the ice treasure box and suddenly became helpless. If no one could stand up and close the treasure box, they could only watch Midgard be taken into the bag by the giants of Jotunheim. Rhodes definitely couldn't agree, and he walked over slowly. What are you doing? That's absolute zero, the theoretical death rules, you just went to die in the past. Rhodes ignored him and walked over slowly. Those white mists touched his body, but they were just like simple water mists, and were swept away by him on both sides of the road. The freezing of the whole body that everyone had predicted did not happen at all. Rhodes took the ice crate in both hands and slammed it shut. But even though the ice crate is fully closed, the white fog is constantly emerging. Even if the ice treasure box that has been opened is physically closed, the powerful magic sealed in it has already been activated, and unless the magic can be interrupted, the white fog cannot be made to disappear. And the interruption method of this magic can only be turned off by the person who turned it on, and everyone except Laufey will be rejected by the treasure box. Rhodes couldn't help but twitch when he remembered how the treasure box was sealed. Advertisement: if you want my life on Earth, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before the people around him could recover from their shock, Rhodes summoned Heimdall to open a Bifrost by himself, sending Rhodes directly to Jotunheim. After walking out of Bifrost's rainbow light, Rhodes threw it hard against the sky and threw the ice treasure box in his hand. The white mist accumulated in an instant and accumulated around it. The ice treasure box that was originally acting on the Earth suddenly lost its target, and the magic was released from nowhere. These white mists accumulate constantly, wrapping the crate in a large white cotton. Then, the cotton suddenly exploded and scattered around. In the sky over Jotunheim, white snow fell. Some curious giants of Jotunheim reached out to touch the white snow, the first time they had seen it in Jotunheim in all these years. But when they touched the snow, their bodies were immediately frozen into ice cubes, and when the wind blew slightly, their bodies shattered, and then fell to the ground and became ice crystals that sparkled stars in space, and finally disappeared without a trace. Disappeared. Panic spread immediately, everyone ran around, ran into the building to hide, ran under the ice cliff to hide. However, after the snowflakes lifted the ground, the temperature of the ground dropped suddenly, and then began to radiate in all directions. Rhodes didn't look any further, but turned and walked into Bifrost, back to Asgard. Several soldiers were throwing a fainted Laufey into the prison, and Rhodes appeared before them to awe. Hello, Legion Commander. Give him to me, Rhodes said flatly. The soldiers looked at each other. Rhodes was now the commander of the Pegasus Knights. They didn't have the courage to resist, and immediately handed over Laufey. Rhodes grabbed Laufey's slender neck and threw him into Bifrost. The weightlessness jolted Laufey awake, and by the time the scene became clear, he was already in Jotunheim. Rhodes stepped on his head with one foot and threatened. Did you see those white mists in the distance? Leave the treasure box for me, or wait for Jotunheim to disappear into the absolute zero void. Laufey's body trembled slightly, even the giants of Jotunheim couldn't walk freely in absolute zero. He had a strong resistance to cold, but he could only move in absolute zero for a second. Advertisement: if one's own clansmen were trapped in absolute zero, it would be impossible for them to survive. Humph. Laufey suddenly gave a ghostly smile. Do you think I don't know? Even if you brought the crate to Jotunheim, Midgard was chosen as the target, and he would eventually be swallowed by the magic of the crate. Rhodes let go of his feet, and Laufey smiled and thought Rhodes was frightened by him. But suddenly a punch hit him in the cheek, making his brain buzz. You can try and see if I kill all your clansmen in front of your eyes first, and then forcefully destroy the treasure box, or if Midgard is swallowed up by the insignificant magic that is now teleporting past. Laufey avoided his eyes. Jotunheim and Midgard were too far away. Even if they were locked, the magic power couldn't be transmitted so fast, and the amount would be limited. The magic power that cannot be transmitted will naturally stay in Jotunheim, which is the source of the snowflakes in front of you. If it goes on like this, Jotunheim must disappear first, and Rhodes, the monster that even absolute zero is ineffective against him. Laufey lowered his head, then nodded helplessly. I'll close the treasure chest and spare my clan. Rhodes kicked him in the A*, kicked him a few staggers, and went to the ground in a very embarrassed way to close the box, which was still foggy on the ground. In front of Jotunheim is like a battlefield after the war. There are screaming giants of Jotunheim everywhere. Some of them have been taken away by snowflakes, and some of them have lost their beloved friends. The wailing filled the entire Jotunheim, and it was about to break through the sky and rush beyond the 9 realms. Laufey knelt on the ground, looked at the horror in front of him in horror, looked at the sky and shouted unwillingly. One move away from chess, All credit is lost, all credit is lost. Suddenly he looked back and glared at Rhodes, gnashing his teeth and showing his fierceness. Asgard actually produced a monster like you, I'm unlucky. Rhodes looked at him coldly and walked over slowly. Are you going back to jail with me, or am I taking you back? Laufey smiled wryly, stood up, lowered his head and walked into the rainbow light. Rhodes looked at the chaos in Jotunheim, and whispered to Laufey behind him. If you don't greedy the outside world, how can you end up like this? These people died for you. Laufey was speechless. After the ice crate was opened, all the creatures in Midgard would die. Now the crate in turn devastated Jotunheim. Chapter 41. 9 Realms Asgardian. Chapter 41. 9 Realms Asgardian. A few days later, Asgard, above the main hall of Asgard. Laufey knelt on top of the main hall, his limbs shackled, his eyes staring blankly at the ground. In front of him, Odin sat on the top of the main hall, looking down at him. King of the giants of Jotunheim, Laufey, you have violated the laws of the 9 Realms peace and intended to destroy Midgard. You are now sentenced to serve in Asgard until your death, and inform all giants of Jotunheim that this is a decision made for the sake of peace in the 9 Realms. Laufey knelt in a daze and didn't say much. Soon, soldiers around him pulled him down. This was just a passing scene. After all, Laufey couldn't escape and would be punished. After Laufey was taken away, everyone's eyes fell on Rhodes. Hela also looked at Rhodes from the side, cracked the icy charming face rarely and smiled faintly at Rhodes. Rhodes, Odin roar called. Rhodes stood up and came to Odin under the expectant gaze of everyone. As a temporary commander in this battle, I couldn't help solving Laufey's rebellion, and also eradicated Midgard's riot force apocalypse. The credit is huge. Now you are specially designated as the 9 Realms Asgardian, and together with Hela, monitor and guard the 9 Realms. Everyone burst out in shock. Roar, what is the concept of Asgardian in the 9 Realms? That is a priesthood that is almost second only to the position of Odin. Rhodes has turned from a small bodyguard to an Asgardian of the 9 Realms. Odin was a little nervous, and he looked at Rhodes with mixed emotions. He couldn't see through Rhodes' strength at all, and even the absolute zero, which he couldn't get close to at will, couldn't do any damage to him. And against Laufey, he didn't seem to even have a fierce battle, and the battle was quickly resolved. With such strength, let alone Asgardian of the 9 Realms, it may be a matter of time before he gives way to him as the commander of the 9 Realms. Rhodes was neither surprised nor delighted when he got this position. To him, Odin was not the boss, and no one was his boss. After all, he has the genes of Silver Superman, and he doesn't need to be afraid of the powerhouses from this universe or other universes. But before the time travel, he was also an ancient Huxia person, and he was full of benefits, and he still understood these principles. The universe is so big and it may be infinite. Before his own strength becomes invincible, he will be too publicized and will only make enemies everywhere, and finally make himself uneasy. So Rhodes nodded and said, "Thank God, King. Accumulate and recharge, stay in Asgard for a while, and then make plans for the future." Rhodes planned in his heart. Advertisement, someone. Grant the Asgardian magic weapon of the 9 Realms. Odin roar called, and then asked his servant to hand over a spear to Rhodes. The spear's body was blood red, the spearhead was shining and sharp, and a snake pattern was engraved on it coiled up. The sound of gunfire exudes a touch of magic, and at a glance, you can see that this is not an ordinary weapon. Rhodes took the spear and waved it slightly. The sound of the gun dragged a red afterimage in the space, turning it into an arc and showing it in front of everyone. The magic soldier is held in the hero's hand, showing a heroic appearance. The crowd applauded, and Gao Roar stood up. Rhodes, Rhodes, Rhodes. Hela also came to Rhodes with clapping. Congratulations, this is a long spear specially made for you by the best craftsman in the 9 Realms. He heard from Sig that your marksmanship is exquisite. This spear claims to be able to pierce through everything. In your hand, it is considered to have found its destination. Rhodes smiled lightly. It's overrated, it's just a matter of luck to resolve the incident. Hela was teased by Rhodes to cover her mouth and snicker. They are already Asgardian of the 9 Realms, and they are still hiding their strength. She patted Rhodes on the shoulder coquettishly, like a pure girl. Rhodes was stunned for half a second. It was the first time he had seen Hela so lively. Hela also realized that she had lost her way, and immediately turned down her face with a cold face. Next, we have to protect the 9 Realms, take care of them. After speaking, she walked away quickly, hiding her shyness after her gaffe. Rhodes looked at Hela's shyly fleeing back, and couldn't help but put a smile on his face. Sir, are you satisfied with this kind of accommodation? Several craftsmen stood beside Rhodes respectfully. As an Asgardian of the 9 Realms, he naturally has his own residence, so Rhodes simply let him design a house according to his own ideas. Looking at the gorgeous house in front of him, Rhodes nodded with satisfaction. Okay, is the study big enough? Big. Your side please. Several craftsmen led Rhodes to the study. Advertisement. It was a row of rooms, and Rhodes specifically asked the study to be large enough to accommodate all the books in the world. It is naturally impossible to build such a big house. The craftsman can only take a slant and build a quantum reading room for Rhodes. As long as there are books with electronic records in the 9 Realms, they can be consulted. Some unrecorded books were found by craftsmen with great effort and placed into study rooms specially used for displaying ancient books. Rhodes was very satisfied when he saw that the bookshelves were full of all kinds of rare and ancient books that could be collected in the 9 Realms. Sir, are you still satisfied? No problem, continue to send people to collect ancient books, as long as Asgard can't record it through quantum technology, collect them for me. Several craftsmen bowed their heads suddenly, yes. After saying that, they withdrew. Instead of looking at his bedroom and hall, Rhodes stayed in the study, took the first book from the first row of the bookshelf, and sat in a place specially designed for lighting to read. At the moment Hela came to Rhodes' courtyard, and when she heard that his residence was built, she was the first to come to see it. I searched the front courtyard without seeing Rhodes, and then knocked on the door of Rhodes' hall, but no one responded. After thinking about where Rhodes would go for a long time, Hela patted her forehead and pouted, this nerd is probably reading again. After speaking, he walked towards Rhodes' study. Rhodes, who has super memory, has also evolved super intelligence. He can understand the content of books at a glance, with the help of super memory. Rhodes is now like a walking knowledge viewer, all the knowledge of the universe constantly pouring into his head. The door of the study was not closed, and Hela stood at the door looking at Rhodes's reading profile. Rhodes didn't notice her for a long time. His consciousness was completely immersed in the book, and he didn't need to be vigilant when he was in Asgard. Hela didn't even call Rhodes from Roar. She stared blankly at Rhodes' profile and couldn't help but smile. Lord Hela. Hello. Several maids who came to deliver books to Rhodes immediately bowed and said hello when they saw Hela standing at the door. When Rhodes heard Hela, he put the book down immediately. Hela. Hela looked at Rhodes' maids carefully, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. These were specially allocated to Rhodes by the people of Odin, in order to serve Rhodes well. They are Valkyrie warriors, and their snow-white skin and velvet feathers make these girls look holy and beautiful. Chapter 42. Training the Soul Warrior. Chapter 42. Training the Soul Warrior. Taking care of people is also delicate and considerate, but these maids disturbed Hela to watch Rhodes quietly, and Hela was a little angry. But these maids are Rhodes' people, and Hela can't punish them casually. And for some unknown reason, when Hela saw these beautiful Valkyrie warriors beside Rhodes, she felt inexplicably upset, and even Hela herself couldn't figure out why. Rhodes stood up, walked to Hela's side. Are you looking for me? Hela looked at Rhodes with a faint smile on her face. Yes, the god King Odin has sent you a new task. What mission? Training soul warriors of Soul Castle. You also know that the soul warriors of these soul castles are formed by the condensed heroic spirits of warriors from the 9 realms who died in battle. After extraditing their dead souls to heaven, they will be promoted to Protoss warriors in Soul Castle again. Having a powerful Protoss body, they still retain their previous character and cognition. They are powerful, but it is precisely because of their power that they are in chaos and disobeying discipline. Odin has sent many people to manage the soul warriors of these soul castles, but they all failed. As the new Asgardian of the 9 realms, I believe you must have the ability to discipline them. Rhodes knew instantly. Indeed, in order to deal with Ragnarok, the god King Odin did not hesitate to kill countless powerful warriors from the 9 realms on the battlefield. Then collect the souls of these warriors from the 9 realms and reunite them as soul warriors in Soul Castle. This strength has become stronger, but they do not have the loyalty and obedience of the Protoss warriors. It is easy to be rebellious and disobedient when you have acquired great power. This is really a headache. Rhodes nodded. Okay, I see, I'll go now. Rhodes is ready to leave here. These maids put down the books in their hands and brought Rhodes's Asgardian cloak from the 9 realms. The maids gently put on capes for Rhodes. Hela glanced at the maids with a complicated look, but without saying anything, she turned and left. Rhodes came to Valhalla. A towering white gigantic temple stands on a peak. Advertisement above the Hall of Heroes, a pillar of light of huge amounts rose into the sky, piercing the sky. Rhodes could even see some human-shaped things falling from the sky and the huge amounts of light beams and falling into the temple of Valhalla. It seems that this huge beam of light should be used to collect the souls of those soldiers who died in the 9 Realms War. The souls of the soldiers of the 9 Realms who died in battle were rebuilt from here. Rhodes crossed the heavy stairs and stepped into the huge amounts of square in front of the Valhalla. Many warriors in golden armor gathered in 2s and 3s on the square of the Hall of Heroes, some chatting, some drinking, and some playing games. It doesn't look like a training camp for warriors at all, but rather a large entertainment venue. Fortunately, these guys can't play any extravagant work, otherwise this Temple of the Valiant Spirit will probably become a large-scale dance scene. In broad daylight, this group of soul warriors is so sloppy and free, no wonder the god King Odin would delegate this task to himself. Rhodes just walked into the square of the Valhalla. Hundreds of soul warriors all around set their sights on Rhodes. Everyone laughed and talked about Rhodes' cloak and spear of the 9 Realms Asgardian. There was no respect for Rhodes' presence in the slightest. Not a single one even saluted Rhodes. Rhodes shook his head speechlessly. Really a bunch of thorns. Rhodes shouted loudly. Everyone gathers. Still a dead silence. Rhodes suddenly saw the words that came out, which made the surrounding soul warriors stunned. After a few seconds of silence, the group of soul warriors laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. What is this idiot talking about? I don't know, maybe he thought he was the boss. He actually asked us to gather. Cut. Who is killing him? It's just another idiot. Don't worry about it, let's just keep drinking. Rhodes stood in the square, no one heeded his orders, looking like a fool. The veins on Rhodes' forehead burst. Then the Asgardian spear in Rhodes' hand flew out like lightning. Naturally, the target was those soul warriors who mocked him while drinking. Advertisement: the Asgardian spear in Rhodes' hands was so fast that none of the 4 or 5 drinking soul warriors could react. Boom! A huge deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters was blasted out in the square of the Temple of the Spirit. Huge amounts of shockwave blasted out 20 or 30 soul warriors around. And at the heart of the Rhodes' Asgardian spear attack, the few soul castle warriors who were drinking were disgraced by Rhodes, and they only felt a wave of shaking. It was dark in front of them, and then they fell to the ground. The golden armor on his body was scorched black by the blast. Looking extremely embarrassed, Rhodes has shown mercy. The Asgardian spear in his hand did not pierce any soul warrior's chest, otherwise, I am afraid that these soul warriors will die again. The few soul warriors took a moment to react. He stood up angrily. You are courting death, you dared to attack us. Rhodes looked up at the soul warriors. You said enough to die 100 times. These soul warriors were naturally unconvinced and took out their spears or long knives one after another. Pounced towards Rhodes. Rhodes raised his right hand, and the Asgardian spear stuck in the pit flew back into Rhodes' hands. The spear in Rhodes' hand shook, and a few spear flowers were shaken out, and he rushed towards the soul warriors. The world of God speaks with fists. If you want to train these soul warriors, you must find a few unlucky ghosts to love them. Only then can they realize that the gap exists. These soul warriors are fast, but Rhodes is faster than them. Rhodes came to these soul warriors in an instant. The Asgardian spear in his hand swept away. The armor and weapons in these soul warriors were all smashed by Rhodes. They were flying backwards faster than they were charging. Several soul warriors fell to the ground, smashing the stone slabs on the ground of the Temple of Valor. The soul warriors' garments shattered, leaving only a few shredded strips of cloth barely covering their bodies, revealing their strong muscles. Chapter 43. A group of cowards. Chapter 43. Just a bunch of cowards. Although they have transformed into Protoss warriors and possess the physique of the Protoss, their combat experience is still at the stage of the Nine Realms warriors. Their combat experience and fighting technique are much lower than that of Protoss warriors, but at the same time they have stronger physique and strength than ordinary Protoss warriors because of the strengthening of the Temple of Heroes. This leads these soul warriors to think that they are so powerful that no one can stop them. But if it weren't for the credit of the Temple of the Spirit, they might be nothing. These souls always see their strength according to their appearance. But in fact, their combat effectiveness is not high, especially if they don't understand the battle formation coordination of the Protoss and the fighting technique of the Protoss. Since they were endowed with powerful powers by the Temple of Valor, it was difficult for ordinary people to discipline them. That being the case, the easiest way is to speak with fists. These soul warriors were tortured by Rhodes to look like this. The surrounding soul warriors all showed their horrified eyes. It was hard for them to imagine that Rhodes had such power. These soul warriors who said Rhodes were bombarded with ragged clothes made them lose face. If anyone else saw this scene, they would definitely laugh out loud. But now these soul warriors can't laugh, because they saw the gap between them and Rhodes. With Rhodes' strength, none of them could be Rhodes' opponent, even if they all joined forces. No one knew how powerful Rhodes was. Since they have the body of the Protoss, they are also afraid of death. They don't know if they, the soul warriors who have ascended from the Nine Realms, can be resurrected once again, or will they be completely wiped out together with their souls. This made the group of soul warriors very terrified. It's just that one of the soul warriors who was taught by Rhodes was obviously not very convinced. Even his own weapons and armor were all shredded by Rhodes. Still want to get up and continue fighting. Advertisement. Rhodes pressed his Asgardian spear to his opponent's throat. The point of the sharp Asgardian spear pierced the soul warrior's skin. Blood flowed from the soul warrior's skin. The coldness brought by the tip of the Asgardian spear made the soul warrior feel cold all over his body, and the pain from his throat made the soul warrior stiff in place, not daring to make any movement. Whether it is a Protoss warrior or a Terran warrior, the fear of death exists. Even if they now have great power and the physique of the Protoss. Rhodes said indifferently, "If you don't want to die, be honest, or I don't mind making you a soul again. I'm Rhodes, Asgardian of the Nine Realms, and I'm here to clean you up in the name of God King Odin. I'm not a patient person, and if you cause me trouble, then I don't mind letting you do it again. I've killed countless giants of Jotunheim, not less than you so-called soul warriors. Even if I kill you all, God King Odin won't say anything. Anyway, the Temple of the Spirit can continue to create the constant soul warrior. If you have nothing to do with Asgard, then you have no value. For trash that has no value, you should know what will happen to you." Rhodes' words suddenly sent chills all over the rebellious soul warriors. Because they thought of a question they had never thought about. The God King Odin created them to serve Asgard. But the way they are now, not only did they disobey the order, but they also caused trouble all day long, causing Asgard to get into countless troubles. If one day the God King Odin is really tired of them, then I am afraid it will be the day of their demise. Asgard is not a nursing home. If they are no longer useful as warriors, then only death awaits them. Instead, they should be thankful for Rhodes' presence. Because at least for the Asgard Protoss, they still have some functions. Rhodes scoffed. Soul warrior. The name sounds interesting, but it's actually not a bunch of weak and worthless garbage. Advertisement. Many arrogant soul warriors heard such humiliating words from Rhodes, and Roar sucked heavily, his chest heaving. Clearly outraged at Rhodes' words, but none of them dared to attack Rhodes, and the few soul warriors lying there now say it all. Rhodes rode. What, are you not convinced? Yes, there is no problem at all. How about I make a bet with you? If any of you are unconvinced, one counts as one. There is no limit to the number of people. Come and challenge me. Whoever can beat me to the ground, I'll get out of here. You can play as you want. If I win, then all of you keep your mouth shut and obey my orders. Even if I ask you to die, you have to die for me. How about that? Dare. Now I wait 5 minutes. If no one challenges me within these 5 minutes, then I will acquiesce to all of you surrender. You are a bunch of cowards and automatically queue up for me. Okay, time starts now. Rhodes manipulated the technological armguard of his left arm and projected a 5-minute countdown interface directly above the Hall of Heroes. These soul warriors looked at each other, watching the time passing above. These soul warriors did not dare to say a word. Stand honestly where you are. There are some timid ones who have already started to stand in front of the long staircase in the Hall of Heroes. Apparently they were overwhelmed by Rhodes' strength, thinking that rebelling against Rhodes has become impossible. So honestly choose to stand in line. At least making an early choice now and being at the forefront of the team can give Rhodes a good impression. But there are still quite a few soul warriors in hesitation. They don't know where they should go, and from the 9 realms to Asgard, they have completed their sublimation in the state of their souls. They can't find their relatives, and they can't find the meaning of their existence. They don't know where they should go if they go on like this, and they are more at a loss for the future. At the moment there are 3 minutes left in the projected time in the sky. Rhodes said loudly, 3 minutes to go, cowards hurry up. If there's no one there, don't waste time. Chapter 44, Challenger Rhodes Bell. Chapter 44. Challenger Rhodes Bell. Rhodes carried the Asgardian spear and walked towards the steps of the Hall of Valhalla, preparing for the next lecture and formulating rules. At this moment, a dozen soul warriors stood up with spears. The eyes of the dozen or so soul warriors were churning with endless killing intent. Apparently they were furious at what Rhodes said. Although Rhodes admits that what he said is a bit too much, but kindness does not control the army. If you don't show a rough and cruel attitude, these rebellious guys will not be completely surrendered. These dozen or so soul warriors are stronger than ordinary soul warriors, regardless of their aura or size. Although Rhodes doesn't know the principle of the transformation of soul warrior from the Temple of Heroes, it seems that after a more powerful soul is sublimated into a soul warrior, his combat power will also become stronger. The one headed by one is more than 2 meters tall, and his muscles are as hard as a rock. The headed soul warrior spoke to Rhodes, "We are not cowards." It can be seen that this group of soul warriors, whether they are now or in their lifetimes, are all warriors, and the word coward is especially taboo. These ancient warriors valued their reputation above all else. Even in death, one has to defend one's own reputation, which should have something to do with beliefs and the environment. The soul warrior continued, "My name is Bell, Rhodes Bell. I'm here to challenge you. If I lose, then all the soul warriors will surrender to you. If I win, then you will kiss the boots of each of our soul warriors and apologize for your words and actions." Rhodes smiled, and it seemed that this guy should be the head of the group of soul warriors. If he can be subdued, the other soul warriors will be obedient, and he will be much smoother. Rhodes didn't have the slightest hesitation, and this Bell didn't have the slightest chance of winning. "Okay, I promise you. Are you going together one by one?" Rhodes' voice fell. A dozen soul warriors stepped forward from behind Bell, seemingly planning to deal with Rhodes together. Advertisement, but Bell raised his hand. "You step back, this is a battle between powerful warriors. If someone else intervenes, then we have to attack in groups, so do we still have the face to call them warriors?" Hearing Bell's words, a dozen soul warriors stepped aside in shame. Rhodes nodded secretly, although he said that these soul warriors were rebellious and difficult to tame, but they also had their own arrogance. At least they have always defined themselves in the name of warriors, not those villains who have no principles and moral standards for their own interests. As long as they think they are warriors, many things will be simple. "Okay, then let's fight one-on-one, fair and just." Bell at the moment picked up his golden spear and put on his helmet. He tapped on the armor on his chest. Rhodes Bell, once the commander of the First Legion of the Babylonian Empire, challenges your excellency, please accept it. Rhodes looked at it, and this Bell is now using the etiquette and process before the ancient European warriors singled out. I didn't expect that this Bell was actually the commander of the First Army, and I didn't expect to be killed in action. This can be the commander of the First Legion, which is basically the #1 general of the entire country, the first general and the like. No wonder he is so arrogant. If this guy can be completely subdued by himself, then it will be a good help for him to rule the soul warriors. "Okay, Asgardian of the 9 realms, Rhodes Clark accepts your challenge." Rhodes also picked up the Asgardian spear in his hand and struck his chest a few times. After all, the other party is also a strong man, and the necessary respect for a warrior is still necessary. After the salute, Bell's big hand like iron pincers firmly grasped the spear. Taking a deep breath, he let out a terrifying roar, killing Rhodes. Kill. Rhodes saw that Bell was so powerful that every time he took a step, the stone slabs under his feet would shatter. This strength and momentum were at least 5 or 6 times that of other soul warriors. No wonder he can be the boss of this group of soul warriors. Rhodes didn't panic at all, and deliberately tested Bell's skills and ability to adapt. So suppress some of your power, in order to better test the true strength of Bell. Rhodes shook a gun and went up to Bel. Advertisement. The easiest and most effective way to conquer a fighter is to defeat him head-on, without any fancy tricks. Rhodes held the Asgardian spear in one hand and collided with Bel's spear. Boom. The two men collided with their spears, and their strength burst out. With a deafening sound, a blast of flying sand and stones swept out. The surrounding soul warriors, even at a distance of 30 or 40 meters, still felt a gust of wind coming towards them, and the small stones that swept in hurt their faces. Numerous soul warriors retreated 100 meters again to ensure their own safety. The dust settled, and Rhodes was holding the spear in one hand. Squeeze Bel's spear under your own Asgardian spear. A large pit with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters appeared on the ground. Bel wanted to retrieve his spear that Rhodes had held down. But Bel's muscles swelled several times, and the armor was cracked by Bel's muscles, his face was flushed, and the blue veins on his forehead were bulging, and he couldn't get his spear back. Rhodes saw that Bel was struggling, so he gently removed the Asgardian spear in his hand. Suddenly Bel took back his spear, but because he was too hard on his body, he couldn't control it in time, so he took a few steps back and sat on the ground. Bel's face flushed red, and his extremely confident strength was unmatched even by Rhodes' single-handed spear. Rhodes at the moment doesn't change his face and his heart doesn't beat. Apparently not trying his best, Bel felt an unprecedented humiliation. What? Bel charged up again with a spear. Rhodes still held the gun in one hand, and the tip of the Asgardian spear constantly neutralized Bel's incoming spear attack. Bel attacked Rhodes with all the spear skills he had learned all his life. A lot of tricky angles, feints, ultimate moves, and even raising the ground sand to obscure Rhodes' sight. These are not too glorious tricks. But Rhodes was still standing, still in the same position. He didn't move half a minute behind him, and he didn't lose his clothes under Bel's attack. 2SS Chapter 45, Punishment, Serving the Servant of God. Chapter 45, Punishment, Serving the Servant of God. It's as if Rhodes is just fishing, watering flowers or something, and doesn't even have the qualifications to make Rhodes messy. Bel attacked for a long time and used hundreds of moves, but he couldn't get half a cent from Rhodes. Rhodes sees that Bel's offensive has quickly ebbed. Knowing that Bel is already out of skill, there is no way to break through himself. Rhodes rode. Your moves are outdated, don't you have any other new things? Then it's up to me. With Rhodes swept away, Bel quickly grabbed his spear and blocked Rhodes' attack. But the spear in Bel's hand flew out the next moment. He flew straight and swiftly to the right pillar at the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. The huge amounts of stone pillars were hundreds of meters high, and the spear in Bel's hand was aimed at this stone pillar carved from Asgard stone, which was thousands of times harder than ordinary rocks in the 9 realms. Then it was firmly inserted into the stone pillar. Only 1 meter of the 3-meter-long gun was exposed outside. It's clearly not Bel's power, it's Rhodes' power. Rhodes at the moment was holding the tail of the gun in his right hand, and the tip of the Asgardian spear pressed against Bel's eyebrow. Bel felt the breath of death at this moment. Even more terrifying than the breath of death emanating from the Death Queen Hela. Bel's huge amounts of body seemed to be immobilized by the slender spear tip. Didn't dare to move at all. Because Bel at the moment can feel that if he is moving, the tip of the gun will really pierce his skull. Bel froze in place, and the countdown of at the moment Rhodes projected in midair just finished the last second. Bel failed, and the dust settled. The soul warriors in the audience were collectively petrified, and they didn't even dare to suck roar. All soul warriors looked at the scene in front of them with bated breath. Bel's powerful fighting power like a giant bear easily killed them, and Bel, who was almost invincible in their eyes, was hanged by Rhodes with a spear in one hand. And it's still the kind of powerless advertisement. Bel stood stiff for a full minute, then Bel knelt down alone. Lord Rhodes, I lose, I'm willing to accept the bet. Rhodes retracted his Asgardian spear and stood beside him. Bel, is it time to honor your promise? Bel clenched his fists to Rhodes. Yes, Lord Rhodes, Bel is willing to give allegiance to you, even if the sky and the earth collapse and the gods fall, he will die. Bel is now completely convinced by Rhodes. Very good. Rhodes had his hands behind his back and walked towards the Valhalla steps. Everyone, gather, from now on, if you don't obey Lord Rhodes' orders, I will screw his head off. Bel spit and roared with a grim face. Under Bel's order, those soul warriors who were originally indecisive and hesitation gathered in the past as if they had been kicked out by the death god. Rhodes' tone remained flat. Rhodes is standing on the steps of the Soul Castle's main hall. Thousands of soul warriors fill the squares of Soul Castle. These soul warriors wore solemn golden armor and held golden spears more than 3 meters long in their hands. It's just that among the solemn and solemn soul warriors, there are a few ragged clothes, the few strips of cloth left on their bodies can't cover their private parts, and the weapons in their hands are nowhere to be seen, but they still stand here solemnly. The scene was funny, but no one laughed. From time to time, all soul warriors looked at the spear inserted on the stone pillar of the temple, and their bodies couldn't help shaking a few times. Rhodes glanced over all the soul warriors in front of him with serious, cold eyes. Rhodes reached for the spear behind him. No matter what kind of soul warrior comes out in the future, tell him about the rules here. If someone happens to the past again, Bel, I'll ask you. Yes, Lord Rhodes, Bel remembers. Bel's loud voice reverberated on the huge Valhalla square, and it never dissipated for a long time. Okay, then let me ask you a question, what are you? It's a warrior. The soul warriors roared in unison. Advertisement, what is the duty of a soldier? It's obedience. Then what did you just do? Facing the question of Rhodes' soul, all soul warriors bowed their heads in shame. You should be ashamed of what you've done before. From now on, you are still cowards. As long as you fail to fulfill the responsibilities that soldiers should perform, then you are not worthy of being called soldiers. You are just cowards. If you want to become a warrior, then from now on, your hell nightmare has begun. Only those who come out of hell alive are qualified to become warriors. You are just cowards waiting for your own redemption. You have to pay for your mistakes, understand? Understood? Although the expressions of the soul warriors were humiliating, their eyes contained unwillingness and anger. Obviously, they wanted to regain the glory that belongs to the warriors. Glory is my life. This is what all soul warriors think. Very good. From now on, you will run 10 laps around Asgard every day. For physical fitness, training, and fighting training, I will require you to follow the highest standards of all fighting skills of Protoss warriors. If any of you can't finish it, then I'll blame you for something. You just need to wash all the clothes of the god servants in Asgard and tidy up the room. Let everyone in Asgard take a good look at what the noble warriors who have ascended from the Hall of Valor are actually going to wash, cook, and clean the rooms for the servants. Anyway, I can lose this person. I don't know if you can afford to lose this person. Remember, those who fail to meet the standard will wear this noble armor to wash clothes for others. Got it, Lord Rhodes, we'll all get the job done, even if it means sacrificing our lives. This move by Rhodes can be said to be ruthless. Just running around Asgard, I don't know how long it will take. Asgard, where the Asgard Protoss lives, occupies a vast area, larger than the entire country of Midgard. It is said that it is a heavy training. It is estimated that after running, these soul warriors are almost the same. There are other rigorous trainings. It is unlikely to be completed. But Rhodes just wanted them to wash the clothes of the gods and make them feel like a soul warrior but to be a servant to the gods who serve the warriors. Knowing shame and then being brave is what Rhodes trains them to do. Only when they feel shame can they unleash their full potential. Okay. Starting today, let's go, Rhodes growled. Wearing armor and weapons, the soul warriors started running circles around Asgard, definitely mainly in the palace where the gods such as the god King Odin lived, and the palace of the gods was far enough. Otherwise, if you just run around the entire Asgard area, I am afraid that you will not be back in 3 or 5 years. Chapter 46. Asgard's Magical Landscape. Chapter 46. The magical landscape of Asgard. Armed with weapons, these soul castle warriors started running around the palace. These soul castle warriors, clad in heavy armor, walked on Asgard's hard footsteps with very heavy footsteps. Some of the god servants cleaning the courtyard felt the ground trembling all around. This movement alarmed the god servants in the courtyard and the gods resting in the temple. Some more courageous god servants stood at the door and watched. With this group of soul castle soldiers running fast. The physical strength and speed of these soul warriors are very fast, basically blowing like a gust of wind, and earthquake-like vibrations emanate from their feet, but they will be completely away in a few breaths. And the god King Odin stood on his towering temple, looking neat in uniform, and the spirited soul warriors were running along the tall wall. He stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Don't mention this, Rhodes. There are really 2 brushes. Many problems that the commanders have not solved are solved by Rhodes so quickly. It seems that these soul warriors are well trained by Rhodes. It has already begun to look like a teacher of tigers and wolves. Heimdall on the side said with a smile. Yes, Lord God, these soul warriors are sublimated by the divine power of the Temple of Valor, and their strength in all aspects is much stronger than the general Asgard army. If it continues, maybe these soul warriors will become our Asgard ace. For such a powerful army under his hands to serve him, the god King Odin's face was full of smiles. Soul warriors run diligently under Rhodes' extremely strict training. When the soul warriors came back out of breath, Rhodes looked gloomy. This group of soul warriors was a little scared one by one. They knew that their results this time must not be very good. Rhodes snapped. You guys are really running slower than snails. I don't even know what I want you to do. You have already wasted all your rest time. Then you will not have a minute to rest. From now on, everyone will practice Protoss fighting skills. If it was in the past, I am afraid that this group of soul warriors would have rebelled in anger and would not obey such unreasonable orders at all. But this command was issued by Rhodes. Advertisement. And now Bel, who has more say in their group, was completely subdued by Rhodes. If they dared to show any unpleasant behavior, I am afraid they will be punished extremely severely. They had to drag their tired bodies to continue the very rigorous training. Rhodes was supervising, and after a day of rigorous training, he knew that it was getting dark on Asgard's side. Few of this group of soul warriors can complete the training tasks assigned by Rhodes. Rhodes raised his hand and announced, "Okay, it's training time today." These soul warriors were exhausted. At the moment, their expressions changed after hearing Rhodes' words, and they couldn't imagine how terrifying they would face next. But Rhodes didn't punish them. Rhodes just said, "Now you rubbish realize how weak you are. You can't complete such a simple training task. What kind of fighters are you? According to what I told you in advance, you don't need to be punished in any way, and I'm not too lazy to punish a bunch of rubbish. Now that you have finished training, go to eat, go to rest, go to drink, and I don't care about you. But those who haven't completed the training, Bel, you come and distribute them. Assign all those who haven't completed the training to various palaces, wash clothes and cook for those god servants. When you finish those things, you can rest and eat. Well, start now. Yes, Lord Rhodes. Bel took Rhodes' orders and quickly began assigning his own missions to those soul warriors who didn't complete their missions. Soon these soul warriors all got their own tasks. In such a vast Asgard Protoss palace, the number of divine servants is almost many times that of the warriors. Otherwise, there is no way to clean up such a huge amount of land. After a day of brutal training, these soul warriors were already starving. But they can't eat yet, and they have to wash and cook for the servants of God who serve them. Advertisement: this group of soul warriors has the arrogance in their hearts, but they dare not fail to carry out the tasks issued by Rhodes, so they can only complete them well. The servants of various temples were horrified when these soul warriors came to their houses. One by one, they were frightened, but when they understood each other's intentions, they fell into a collective petrification. As the existence of Asgard's lowest status, they have always only done their own things. Where can others do it, not to mention the noble soul warrior? Soul warrior, as the reincarnation of the Temple of Valor, has a higher status than ordinary, non-elite soldiers of the Asgard army. They are the impeccable Protoss. Let these soul warriors with divine bodies wash and cook for themselves. These divine servants never dared to even think about this kind of thing in their entire lives. But these soul warriors didn't talk nonsense. Ignoring the entreaties of those god servants, they directly picked up each other's clothes and started to wash them. So among the many temples in Asgard, many soul warriors in golden armor took the dirty clothes of the servants and began to wash them with water basins. The servants of the gods were stunned, a sight they had never seen before. The news soon reached the ears of the god king Odin. The god kings Odin and Heimdall laughed loudly. God king Odin laughed. There really is him. This guy Rhodes has come up with this method to physically punish these soul warriors who haven't completed their training. Okay. I bet those soul warriors who are so arrogant in their hearts must be going crazy. Heimdall said with a smile. Yes, as a noble warrior, to be a servant to the servants of the gods, I am afraid that there is no job in Asgard that is more humble than this. I believe that the warriors of the Temple of Valor must be extremely crazy. Yeah, but since they are willing to obey Rhodes' orders unconditionally, I believe that they will definitely work harder when they train tomorrow, washing and cooking for the servants of God every day. That is the greatest shame. Yes, I think they'd rather die in training than wash and cook the servants again. Chapter 47. The battle situation is urgent. Hela is seriously injured and returns. Chapter 47. The battle situation is urgent. Hela returns with serious injuries. Rhodes still went back to his room and continued reading in the study. Rhodes now has a body of steel. Even if he does not sleep, his body will not be affected in any way. His body has surpassed any ideology in this world, and he no longer needs to use sleep to rest. Rhodes worked tirelessly to acquire all the knowledge in this world. The next day, Rhodes was still watching the training of these Valhalla warriors as he did yesterday. After being embarrassed last night, they were washing clothes and cooking for those god servants. They didn't rest well last night, and some soul warriors were still fighting with their eyelids. But the more difficult the time, the more it can stimulate a person's potential. A human soldier can be stimulated to his potential under high-intensity training, so soul warriors with stronger physical fitness have stronger potential than ordinary human soldiers. Only under harsh conditions can they quickly become stronger. This time, Rhodes also brought some books, and while basking in the sun, he gained the energy of the sun to strengthen himself. Strength plus 1000. Strength plus 1000, strength plus 1000, still appeared in front of Rhodes' sight. Rhodes feels that the energy of the sun is constantly charging himself, and as his strength increases, this increases in frequency and speed quite quickly. It has even popped up once a while, and it has become a screen-like improvement. It's hard to imagine the extent of Rhodes' power if he continues to bask like this. But no matter what it becomes, his strength will only get stronger and stronger. The time is spent in Rhodes basking in the sun and reading books every day. However, Rhodes' cultivation level is improving by leaps and bounds. And this is unknown to almost everyone except Rhodes himself. Not even the god king Odin knew that Rhodes was overtaking him with lightning speed. Valhalla constantly has new ascenders appearing, who are still proud of their power. But then, Bel took the soul warriors who were twisted into a rope to repair these arrogant rookies. The means were a bit excessive, but Rhodes pretended to be invisible and acquiesced. Bel and the others also understood what Rhodes meant, so these new soul warriors, who were rebellious because of their powerful strength, became toys for this group of soul castle warriors to vent. Advertisement: after these new soul warriors felt the care of their predecessors, they became very obedient one by one, and they also obeyed Rhodes' orders. Time passed quickly. 10 days and a half months passed in a blink of an eye. Being punished for not completing the task, the soul warriors who went to wash and cook for the servants were reduced from a few thousand to 1 or 200, and the new soul warriors occupied all of them. More and more soul warriors can enjoy the good life after training. Rhodes watched the growth of these soul warriors. Silently nodded. However, Rhodes suddenly had mixed feelings in his heart. Because these soul castle warriors exist to resist Ragnarok. And it was Hela that caused Ragnarok. Choosing between Asgard and Hela, Rhodes naturally prefers Hela. Then cultivate these powerful soul warriors by yourself will become a huge resistance for Hela. Thinking of this, Rhodes started to have a headache. But Rhodes had no choice but to take a step by step. Hela's side is still out of battle. It's just that Asgard's enemies are still very powerful. Although Asgard has captured Laufey, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim. But the world of the giants of Jotunheim didn't stop. They lost their leader, but they were still crazy. After the giants of Jotunheim learned that the Asgard had captured their leader Laufey, the giants of Jotunheim continued to attack the Nine Realms. Since there is no giants of Jotunheim leader Laufey in charge, the giants of Jotunheim can only play a little bit. Constantly harassing the Nine Realms, making Asgard uneasy is right. On the other side, the flame giant side also became restless under the leadership of Surtur, while the giants of Jotunheim began to adopt guerrilla tactics, constantly attacking some city-states in the Nine Realms, and the flame giant side also began to burn one after another city. The sea that turned those cities into flames burned directly into a piece of scorched earth. The battle was more difficult than ever, and Hela's manpower also suffered varying degrees of damage. Advertisement: there was even a time when Hela came back to recuperate because the injury was too serious. Although the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant have always been rivals, they became incompatible when they met. However, in the face of the army against Asgard, the two completely opposite races seem to have reached an unprecedented acquiescence and consensus. That is to work together against Asgard's army. This gave Hela a headache, who had been fighting outside all year round. Because either the giants of Jotunheim came out to make trouble, or the flame giant came out to make trouble. Now the Nine Realms are a little chaotic. The giants of Jotunheim and flame giant races seem to be inexhaustible. During this period of time, Hela repeatedly asked the god King Odin to send troops for support. Although the god King Odin has always spared no effort in dealing with the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant. But the war is constantly going on, and Asgard is constantly stationing troops to participate in the war. This battle between the Asgard Protoss and the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant seems to never end. Obviously the battle between these three forces will never stop. Rhodes got word that Hela was injured in a fight. This time, I came back to recuperate. After Rhodes got the news, he came to Hela's princess palace. Rhodes couldn't bear to look at Hela, who was leaning on the table weakly. Rhodes walked in front of Hela, Hela's face, body. There are some scars left after the battle. You must know that Asgard has the most advanced technology, and has a sanatorium that can restore severely wounded and disabled soldiers. As long as those Asgard warriors still have a breath, as long as they bring them back and put them in the sanatorium for a period of time, they can fully recover and continue to participate in the war. After several fierce battles, the sanatorium in Asgard was filled. Many Asgard artisans are working around the clock to make more sanatoriums. Just to save more seriously wounded Asgard warriors. Chapter 48. Sunshine Rain. Chapter 48. Sunlight Rain. You can imagine how intense the battle was. With Hela's very noble status, it is definitely possible to use the sanatorium. After the treatment in the sanatorium, Rhodes could still see the big scars on Hela's body. It is conceivable how serious Hela's injuries were before. Hela is notorious for being in the line of fire with minor injuries. Even though he was attacked by the frost dragon at the time, Hela continued to fight, or under Rhodes' persuasion, Hela pushed down to heal. Rhodes looked a little angry at Hela, who was hurt like this. As Hela's bodyguard in the past, Rhodes naturally didn't want to see Hela injured. Hela saw Rhodes come in. A look of joy appeared on the pale face. Hela asked in a slightly weak tone, "Why are you here? Aren't you training the warriors of the Temple of Valor?" "Yeah, normal order has been restored at the Temple of the Spirit. Even if I'm not here, they can do well." Hela nodded. "That's good." Rhodes gave a slight hesitation, and Rhodes and Hela were slightly awkward in the gorgeous palace. Rhodes still intends to start the conversation with a nonsense. "How's it going on the front line?" When Rhodes mentioned this, Hela's expression was a little lonely. Hela shook her head. "Very bad. Now the giants of Jotunheim are shouting to rescue Laufey all day long, and constantly attacking the cities of the Nine Realms, and the flame giant on the other side is starting to make a fuss. One time we were ambushed by the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant on the plains. Is it very unimaginable? These two races would actually work together to attack our Asgard army, but they didn't make contact, they just attacked from east to west." Advertisement. Later, I led the army to break out of the siege, but the team under my command suffered heavy casualties, losing 40% of its manpower. 3,000 Asgard warriors died in that battle, Most of the rest of the Asgard warriors were seriously injured and were sent back to Asgard for treatment. Now the front line is gradually becoming a stalemate. We were able to take the initiative at first, but then the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant took turns. Our troops are already stretched. If this continues, the situation in Midgard will be even more tragic. I don't know how to fight this battle now. Hela's proud and cold face showed some pain and struggle. Obviously, in the case of 1 against 2, the soldiers of Asgard experienced the rotation of the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant, and there was no chance for any self-cultivation at all. Such a high-intensity war, even the warriors of the Asgard Protoss could not resist, let alone to fight in the home field of giants of Jotunheim and flame giant. The road game, coupled with the harassment of the wheel battle, the Asgard army has begun to get a little tired. It is also expected that Asgard's combat effectiveness has dropped significantly. Rhodes rode. "When you are healed, I will help you." Hela was stunned when she heard Rhodes' words. She didn't expect that Rhodes would live a comfortable and stable life as Asgardian in the Nine Realms, but he was going to take risks on that battlefield. I don't know why Hela felt a warm feeling in her heart, but she didn't want to let Rhodes go because she was afraid that Rhodes would be in danger. Hela shook her head. No need, isn't the mission given to you by God King Odin to train those soul warriors? I'll just take care of things on the battlefield. That won't work, you're hurt now, and you need help. Can I see your injury? You are very weak now. Hela blushed a little when she heard Rhodes' request. She was covered with wounds all over her body. If Rhodes were to see it, wouldn't she have seen herself completely? Forget it, these injuries of mine can't even be treated in the sanatorium, and these are all minor injuries. I will heal after a while. No. At Rhodes' repeated insistence, Hela had to take off her outer robe, revealing a veil that was more closely worn. Although it is looming, but with Rhodes' powerful eyesight, he can naturally see Hela's graceful figure. Rhodes felt his heart beat a little faster. Advertisement. And there is an increasing trend. Rhodes quickly took a few deep breaths to prevent himself from doing something rude out of control. Although there is a gap between the veils, Rhodes can still see some shocking wounds on Hela's body. On the left shoulder, there's a round, slightly dark wound, which seems to have been shot through by Flame Giant's bow and arrow, caused by the shoulder. On the left lower rib, a clearly visible slender wound, extending from the back to the front of the chest a few inches, such a sharp incision, and full of imprints left by frostbite. There is no doubt that it was left by the giants of Jotunheim. Hela's body has new and old injuries. It can be seen that Hela has experienced many times of extremely tragic battles, and it is not until now that all the injuries are added together. Hela completely collapses. I'll heal you, lie down. Although Hela was a little embarrassed, she still lay down her body according to Rhodes' words. Rhodes closed his eyes. Ding, the host, Rhodes, has evolved, sunlight rain. Rhodes felt a warm energy overflowing from his hands. Then Rhodes stretched out his palm, and countless extremely tiny light spots emerged from Rhodes' hands. These light spots formed by the power of the sun not only had the ability to heal injuries, but also had the power to soothe people's hearts. Morale-boosting energy. This has a very magical effect on soldiers who have experienced tragic fighting and low morale. Hela looked at the light rain that came out of Rhodes' palm in disbelief, and had a long file-size mouth in surprise. These rain showers are as bright as firework. Hela watched the energy of these sun rays fall from above, and when it touched her, it melted into her skin. Then a warm feeling like being illuminated by the sun radiated from the bottom of my heart, making Hela's weak and uncomfortable feelings swept away. Hela noticed that her original wounds were no longer painful, and there was no cold feeling of burning or frostbite, and Hela opened her sleeves to check. However, it was found that the wounds that could not be completely resolved in the sanatorium were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original ferocious wounds were restored to white as jade skin. Let Hela amazed again and again. What kind of miraculous power is this? It can heal wounds that cannot be healed by the sanatorium. Chapter 49. Magical Skills, Full Blood Resurrection. Chapter 49. Magical Skills, Full Blood Resurrection. Rhodes said with a smile. This is the power of the sun, it can fully recover from the injury. As long as there is energy in my body, I can always release this rain of sunlight. Hela at the moment has fully recovered, checking her body, constantly exclaiming, wow, it's amazing, I feel that the divine power that I haven't recovered from now has been fully recovered. Rhodes was stunned for a moment. Does this rain of sunlight have the effect of restoring divine power? This is what Rhodes really didn't expect. After Hela recovered, she turned around in a circle, feeling a healthy body and a long-lost energetic feeling. Hela has been fighting outside all year round, and has long been exhausted physically and mentally. Never really recovered, and now Hela feels refreshed and has the ability to fight giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant for 300 rounds. Hela suddenly thought of something and said to Rhodes, can you use this sun shower to help me heal my warriors? Due to the severe shortage of sanatoriums, there are still many wounded soldiers suffering from war scars. Can you help them? Although Hela has a cold and arrogant personality, before the conflict with the Asgard Protoss broke out, he was very fond of soldiers, and often felt sorry for the sacrifice of his subordinates. Advertisement essentially, Hela isn't really the queen of death, at least for now. Rhodes nodded, definitely. This time the giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant have joined forces. Indeed, even the entire Asgard god race is difficult to deal with, and now the group of Asgard gods are still in Asgard quite comfortably. I really don't know what the god king Odin thinks. Does he think you alone can solve this difficult problem? Rhodes sends soul torture. Hela's eyes were a little lonely, and it seemed that Rhodes had brought up the most unwilling thing to think about in his heart. Rhodes was a little dissatisfied when he saw Hela like this. The Protoss of Asgard are full of arrogance, even though they have been so troubled by the giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant, they still put on an arrogant posture. They seem to be less than the last step and will never put their enemies on the line eyes. From the god king Odin to the soul warriors in the Hall of Valor, they are all extremely arrogant, they never face their opponents, unless they have suffered a painful price. Rhodes thought in his heart, are these arrogant warriors? Do the gods all have such a virtue? These arrogant and prejudiced Western Protoss may never know the idea of thinking in times of danger, no matter how smart they are. Rhodes also fell silent. Indeed, even the Westerners who had crossed over could not understand what it meant to be calm and restrained, to stifle all threats in the cradle. They would only understand the most direct and superficial expressions. However, Rhodes didn't care about the situation of the Asgard Protoss at all. Rhodes did not have any sense of belonging to the Asgard Protoss. How they developed, it had nothing to do with Rhodes. Anyway, Asgard would eventually fall because of Ragnarok. Why should I worry about this idleness? It's good that I can take care of myself. Right now, in the entire Asgard, The only person who has some intersection with me is probably Hela alone. Rhodes could tell from Hela's actions that she was probably the only person in Asgard who cared about her feelings, which gave Rhodes a little comfort in her somewhat empty heart. Rhodes watched Hela fall into silence. Rhodes now suddenly understood why Hela was excluded by Asgard's Protoss. Sometimes the group of scumbags will be particularly opposed to the person who is really fighting outside, but when this person really leaves, this group of swindlers will be completely panicked, no matter it is for companies in modern society. For the Enterprise or for the Protoss of Asgard, the principle is the same. Advertisement: okay, let's stop talking, let's go. Okay. Although Hela suffered a lot of grievances in her heart, at this time Hela did not say it, but chose to endure. Rhodes is very clear that all this calm is temporary. The contradictions within Asgard will not completely disappear because of the current calm. It will only be like a volcano. It looks calm on the surface, but in fact the internal pressure of the volcano has more and more. Just waiting for the moment to explode, and Rhodes was waiting for that moment to come. Hela quickly assembled its tens of thousands of legions. Hela originally had 5 legions, and each legion had 4,000 Asgard warriors, but because of the recent frequent wars, and the recent Hela this time of the 3,000 Asgard warriors lost in the horrific battle, Hela had only 12,000 Asgard warriors left. This means that Hela lost a full 8,000 Asgard warriors in the long-term war, of which 3 or 4,000 were the most elite and most trustworthy cronies under Hela's hands. It can be said that the loss is not huge. Rhodes found that he didn't know whether it was Odin or other gods who seemed to be using the energy of giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant intentionally or unintentionally to consume the number of cronies under Hela's hands. Rhodes doesn't know if his idea is a bit biased towards conspiracy theories, but people are unpredictable. If it is true, then the problem is too big. Hela dispatched his men to gather the tens of thousands of Asgard warriors on the square, and even the Asgard warriors who were dying in the sanatorium were carried here. Hela has seen Rhodes' magical fire of sunlight and rain, and thinks that Rhodes' sunlight and rain are much more reliable than the sanatorium. After all, the sanatorium may not be able to 100% save all the seriously injured Asgard soldiers. Certain probability of failure. Compared with the healing effect of the sanatorium, Hela is more willing to believe in Rhodes' sunshine rain. The unexplained Hela legionnaires stood on the square. Although they did not understand why Hela took these seriously wounded people out of the sanatorium, they did so because of Hela's absolute obedience and trust. Rhodes took a deep breath and covered so many Hela legionnaires at once. Rhodes felt a little drum in his heart, but fortunately, the sun in the sky is very big now, and Rhodes' body can provide constant solar energy. Rhodes is still floating constantly in front of his eyes. With tips for increasing strength. Chapter 50. Hela, I'll put you firework. Chapter 50. Hela, I'll give you firework. Rhodes suddenly felt a bit like a power bank or a moving blood fountain. Rhodes cleared his mind of distractions, took a deep breath, and raised his hands, releasing a rain of sunlight. More and more light rained from Rhodes' raised hands. When these warm sunshine rains rose to a height of more than 100 meters above Asgard, they turned into finer spots of light and fell from the sky. It fell on the bodies of these Hela legionnaires. This time is different from the light and rain released in Hela's room. This time the scale is even more grand, and it looks like a firework during the day. If it is at night, the effect may be even more shocking. Hela couldn't help but stare dumbfounded. Rhodes did his best to sway the rain of sunlight, trying to cover every soldier of the Hela Legion with the rain of sunlight. The rain of sunlight unleashed by Rhodes made every soldier in the Hela Legion gasp in admiration. Praise Asgard, what is this? Is it Lord Rhodes' miracle? Even the Asgard warriors, who are Protoss, are now shocked by the rain of Rhodes' sun. They even felt that the miracle released by Rhodes was stronger than the god King Odin. Definitely, they naturally dared not say such words. The sun was constantly falling, and soon the soldiers of the Hela Legion felt something was wrong. There is a warm feeling on their bodies, as if they just walked out of Frostworld. The body is shining with warm sunshine. The heat brought by the sun melts the thick frost on their armor, and can directly shine into their hearts. An Asgard warrior blinded by the giants of Jotunheim's bow and arrows suddenly felt light in his right eye. Then he carefully took off the protective goggles on his eyes and slowly opened his eyes. The blind eye quickly adapted to the surrounding light, and his vision was as good as before. The Asgard warrior suddenly shouted in surprise, my eyes can see." The companions around the warrior all looked at the warrior. His eyes were completely abolished. Even if the convalescent barn could not be repaired, they all knew it. Advertisement did not expect that under the repair of the sunlight rain, the body of the Protoss warrior could be repaired. Isn't this a miracle? My legs have grown out? My arm too, my arm is back. The Asgard warriors who had lost their arms or legs in brutal warfare roared with excitement. Looking at their newly grown arms, many Asgard warriors have already accepted the reality that they want to be disabled, but now their missing limbs have been recovered, which makes them feel a sense of happiness that they have never had before. Can't feel precious. Many Asgard warriors covered their faces and wept. Under the continuous sunshine of Rhodes, the Asgard warriors who were dying on the ground slowly climbed up. They stared blankly at Rhodes on the high platform, but they quickly realized that it was Rhodes saved their lives. Lord Rhodes, hail, 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 hail. Excited Asgard warriors expressed their inner excitement in this hilarious way. The eyes of the originally demoralized Asgard warriors were full of excitement and fighting intent. Apparently their morale that had been low was revived, and with Rhodes, who was comparable to Angel, they were no longer afraid of everything, even death. At the moment, Rhodes felt that his body had a tendency to be hollowed out. After all, it was the first time for Rhodes to heal tens of thousands of people in such a large area at one time. However, the sun continued to charge Rhodes, allowing Rhodes to gradually dissipate this feeling. Rhodes took a deep breath. It seemed that the Asgard fighters who had healed more than 10,000 people at one time were approaching the upper limit. However, as his strength improved, he should be able to heal more people, even 100,000, 1,000,000, 1,000 people, 10,000. Just imagine how terrifying it would be to bring a battered army back to life in just a few minutes. Even the giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant might not be able to withstand it. It wasn't until the last Asgard warrior stood up from the ground and shouted Rhodes hail that Rhodes stopped releasing the rain of sunlight. Rhodes at the moment's footsteps were a bit sluggish and he stumbled a bit. Hela, who was beside him, quickly supported Rhodes and asked with a concerned look. Rhodes, are you all right? I'm fine, everyone has recovered, it's fine. Advertisement, yes. Even the glamorous Hela couldn't hide the excitement on her face. What is this? It's really beautiful, it feels like a rain of gods. You can also interpret it as firework. Firework? What is that? Hela asked suspiciously. Only then did Rhodes remember that the concept of firework is far from existent in this generation. It is a kind of light that is launched into the sky, it will explode, and then it will bloom into colorful flowers that are turned into light. It will be beautiful for people to watch. Really, it's really a very beautiful thing. Do you like it? If you want to see it, I'll show it to you. Hela was stunned, and Rhodes was stunned. He seemed to be flirting with a girl by saying such a thing. Hela suddenly became a little flustered. Even the noble Princess Asgard could not refuse fireworks' charm. Princess Asgard was a woman after all. Hela's face was a little red. Although she might not know the word flirting, as a woman, she could still feel another meaning contained in Rhodes' words. If you were free. Hela ignored Rhodes and hurried forward to speak to the excited Asgard warriors. And Rhodes was wondering what Hela meant. What does she mean by that? Did you agree? Still want to watch my firework? It's just that Rhodes didn't realize that using the god-level group healing skill like Sunlight Rain as firework to seduce girls. It seems that Rhodes has been alone since ancient times, which is quite a luxury. Hela settled the soldiers of his own legion here. Rhodes made such a big move here, and the god King Odin naturally knew it. God King Odin is naturally very amazed that Rhodes has such a magical ability. However, the god King Odin then issued an order. Chapter 51. Please order, Soul Warrior joins the war. Chapter 51. Please, the Soul Warrior joins the war. Let Hela continue to lead his army to stop the attack of the giants of Jotunheim and the Flame Giant. Rhodes was a little unhappy after getting the news. Even if the front line is in an emergency, can someone else go there? Just caught Hela and used it hard. Hela has already started preparations for the expedition. Hela put the death cloak on her body again. The tall devil figure was hidden in the wide cloak, noble and glamorous. God King Odin sent you to fight again? Rhodes went to Hela and asked in person. Hela nodded. Her originally expressionless pretty face softened a bit when she saw Rhodes. No, you and your legion need to be repaired. Although their injuries have fully recovered, their tense nerves need time to repair. Hela shook her head helplessly. There is no way. The battle situation on the front line is too stalemate. Hela bit her purple lips slightly, then said, when I come back next time, you can show me firework. Rhodes was silent for a moment, then said suddenly. I'm going to the god King Odin to fight. Hela was startled when she heard what Rhodes said, and hurriedly tried to hold Rhodes. Don't go. However, Rhodes was very fast and had completely disappeared from the princess mansion. A moment later, Rhodes came to the palace of the god King Odin. God King Odin smiled when he heard that Rhodes actually came to see him. He was very satisfied with Rhodes' orderly rectification of the Temple of Heroes, which had caused God King Odin's headache recently, which greatly improved the combat effectiveness of soul warriors. Rhodes, do you have anything to do with me? Advertisement? You have done a very good job, and the Temple of Heroes is also in good order. I was just about to reward you. Rhodes rode. Great God King Odin, I don't ask you to give me any reward, I just have one thing I want to ask God King to agree to. Go ahead. I would like to request to lead the soul warriors to the front with Hela. This? God King Odin is a little embarrassed about Rhodes' request. The soul warriors of the Temple of Valor are a trump card prepared by Odin to deal with Ragnarok in the prophecy. If there is any loss on the battlefield, then Ragnarok will be 10,000 if something goes wrong, it won't work. At this time, Holder, the god of darkness standing beside the god King Odin, said. Great God King, no, the soul warriors of the Temple of Valor are one of Asgard's trump cards. If there is any loss, the consequences will be disastrous. God King Odin nodded. Rhodes said. Great God King, now the battle ahead has reached the most difficult time, and there seems to be some kind of consensus between the giants of Jotunheim and the Flame Giant, and they have begun to cooperate with each other secretly, draining my Asgard's power. If it continues to develop in the day when Asgard's troops are exhausted by the despicable giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant, I am afraid that Asgard's real crisis will be the real crisis of Asgard. How dangerous is the situation ahead? Presumably the great God King should know. Now the 9 realms, including Midgard, have the minions of the giants of Jotunheim and the Flame Giant. Once the territories of the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant gradually expand, I am afraid that the two Asgard will be difficult to restrain. Wasn't it Ragnarok the moment the flame giant attacked Asgard? Rhodes deliberately raised the name of Ragnarok to scare the god King Odin. The god King Odin was most concerned about Asgard's safety. Ragnarok was just a prophecy. The god King Odin did not know that Ragnarok was mainly caused by Hela. But the giants of Jotunheim, the flame giant, including Loki, are important parts of Ragnarok, and Rhodes is not entirely wrong. As soon as Rhodes said this, God King Odin frowned. God King Odin has been a little shaken. Recently, God King Odin heard that flame giant Surtur is making small moves frequently, which makes God King Odin's shadow a little uneasy. This Surtur's strength should not be underestimated. And now what Surtur wants most is the eternal fire. If Surtur really combines the Twilight Sword with the eternal fire, even God King Odin is not sure that he can take Surtur firmly. Rhodes knew that the God King Odin had been shaken. So add another fire. Advertisement, Great God King. Now the Soul Warriors have completed various trainings. If they can't gain rich experience in actual combat, they will not be able to become real warriors just by relying on training. How much combat effectiveness can they show at that time, but it's hard to say. God King Odin naturally understands this. This flame giant really needs to be suppressed. Recently, flame giant's movements have been too frequent. With Rhodes' help, Surtur will be quite calm. God King Odin nodded. Well, yes, the flame giant's actions are indeed a bit abnormal recently. I can't let these fleas continue to be arrogant. Rhodes, I ordered no more than 2,000 soul warriors to rule each time, and cooperate with Hela to suppress the flame giant. But you have to promise me that you won't hurt the soul warriors too much. Rhodes rejoiced in his heart. The god King Odin really felt guilty, but even so, he still kept his hand. But Rhodes didn't care, even if he led a soul warrior of less than 2,000. Rhodes was confident, after all, he was the biggest man. Are you still afraid of those flame giants? Yes, Rhodes takes the lead. Rhodes got the order of the god King Odin and quickly came to the Temple of Valor to dispatch troops. Rhodes asked Bel to select 2,000 soul warriors with the strongest combat power to join the battle, leaving more than 1,000 soul warriors to stay in the Temple of Valor to continue training and lead newcomers. Bel and the soul warriors cried out in excitement when they learned that they would have the opportunity to enter the battlefield. Yes, Lord Rhodes, Bel is going to count the combatants now. Hela also got the news that Rhodes' request was successful, and also went to the Temple of Valor on purpose. Hela also tried to convince Rhodes. The battle situation on the front line is too dangerous now. It is better for you to stay in the Temple of Valor to train these soul warriors. The Temple of Valor needs you. You'll be more dangerous if I don't go. Rhodes blocked all the persuasive words Hela had been thinking about for a long time. This time Hela was speechless. Hela knew that it was difficult for him to convince Rhodes, but seeing Rhodes' actions made Hela feel the same way. Hela doesn't know what it feels like, maybe it's the feeling of being protected. Chapter 52. Crowd Gain, Cold Aura. Chapter 52. Crowd Gain. Cold Aura. Bel's side quickly assembled a team, and gathered the 2,000 warriors with the best training among the group of Valhalla warriors. The remaining Valhalla warriors were of average level, and Rhodes did not plan to bring them. Rhodes has arranged these affairs in the Temple of Valor and let them continue to train as usual. If a newcomer comes out and jumps too much, they will deal with it as they die. As long as they can't practice, they will practice to death. Rhodes still doesn't believe it. As long as this training is in place, there is no guy who can't be tamed. Okay, if that's the case, let's go. The remaining 3.5 legions of Rhodes and Hela were assembled. 14,000 Asgard warriors took their weapons and went to war elsewhere. And this time they are going to Muspelheim, of course. This world is the realm of flames, the home of Surtur, the king of the flame giant. It is also the place with the most flame giants. If you want to suppress the influence of the flame giant on the other 9 realms, then it must be the best way to surround Wei and save Zhao. As long as there is a problem in Muspelheim, the home of the flame giants sent by the flame giant King Surtur will definitely come back. Otherwise, this hometown has been copied, and they are still jumping around in other 9 realms. On Bifrost in Asgard, the patron saint Heimdall unleashes the power of Bifrost. A Bifrost stretched out to the far end. The patron saint Heimdall led a group of Asgard soldiers to put their hands on their chests. Patronus Heimdall said, "Respected warriors, congratulations on your triumphant return. Asgard will not forget your credit, and congratulate you in advance to celebrate your victories in all battles. Asgard's wine and feast are waiting for you." Hela also put her hand on her chest and said solemnly, "Asgard's glory lives on forever, Asgard is immortal. Asgard's glory lives on forever, Asgard is immortal." Advertisement. The many Asgard warriors of the Hela Legion also followed Gauror, which was considered a blessing before the expedition in a way to boost morale. Rhodes also saluted, but Rhodes sneered in his heart, forever Asgard? Whether it was Ragnarok's or Thanos' credit, Asgard was completely wiped out anyway. No matter which script it is based on, Asgard and the simple folk customs of Gotham City are so similar. Then Rhodes and Hela stood at the forefront of the Legion and walked side by side towards the end of Bifrost. The familiar sense of shuttle and weightlessness struck again, and Rhodes was already used to this feeling. With what seemed to be a pause in time and space, Rhodes and Hela, as well as the legionnaires behind them, came to a slightly strange world. Maybe it's not unfamiliar to Hela here, but Rhodes is indeed here for the first time. Rhodes surveyed the world. Whether it's mountains and water, Asgard floating above the sky, or Midgard down to earth, neither Muspelheim nor Jotunheim is a good place to be. No wonder the giants of Jotunheim and the Flame Giant tried their best to occupy Asgard, and their living conditions were too poor. Living in this world of oneself is like squatting. The gray sky never saw the sun, and as far as the eyes could see was a black earth. Rhodes trod lightly with the toes of his boots. Hard as gravel, no plants can grow on such soil. The gray smog above the sky also blocked all the sunlight, so that any moisture could not be retained. In the distance of the horizon, several volcanoes emitting dark red light were constantly erupting, and some muffled noises came. The entire sky of Muspelheim was completely obscured by the ash from these volcanic eruptions. There is a strong smell of sulfur in the air, and the lava flows constantly along the volcano, bringing a large amount of harmful gases. This greenhouse effect is serious enough. Basically, it is regarded as the sky all day long. The scorching hot air blows, as if the whole world is a huge amount of oven, capable of roasting people here alive into mummy, suffocating, hot, dark. These factors make it impossible for any human being to survive here. Even none of the Protoss warriors in Asgard could stay here for too long. After staying in this environment for a long time, no animal or plant can survive, not even a drop of water. That is, the flame giants, which are composed of scorched earth, ash and lava, can live in this environment. Advertisement. But even so, the flame giants weren't having a good time. Where is this place for people to stay? In this world where the sun never sees the light of day, compared to the prosperous Midgard and Asgard, this place is simply hell. Definitely, Helheim is the real hell, because only the dead can get there. After Hela's legion entered this world filled with poisonous gas, ash and heat, Hela gave orders to her subordinates. Everyone, put on the Asgard helmet and be on guard to prevent the flame giant from approaching. Yes. The Asgard warriors took a round, white and blue helmet from their Asgard tech arm guards and put it on their heads. Ding! The host, Rhodes, has evolved, super heat resistant. Rhodes' Silver Superman gene automatically awakening the opposing attributes according to the factors encountered in the current environment. The heat of Muspelheim has no effect on Rhodes, and the poison gas here is naturally the same. Hela took a helmet from her tech arm guard and gave it to Rhodes. Put it on. It can protect you from poisonous gas and heat. Although the energy contained in this helmet is limited and can only last for a month, some use is better than no use. Rhodes looked around at the helmeted Asgard warriors. When they put on this Asgard helmet, the energy inside the helmet will extend something like an energy barrier, and a light blue energy barrier will appear along the body of the Asgard warriors. Helps Asgard warriors fight the poisonous gas and hot air. Rhodes shook his head. Where is the need for such trouble? Rhodes's heart skipped a beat. Ding! The host, Rhodes, has evolved a cold photoreceptor. Rhodes raised his hands, and Hela on the side was stunned. She didn't know what Rhodes was going to do this time. Chapter 53. The Last Stand. Chapter 53. The Last Stand. But every time Rhodes uses those magical abilities that Hela has never heard of or seen before, it can always come in handy. Rhodes spread his arms around. Then, a faint, looming light blue halo appeared on the bodies of this group of Asgard warriors. If you look closely, you will find that this faint blue halo is moving up and down, but this light blue halo is so faint that it is almost invisible. Rhodes said, although this Asgard helmet can protect the bodies of the Asgard warriors for a short period of time, this group of people is bluer than each other, and a large area of blue is like a sea. As long as the flame giant isn't blind, in this world full of flames and magma, it's just a living target. Come on, just take off the helmet, it's no longer needed. With the protection of this cold light ring, they will not be eroded by poisonous gas and heat waves, and it can even help them resist a certain degree of fire damage. Take it off, take it off. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, this cold light ring will not break. It's much better than this broken helmet. Hela smiled bitterly. This Asgard helmet was invented by many of the most wise gods in Asgard. It took a long time to research it, and it turned out to be a broken helmet in Rhodes' mouth. Hela was also put on a cold light ring by Rhodes. Before Hela put on the Asgard helmet, Hela felt that her whole body became extremely cool, as if she was standing in an air-conditioned room in midsummer. However, the coolness brought by this cold photoreceptor is very uniform and comfortable, compared to the high-end air conditioner that blows all over the body. And every breath Hela roar inhales is sweet and cold, and there is no suffocation caused by the slightest poisonous gas. Hela said with a smile, I don't know where you guys learned so many strange skills. Rhodes naturally couldn't tell the truth about this. Rhodes laughed. Hey, because I'm a genius, I will invent so many skills. Advertisement, let's go, it's time to go. Hela naturally knew that Rhodes didn't tell the truth, but Hela didn't get into it. Anyway, it was enough that Rhodes could provide a lot of help. Hela waved her arm. Set off. Many Asgard warriors moved forward while enjoying the help of this cold aura. Originally painful and nerve-wracking, the trip to Muspelheim felt like a vacation by the sea. Hela and Rhodes kept walking, studying the holographic map in front of them as they walked. This map contains a partial map of Muspelheim. There are many cities belonging to the flame giant in Muspelheim. It's just that there is too little information about Asgard's side. The Asgard warriors were able to resist resistance and get more favorable intel by touching the condition of Heidendom than the Heidendom of the giants of Jotunheim. But in a world full of heat, poisonous gas, and volcanoes, the Asgard warriors are only active for a month, and most of the time they need to fight. The information that the scouts of the Hela Legion could investigate was really not much. At present, the large area on this holographic map still does not know how much information the Asgard warriors exchanged for their lives. Hela pointed to the area on the map and said, "We're in this place now, and we're moving towards this place now." Hela pointed to the lower left corner of the map and said, "On the holographic map, there is a small blue dot. This should be the current position of the Hela Legion. On the entire map that can be seen, there are dozens of small red dots with different file sizes. These places are the cities of the flame giants. The big red dots indicate that there are at least tens of thousands of flame giants stationed in this place, and the smaller ones are at least 1,000 to 5,000. The dots are some scattered flame giants gathered together." Advertisement. Hela pointed along the lower left corner of the map. "And this time this city called Helag is the target of our attack this time. This time it is a large-scale battle. If we can take this city, the flame giant will be severely damaged, and the flame giant will at least spread around the flame giants of the three worlds assemble back to protect Muspelheim. The pressure on our other fronts will be reduced a lot, and we can force these flame giants back a little bit, and in at least 3 realms, we can avoid a situation where the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant attack together. It would have been a lot less stressful for us if we had just faced attacks from the giants of Jotunheim's side. At least 40% of the flame giants will be pulled back to Muspelheim to fight, which will be a huge amount of effect for the entire battle situation." Rhodes nodded. "Well, that's a good idea." Hela is not as optimistic as Rhodes. "At least there are at least 15,000 flame giants in Hela. I have conducted countless tactical deductions, but no matter what method we use, our odds of winning are only 50%. There is no way to improve. If the attack on Hela fails, not only will we not be able to attract the flame giants from the 3 realms back, but we will suffer heavy losses. At that time, it might even cause the siege of the flame giants in the 2 large cities around. At that time, we can only be forced to retreat to the place where we have just been stationed, and then let Heimdall put down Bifrost. We will retreat through Bifrost, but at least 1,000 Asgard soldiers will be left behind, so as to ensure the remaining large number of soldiers. Troops retreat." Rhodes heard Hela's words and understood the meaning of Hela's words. In order to ensure that most of them can retreat, it is necessary to leave at least 1,000 Asgard warriors at the end of Bifrost, so as to ensure that all the large troops can retreat, and the flame giant will not enter Asgard through Bifrost. But this also means that the 1,000 Asgard warriors will be left here, to be torn to shreds by the angry flame giants. Their bodies will be buried in this barren, alien land, never to return to Asgard alive. This is the cruelty of war. The more dangerous the battle with the higher the payoff, the greater the cost. Rhodes is also very clear about the laws of this war. Chapter 54. Advance, Hypocanyon. Chapter 54. Advance, Hypocanyon. Hela said, "Now that you have led 2,000 soul warriors to help out, I think our odds of winning can be improved a lot, at least 60%. Rhodes nodded. "This is a risky move." Hela nodded helplessly. "Yeah, the war situation in all walks of life is now in a stalemate. The only ones that have not been invaded by the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant are Midgard, Asgard and the underworld, and the other 4 worlds have all been harassed by the flame giant. We duplication is exhausted now. The situation is now forced. If this battle is unsuccessful, then we can only be benevolent." Rhodes was silent. When Rhodes was in Asgard, he felt that the battle situation on the front line was relatively tense, and he didn't expect that it was already endangered to the level of a last-ditch battle. No wonder Hela was sent back to Asgard with serious injuries. I don't know how many warriors of Asgard are fighting in blood in other realms. As for Hela's hard battle ahead, the Asgard Protoss turned a blind eye, which made Rhodes more and more angry. Rhodes asked, pointing to a terrain between the location of the Hela Legion and the Hela grid. "Is this a canyon? If we go from here, if we want to blitzkrieg to lay down Hela, time is what we lack the most. Once the flame giant along the way finds out, then our battle plan this time will fail." "Yes, that's right. This canyon is called Hypocanyon. Both sides are full of cliffs. There is only a gap in the middle of the canyon that is less than 20 meters wide. We originally stayed in Muspelheim. It's not long, so I originally planned to take a risk and walk through this Hypocanyon. But right now you don't have the help of your magical halo. I plan to detour from the left side. Although it will take more time, there will be very few flame giants here, and the possibility of us being discovered will be very low. Let's go. The risk to Hypocanyon is too high. It takes a full 60 kilometers to pass through such a narrow canyon. Once we are ambushed by the flame giant in the middle, let alone attack Hela, it is impossible for us to even withdraw, and the loss will definitely be heavy." Rhodes also understands this about Hela. Advertisement. "But at the moment, every time you waste on the road will increase the failure rate of sneak attacks, so the Hela Legion can't wait, and Rhodes can't wait." Rhodes rode. "No, this detour will take at least 5 more days of travel. Since we are going to attack Hela, then if we arrive at Hela earlier, we will have a better chance of winning. We have no time to delay." "But I can't risk the lives of the soldiers." Rhodes rode. "I know this requires huge amounts of risk, but now we have no other choice. Rest assured, I will be careful. We should have a chance. Once we successfully cross this Hypocanyon, then the benefits we will get will be incomparably huge amounts of, will save at least 5 to 6 days." Hela looked into Rhodes' eyes. Rhodes' eyes were full of confidence, without the slightest fear or worry. Hela thought for a moment, but decided to trust Rhodes. "Well, in that case, then we will go all out. Even if we fail in the end, there is no regret." A large part of Hela's battle plan this time was a bet that Asgard would win. Rhodes rode. With me, I won't fail. Let's go. Everyone speeds up and marches quickly. Yes. The Asgard soldiers behind Rhodes answered in high spirits. Rhodes shone with confidence, an emotion that spread quickly among the Asgard warriors like a contagious plague. But that's definitely a good thing. All Asgard warriors, under the rendering of Rhodes, feel that their battle will be successful this time, and it is impossible to fail. Hela didn't even know where Rhodes' confidence came from, and even she, the commander, had no confidence in her heart, but I had to say that the man who was full of confidence was really handsome. At least that's what Hela thinks. Advertisement: the warriors of Asgard turned into a torrent and moved swiftly in the direction of the Grand Canyon of Hypa. There are at least hundreds of kilometers of plain areas or some small hilly volcanoes before coming to the Hypa Grand Canyon. These small volcanoes erupt almost every few minutes, but not very powerfully. When these hot volcanic ash and the hot ash from the eruption of the volcano hit the Asgard warriors, the ability in the Asgard helmet will be greatly consumed. The Asgard helmet has some defensive power, but with Rhodes' cold aura. The hot stones or ashes fell on Asgard warriors with no effect at all. Those stones couldn't even hit the Asgard warriors. At most, there was a faint light blue ripple on the cold aura. The Asgard warriors simply ignored the volcanic ashes, which they usually feared to avoid. Along the way, the Hela Legion stopped and went. Although these Asgard warriors were Protoss, they also needed to eat and rest in order to recover their strength. Rhodes gave the Asgard warriors only one meal and one rest a day. Fortunately, there is a cold aura that keeps cooling down, which allows the Asgard warriors to have a continuous cooling help for their hot bodies from running, which can better help them recover their physical strength. With the help of the cold aura, their stamina is a little better than ever. And the results of the daily high-intensity running training of those soul warriors are revealed. Even though the 2,000 soul warriors ran for a whole day, they were still in high spirits, but they were just a little out of breath. Although some of them were attributed to the energy of the Temple of Heroes, Rhodes' Hell training method also played a crucial role. The peak of the Hypa Grand Canyon with a drop of nearly 2,000 meters has appeared in front of many Asgard warriors. The Hypa Grand Canyon stretches for thousands of kilometers and stretches to the end of the field of vision. According to Hela's original plan, if you detour from the left, you must climb over at least 20 volcanoes with an altitude of more than 2,000 meters. These volcanoes are all big volcanoes. Once the volcano erupts, countless boulders fall in the sky that day. It will be almost like the end of the world, and the meteor shower will smash down. Although the terrain in the Hypa Grand Canyon is flat and easy to cross the mountains, there is the possibility of being ambushed by the flame giant, which is not easy to walk. Chapter 55. Haste Aura. Chapter 55. Haste Aura. Rhodes and Hela have led Hela Corps to the Grand Canyon of Hypa. On the way, Hela and Rhodes were ambushed by the flame giant's boulder trap. However, Rhodes discovered the flame giant's conspiracy long ago by using the reconnaissance of the clairvoyant eye, and prepared the Hela Legion to make adequate defense preparations in advance. Everyone, the cloak of Asgard is all defense. All Asgard warriors lifted their cloaks behind them, and all the cloaks condensed a light blue energy defense barrier, blocking all the rubble falling from the sky. Rhodes smashed all the falling rocks in the sky with his laser thermal sight, and let the warriors of the Valhalla in the rear. Afterwards, Rhodes smashed the road blocked by boulders with a punch, and led the Hela Corps to break out of the siege and quickly reach the exit of the Hypa Grand Canyon. In Rhodes constantly taking care of all parts of the Legion, the Hela Legion rushed out of the Grand Canyon of Hypa and came to the plains. Then Rhodes constantly destroyed the mountain walls on both sides of the Hypa Grand Canyon with the thermal sight. Under the destruction of the thermal sight, a large number of rockfalls began to fall rapidly. The passage of the Hypa Grand Canyon is blocked for a distance of about 1 or 2 kilometers. The large number of flame giants ambushed here are buried in the passage of the Hypa Grand Canyon by boulders. After a fierce battle, fortunately, the Hela Legion did not suffer any fatal damage, but only had some disfigurement. When Rhodes returned to the Legion, Hela asked with concern. "Rhodes, what's wrong with you? You're not hurt, are you?" Hearing Hela's gentle, caring tone, Rhodes smiled. "No, don't worry. That's good." The two laughed as they looked at each other's dismal face. Hela patted the dust off Rhodes thoughtfully. Rhodes looked at Hela and said, "You still look good when you smile, why don't you smile more?" Hela didn't expect that Rhodes would suddenly say such a word, and the whole cold face suddenly became transparent. "Okay, stop talking nonsense." Advertisement. Hela forced an expressionless face, but her blushing neck betrayed what she was really thinking. "Let's go all the way, target Helager City, go." The Asgard warriors roared loudly, and then accelerated their pace towards Helager City. Rhodes said, "Since the flame giant will send so many heavy troops to ambush us in the Hypa Grand Canyon, the flame giant must have seen that we may pass through here. It is estimated that Hela will also be heavily guarded." Hela looked worried. "Then what? We can only fight head-on. Although we are the tough side, the situation is a bit unfavorable for us, but this tough battle must be fought. We have no choice." Hela nodded heavily. "The speed must be faster, at least several times higher, to be able to catch them by surprise before they realize that the Hypa Grand Canyon has lost their side. But the soldiers are already moving at full speed. Right now we are at least 500 kilometers away from Helager City, and it will take at least 2 days." Rhodes frowned slightly. "I have a way." Ding! The host, Rhodes, understands the rapid aura. The haste aura increases the target's movement speed by 3 to 5 times, making it ideal for haste marches. Rhodes put the index and middle fingers of his right hand on his forehead and gave a loud shout. Disease. A cyan aura spreads over all Asgard warriors in the entire Hela Legion, and the cyan aura and the light blue cold aura are superimposed together. The many Asgard warriors of the Hela Legion only felt that their bodies were countless times lighter, and the equipment they carried was as light as a feather. Rhodes yelled. Everyone, go straight to Hela. It originally took 2 days to travel, but under the rush of the Asgard warriors and the halo of rapidity, it took only half a day to rush to a place thousands of miles outside Helager city to be stationed. Advertisement. Rhodes and Hela looked at the city in the distance. It is not so much a city here as it is a sheepfold surrounded by a large circle of giant rocks. The city gates and walls are quite large, with a height of 20 to 30 meters, but they are not delicate. Compared with the magnificent and towering city walls of Asgard, this place is at most a giant garbage dump made of stones. Flame Giant is not good at building. Except for the palace where Flame Giant King Surtur lives, most of the residences of Flame Giant are basically built of stones. Although it is completely unsightly and rudimentary to the extreme, it still has a certain defensive power. After all, it is the hard volcanic rock of Muspelheim. Hela asks Rhodes, how do we attack next? A frontal attack? Now that Hela has gone through battles along the way, he has become more and more reliant on Rhodes, even to the point of dependence. Many things mainly adopt Rhodes' ideas. Rhodes is strong and good at strategy. Basically, even if he encounters difficulties, he will solve it with ease. Let the team renovate, eat good food and drink good water. We will attack from the front. When the time comes, the two of us will tear open a hole, and then all the soldiers will rush in to fight hand to hand, and make a quick decision. Okay. At this time, it is no longer important to play any fancy or strategy. Since people already know their rival, then the brave will win if they meet in a narrow way. The soldiers of the Hela Legion corrected for a moment, and then began to attack. The soldiers of the Hela Legion spread out, and thousands of Asgard soldiers shouted and killed. Faced with the sudden attack of the Hela Legion without warning, the Flame Giants in Hela City all turned into a swarm, and they ran for a long time before they sounded the alarm in Hela City. Kill. The Flame Giants stood on the tall stone city walls and threw bone spears at the Asgard warriors who were charging in the distance. The sharp bone spears galloped swiftly under the tyrannical power of the Flame Giants. The Asgard warriors raised their Asgard cloaks to resist, but some Asgard warriors were still hit by the bone spears and slings of the Flame Giants. The warriors of Asgard immediately raised the laser spears in their hands to fight back. Bone spears, slings, and lasers flew around, and the Flame Giants on the blasted city walls turned into volcanic rock fragments. Rhodes and Hela fought side by side, and rushed to Hela's city wall first. The two people who approached quickly became the target of the group of Flame Giants' priority attack. Using his dark magic, Hela summoned countless black spears and flew towards the city wall. Chapter 56, The Big Win. Chapter 56. The Great Victory. Tie a large piece of Flame Giant into a quill. Facing the spears and bone spears flying towards Hela, Rhodes used his thermal vision to blast the spears into pieces. Hela glanced back at Rhodes. Rhodes nodded and continued to charge quickly. Rhodes took a deep breath and invoked the power of the sun within himself. Rhodes' right arm shone with a dazzling expanse. Drink. Along with Rhodes' roar, a huge amount of light with a diameter of 20 or 30 meters rushed out. With the momentum of destroying the rotten, he opened a big hole in the huge city wall of Helagna. And in this area that Rhodes bombarded, whether it was the city wall or the Flame Giant, they were all smashed into powder. Rhodes' punch was so powerful that both sides were dumbfounded. The Flame Giants were stunned with their eyes blazing with lava flames. Asgard's warriors thought they would take a long time to attack, but Rhodes made such a big hole. All Asgard warriors were wondering, is Lord Rhodes a monster? So this grand and bloody scene actually paused for a few breaths. Both sides forgot to attack each other, but stared blankly at the big hole that Rhodes blasted out. But it wasn't over. Rhodes blasted several big holes one after another. Then Rhodes growled, Soul Castle, charge me and kill them all. Bel reacted at this time. Come with me from Soul Castle, fight in and let these humble Flame Giants see how powerful our Temple of Valor is. Rhodes took the lead in rushing into Helager's fortress with the Soul Castle warriors. All of Helager's defenses are just a joke this time. The Asgard warriors, buoyed by Rhodes' bravery, charged in. Advertisement. More than 10,000 Asgard warriors rushed into the interior of Helager city with little effort and started a hand-to-hand battle with the Flame Giants. Although Flame Giants occupy the absolute advantage of body and strength. But Asgard's technological weapons are not covered. A Flame Giant raised a 3-meter-long bone knife in his hand and slashed at several Asgard warriors, but these Asgard warriors raised their cloaks, condensing energy barriers. Blocked the attack of the Flame Giant, and then the two Asgard warriors were knocked out a distance of 1 or 2 meters by the Flame Giant. Huge amounts of power, but they were not seriously injured. The spear in his hand fires a laser. Smashed the Flame Giant to pieces. Broken stones were flying all over the sky, and similar scenes were happening everywhere on the battlefield. Rhodes led 2,000 elite soul warriors into a no-man's land. Every time the Asgardian spear in Rhodes' hand attacks, the laser in the Asgardian spear can shatter a Flame Giant into pieces. Bel took the lead and smashed a Flame Giant from head to toe with a spear in his hand. Hela constantly uses the black spears summoned by dark magic to quickly pierce the chests of one Flame Giant after another, turning them into mindless stones. For a time, the war in Helag city was raging. Bold Asgard dared to attack me Helager. A loud roar came over. I saw a large flame giant with a body size of 5 or 6 meters, holding a huge axe with a length of 7 or 8 meters, and rushed over from the main hall in the center of Hela. It seems that it should be the flame giant sent by the flame giant King Surtur to guard Hela. As soon as this large flame giant came out, it slapped the Soul Castle warriors in the front straight back. Seeing that his men were severely injured, Bel rushed to PK with the opponent's imperial city in a rage. Turns out Bel is still no match for the large flame giant. Bel was smashed to the ground by the opponent's heavy axe, but Bel's strong defense protected himself, so he wouldn't die like this. HMPH. The guy who is not very useful also dares to be arrogant. Rhodes held the Asgardian spear, and the Asgardian spear shone brightly. He rushed towards the large flame giant. The large flame giant roared furiously, and smashed the giant axe that was as tall as a building at Rhodes. Advertisement Rhodes stood tall and fearless. The Asgardian spear in his hand flew towards the vital part of the flame giant, at his chest. The large flame giant originally thought that his giant axe could easily smash the weak Rhodes into flesh, but the next moment the giant axe in the hands of the large flame giant stagnated in the air for only a fraction of a second. The giant axe was smashed by Rhodes' Asgardian spear, and then the entire large flame giant was smashed into flying stone fragments by Rhodes, which fell on the surrounding ground. Only then did Bel climb out of the pit with a sore back. Seeing the flat road in front of him, Bel's eyes twitched a few times. No wonder Rhodes abused himself as he abused vegetables. Lord Rhodes turned out to be so powerful. The white-hot battle still did not stop. Rhodes led the Soul Warriors and Hela to attack the flame giant frantically. Swarms of flame giants were crushed to pieces by Rhodes. After several hours of fierce fighting, the entire city of Helager gradually quieted down. Only a few remnants of the flame giant's dying struggles echoed throughout Helager city. Afterwards, it was completely smashed to pieces by the Asgard warriors who supported the past, and only the sound of burning flames and the gasping sounds of the Asgard warriors echoed in the empty city. Rhodes came to Hela, who was a little embarrassed. At the moment Hela leaned weakly against a huge amount of stone, panting. The majestic death cloak on his body was a little embarrassed, but Hela's eyes shone brightly, and they won this battle. Complete victory. Led and aided by Rhodes, Asgard's warriors did not lose much. This battle annihilated more than 18,000 flame giant, and the loss of the warriors of the Temple of Heroes was even more. There are less than 100 people, which is also related to Rhodes' hard training. Rhodes helped Hela up. Rhodes put his hand on Hela's slender waist. Hela was still a little shy, but as Rhodes continued to inject the power of the sun into her body, it helped her to quickly recover from her weak physical condition. Hela is no longer shy and accepts Rhodes' treatment for him calmly. Rhodes suddenly said to Hela, "Didn't I put firework on you? Now is the time." Rhodes raised one hand and unleashed a rain of sunlight to heal all the warriors. Chapter 57. Watching Firework. Chapter 57. Watch firework. While Rhodes is still manipulating these rains of sunlight to rise, he also builds up a bit of power, and can then burst into the sky. In order to cover the entire Hela grid as much as possible, heal every injured Asgard warrior, and achieve a better firework effect, Rhodes can say that he did his best. Huge amounts of gold and other colors of firework exploded above the Helager city, and then fell to the ground with various shapes. The sun's rays rained down after these explosions and fell on every Asgard warrior. Those Asgard warriors who were badly wounded in the battle regrew their amputated limbs, and those who were badly wounded slowly rose from the ground. Although they live in Asgard and fight for Asgard, they have never seen the existence of firework. Everyone forgot their pain and looked up at the sky. After a hard fight, when the golden light rain fell on them again, these Asgard warriors suddenly felt that there was nothing in this world that they could not defeat. Asgard hail, Lord Rhodes hail. All the Asgard warriors raised their weapons one after another, high roar with the name of his faith Asgard and Rhodes. Bel and the Soul Warriors also roared together. Rhodes looked at Hela beside him. Hela at the moment is looking intently at the rain of sun rays in the sky. This romantic firework was put by Rhodes for her alone. Hela couldn't help holding 10 in both hands, mumbling something in her mouth. I don't know if I'm making a wish or praying. After a moment, Hela smiled happily. Is this the firework? Well, does it look good? Well, it's really beautiful. It's worse than anything I've ever seen. I didn't think there was such a beautiful thing in this world. Yes. Rhodes put a firework on for a while. Since there is no sun in this Muspelheim, Rhodes will consume a lot of energy if he maintains the sunshine and rain for a long time, and he has just laid down the Hela grid to put such a large-scale firework. The goal is too obvious. Now Hela has been broken by Asgard, and Flame Giant has suffered heavy losses. Advertisement: the Flame Giant King Surtur will definitely be aware of it and will send more Flame Giant reinforcements, so it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. If Surtur, the king of Flame Giants, knew that Rhodes not only slaughtered his own city, but also celebrated with firework and flirted with his sister, Surtur's mouth would be mad. When all the Asgard warriors had gathered, Rhodes stopped. Rhodes noticed that there was still some reluctance in Hela's eyes. Rhodes said, "It's not safe here. We shouldn't stay for too long. I'll let you go when I look back." Hela at the moment is also recovering from being a little girl. We'll have time to watch when the Flame Giant and Giants of Jotunheim are all killed. It's still an urgent task. After Hela finished speaking, she went to integrate the legionnaires. Rhodes pondered what Hela said, and there seemed to be other meanings in Hela's words. Is it some kind of hint? Rhodes couldn't be sure either. If you can't think about it, don't think about it. Rhodes yelled at Bel. Bel, gather all soul warriors. Yes. After some statistics, in this battle, less than 1,000 Asgard warriors were killed in the Hela Legion. And Bel's soul warriors were less than 100, accounting for very little, not even 10% of the Hela Legion's casualties. This made Hela very envious of the soul warrior led by Rhodes. Rhodes saw Hela's mind. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, they'll be there. We had a great victory in this battle and caused a heavy blow to the flame giant. I'll be very happy when I go back to God King Odin, and I'll add more troops to you. Send more soul warriors to help out. Hela nodded. Except for those who were completely dead and breathless, Rhodes rescued the others as long as they had breath, which greatly saved the Hela Legion's losses in the war. Advertisement because of the great victory of the battle, Asgard's fallen warriors were all taken back and buried in Asgard with a hero's funeral. In the temple of the flame giant in Muspelheim, the extremely tall Surtur with a pair of horns growled angrily. He smashed it with a fist, and smashed several flame giants 4 or 5 meters away into stones. The other flame giants were so frightened that they didn't even dare to lift their heads. Are you a bunch of rice buckets? You let so many Asgard warriors run away? Hela attacked such an important city as ours this time. You were the first to besiege them, but they still let them run away? Answer my question. The few flame giants were scared and didn't dare to speak, but in the face of the question from the flame giant King Surtur, they still answered with a bit of a scalp. We chased after the first time, and we didn't stop for a moment, but this time I don't know why. This group of Asgard fighters ran very fast, several times faster than the previous Asgard fighters. We tried hard to catch up, but we still haven't caught up until we get somewhere. All of them have retreated through Bifrost. A hole. Surtur slammed the armrest of the throne in front of him fiercely, and the entire flame giant temple trembled. All flame giants, attack me. Attack Asgard, Midgard, and a few other worlds. Kill Hela at all costs, here? Yes. How dare this group of flame giants say anything more? After receiving orders one by one, they fled as if flying, for fear that they would be shot to death by Surtur if they ran too slowly. In this battle, Rhodes and Hela were victorious, and more than 18,000 flame giants were annihilated at a very small price. Odin, the king of gods, sat on his throne and laughed. Ha ha ha. My wonderful daughter, Rhodes, you are doing very well. I am so proud of you. You are the pride of my Asgard. Rhodes saluted. Great God King Odin, these are what we should do. It is my duty to maintain the safety of Asgard and Midgard. God King Odin smiled with satisfaction. Very good, I didn't expect that after your training, the combat power of these soul warriors would be so powerful. If the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant can be destroyed, our Asgard glory will live on forever. Asterisk. Chapter 58. The Gap and Estrangement in the Heart. Chapter 58. Gap and Estrangement in the Heart. Right now, giants of Jotunheim and flame giant are the most troublesome existences for God King Odin. If Rhodes can win such victories with Hela regularly, then God King Odin's dominance will be very strong. God King Odin said, My children, Asgard will always remember your merits. In this way, all the warriors of the Temple of Valor will be handed over to Rhodes for your dispatch. I hope you can lead them to make achievements and fight for the glory of Asgard. Rhodes is honored. My daughter Hela. Hela stepped forward. I'm here. Your legion sacrificed a lot during this time, and I'm also very distressed. You recruited some brave warriors in Asgard to fight side by side with you. When Hela heard the order of the god King Odin, her face suddenly brightened. Yes, the Hela Legion is always ready to fight for Asgard. After this battle, although the flame giant King Surtur was furious and the flame giant launched a crazy counterattack, the flame giant was still somewhat injured. Rhodes and Hela took advantage of this time to tidy up. Hela asked Rhodes how to train Asgard warriors, and Rhodes did not hesitate to teach. Therefore, on the periphery of Asgard's palace, you can often see large-scale Asgard warriors running and training. Rhodes helps Hela recruit more Asgard warriors for training. Rhodes read books when he was free. The relationship between Hela and Rhodes also heated up rapidly in conversations, dates, and battles, and even became good friends who talked about everything. The relationship between the two was very close. After many long battles, the Hela Legion began to expand rapidly. Coupled with Rhodes' training, the Asgard warriors of Hela's Legion are strong and loyal to Hela. Rhodes secretly helps Hela gather his legions and forces. Hela's power began to be unprecedentedly large. Even the legions of the god of war Tyr, the god of light Bald, the god of darkness Holder, the patron saint of Heimdall, etc. under the command of the famous god of war in Asgard, cannot be compared with the legion of Hela. The giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant also suffered losses from Rhodes and Hela in the confrontation, and the power of the two giants showed signs of decline. Advertisement. One day, Holder, the god of darkness, came before the god King Odin. God King Odin said with a smile on his face, What's the matter? Holder, do you have anything to do with me? Holder, the god of darkness, said, Great God King Odin, Hela's legion is too powerful now. If Hela continues to be allowed to continue like this, I think Asgard may have an accident. God King Odin laughed after hearing this. Holder, you are too suspicious and cautious. Hela is my child, my daughter. Doesn't her strength make Asgard more prosperous? The great king of the gods, the heart of defense is indispensable. If one day Hela's power is unprecedentedly powerful, it will be too late to take the entire Asgard easily. Because the strength in your hand is too strong, and there are many times to usurp the throne, the great god king, I hope you can consider it carefully. God King Odin heard the words of Holder, the god of darkness, and began to fall into contemplation. He can ignore other things, but if one day he really jeopardizes his position as the king of gods, it will indeed be a little troublesome. Although Hela has always been loyal to Asgardian, the throne of the god king is no trivial matter, and it is necessary to take precautions before it happens. God King Odin thought for a while and said in a deep voice. Okay, Holder, I already know what you said, and I will handle it naturally. You can go down first. The god of darkness, Holder, knew that the god King Odin had already taken this matter into his heart, so he left contentedly. God King Odin sat on his throne thinking about something. Rhodes has been quite leisurely these days. From time to time, he goes out to fight with Hela. He has nothing to do and read books. If Hela comes to find him, he will go out on a date occasionally, and go out to see the scenery, eat something and so on. This little time was quite pleasant, and now even when Hela came back from the war to rest, she wouldn't be able to stay for 2 days, so she would come over to chat with Rhodes. Rhodes would talk to Hela about tactics, how warriors train, and many other interesting things about life. 30 years have passed since then. Hela now basically spends time with Rhodes except for sleeping or doing business. And the glue-like relationship between the two made many of Asgard's servants vaguely guess something. However, as time passed, Hela already had at least 700,000 or 800,000 legions in his hands. Advertisement and Rhodes placed these Asgard warriors in many worlds, training while fighting. Even the god King Odin didn't notice how many legions Hela actually held in his hands. On the surface, there were not many legions that Hela brought out to fight. However, the relationship between Hela and the god King Odin has become increasingly tense. Many of the orders of the god King Odin today are communicated to Hela through other gods. God King Odin and Hela haven't seen each other for a long time, and even many other gods have begun to distance themselves from Hela, gradually crowding out and staying away from Hela. And Hela also felt the god King Odin and the many gods of Asgard against her, and she was very proud in her heart. Since the god King Odin doesn't want to see her, so no one wants to see anyone, Hela has been with Rhodes all the time. God King Odin didn't bother him, and he just ended up having a good time. One day Rhodes came to find Hela. Hela smiled and hurriedly got up to greet him. Hela also took off his cape for Rhodes himself. Would you like some water? Rhodes sat next to Hela. Rhodes spoke to the Asgard guards who were standing at the door. You go down first, I'll call you later if I have something to do. Yes. The 6 Asgard guards saluted Rhodes before walking away with spears in hand. Hela saw something strange about Rhodes' behavior right now. What's the matter? Do you have something to say? Rhodes nodded. Have you recently felt the exclusion of Odin and the Asgard gods? Hela didn't expect Rhodes to ask herself this question, but Hela and Rhodes had a long-standing relationship, so Hela naturally didn't deny it and nodded. It seems that they want to crush you and let the legion in your hands give up. Chapter 59. Hela, let's rebel together. Chapter 59. Hela, let's rebel together. Hela's face turned quite ugly when she heard Rhodes' words. What are you going to do next? Are you going to keep going like this? I have no idea. Hela shook his head helplessly. Rhodes saw from Hela's eyes that Hela knew about these things, but Hela hadn't really hardened her heart yet, and she didn't want to face them. Rhodes continued. You know, this will not solve the problem at all. In the end, you are very likely to be demoted, and finally be pushed out of Asgard by the Asgard Protoss, and even send you to other realms. At that time, everything you've worked so hard for over the years will be gone. In fact, Hela had already guessed about this result, but Hela was always reluctant to face this reality. Hela sighed melancholy, but remained silent. Apparently Rhodes' words had gone to her heart, but Hela didn't know how to proceed. But if he really did that, Hela couldn't bear it. After all, God King Odin treats her fairly well, not to mention that the two are still father and daughter. Although Hela has this strength, if he really does this, even if he ascends the throne of God King, Hela will not be happy in his heart. Faced with such infamy, Hela does not want to bear the burden for the rest of his life. Rhodes was also silent for a moment. He definitely knew that Hela was still a little soft-hearted. But the fate between Hela and the Asgard Protoss is destined to go to 2 extremes. Even if Hela did not develop, the frame-up, suspicion and targeting of Hela by the gods of the Asgard Protoss would not stop. Not because of anything, just because she is Hela. Goddess of Death Hela, the big hand of fate is still controlling them, even if they are Protoss. Hela took a deep breath. Rhodes, let's not talk about that. Rhodes was a little reluctant, and if it continued like this, the result would be the same, and there would be no room for relief due to Hela's concession. Rhodes naturally didn't want the Hela in front of him to be completely blackened and become that cruel, cold-blooded Hela. Advertisement. After this period of time Rhodes got along with Hela in Asgard. Rhodes could not care about Asgard as a whole, and could even watch the destruction of Asgard, but Rhodes could not watch Hela become like that. It looks like a serious child has become the master of the underworld. Rhodes persuaded again. Hela, you really can't go on like this. If you continue like this, you will be hurt. Although I don't want to provoke the relationship between you and the god King Odin, you should be aware of the current situation and continue like this. Absolutely not the way. Sooner or later there will be a fight between you and Odin. Hela naturally had some thoughts on this matter, but Hela still didn't reach the threshold in his heart. Hela grabbed Rhodes' hand and said, "Rhodes, I know you're afraid of me getting hurt. You're the only one who treats me the best, except my father who cared about me from beginning to end, and you don't want me to get hurt. But I really can't be ruthless. I can't do it. He is my father after all. Whether he is killed or locked up, I don't want to see that scene. Did you know? Recently, I have dreamed of my father's desolate look when he died or was put in prison. No matter how many times, I couldn't face his disappointed eyes. Why did things become like this? I didn't want my relationship with my father to become like this. I just wanted my father to see how proud he was of me. Why did it become like this?" Rhodes fell silent. It seems that in Hela's heart, he still wants to maintain a good relationship with the god King Odin. No matter when the father and daughter meet by sword, it seems a bit too cruel. But this is fate, a fate that cannot be changed. Hela stood up and tightened her clothes. "I'm sorry Rhodes, I'm a little tired and I want to rest." Hela had already ordered him to evict him directly, obviously not wanting to discuss this topic with Rhodes anymore. Rhodes isn't a tangle either. Rhodes stood up and nodded. Now that Hela has made her own choice, Rhodes is naturally incapable of saying anything. We can only take one step at a time and see what the situation in Asgard will evolve into. But no matter what the relationship between Asgard and Hela is, Rhodes will always be on Hela's side. Waiting for that moment to come, Rhodes got up and walked out the door. Suddenly Hela stopped Rhodes. Advertisement, Rhodes. Rhodes looked back and saw that Hela had completely lost the domineering power of the goddess of death in the past. At the moment, Hela's ugly face was like a little girl who was sick in bed for a long time. "Thank you." Although Hela can't be ruthless to fight with the god King Odin. However, Rhodes was able to stand up to support Hela. As the only person in the entire Asgard who stood on Hela's side, Hela was quite grateful to Rhodes. Although Rhodes' time in Hela's entire life trajectory 110 is not particularly long, it has caused huge amounts of influence on Hela's heart. Hela had accepted Rhodes from the bottom of her heart. Rhodes nodded. "This is what I should do." Then Rhodes disappeared into the princess mansion. After Rhodes left, Hela sat on the ground, holding her head in her hands. At this moment, Hela didn't know whether what she was doing was right or wrong. Maybe the ending that Rhodes said has been decided, so now should be the best chance. Because of his hesitation and entanglement, he even drove Rhodes away. Rhodes must be disappointed in himself. Hela felt that she shouldn't have hurt Rhodes like this. She wanted to say sorry, but now it's probably useless to say anything. For the next few days, Hela and Rhodes didn't see each other because of the incident. Hela has been trying to find Rhodes and apologize to him in person. It's just that Hela doesn't know how to apologize to Rhodes, how Rhodes can forgive himself. The moment of the goddess of death who slaughtered decisively on the battlefield was no different from an ordinary human young girl. Time flies. A few days have passed. Hela gets news of Rhodes' impending expedition in her own princess mansion. Reward Share Report Chapter 60. The Last Side on Bifrost. Chapter 60. The last side on Bifrost. The giants of Jotunheim seem to be getting some more action on Hedendom's side. This time, the god King Odin decided to send Rhodes, who was more reliable and had no idea about military power. The Soul Castle fighters led by Rhodes have now become Asgard's most powerful ace legion. Wherever Rhodes goes, the giants of Jotunheim and the Flame Giant are almost dead. And the relationship between Hela and god King Odin is so tense, god King Odin will naturally not send Hela. So Hela has been idle in Asgard for quite some time. Hela was not very angry about the intentional targeting of the god King Odin, but Hela was more concerned about another thing. That was meeting Rhodes. Hela had a feeling somewhere that if she didn't meet Rhodes this time, she would definitely regret it. So Hela quickly put on his death cloak and rushed towards Bifrost's release. The guards around Hela saw Princess Hela rushing out so quickly, so they quickly followed. At the moment Rhodes has assembled his Soul Castle army. More than 6,000 Soul Castle warriors stood behind Rhodes in golden armor, ready to go. Over the years, Soul Castle warriors have been trained by Rhodes to fight hard. The number has reached tens of thousands. Under the leadership of Rhodes, the warriors of the Valhalla are powerful, and if they want to contain them, at least 20,000 flame giants or giants of Jotunheim are needed. As long as the number of enemies is less than 20,000, then it will not be able to cause any pressure on Rhodes at all, and it is just to send food to Rhodes, and sacrifice it in vain. So in recent years, the giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant have suffered heavy losses, and every combat action has to be carefully thought out before they dare to attack. Rhodes is on the front lines again this time. Heimdall nodded towards Rhodes. "May the glory of Asgard protect you forever." Rhodes responded with a slight nod of his head, now irritated by the words Asgard. Rhodes finally glanced behind him before he set off, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive, but this Bifrost had already appeared. Rhodes and the others should set off. Rhodes sighed deeply and walked forward. At this moment, a clear and gentle voice came from behind Rhodes. "Rhodes." Rhodes looked back. Hela quickly walked towards Bifrost with a dozen guards. Heimdall held out his hand. "Advertisement, Princess Hela, you are not arranged for this expedition." He seemed to be afraid that Hela would also go with him. Hela's face turned cold as she looked at Heimdall. "I know, I just said a few words and will be leaving soon." Seeing this, Heimdall stepped back. Rhodes smiled at Hela's haggard face. "Have you not had a good rest these days? You have lost weight?" Hela also smiled. "Be careful with everything on the road, and be sure to come back safely." Rhodes nodded. Rhodes also had the same hunch as Hela in his heart, but this time the task was urgent and there was not so much time, so Rhodes had to arrange a good team and set off. Fortunately, Hela arrived in time, and the two finally met. You also have a good rest. I will end the battle as soon as possible and come back. Hela nodded. After a little hesitation, a blush appeared on his face. When you get back, we'll have a bar together, and I want to watch firework. Rhodes smiled. Don't worry, this time I will put a long firework. Okay. At the moment, Bifrost created an air of ambiguity. Bell grinned and grinned. Even if he was as slow as him, he could still feel the strong friendship between the two. Heimdall at the moment interrupts very unpleasantly. Sorry, General Rhodes, it's getting late, we should have left earlier. Okay. Rhodes took a deep look back at Hela, then turned and took the Soul Castle warriors into the Bifrost established by Heimdall. Hela stood at the end of Bifrost, watching Rhodes' figure gradually disappearing at the end of Bifrost. Hela's heart was full of melancholy, and she should have gone to Rhodes earlier. Why are you looking for it now? What are you doing? Hela stood there hesitantly. Advertisement seeing that Hela didn't follow, Heimdall was relieved. Heimdall then closed Bifrost and left with his own guards. Only Hela was left watching quietly here. Rhodes on the other side was also a little melancholy. After arriving at Hayden Dam, the icy cold wind in Hayden Dam was biting cold. It ruffled Rhodes' hair, but Rhodes couldn't feel the cold. Bell asked against the cold wind, Lord Rhodes, what are we going to do next? Rhodes slowly raised his head, and with a flick of his hand, the halo descended on the group of Soul Castle warriors. Rhodes' eyes were full of rage, both at the giants of Jotunheim and at the Asgard. Definitely step on them and tear all the enemies that I can see within sight to shreds. Bell heard Rhodes' order and didn't ask any tactics or offensive strategy. Anyway, he rushed over and killed it. This time Rhodes was full of fighting spirit, and this time they could kill for fun. Kill. Bell grabbed the spear in his hand and pointed it directly at the city of giants of Jotunheim in front of him. The Soul Castle warriors behind him knew that their boss, Rhodes, was in a bad mood, so they also roared. He rushed towards the city of giants of Jotunheim in the distance. Bell and the Soul warriors, Qian Li Zhao, rushed over. Rhodes was silent for a moment, and then rushed up with everyone. Rhodes was extremely fast, almost turning into a streamer and swooping towards the city of giants of Jotunheim. Along with Rhodes' attack, there was a huge fireball that fell from the sky. The huge amounts of fireballs were 500 meters in diameter, and the whole body was burning red. Along with the huge fireball in the sky came the scorching heat. This fiery huge fireball even made the surrounding blizzard that never stopped all year round. A large amount of ice and snow began to melt, and the giants of Jotunheim in this city all showed their horrified eyes, looking at the huge fireball that fell from the sky. They could already feel the scorching heat from this huge fireball, constantly burning their skins and burning them painfully. Boom. The huge amounts of fireballs, carrying the rage in Rhodes' heart, smashed down toward the city of the giants of Jotunheim. Reward Share Report Chapter 61. Hela's Betrayal? Chapter 61. Hela's Betrayal? These hapless giants of Jotunheim became Rhodes' rage. I don't know if it was the god King Odin's intention, but this time Rhodes has a lot of tasks. There are dozens of giants of Jotunheim city as the target of the attack. The large file size is small. It seems that the god King Odin is deliberately separating the meeting between Hela and Rhodes. So many tasks are deliberately assigned to Rhodes to perform. Rhodes can't refuse, but Rhodes can kill all the giants of Jotunheim as quickly as possible. So Rhodes' side started a crazy sweep of Jotunheim. On this day, Rhodes and his Soul Castle warriors did not rest, and spent all the time in a high-intensity frenzied killing. In just one day, Rhodes swept over a dozen cities in Jotunheim. Even the fierce and belligerent giants of Jotunheim felt a little terrified and began to assemble together to flee the city, knowing that as long as they were in the city for a day, they could face Rhodes' mad slaughter at any time. When Rhodes performed the mission frantically, even when the Soul Castle warriors couldn't carry it, Rhodes let the Soul Castle warriors rest in place, while he kept attacking the other 860 ice giant cities. Later, Rhodes' energy could not withstand such high-intensity consumption, and Rhodes had no choice but to start resting. After the energy in the body was restored, Rhodes continued to kill. Rhodes completed the task quickly, even half a month earlier than expected. But even so, the god King Odin still did not let Rhodes return. Instead, he continued to assign tasks to Rhodes, and Rhodes' anger against the Asgard Protoss had reached its peak. In this way, Rhodes spent a full month in this mechanical slaughter. After knowing that the Odin god king couldn't find any tasks to assign, Rhodes was summoned back. Rhodes returns with Bifrost. The Soul Castle warriors who had been fighting at a high intensity for a month were exhausted physically and mentally. Returned to the Temple of Valor under Rhodes' orders to rest. Rhodes didn't even have time to meet Odin, the god king, and went straight to the princess palace where Hela was. After a month-long campaign, the only person Rhodes wanted to meet at first sight was Hela. Rhodes walked quickly to the princess mansion he knew very well, but the scene in front of him made Rhodes stunned. Advertisement Rhodes watched as the door in front of him was closed, completely living up to the glory of the princess mansion in the past. Rhodes froze. Rhodes looked at the scene in disbelief. How is this possible? What the hell is going on here? Why did he only go out to fight for a month, and the originally splendid and magnificent princess mansion became so dilapidated? Rhodes circled around the princess's palace, not even a single guard was found. Rhodes had no choice but to cross the walls of the princess palace and go in to try to find Hela's figure. However, the surrounding area is in ruins, and it seems that no one has taken care of it for a long time. Rhodes at the moment is in a state of turmoil, with only one thought in his mind, and that is to quickly find Hela and see if she is safe. Rhodes looked around, but Hela was not found in Hela's bedroom, study, or other places. After searching for a while, Rhodes found a maid who was tidying up at a very small door on the side of the princess mansion. Rhodes dodged in front of the maid, startling the maid. The maid screamed out. However, there are no people around the princess mansion at the moment. Even if someone shouts, no one will hear it. Rhodes recognized the maid, who was a maid serving Hela at the time. Rhodes often came to see Hela and met several times. "Ah, Lord Rhodes. Are you back? It's me. Where is Hela? What the hell happened here? Why is it like this?" Rhodes pointed to the dilapidated and disembodied princess mansion next to him. The maid's eyes flickered, hesitant to speak. "Lord Rhodes, I don't know either." Rhodes' eyes suddenly sharpened. "I know you know, as Hela's maid, how could you not know what happened? Come on, my patience is limited." Advertisement after decades of battle experience, at the moment Rhodes' murderous aura and aura of indifference are quite terrifying. Even giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant will be directly scared to kneel down by Rhodes' aura. Naturally, the maid couldn't bear it. "Lord Rhodes, don't kill me," I said. "Don't say it was me, or I will die. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, as long as you tell me the whole story." Rhodes took his momentum back. The long maid sighed and calmed down, and then told Rhodes what happened to Asgard when Rhodes was out on an expedition. After the maid's narration, Rhodes roughly understood what was going on. Not long after Rhodes left, the god king Odin suddenly said that the princess Hela had betrayed the Asgard gods and the entire Asgard. So he wanted to capture Hela and put him in jail. But Hela hadn't even gone out to Asgard for a long time. How could he betray the Asgard Protoss? This is simply nonsense. Many of the various races living in Asgard know how deep the feud between Hela and the giants of Jotunheim and the Flame Giant is. Hela fought so hard outside before. If Hela really betrayed Asgard, where would he wait until now? But if you want to add guilt, there is no excuse. Rhodes immediately realized that this was the pretense of the god king Odin. He even put such a hat on his daughter and wanted to arrest her. The anger of Rhodes at the moment has exploded completely, and the anger in the eyes seems to be able to burn the entire Asgard to ashes. The maid said sadly, "Everyone in our princess mansion knew that Princess Hela did not betray Asgard, but the gods didn't listen to anything, so they insisted on capturing Princess Hela. Later, God King Odin ordered the princess mansion to be sealed. I knew the little door wasn't sealed, so I went back here and cleaned it up. Lord Rhodes, you have the best relationship with Princess Hela. There must be a misunderstanding. You must save Princess Hela. She is innocent. Only you can save her now. HMPH, misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding." Rhodes rattled his teeth as he said that. Reward Share Report Chapter 62, The Odin Temple. Chapter 62. Raging Odin Temple. Hela, where is she now? In Asgard's prison? No, Princess Hela saw that the gods sent someone to arrest her. She took her own bodyguards and rushed out of Asgard directly, because Princess Hela's reaction was very fast, so the gods of Asgard did not intercept Princess Hela. I only know that Princess Hela took some people to other worlds. It may be Midgard, it may be other worlds, and now the warriors of Asgard are still searching for the whereabouts of Princess Hela in all walks of life. As for which world Princess Hela went to, I don't know. Rhodes nodded. Hearing this news, Rhodes felt a little calmer, and since that was the case, then Hela was at least safe for now. It's always safer than being captured by the god king Odin. As long as he knew this, Rhodes wasn't in such a hurry. Rhodes then took a deep breath to calm his anger. Don't worry, I will protect Hela. Thank you for your news. You're welcome, Lord Rhodes. We all know you are a good person. Please protect Princess Hela. I will. Rhodes jumped up the next moment, and the figure quickly disappeared from the princess's residence. The maid watched as Rhodes disappeared. The maid murmured her prayers, as if praying for Rhodes and Hela. Rhodes at the moment both eyes turned scarlet. Odin, and the gods of Asgard, I should settle this account with you, and wash your necks, I'm coming. Rhodes flashed and quickly came to the temple of the god king Odin. The guards of the temple of Odin saw that Rhodes was coming and did not stop him. Rhodes looked gloomy and walked step by step towards the temple of the god king Odin. At the moment god king Odin was sitting on the main hall and several other gods were talking. Seeing Rhodes coming in, a smile appeared on Odin's face. Rhodes, you're here. I didn't expect you to be so brave now, that you've been able to slay the giants of Jotunheim and the Flame Giant, and I'm quite relieved. Odin, you feel relieved? I don't. Rhodes sneered and looked at Odin, the god king sitting on the throne of the god king. Advertisement. When Rhodes said this, the surrounding gods were stunned. Holder, the god of darkness, rebuked Rhodes. Presumptuous, Rhodes, how dare you disrespect the great god king? Go away. Where did the dog come from? There is nothing to do with you here. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Holder, the god of darkness, did not expect that Rhodes would be so fierce today, that he didn't even pay attention to them. Holder, the god of darkness, summoned a huge amount of black scythe with divine power, and was ready to attack Rhodes. However, Rhodes is here to fight today, and he is not afraid of this guy. He raised his right hand at will, and the Asgardian spear condensed in Rhodes' hand. The god King Odin raised his hand to stop the movement of the god of darkness holder. Rhodes, did you have any misunderstanding with me? What the hell happened? Makes you so angry? Rhodes burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Odin, you are really getting better at pretending to be garlic. Giving your daughter the name of betraying Asgard, for such a far-fetched reason, it's really a blessing that you can think of it. Even if this group of trash betrays Asgard, Hela will not. You. As soon as Rhodes said such arrogant words, the surrounding Asgard gods were not calm. The fiery god of war Tyr raised the great sword in his hand. Rhodes, who are you calling trash? Kind of you say it again. Bald, the god of light on the side, also had a gloomy face. Heimdall at the moment persuaded Rhodes. Rhodes, don't do stupid things. Hela's things happen for a reason. Now you apologize to the god King Odin. The tolerant god King Odin will forgive your sins. Tolerance? Forgiveness? You seem to have mistaken your identities, right? I didn't bother to talk to you before because I was looking for Hela's face, but now you are throwing dirty water on Hela and wanting her. You guys are really mentally ill. What the hell is going on with Odin, Hela? God King Odin has not had time to speak. Holder, the god of darkness on the side, said. Rhodes, you have committed the following crimes against the gods and the god King Odin. You cannot escape the death penalty. Hela is because of her own fault. She fornicated with the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant, betrayed Asgard, and betrayed the god King Odin. The evidence is clear, now the fate is her own. Ask for flowers 0. The evidence is conclusive. You take out the evidence, and I want to see it. It's up to you to take the blame, and it's up to you to take the blame. I've been looking at you for a long time and I'm not happy. Today, I'll settle the account with you. Advertisement. Rhodes asked Holder, the god of darkness. The dark god Holder was stunned by Rhodes' question. Evidence? Hela's charges are all fabricated out of thin air. Where is the evidence? The god of darkness, Holder, roared angrily. Someone, arrest Rhodes. Holder, the god of darkness, called Asgard's guards to capture Rhodes. Hundreds of Asgard guards charged towards the temple of Odin, spears in their hands aimed at Rhodes. 0. PS off. Rhodes didn't bother to mess with the Asgard warriors. With a roar from Rhodes, Rhodes burst out with an extremely powerful and hot light. A powerful impact suddenly erupted with Rhodes as the center. Asgard has a sun, where Rhodes has a constant source of energy to use, and no god can defeat Rhodes by consuming it. The hundreds of Asgard guards behind him flew out under Rhodes' powerful explosive momentum. Like snowflakes in a storm, Rhodes' shockwave rushed into the sky a few hundred meters into the sky, and then fell from the sky in a rush. And the temple of the god Odin was completely washed away by the shockwave of Rhodes. As one of Asgard's strongest structures, it didn't survive Rhodes' wrath for even 10 seconds. Huge amounts of impact sent the entire temple flying. The pillars and walls of the temple were smashed to pieces. Even the whole of Asgard's gods could only struggle against Rhodes' shockwave. Tyr, the god of war, inserted the giant sword in his hand into the ground to fix his body. Many other gods can only rely on their weapons to resist Rhodes' shockwave with difficulty. The god of darkness, Holder, is not the best in combat among the many Asgard gods. One careless, he was blown away and slammed into a huge amount of pillar. 1. Reward Share Report Chapter 63. Rampage of the Asgard Gods. Chapter 63. Rampage of the Asgard Gods. Holder, the god of darkness, let out a pained roar. Even with the body of a god, he couldn't resist such a terrifying impact from Rhodes. The body slammed into the pillars and wreckage of the Odin temple several times, and the people were almost dumbfounded, and only then did they reluctantly use the huge sickle in their hands to fix the ground. Only by keeping your body close to the ground can you avoid Rhodes' shockwave as much as possible. Even so, Holder, the god of darkness, still flew out dozens of meters away. At the moment Rhodes stopped his roar, but at the moment everything in the temple of Odin was flattened by Rhodes. All that's left is the crumbling wreckage of assertions, and the gods tumbled to the ground. Only the god King Odin remained in place. After all, God King Odin, as God King, still has some strength. 863, is just not easy. God King Odin summoned his weapon, the Spear of Eternity. The Spear of Eternity was inserted into the ground by the god King Odin, and protected a piece of pure land under the god King Odin's seat with divine power, but the god King Odin's god King throne was still somewhat dilapidated. God King Odin suffered from Rhodes' shockwave, and the divine power in God King Odin was also consumed a lot. God King Odin looked at Rhodes in front of him in horror. He couldn't imagine how powerful Rhodes was. The surrounding gods who were abused by Rhodes trembled and climbed up from the ground one by one. I don't know who shouted, "Protect the god King Odin and kill Rhodes." Rhodes sneered. HMPH, is it just you? Tyr, the god of war, is a member of the Rhodes shockwave who barely survived the Rhodes shockwave with his own weapons. Tyr, the god of war, quickly drew his great sword and threw himself towards Rhodes. Rhodes at the moment was looking at Odin, the king of gods. Rhodes saw Tyr, the god of war in golden armor, coming over. Ridiculous. Then Rhodes raised the Asgardian spear in his hand and pointed at the great sword in Tyr's hand. When Tyr, the god of war, saw that Rhodes used the tip of his spear to resist his heavy sword, he was simply courting death. Advertisement. Tyr, the god of war, had already thought of the picture of Rhodes being split in two by his own great sword. The god of war Tyr grabbed the giant sword in his hand, and the golden divine power on his body emitted a dazzling light. Rhodes just held the gun in one hand, and gently tapped the blade of the great sword in Tyr's hand. Then a huge amount of power from Tyr's intuition came towards him. The god of war Tyr only felt a flash in front of him, and then the great sword of the god of war in his hand flew out. God of war Tyr looked at his empty hands in disbelief. Then Rhodes flew and kicked Tyr, the god of war, heavily in the face. Research. With a loud bang, god of war Tyr's body flew out directly. It smashed through the half-broken pillar of the Odin temple, and then flew out, and soon disappeared into the distance of the sky as a golden light spot. Rhodes was so powerful that the surrounding gods were stunned. As the top combat power among the Asgard gods, Tyr, the god of war, basically has no other gods who dare to provoke him at will. Later, after training and fighting, his strength became even more formidable. Tyr, the god of war, was still a fighting madman, and he liked to go head-to-head with many other gods. In order to show his powerful strength, among the many gods in Asgard, few can defeat Tyr, the god of war. This also made Tyr, the god of war, very arrogant. As a result, the powerful god of war Tyr was kicked away by Rhodes? How is this possible? Just when the many gods who rushed to protect the god King Odin saw this scene in front of them, they stayed where they were. The many gods of the Asgard Protoss who were able to meet their own combat power scare stayed in place, and Rhodes was probably the first. Just when Rhodes was about to move on, Rhodes showed a weird smile. Then Rhodes suddenly turned around in the next moment, stretched out his left hand, and grabbed towards the void behind him. Then a huge amount of black skullflag knife was firmly grasped by Rhodes with the palm of his hand. Then a slightly thin figure appeared in the completely transparent air. Wearing a black robe, isn't this the god of darkness Holder? Holder, the god of darkness, is best at sneak attacks and assassinations, and his whereabouts are mysterious. Advertisement it's hard to catch his tracks. This god of darkness, Holder, had sneaked behind Rhodes when Tyr, the god of war, attacked Rhodes just now, and planned to use his own sickle of the god of darkness to cut off Rhodes' head. But he didn't expect Rhodes to be able to capture his presence, and also grab the scythe that he cut down with all his strength. As if the full attack of the dark god Holder was just a joke. Rhodes laughed. I was about to find you, but I didn't expect to be delivered to your door. Then Rhodes squeezed the hand of the god of darkness Holder, and the blade on the beheading scythe began to have fine cracks. A crisp sound. Afterwards, the decapitation sickle of Holder, the god of darkness, was crushed by Rhodes. Horde, the god of darkness, was so frightened that he even threw away his artifact, and was scared back by Rhodes step by step. Where are you going? I haven't settled the bill for bullying Hela before. A huge amount of suction suddenly appeared in Rhodes' hand, grabbing Holder, the god of darkness, like a chicken. Then Rhodes punched roar on the face of Holder, the god of darkness. Even the god of darkness Holder's body can't stand Rhodes' mad beating. The dark god Holder was beaten by Rhodes with his teeth flying, and he was beaten into a pig's head in an instant. Rhodes' fist seemed to want no money, and his fist shot 0.1 afterimage in the air. God knows how many punches the dark god Holder has been punched by Rhodes in these few seconds. Anyway, after Rhodes stopped his fist, the entire face of the dark god Hodel was completely unrecognizable, and basically it could only be described as a ball. Afterwards, Rhodes kicked the god of darkness, Horde, in the stomach. The god of darkness, Hodel, flew out and turned into a black spot on the horizon. After Tyr, the god of war, another Asgard was tyrannized by Rhodes. It's just that Holder, the god of darkness, is many times more miserable than Tyr, the god of war. Whether this is life or death is unknown. At this time, the god of light Balder couldn't sit still, and the veins in his forehead burst out. Need to be presumptuous in the temple of Odin. Then the god of light Balder clenched his fists and crossed them in front of his chest. Reward Share Report Chapter 64, Severely Injured God King Odin. Chapter 64. Heavy Injury God King Odin. Then countless sharp spikes made of light overwhelmingly headed towards Rhodes. The speed of the light was quite fast, and it appeared in front of Rhodes almost the next moment. But the stabs stopped completely the moment they were about to touch Rhodes' body. The god of light Balder was a little flustered, because these lights were completely out of his control. How is this possible? The god of light Balder tried his best to control the divine power of light in his body, but there was no response at all. A god without divine power is probably inferior to even mortals. Rhodes turned his head. Didn't your mother tell you that attacking someone is a very despicable act? Do you know why the divine power of light in your body doesn't obey you? Balder, the god of light, asked in shock. Why is that? Humph, because your light is fake, mine is real. Rhodes wouldn't tell the light god Balder that he is the real solar panel. With Rhodes' ability to absorb the energy of the sun to become stronger, it is not that the god of light Balder can cultivate by relying on divine power. Then Rhodes waved his hand, and these flying light thorns returned to Balder, the god of light, at a very fast speed, but this time, the power originally belonged to Balder, the god of light, but became Rhodes' weapon. What? The body of the god of light Balder was stabbed into a horse's nest by the thousands of light thorns. God Bright Bald screamed, and his body flew out, and many Asgard gods around were also attacked by these light thorns, and their bodies were full of blood. They all flew out. With this move, Rhodes knocked out all the surrounding Asgard gods who were originally in the Odin temple, or who felt a change and came to support him. Many of the Asgard gods were so wounded and bloodied that they fell to the ground and could not stand up. When the patron saint Heimdall saw that Rhodes' indiscriminate attack was so terrifying, he rushed in front of the god King Odin. Support a divine barrier. The numerous light thorns headed towards the patron saint Heimdall. Advertisement: Heimdall's eyes are split, and only after he has truly resisted Rhodes' light thorn attack can he appreciate the strength of Rhodes' attack. Those seemingly innocuous light stabs hit his Asgardian barrier. Heimdall felt as if his body was hitting a giant mountain, completely unable to resist. Every second Heimdall felt like he was teetering on the brink of collapse. The Asgardian barrier of Heimdall crumbled in the wind. Rhodes laughed. This defense is good, I don't know if it can be resisted this time. Rhodes raised the Asgardian spear in his hand, constantly gathering great power. The pressure emanating from the Asgardian spear in Rhodes' hands made God King Odin feel a tingling in his scalp. What a terrifying power. Who are you? You gave me this Asgardian spear, and I'll give it back to you now. Rhodes then threw the spear in his hand, violently towards the position of the god King Odin. God King Odin couldn't sit still. He raised the eternal spear in his hand, and blocked the Asgardian spear thrown by Rhodes. Heimdall's strongest protective barrier was easily pierced by the Asgardian spear thrown by Rhodes, as easily as piercing an eggshell. Then the god King Odin roared and used all his divine power to fight against Rhodes' Asgardian spear. Boom! A burst of shockwave rushed in all directions again. I saw Rhodes' Asgardian spear at the moment pierced straight through the throne of god King Odin, and there was Rhodes' Asgardian spear on the back of the original quaint and luxurious treasure seat. And Heimdall lay on the ground, bleeding from his nose and mouth, even more miserable than when Thanos beat him. Breathing heavily, lying on the edge of the Odin throne. And god King Odin was not feeling well either. At the moment god King Odin held the eternal spear in his right hand and bowed slightly. There was a big hole in god King Odin's right shoulder and right chest. At the moment the blood of Asgard is constantly flowing from this large hole. Forehead. God King Odin groaned in pain. Although god King Odin had gone all out to fight Rhodes' Asgardian spear with the most powerful divine power, god King Odin still could not resist with the eternal spear in his hand. Advertisement: as a result, Rhodes' Asgardian spear directly pierced the divine power of Odin, and then pierced into the right side of Odin's chest, severely injuring Odin. God King Odin felt a violent force raging in his body. That's why Rhodes incorporated his solar power into it. The fiery pain constantly tormented the god King Odin's nerves, making the god King Odin miserable. God King Heimdall, who was lying on the side, could clearly see the other side from the wound of the god King Odin, which frightened Heimdall. Rhodes at the moment still stood coldly in front of the god King Odin. Not bad, it really is the combat power of the king of gods, but if you want to win me, you are still a little short. Today I will avenge Hela. After Rhodes finished speaking, he continued the power of his fist. Rhodes' body shone 10,000 times brighter than Balder, the god of light. The entire Asgard can be seen at the highest point of the Asgard temple, the position 863 that originally belonged to the Odin god king temple, shining with dazzling light. As if a small sun appeared throughout Asgard. The shining light made many residents of Asgard seem to see the sun at this moment. There was a panic among the many Asgard residents. What happened? It's so bright. I don't know, is there another sun coming out of Asgard Palace? Idiot. How is this possible? Hurry up and find a place to hide. The inhabitants of Asgard were in a commotion, looking for nearby places to hide from the dazzling light. God King Odin also knew that if he took another attack from Rhodes, he would still be alive. By then Ragnarok had really been born from Rhodes' hands. Rhodes alone will destroy the entire Asgard Protoss. God King Odin spit blood on his eternal spear. God King Odin then invoked the divine power of his whole body, injected it into the eternal spear, and threw it at Rhodes. This was God King Odin's last desperate move. If that still doesn't stop Rhodes, then he'll just have to close his eyes and wait to die. The eternal spear, the strongest weapon in the hands of the god King Odin, charged towards Rhodes with the strongest blow of the god King Odin. Chapter 65. Being sent into the sun. Chapter 65. Sent into the sun. Rhodes at the moment also waved his fist, and an extremely dazzling beam of light rushed towards the god King Odin. The eternal lance and Rhodes' beam of light collided, and the powerful force was deafening. The residents of Asgard saw a bigger sun at this time. Taking advantage of the chaos, Heimdall spat out a mouthful of blood, desperately trying to squeeze out a trace of his potential. Invoke the last divine power and build a Bifrost. God King Odin, who was in the midst of the explosion, was smashed upside down by huge amounts of impact and flew out. Smashed the throne of the god king behind him, and then rolled out of the temple of Odin. And Heimdall remains the same. This Heimdall used his last strength to build Bifrost, and the other end of the Bifrost connection was the sun. That's right, the absolute overlord in the solar system has a powerful and hot sun. Rhodes was sent some distance away by the huge amounts of explosion. But Rhodes is not as miserable as the god King Odin and Heimdall, but Rhodes found something wrong after standing in place. Behind him, there was a huge to infinitely terrifying suction. Rhodes tried his best to stand still, but it was still in vain. Rhodes only held on for a few seconds before being sucked in. Along with Rhodes, there are many ruins of the Temple of Odin. And huge amounts of suction also act on the entire Odin temple. Those Asgard gods who were lying on the ground unable to move by Rhodes were sucked in, but just when these Asgard gods were about to be sucked into Bifrost. This Bifrost just closed, the huge amounts of suction stopped. 1 second before Bifrost closed, Rhodes' figure just flew into the end of Bifrost. It's not that Heimdall is afraid of accidentally hurting other Asgard gods, it's that Heimdall at the moment has exhausted the power within him. If Rhodes held on for 1 more second, he might have avoided the nightmare of being sucked in by Bifrost. It's just that who can withstand the terrifying suction from the sun, not even the current Rhodes. Advertisement. Heimdall saw that Bifrost, who was connected to the sun, sucked Rhodes into it. At this time, he was relieved, and the whole person passed out completely. For a long time after Rhodes was sucked away, all the gods of Asgard lay on the ground like dead men. Except for the slight gasp that proved they were still alive. The terrifying serious injuries made them completely unable to move. If Heimdall hadn't used Bifrost to send Rhodes to the sun at the last moment of the fight between the god King Odin and Rhodes, I am afraid that the entire Asgard Protoss would have been swept away by Rhodes alone. Fortunately, they still succeeded. Rhodes only felt a terrifying suction pull him back infinitely. After Bifrost's shuttle, Rhodes had no time to rush in again, and Bifrost's trace had disappeared without a trace. It was only then that Rhodes realized that he had been teleported by Heimdall. Shit, damn Heimdall, I'm F*** G you big. Rhodes vented his anger by greeting all 18 generations of Heimdall's ancestors. What Rhodes didn't expect was that Heimdall actually used the same trick in front of Thanos to deal with himself. Heimdall teleported the Hulk away in front of Thanos. It's just that Heimdall sent the Hulk away in order to save the Hulk. Now he has sent himself away from the Temple of Odin. This Bifrost from Heimdall is really domineering. Although Rhodes scolded her for a long time, Rhodes at the moment was in the vacuum of the universe, and even he couldn't hear what he was scolding. How could Heimdall in Asgard hear it? At the moment Rhodes felt a suffocation. There is no air in a vacuum, so Rhodes naturally cannot roar. Just when Rhodes was a little panicked, the system prompt came. Ding, the host, Rhodes, has obtained vacuum survival, and can still survive under vacuum conditions. Rhodes at the moment heaved a sigh of relief. Don't kill God King Odin yourself and avenge Hela, and suffocate yourself in the universe first. Rhodes felt that although his body didn't suck roar, it was still alive and well. Like tardigrades, they can survive without air in a vacuum. Advertisement. Then a series of system prompts came over. Ding, the host, Rhodes, has acquired a radiation-resistant constitution, which can resist the effects of all radiation rays in the universe on the body. Ding, the host, Rhodes, has obtained the ultimate heat-resistant physique, which can withstand the high temperature of the sun. Rhodes' body was still heading in the direction of the sun. Rhodes had nowhere to turn in a vacuum, and no way to escape the sun's pull with his own body. The attraction of the sun was too exaggerated, and Rhodes had no choice but to pull his arms towards the sun. Rhodes saw with his own eyes a large pile of wreckage of buildings that had come with him from the Temple of Odin and turned into nothingness in the process of being drawn. That's right, in the face of the high temperature of the sun, even stones are not qualified to turn into ashes. Rhodes sighed, rubbing his chin. Fortunately, there's this Superman system, otherwise I would have been directly volatilized. If Rhodes hadn't awakening the ultimate heat-resistant physique in time to withstand the heat of the sun, I'm afraid Rhodes would be gone by now. No trace left at all. Even the flame giant King Surtur may not be able to withstand the heat of the sun. Rhodes looked back at the infinitely huge amounts of fireballs in front of him, Qian Wanghao. Putting a very comfortable pause in the vacuum, it's like Rhodes at the moment is sunbathing on the beach at the moment. Rhodes was indeed sunbathing, just on the sun. Since there is no escape, we can only enjoy the rain. Anyway, at the moment is in close contact with the sun, causing Rhodes to increase his power crazily every second. Rhodes only felt that the power bonuses and Qs on his retina had become a pile of zeros that he couldn't even count. There are constantly huge amounts of power emerging from the body. Rhodes continued to enjoy the sun's bonus, and when his strength increased to the strongest, he should be able to break free from the sun's gravitational constraints. It's just that it probably takes a constant time. Since the vacuum and the temperature of the sun could not kill Rhodes, Rhodes continued to enjoy the solar energy given by the sun comfortably. Chapter 66. Cultivating and sleeping in the sun. Chapter 66. Cultivating and sleeping in the sun. Think of yourself as a solar power bank that absorbs the energy given by the sun indefinitely. In this way, Rhodes' body quickly rushed towards the core of the sun under the influence of the sun's attraction. As Rhodes' body gets closer to the core of the sun, the system automatically strengthens Rhodes' body, so there's no need for Rhodes to worry anyway. So Rhodes stayed on the sun, constantly absorbing energy. But it's so boring, no object can survive on the sun except Rhodes' bender. It made Rhodes bored to death after a few days in the sun. Ah, when can you let me out? There's nothing on this sun prison. Damn, Heimdall must be trying to make me bored and die on this sun. Heimdall himself said that he was very innocent, he just wanted to use the sun to burn Rhodes to death. God knows that Rhodes turned out to be an unbeatable little strong. You can still hop on and off in the sun. Hey, let's go to bed. The bedtime goes by so fast, being able to sleep for a while is better than being bored. So Rhodes simply lay down on the sun and started to sleep. It's possible to fall asleep on the sun. Rhodes is probably the first. But what Rhodes didn't expect was that Rhodes slept for a long time. Time passed slowly. 867. In the whole universe, it seems that except for Rhodes, time has stopped, and the rest of the planets are still flowing in the long river of time. Rhodes slept in this way for more than 2,000 years. In Rhodes's sleep, the Earth has crossed a long historical occasion, from ancient Greece and ancient Rome to the 21st century with technological civilization. Thor, Hulk, Captain of the United States, Spider-Man, Iron Man, Black Widow and others were born in turn, and after their growth, they became superheroes who protect the Earth. As the superhero gradually show their heads and feet, they are also known by more and more people on Earth. With the development of the times, more and more black technologies have been developed by human beings. Advertisement, although it can't compare with the technology of Wakanda and Asgard, it can at least make human beings no longer as ignorant as in ancient times. One day, the United States Space Station, Observatory and other institutions are all responsible for exploring the cobweb horse tracks in the entire universe, hoping to gain some outer space fame to further develop their dominance in technology. On this day, the United States Space Station suddenly panicked. The NASA Division headquarters of the United States received news from the United States Space Station. A blond man from the United States answered the phone. "This is the headquarters of NASA, please speak. This is the NASA Space Station. The sun seems to have changed, and the light of the sun seems to be shaking." "What? Can the sun's rays wobble?" The staff of the NASA headquarters are obviously not able to accept this nonsense. "It's true, I'm not kidding, it's true, I guarantee it in the name of Daxia's space station." At this time, many calls in NASA's headquarters received calls from many civilians in the United States. Each of these civilians was terrified. The sun's light was shaking, and the sun was about to explode. Only after receiving numerous such calls did the NASA headquarters realize the seriousness of the problem. Although in the 21st century, many people already have a certain understanding of outer space and the stars in the solar system. We all know that the sun does not exist forever. When the heat inside the sun is exhausted, the sun will swell and swallow all the stars that are relatively close to the sun. But that will be N years later. Could it be that the sun is uncomfortable and is about to explode ahead of time? Numerous leaders of the NASA headquarters received orders from the White House of the United States to investigate the matter with all their strength. So the NASA headquarters used one of the black technologies of the United States NASA headquarters, a high-power astronomical telescope that could withstand the sun's ray burns to observe the movement of the sun, so as to obtain further information. At the moment, the sunlight on the whole Earth is flickering, just like the sunlight refracted by the lake will fluctuate constantly with the current. This unusual lighting is certainly not caused by dark clouds or any other material. There is such a situation on the whole Earth, and there is only one answer to this matter, that is, the sun really has a problem. Advertisement. The NASA headquarters quickly set up their own black technology and began to observe the situation on the sun. After a difficult search day and night in the NASA headquarters, the problem was finally found. At the moment there is a figure on the sun, although it is a little blurry, it can still be recognized that it is indeed the shadow of a humanoid creature. All the staff of NASA headquarters who got the truth of the matter were stunned. Even the staff who reported this matter reported the situation to the top person in charge of NASA with an embarrassed face. "How is this possible? Did you make a mistake?" "No, General, we can't believe this, but it's true. Here's a photo taken through an astronomical telescope." Absolutely. There is no sign of any artificial synthesis, provided by the NASA Technology Department. The person in charge of NASA touched his head, which had no hair. "My God, what happened to this world? This should be an unknown humanoid life form. It is absolutely impossible for human beings to survive on the sun. If it was human, it would become air." "Yes, we are so arbitrary, but we shot from multiple angles. Although we can't see the exact appearance of the other party, the actions, habitation and behavior are highly similar to those of humans. It is speculated that it should be an unknown creature that highly overlaps with humans." Although as the top person in charge of NASA, this general can be considered to have experienced countless and incomprehensible mysterious events, but this incident still made this top person in charge subvert the worldview. "My God, this matter is classified as a top secret event and absolutely cannot be disclosed to anyone." "Yes, General." NASA's staff withdrew from the office. The top person in charge of NASA looked at the photo, although it was a little blurry, but he could clearly see the action of a person lying down and sleeping, which made it hard for the top person in charge to imagine that this was not a human being. Is it true that humans can live on the sun? Or is it a completely unknown creature? What the hell is this? The person in charge of NASA had a headache, and the few remaining hairs could not be kept completely. The fluctuation of the sun's rays quickly passed, and NASA's headquarters came out to refute the rumor, and simply used the solar storm to explain. Chapter 67. Reaching the Multi-Universe Level. Chapter 67. Reaching the Multi-Universe Level. Definitely, if it is the general public, they can barely be fooled by NASA's set, but many experts and scholars from other countries who have studied astronomy say that this is just a lie of NASA. If it is absurd, they will not believe it at all. This is just a set of rhetoric used by NASA to fool people, because the solar storm will not cause such changes at all, which is obviously not the cause of the solar storm. It's just that even if someone doesn't believe it, the NASA headquarters will not make any response to this matter. This thing can only be over. On the other side, Rhodes, who had been sleeping for a long time in the sun, woke up, completely unaware of the panic he had caused on the Earth. Rhodes rubbed his eyes and yawned. "Ah, it's really comfortable to sleep this night. I feel like I've slept for a long time, at least 8 hours." And Rhodes, who had just recovered from falling asleep, was in a state of confusion, and it was more than 8 hours. Rhodes stretched his waist, then the fiery flames around the sun trembled. Rhodes was a little confused. Damn, what is this movement? Is the sun about to explode? Rhodes stayed in place subconsciously. Rhodes was still a little flustered. Could he withstand such a violent bombardment? In case the sun really exploded, his small body would be wiped out. Little did Rhodes know that the fluctuation of the sun was caused by himself. Rhodes waited for a while. The sun was still the same as usual, without the slightest change. This reassured Rhodes a little. Rhodes then moved his body, and the surrounding sun flames began to tremble wildly. Rhodes is a little confused now. Could it be that the sun's change has something to do with you? Rhodes was a little surprised, and then Rhodes wanted to spread out the god's telekinesis to find out the reason for the change of the sun, but the next moment Rhodes was a little stupid. Advertisement because the next moment Rhodes the god's telekinesis is not limited to this sun, and even spreads rapidly towards other galaxies. Just like the darkness in the universe, it spreads rapidly. Mars, Moon, Earth, Venus, all included, and even broke through the solar system from Aquaman and Pluto, shrouded the 9 realms, including Asgard, Jotunheim, Muspelheim, etc., and then covered the entire Milky Way, and then it even includes those cosmic galaxies that are countless times farther than the Milky Way. A huge amount of information flooded into Rhodes' brain in an instant. This surprised Rhodes. Rhodes shivered, and the whole sun shivered with Rhodes. Rhodes was completely messed up this time. I've become so strong? Can I cover the entire universe? His every move can actually affect the state of the entire sun. Rhodes felt that at the moment had the power within himself to blast the sun into cosmic dust with one punch. Definitely Rhodes didn't do that. The entire solar system needs the sun to sustain life. Wouldn't this punch of his own destroy the entire Earth? Has my strength surpassed the level single universe, and even reached the multi-universe? Otherwise, can the god's telekinesis be able to cover the entire universe? With my own strength, I should be able to easily perform multi-dimensional jumps. Well, even beyond the multi-universe level, to a higher level. It's just that Rhodes doesn't have a deep understanding of the universe, and he doesn't know how much it can achieve on the multi-universe. But casually destroying a fixed star should not be a problem. I'm a darling, so am I going to become the ultimate fixed star killer? Rhodes still has a general understanding of the ability to destroy a fixed star, and this destructive power is already quite terrifying. Rhodes thought for a moment, and he should leave the sun for a while. Otherwise, if I am not careful, I am afraid that the entire sun will be reimbursed. In order to protect the sun, Rhodes took a few steps on tiptoe, then left the sun with a flash. Just after the god's telekinesis turned around, Rhodes had already left the sun and came to a place at least 100 or 200 light years away from the sun. In order to test his strength, Rhodes threw a punch as lightly as possible. Rhodes felt that he might not even use 1/10 of his strength. I saw a golden thread flashing in the originally silent and pitch-black universe. Advertisement. For Flowers 0. It might be a tiny thread in the universe, but that doesn't seem to be the case for the planet in front of Rhodes. Rhodes saw huge amounts of golden beams of light blasted towards him. The planets that stayed in the universe and were dragged back and forth by the gravity of the major fixed stars suffered disaster. These diameters are not much smaller than the moon, and even some planets that are much larger than the moon are instantly beaten into cosmic dust by Rhodes' punch. The kind that can't even be detected by the naked eye. This fist wave passed hundreds of thousands of light years away from Mercury. All the way, like a ray of destruction, it quickly destroys all objects in the path. This punch pulled many small satellites around Mercury out of Mercury's gravitational force, and quickly chased in the direction of Rhodes' fist wave. It is conceivable how strong the impact was. Even Mercury, which was rotating normally, was quickly rotated a few times by Rhodes' fist wave, and within a few seconds, Mercury quickly spent several days and nights. If there is life on Mercury, I am afraid that these Mercury creatures are all in a circle. How many days have passed in the blink of an eye? That can't be done, it has to be counted as overtime pay. Rhodes showed a troubled expression, a little helpless. It's not me, it has nothing to do with me. Rhodes is thankful that he didn't punch such a punch to the side of the Earth, otherwise he didn't know how big the ginger would be. However, the fact that Mercury has so many fewer satellites is enough to give NASA a headache. Rhodes looked at the punch wave that didn't know where it was going, and sighed deeply. Rhodes noticed that the fist wave had already flown out of the solar system and headed towards the galaxy. Cough cough, I hope you don't encounter any flowers and plants, safety first, safety first. Rhodes was overwhelmed by his own power. It seems that you have to use your power carefully, otherwise, I am afraid that the entire solar system, no, it is estimated that the entire galaxy cannot be preserved. The strength of Rhodes is advancing by leaps and bounds, not to mention the gravity of the 9 planets, even the gravity of the sun has no effect on Rhodes at all. Chapter 68. Rescue the Sealed Hela. Chapter 68. Rescue the Sealed Hela. I'd better take a look at how long I slept first. If the time is short, how can I have such a strong power? Rhodes shrouded the Earth with his own the god's telekinesis. Some time concepts cannot be obtained on other fixed stars. Rhodes had to look for answers on human civilization on Earth. Beneath Rhodes the god's telekinesis, no secrets on Earth are hidden. Soon Rhodes got the answer he wanted on Earth. It is now the 21st century on Earth. Rhodes stood in the void space with his hands behind his back and sighed. This time has passed so quickly. I have slept for more than 2,000 years in a single sleep. It's terrifying. Rhodes suddenly seemed to remember something. Hey, I'm 870. I seem to have forgotten something important. Hela. I don't know that Hela is gone now, and the Asgard thing hasn't been resolved yet. Rhodes hurriedly turned around the god's telekinesis and spread in the direction of the 9 realms. Fell on Asgard. Soon Rhodes got the answer he wanted. It turned out that not long after Rhodes was sent to the sun to sleep, the god king Odin found the trace of Hela in the 9 realms. Sent to many Asgard gods to capture. Although Hela and her subordinates fought hard, but Hela was unable to support herself alone, and was not Asgard's opponent after all. Hela was reluctantly captured, and then the god king Odin judged her for her guilt and sealed Hela in the kingdom of the dead, Niflheim. Rhodes sighed regretfully. He made a riot at the Odin temple in the past, just to save Hela and let Hela avoid being targeted by the god king Odin. Unexpectedly, because he was sent to the sun and still failed, Hela was still captured by the god king Odin. However, after such a long time, Rhodes Xing has made great progress, and he is not as angry as he was back then, but this matter still needs to be done. Advertisement Rhodes also learns that the current god king, Odin, is old and waning in power. The seal that imprisoned Hela is now shaky. Even if Rhodes didn't wake up from the sun, Hela would break the seal again, use dark magic to resurrect her former army, and then take down Asgard and start the Battle of Ragnarok. But even so, Rhodes intends to rescue Hela first. Rhodes was still a little excited after not seeing Hela for more than 2,000 years. The days at Asgard were all in Rhodes' mind. You wait for me, I'm here to save you, Hela. Rhodes' thoughts moved, and in the next instant, he crossed several light years and quickly descended to Niflheim, the country of death. This Niflheim is the excess of the dead, where Hela, the goddess of death, rules. Unexpectedly, the god king Odin sealed Hela here. Rhodes looked around at Niflheim, which was extremely dark and barren. There was silence all around, and the grey fog made everything around him become shadowy. From time to time, there were a few shrill roars of the dead, and a few translucent ghosts flashed across the grey fog. It is quite terrifying, but because Rhodes' current strength is far beyond the scope of comprehension. So Rhodes didn't have the slightest fear of everything around him. Rhodes walked step by step towards the altar that sealed Hela. The surrounding grey fog quickly thickened a little, and a large number of dead souls smelled the smell of Rhodes, and couldn't wait to come over and take a share. The grey fog was crowded with dead souls who came to investigate, and for a while, the grey fog filled with these dead souls was full, as thick as a liquid. However, Rhodes exudes a faint golden light all over his body. These golden light brings a very strong terrifying aura. The light of the sun makes the souls of Niflheim extremely fearful. Get a little closer to Rhodes, and they will disappear into ashes, so these dead souls only dare to look at Rhodes from a distance, and they don't dare to take half a step. Rhodes didn't bother to pay attention to these dead souls, and walked towards the altar where Hela was sealed. The grey fog within 100 feet of Rhodes dissipated on its own, like snow melting in spring. Soon Rhodes came to a huge altar hidden in the forest, and there was no fog of death around the altar. There are hundreds of huge amounts of stone pillars around the altar, and the stone pillars still retain the divine power of the god King Odin. The breath of the gods of Asgard discourages any soul from coming near here. Advertisement Rhodes walked up the long stone steps step by step. I don't know why, but after knowing that he was about to meet Hela, Rhodes' heart suddenly became tense, and even Rhodes didn't know why. Rhodes looked at the huge amounts of seal altars in front of him that were bigger than the square, with all kinds of inscriptions flowing with the power of the gods. Rhodes carefully controlled his power, stretched out his fingers and tapped on the altar that sealed Hela. A golden beam of light is above the seal altar. Before Rhodes' beam fell on the stone platform of the altar, a transparent light blue barrier appeared to protect it. Rhodes smiled slightly. Heimdall's masterpiece? Interesting. This seal on the altar of Hela has the guardian formation left by Heimdall to prevent anyone from destroying the altar, thereby releasing Hela. If someone released Hela, the defensive formation released by Heimdall would be a moat that they couldn't cross. But for now Rhodes, this is just a joke. Rhodes exerted a little more force, and Heimdall's guardian formation burst open like glass. Then Rhodes' beam fell on the altar. With Rhodes' beam, the madness of the altar was quickly destroyed. Originally, the 0.1 seal remaining on the altar seal was not strong, but now, after Rhodes' attack, the hundreds of altar stone pillars around it began to collapse. The entire altar began to burst, and the huge altar stone platform began to crack in a large area, and then a black gas came out from the altar. What? A sharp roar came from the depths of the altar. The fog of death that had been calm all around suddenly became agitated, as if this group of dead souls felt that their goddess of death, Hela, was about to come out. As the ground of the altar shook, a large number of fragments of the altar collapsed and flew out. Rhodes was suspended in the air, quietly watching the altar under his feet collapse and shatter. Hela's familiar power rushed towards his face, making Rhodes unable to help but smile. As the altar completely collapsed, a monstrous black air wave rushed towards the face. Chapter 69. A reunion across 2,000 years. Chapter 69. A reunion across 2,000 years. The surrounding fog of death receded in succession, apparently not daring to confront Hela's dark aura head-on. The group of dead souls scrambled to escape all around, and some of the dead souls were too close to the seal altar, causing the black airwaves swept out by the rage to hit them. They all turned into nothingness. Obviously they were completely blown away by Hela. Rhodes still stood there, without any movement, waiting for Hela to get out of trouble. In just a few breaths, Hela felt that the seal was attacked from the outside, so he attacked frantically from the inside of the seal. This time, the altar that sealed Hela completely exploded and collapsed. A dark aura like the universe came out and quickly rushed to the sky above the sealing altar. With this group of dark breath constantly rotating, tossing, and finally condensed into a graceful figure. Rhodes took a closer look. Isn't this the Hela that he has been thinking about all the time? Rhodes' roar called out, Hela. It seems that this roar call from Rhodes alerted Hela, who was in the black air mass. Hela saw Rhodes' figure 27, not the long-lost roar call, but turned into a black arrow and rushed towards Rhodes. Rhodes was a little stunned. Why does Hela attack herself? Could it be Hela resenting herself for not saving her? It shouldn't be. I also had a battle with the god King Odin and the others. Hela should know it after all, and wouldn't treat me like this. But right now Hela didn't give Rhodes much time to think. Hela's terrifying black aura quickly rushed in front of Rhodes. However, Rhodes did not dodge, not because Rhodes was ashamed, but because Rhodes knew that with Hela's strength, he couldn't hurt himself at all. Even though Hela has spent more than 2,000 years cultivating her own strength in order to break through the seal, it is still far from Rhodes' speed of improvement. Hela was no match for Rhodes more than 2,000 years ago and still is. It's just that Rhodes doesn't want to hurt Hela either. Rhodes won't do anything to Hela until these things are completely clarified. Rhodes stretched out his right hand, resisting Hela's frantic attack on him. Hela's dark magic transforms into thorns, spears, swords, and even terrifying ghosts, but upon touching Rhodes' golden energy barrier, all attacks vanish into nothingness. Completely resolved, Hela was still roaring terribly, constantly firing frantic attacks on Rhodes. Advertisement on Hela's noble and glamorous face, only hideousness and madness remained. Rhodes' face showed a hint of guilt. If he could solve the problem more than 2,000 years ago, Hela wouldn't be what it is now. It's all his Rhodes' fault. Rhodes constantly roar called. Hela, it's me, I'm Rhodes. Hela, do you remember? Rhodes? When Hela heard the word Rhodes, her expression became a little stagnant, and it seemed that Hela's memory of Rhodes was also affected. Hela held her head and seemed to have a pained expression. Rhodes? Who is Rhodes? Do not. Hela's voice became a little hoarse. This made Rhodes even more worried, but Rhodes also knew the problem. That is, Hela seems to have forgotten herself because of the seal. Since that's the case, then I'll come back to your memory. You can't keep going crazy like this. Rhodes held out his hand. A golden halo flew towards Hela. Hela at the moment still seems to be dominated by rampant emotions. Hela roared and mobilized all of her strength, and the overwhelming black airwave swept toward Rhodes. Although Rhodes was exuding a faint golden light, it looked worrying. At the moment, Rhodes' body is like a small boat sailing in the sky, and it seems that it may be torn into pieces by Hela's black airwaves at any time. But apparently Rhodes wasn't like that. The golden rings thrown by Rhodes were like hot rings of fire, dissolving the endless waves of air summoned by Hela. Hela's black waves couldn't even hold up against Rhodes' golden rings. The black airwave was completely dispelled by the golden ring. Put it on Hela's body. A look of fear flashed across Hela at the moment's frantic face. Apparently, even in a state of insanity, Hela still knew how terrifying the golden ring of Rhodes was. Hela struggled and resisted, but to no avail. Advertisement. The golden ring still took a picture of Hela's body without hesitation. Hela's body was imprisoned in place by the golden ring. When these 4 or 5 golden rings completely imprisoned Hela's body, the overwhelming black airwaves around them instantly disappeared into invisible. Hela's body was firmly controlled by the golden ring, although Hela's body was still twisting, but Hela couldn't do anything. Because Rhodes' golden halo completely sealed Hela's movements and dark magic, Hela couldn't finish any counterattacks at all. Rhodes dodged to Hela and put his hand on Hela's head. A streak of golden light 870 sprinkled on Hela's body. Hela howled mournfully, but that didn't affect the movement in Rhodes' hands. Rhodes gradually restored Hela's memory. With the recovery of his previous memory, Hela's sanity gradually occupied the high ground. It's no longer as savage and crazy as it used to be. At the same time, Rhodes also recovered Hela's physical strength. Hela was sealed in this Niflheim for so many years, and the life was so hard that Hela was consumed and lost some weight. Rhodes knew that Hela was now gradually recovering her previous memory and took his hand back. After a while, Hela opened her eyes. It was still the pair of eyes that were captivating and beautiful. When Rhodes saw those clear eyes, he knew that the real Hela had returned. Rhodes smiled and called Roar softly, Hela, are you okay? Hela also recognized Rhodes, without any thoughts of attack, and also showed a beautiful smile. Rhodes, here you are. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was careless in the battle at Odin Temple and got sucked into the sun, but I'm back now. Sorry for making you suffer. Hela shook her head, moved when she heard Rhodes' words. Tears flashed across Hela's eyes. No, you've done enough for me. Chapter 70. I will help you ascend to the throne of God King. Chapter 70. I will help you ascend to the throne of God King. Rhodes reached out and wrapped Hela in his arms. Hela put her head on Rhodes' broad shoulders, shaking with sobbing. Rhodes said softly, I won't let you suffer anymore, I promise. Well, I believe you. Rhodes calmed Hela's emotions, and the two sat on the side of the completely destroyed broken altar chatting. Rhodes did not know where to find a few jars of wine, and chatted and drank with Hela. Rhodes and Hela spent more than 2,000 years in the sun, and the other spent more than 2,000 years in the seal, and the two had a lot to say to each other. I really didn't expect that 2,000 years have passed since this flash. Yeah, it's so emotional. I didn't expect that I would be trapped in the sun for more than 2,000 years. Rhodes didn't dare to let Hela know that more than 2,000 years passed when he slept in the sun. If Hela knew that Rhodes had been so easy for more than 2,000 years, he would probably kill Rhodes. Now the Earth has reached the 21st century. I will take you to eat food on the Earth. There are many delicious and fun things on the Earth. At that time, we can have a lot of fun things to do. You don't need to be restricted to fight every day in Asgard, the ghost place, and don't let us meet. Hela nodded, Hela said with a hint of playfulness. You still owe me more than 2,000 years of firework, and you still have more than 2,000 years of dating. You have to compensate me well. Ha ha. Rhodes didn't expect that more than 2,000 years later, Hela still remembered the firework that he once let go of for her. Okay, there's no problem at all, I'll make it up for you day by day. You said before, we have time to watch firework. I owe you more than 2,000 years, I won't let you down for a day. We're watching him. What about the more than 2,000 years of firework? Ha ha ha. Hela nodded, looking at Rhodes with emotion. Advertisement. Rhodes found that Hela has changed a lot now. After more than 2,000 years of seals and the unprovoked captivity of the Asgard gods, Hela is far less innocent than before. Although Hela is invincible on the battlefield, Hela is still the innocent princess of Asgard, and now Hela is completely different. Although Hela's attitude towards Rhodes is still as gentle as before, the temperament exuding from Hela is far less gentle and kind than before. Hela at the moment is full of hatred, resentment, despair and revenge. It can be seen that Hela seems to have changed over the 2,000 years of the seal, but Rhodes still silently supports Hela. For Rhodes, Hela will always be Hela, always the one who was in the princess mansion. Good Hela. What are your plans next? God King Odin's rule is still going on, but God King Odin is already old. I think you should be able to avenge Asgard even without my help. Facing Rhodes' question, Hela looked a little sad. Then Hela took a deep breath. I am going to take revenge. I have dedicated everything I have to Asgard, but the Asgard Protoss has sealed me like this, allowing me to spend more than 2,000 years of darkness in Niveldom. They don't know how I have spent the past 2,000 years. Every day I live is worse than death. Living in darkness, the only thing I can do is to cultivate, improve my strength, and hope to break through one day, this seal. When Hela talked about this matter, a strong black aura swept through her body, and her slender and beautiful jade hand stretched out sharp nails that were more than 10 centimeters long, adding a bit of horror to her appearance. I want to make everyone in the Asgard Protoss pay the most painful price, and I want everyone in the Asgard Protoss to experience the same pain as me. No, far more than 100 times, 1,000 times the pain I have endured. I want to become the God King of Asgard, and give those Asgard gods who trampled me under their feet a good taste of what it means to be humble and humiliated. Rhodes nodded. In fact, Hela did nothing wrong. She has done a lot for Asgard, but she has to endure this unprovoked stigma for thousands of years. She was sealed in Niveldom and suffered this crime. If you want to say the reason, only it can be said that the arrogance and prejudice of the Asgard deities hurt Hela. Okay, I will support you, no matter what you do, even if you plan to destroy the entire Asgard, I will be by your side. When Hela heard Rhodes' words, her nervous nerves eased. Rhodes, you are the most important person in my life. Thank you very much for being by my side. I thought Odin would be the same as you, but I was wrong. Rhodes nodded. God King Odin was not as loving and selfless as he imagined. Advertisement. In that case, let's go. Okay. Rhodes and Hela stood up. Rhodes shook the golden cloak behind him, like a golden god of war, invincible in 100 battles. Hela, on the other hand, tied her beautiful black hair behind her head, and her black death cloak fluttered in the wind. Although Rhodes' energy aura is completely different from Hela's energy aura, one gold and one black, it seems like one yin and one yang in the yin and yang diagram of Tai Chi, but at this moment it seems to complement each other very well. In the towering Odin temple in Asgard, the old God King Odin sits a little lonely on his own God King throne. The gray-bearded God King Odin looked a bit like an old man in the twilight, which made Qian Zhao's people a little moved. The magnificent Odin temple was rebuilt and looked even taller and more majestic. The throne of the God King, pierced by Rhodes with his Asgardian spear, has been restored to its original state, even more ornately built. However, none of these could comfort the heart of God King Odin. God King Odin looked into the distance, wondering what he was thinking. Then God King Odin sighed deeply, wondering if he felt guilty or uneasy because he sealed his daughter. The tall and majestic Odin temple and the throne of the God King can be restored, but Rhodes questioned the words of the God King Odin at that time. And the shot of Rhodes that year left a deep trace in the heart of God King Odin. At this time, the God King Odin was surprised, because God King Odin has already felt that the seal against Hela in Nepherdom has been completely broken. Chapter 71. Seize the throne of God King. Chapter 71. Seize the throne of God King. God King Odin grabbed his white hair with both hands. Hey, sooner or later there will be such a day, and it will come after all. It seems that God King Odin knows that he is old, and the seal that suppresses Hela will not last for too long. When the seal is broken by Hela, God King Odin will know. It was the day Hela came to settle accounts with him. Before God King Odin could react, the figures of Rhodes and Hela fell in front of God King Odin. Rhodes used his golden energy to protect Hela's body, and flew directly from Nefertum to the Temple of Odin in Asgard at a very fast speed. The appearance of Rhodes and Hela has not changed much, but Odin, the original blonde hair and beard, has white hair and beard, and he looks like an old man. The God King Odin was not surprised to see Hela, but seeing Rhodes was different. Can someone really come out of the sun alive? This is simply impossible. God King Odin looked at Rhodes in front of him in horror. You, Rhodes? You're still alive. 873 Rhodes showed a very gentleman's smile, and even bowed to the God King Odin to do a standard aristocratic salute. Yeah, thanks to you, I have practiced on the sun for more than 2,000 years, and I'm back now, great God King Odin. Is it a surprise? Accident? This time, God King Odin felt that his mind was a little confused, which was already beyond the understanding of God King Odin. But at the moment God King Odin was not happy at all. The previous Rhodes almost killed him, and the current Rhodes is probably not what he can handle. However, the God King Odin soon recovered his calm, and seemed to have readily accepted his upcoming fate. At the moment Hela said, Odin, you have sealed me in Neveldom for more than 2,000 years. I should settle this account with you. I see that you used to be my father, I will give you a chance, you abdicate now and give me the throne of the King of God. I cannot kill you, just exile you, Odin, this is your last, here's your chance. Advertisement. A dozen or so centimeters of sharp fingernails emerged from Hela's hands, and black airwaves rolled, chab, behind Hela's back. Countless roaring twisted dead souls were writhing and struggling in the black airwaves. It seems that he wants to smash the God King Odin alive. God King Odin stood up at the moment, and the golden divine power echoed around God King Odin. The mighty and gorgeous golden armor reappeared on the body of the God King Odin, and the spear of eternity gradually emerged in the hands of the God King Odin. God King Odin is still the same as the God King, but this is destined to be the last God King afterglow of God King Odin. Any incomparably brilliant era will eventually come to an end, thus ushering in a new era. My daughter, you are wrong. Many things are not as simple as you think. Although I may not be qualified as a father, even if you don't recognize me as a father, I still won't blame you. I originally planned to give you the throne of God King, but now you are blinded by hatred. You are no longer fit to rule Asgard. I'm sorry, my daughter, I can't agree to your request. Hela's beautiful face instantly showed incomparable hideousness. These are all thanks to you. If you didn't frame me and sealed me in Neveldom for more than 2,000 years, would I become what I am now? Since you don't want to step down, then go and die for me. Hela screamed and rushed towards God King Odin. The monstrous fog of death swarmed towards the God King Odin. Countless souls pounce on the God King Odin. Not to be outdone, God King Odin slammed the eternal spear into the ground. A golden shockwave rippled out, pushing the death fog around Hela fiercely back. The golden light shone on these dead souls in the fog of death, and these dead souls died in shrill screams. What? Two slender black rapiers emerged from Hela's hands, which were dark substances summoned by Hela's dark magic, with very powerful energy. It is as easy to pierce through the armor of the Asgard Protoss as it is to cut tofu. It's just that even if it is the last brilliance of the God King, the God King Odin is not so easy to deal with. God King Odin, armed with the Spear of Eternity, fought fiercely with the angry Hela. The sound of gold and iron clashing was thought of in the entire Odin temple. Although God King Odin moved a little slowly, the attack of the eternal spear in his hand was still fierce and powerful. Advertisement in the angle is quite tricky. Obviously, the God King Odin's marksmanship has reached the pinnacle. Hela and the God King Odin fought for hundreds of rounds in the Temple of Odin. At the beginning Hela's offensive was so fast that Odin, the king of the gods, couldn't hold his head up. However, as the God King Odin gradually launched his offensive, the situation on Hela's side reversed. Drink. God King Odin let out a loud snort. The eternal spear in his hand stabbed fiercely towards Hela's chest. Hela was startled and hurriedly used the double swords in his hand to block. However, the power of God King Odin should not be underestimated. In addition, God King Odin's divine power has a certain suppressing effect on Hela's dark magic. The double swords in Hela's hand are difficult to resist God King Odin's eternal thrust. Hela was stabbed by God King Odin's eternal stab and retreated a distance of 40 or 50 meters, but his strength remained undiminished. If it continues like this, I am afraid that Hela will be shot through the heart by the God King Odin. At this time, Rhodes, who was watching the battle, moved, and Rhodes just flicked his fingertips. A blast of air was ejected, and it hit the eternal spear of Odin with great precision. God King Odin only felt a huge force hit. Before God King Odin could react, the eternal spear in his hand let go. It catapulted to the pillar of the Temple of Odin, and slammed into it, leaving only the 1-meter-long gun tail trembling slightly in the air. God King Odin looked at his empty hands in disbelief, and then looked at the eternal spear not far away. He could not accept this scene at the moment. History is always strikingly similar. Rhodes used this trick to clean up the unruly soul warriors in the Temple of Valor. At that time, Bel's spear was inserted into the pillar of the Temple of Valor, and it still exists today, and now it is the eternal spear of the God King Odin. Rhodes lifted Hela, who was slightly bowed down. Hela at the moment after a head-on confrontation with the divine King Odin. The dark divine power in Hela has been consumed a lot, and Hela's chest is slightly heaving. Chapter 72. Abusive God King Odin and the Gods Chapter 72. History is always strikingly similar. With the body contact between Rhodes and Hela, the dark power in Hela was completely restored in an instant, and Hela even felt that the dark power in his body was endless. Hela looked at Rhodes in horror. How powerful is Rhodes in front of him? Even if he is a little bit different from Odin, he is not too big, but Hela at the moment feels that Rhodes' energy is as vast as the universe. Rhodes said softly to Hela, "Leave the rest to me." Hela nodded. Rhodes looked back at Odin, the God King, with a question mark on his face. Rhodes also kindly reminded the God King Odin, "Great God King Odin, I'm about to do it." The God King Odin took on a fighting stance to meet Rhodes' attack. But the God King Odin will understand that his preparations are of no use. The next moment God King Odin flew out. God King Odin's face was precisely hit by Rhodes' punch, and God King Odin's few remaining teeth basically flew out with Rhodes' punch. God King Odin's face and body were severely imprinted on the walls of Odin's temple, and they couldn't stand up. This is Rhodes' special control of the force, otherwise the entire Asgard will be gone with just Rhodes' punch. But this is not the end. Rhodes also has a fire in his heart. Rhodes bluffed his right hand towards the God King Odin. Then the body of the God King Odin was sucked over. Another punch from Rhodes. Immediately after, the God King Odin was like a bouncy ball and was hit by Rhodes, pulled back, hit out, and pulled back. The speed is so fast that Hela's eyes are almost unable to catch it. He only knows that there is one person being played by Rhodes as a football, and this football is the father, the God King Odin, who is very difficult for him. Hela showed a somewhat disgusting expression. This is not a fight, this is tyranny at all. Hela closed her eyes and couldn't bear to watch it any longer. The God King Odin was beaten too badly. Then Rhodes grabbed the God King Odin by the leg and smashed it back and forth towards the ground. Advertisement: the floor of the Odin temple was covered with cracks, all of which were smashed by the body of the God King Odin. The God King Odin couldn't even use any divine power and was beaten by Rhodes. The fate of the father and son is always strikingly similar. Loki was blasted by the Hulk while still on the ground, Thor was blasted by the Hulk in the arena, and now their father Odin was thrown to the ground by Rhodes. Same father and son, same destiny. At the moment God King Odin lay on the ground with his hands folded. At the moment God King Odin's face was bruised by Rhodes, and his whole body was not well. Rhodes put his foot on the God King Odin. Rhodes looked down at the God King Odin. "What's the matter? Great God King Odin, if you don't feel it, let's do it again." Rhodes pointed to the fissures of the temple of Odin around, indicating that Odin, the God King, was not playing exciting enough, so he could do another lap. God King Odin at the moment was hammered by Rhodes and his consciousness was almost blurred. How could this old man survive another round? God King Odin stretched out his hand and waved, indicating that he was defeated. Rhodes nodded. "Well, since you have surrendered, then I won't continue, and I won't let it spread out that I have a bad reputation and say I bully the elderly." At the moment God King Odin was passed by Rhodes, this movement naturally alarmed the gods of Asgard. When they received the summoning signal sent by the God King Odin during the battle, they rushed over. It's just that the battle on Rhodes' side was over too quickly, and in less than a minute, the God King Odin was dead. This is the case when Rhodes is deliberately trying to play and vent his anger. Outside the temple of Odin for a time, the overwhelming Asgard gods and a large number of Asgard warriors surrounded the temple of Odin. Soon the old acquaintances of Rhodes, Tyr the god of war, the god of darkness Holder, the god of light Balder, the patron god Heimdall all came one after another, as well as a group of other Asgard gods. Rhodes held his arms with both hands, looked at the many Asgard gods in front of him, and greeted Roar enthusiastically. "Kiss, long time no see, are you all okay? Your strength doesn't seem to have improved much, it's still so weak." When many Asgard gods saw Rhodes appearing in front of them, they thought they were ghosts in Asgard. You're still alive. Ask for flowers 0 advertisement. The dark god Holder was beaten up by Rhodes last time. Although it didn't take long, the Asgard gods were severely injured, and they had to lie down for hundreds of years before recovering. In particular, Holder, the god of darkness, was psychologically shadowed by Rhodes. At the moment seeing Rhodes reappear, the Dark Lord Holder is shaking all over. He doesn't want to go back and lie down again for hundreds of years. It's just that the Asgard gods immediately turned pale when they saw the object that Rhodes stepped on under their feet. No, it was their great god King Odin. The god of war Tyr raised the great sword in his hand. "Let go of God King Odin, I will spare you from dying." Rhodes squinted at Tyr, the god of war. "Kiss, I'm afraid you haven't flown enough, figure out your wording. Although it's a little troublesome, but let's play with you one more time." With a flick of Rhodes' finger, Tyr, the god of war, flew out again. This time Rhodes didn't even use a weapon. God of war Tyr's tall figure smashed through the Odin temple again and flew out, still at the familiar angle and at the familiar height. "Tyr, I hope your flight is a good one." Then Rhodes looked back at the air behind him as if he were a prophet. The Dark Lord Holder still couldn't change his old habit of sneak attack, but this time he was seen through by Rhodes. Holder, the god of darkness, looked at Rhodes in front of him and showed an embarrassed smile. The death sign raised in his hand was put down again, and it was retracted behind him, pretending that nothing happened. Rhodes sneered, then he took a breath. The Dark God Holder and the overwhelming Asgard warriors behind him cleared the field in an instant. I'm afraid Rhodes blew in one breath, and he shouldn't be able to get down without a few hundred kilometers. The light arrow of Balder, the god of light, came earlier than last time. Rhodes waved his hand, and all the gods of Asgard flew upside down, lying on the ground one by one, rolling in pain. The Asgard gods were stunned when they saw Rhodes' current strength. I can't believe how terrifying Rhodes is. Chapter 73. Hela becomes God King. Chapter 73. God King Hela. My god, is he a monster? How can he be so strong? It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. In the past, the god King Odin was able to compete with Rhodes 1 or 2 times, but now he can only be the ball. How can the many gods of Asgard be Rhodes' opponents? Heimdall was scrambling to repeat his old trick, resuming the Bifrost tunnel and sending Rhodes back to the sun. Even Heimdall knew the sun couldn't destroy Rhodes, but he could send it away for another 2,000 years. Rhodes didn't move, just waited quietly for Heimdall to open the Bifrost tunnel. The Bifrost channel was opened very easily. Rhodes just released a golden energy barrier on Hela's body. The huge amounts of the sun's attraction came into play again, and the broken, 873, bricks and broken tiles of the Odin temple continued to fly up. The surrounding Asgard gods struggled hard under the powerful attraction of the sun, but it was of no use. Heimdall couldn't hold on anymore, but Rhodes and Hela, as well as Odin, the god king on whom Rhodes was stepping steadily, remained motionless. Rhodes laughed. The same trick can only be used once, and the second time it won't work. Heimdall petrified on the spot, resisting the pull of the sun? Is this guy still human? This is probably more exaggerated than the Protoss. This is the attraction of the sun that the Protoss can't resist. Heimdall saw that many of Asgard's gods could not resist with all their divine power, and were about to be sucked away. Rhodes did not kill them, but sent many of Asgard's gods to the sun and burned them to death, which would be embarrassing. Heimdall had to quickly shut down Bifrost to prevent his own Oolong from destroying his comrades. Rhodes smiled. How? Do you want to call again? But this time you don't seem to be able to send me away. Heimdall's face is ashen. If not even the sun can do Rhodes, then the whole Asgard can't handle Rhodes, and the Ragnarok of Asgard is still here. It's just that 10,000 of them didn't think that Ragnarok was not the giants of Jotunheim and the Flame Giant, or even Hela who came for revenge, but Rhodes. Heimdall knew there was no hope for Asgard now. The strongest god kings are stepping on their feet, so what are they fighting for? Advertisement. Heimdall said. Rhodes, if you are angry, you are torturing me, but please let the god king Odin go. We can do whatever you want. Please let the god king Odin go. Rhodes looked at Heimdall. Heimdall was a good person, but he was a bit stupid and loyal, so he chose to stand on the side of the Asgard gods. Okay, then let Hela become the king of gods. You submit to her. I can exile Odin and leave him alive. How about that? Balder, the god of light, who was beaten into a sieve, said. How is this possible? How can Hela become the king of gods? She doesn't deserve to be the king of gods at all. Rhodes looked at Balder, the god of light, and snorted coldly. Huh? Is it? If that's the case, then I'm ashamed. Rhodes condensed a golden light group in his hand, ready to smash it on the head of the god king Odin. Rhodes is so powerful without using divine power, and now that he has used divine power, the god king Odin is probably not even a scumbag left. Heimdall said quickly. We agree, please let the king of gods go. Hey, that's right. Rhodes picked up Odin, who was stepping on his feet, and helped Odin to pat the dust on his armor and gave it to Heimdall. If it's so happy, there won't be so many things. You look at the trouble, it's so troublesome. Heimdall replaced Odin, the god king who couldn't stand up by himself. Heimdall saluted Rhodes and Hela. Thank you for your kindness, Rhodes. You are welcome. Rhodes waved his right hand. A golden light spread out. The surrounding Asgard gods, who were seriously injured, were startled, and thought that Rhodes was going to kill people, but Rhodes definitely didn't want to do this. After this golden light spread, the gods who were seriously injured in the place, even the god king Odin, would stand on the ground well. With the power of time travel, the Rhodes restored their physical condition to those before their serious injury. So everyone was unscathed. Even the shattered temple of Odin was restored. It's just that the giant statues of the characters on this tall temple have been replaced by Hela. Advertisement. It should be called the Temple of Hela by now. The horror on the faces of the god king Odin and others, the power to destroy and restore in an instant? Even the Asgard Protoss can't do it. Rhodes can destroy and restore everything with a wave of his hand. Is this the real power of God? At this point Rhodes made an inviting gesture towards Hela. Hela took a deep breath, smiled, and put her slender hand on Rhodes'. With the help of Rhodes, he sat on the long-awaited throne of the god king. Hela tossed her cloak and put her slender thigh on the other leg, showing elegance and nobility. The queen's aura came spontaneously. Heimdall and the others stood neatly in front of Hela, knelt down alone, put their fists on their chests, and swore their surrender to Hela. Rhodes puts the queen's crown, which symbolizes the throne of the god king, on Hela's head. Hela nodded slightly towards Rhodes, thanking him. Hela then got what she had always dreamed of, gained the surrender of all the gods and Protoss throughout Asgard. After Hela's coronation ceremony, all the gods and Protoss of Asgard surrendered to Hela. A few days later, at Rhodes' request, Heimdall had to exile the god king Odin. Hela and Rhodes stood on Bifrost, watching the god king Odin, who had taken off his armor and was wearing ordinary clothes. At the moment God King Odin no longer has the majesty of 0.1, and looks like an ordinary old man on earth. With tears in his eyes, Heimdall opened Bifrost to earth, and with a plop he knelt down in front of the God King Odin. Great Odin, please forgive me, Heimdall is incompetent. Odin at the moment has already seen it. Odin stroked Heimdall's head. Son, everything you have done has been excellent, this is our destiny, and we cannot change it. Then Odin looked at the new God King Hela. Odin said, Hela, my daughter, I take back what I said before, maybe I did wrong, I'm very sorry for sealing you, and I'm very sorry for not being a good father, but it's pointless to say this now, I'll face it, the punishment that should have belonged to me. Hela didn't speak, just bowed her head silently, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 74. Heimdall's Defection. Chapter 74. Heimdall's Defection. Heimdall's face was mournful, and he was obviously saddened by the exile of the former God King, Odin. Odin said to Rhodes, although, I know what I say now is just explaining and covering up, but Rhodes, I have to say that you are really strong, I didn't see the potential, it's my fault. I know I don't deserve to ask for anything in my current capacity, but I still hope you can protect Hela, okay? Don't let her get hurt. Rhodes nodded. Odin, don't worry, no one can hurt Hela anymore. Odin nodded. I'm relieved with your words. After Odin explained these things, he turned back and took a deep look at the infinitely vast Asgard behind him. This Asgard who had ruled for an unknown number of years, Odin's eyes were full of nostalgia. Apparently he had some reluctance for everything about Asgard. But even if he is nostalgic, these will no longer belong to him after all. Wearing a plain shirt, Odin walked to the end of Bifrost's 27th. The old figure of Odin disappeared completely. Heimdall at the moment couldn't bear the grief in his heart any longer. He knelt down at the end of Bifrost and burst into tears. Rhodes patted Hela on the shoulder. Let's go. Facing her father's exile, Hela's mood is not good, and even a little low. Although now Bifrost's channel has not been closed by Heimdall in grief. Rhodes wasn't worried, though, and each of their Asgard gods knew exactly what would happen if Odin returned under these circumstances. After Hela succeeded the King of God in Asgard, he began to manage everything in Asgard, and Hela did not use his power to do anything wrong. Hela's purpose is only to make Asgard better. Although these Asgard gods are respectful to Hela on the surface, both Hela and Rhodes understand it. This is entirely because of Rhodes' shock and deterrence. If Rhodes' strength was not so strong that they could not compete, they would have rebelled long ago. These quiet days did not pass for a few days, and something happened to Asgard. Rhodes was accompanying Hela on Asgard's affairs this morning when he heard a report from Asgard. Advertisement, report, the table reports to the great God King Hela. Hela lifted the head bearing the crown of the God King and looked at the Asgard warrior. Say, Master Heimdall has defected. Today, when the servants of God went to serve Master Heimdall, they found that there was no trace of Lord Heimdall in the mansion of Heimdall. After a wide range of searches throughout Asgard, there was still no news. Lord Heimdall is suspected of violating the Asgard regulations and using Bifrost to travel to other worlds without permission. Hungry? Heimdall? He's really not very brave. Hela heard that Heimdall still defected to Asgard, and there was a hint of coldness in her glamorous eyes. She had been in charge of Asgard for such a short time, and someone defected. This was undoubtedly hitting her in the face of Hela. No doubt he was telling everyone else in Asgard that Heimdall only recognized a god king like Odin, and he didn't recognize any of the other god kings. This made Hela completely murderous. Hela said, wherever Heimdall is, find him for me and bring him back to me. The Asgard warrior was a little scared. Obviously, once he was captured by the angry Hela, what kind of tragic end Heimdall would face, it was really unimaginable. Heimdall holds an extraordinary position in the hearts of the people of Asgard. If Heimdall is disposed of, many of Asgard's subjects will not be able to accept it. Seeing that this Asgard warrior had some hesitation, Hela snorted coldly. Humph, what? Don't you even want to carry out my orders? No, my subordinates dare not. At this time, Rhodes had already spread the god's telekinesis all over the 9 realms, and the next moment Rhodes searched for Heimdall's specific location. Rhodes rode. Keep the change. Hela looked at Rhodes suspiciously. Rhodes said, I have found him, he is running to Midgard, that is, on Earth. At the moment Thor should be on Earth. I guess Heimdall should go to find Thor. However, we don't have to pay too much attention to it. It is not difficult to find the 2 of them with my strength. The 2 of them are just ants, and they will not threaten you. If you want to kill the 2 of them, it is as easy as the palm of your hand. You still don't need to pay attention to them, it's a waste of energy. Advertisement. When Rhodes said this, Hela nodded. Indeed, there is nothing to threaten them now, Hela said. Alright then, you go down first. The Asgard warrior quickly retired. After leaving the Hela temple, the Asgard warrior wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Hela did not directly order the execution of Heimdall. Otherwise it would undoubtedly be huge amounts of conscience for their Asgard warriors. Asgard's side gradually returned to calm. On the other hand, Heimdall secretly used his Bifrost power while Hela and Rhodes were not paying attention and sent himself directly to Earth 873. Heimdall was still wearing that armor, walking aimlessly on the busy streets. Passers-by all around cast curious glances at Heimdall. However, everyone was obviously curious and wary of Heimdall's strange dress. However, a few young people who liked new things came up and patted Heimdall's shoulder and greeted Roar enthusiastically. Hey, man, your cosplay clothes are really impressive. They look solid. Did you make them yourself? The young men also knocked on the Asgardian armor on Heimdall's body, making a crisp sound. Wow, it's still metal, it must be very heavy, you are really dedicated. Heimdall immediately clapped the other's hand away. This is Asgard's Asgardian armor, don't desecrate it. Kiss, it's quite engaging, what's wrong, man? Are you lost? Heimdall hadn't been to Midgard for many years, and he had some affection for the towering buildings around him. Do you know where Thor is? Haha, is it your cosplay companion? Haha, Thor doesn't know, but I know Zeus is here. One of the young men teased Heimdall and pointed to himself, indicating that he was Zeus. Chapter 75. Thor Chapter 75. Thor Heimdall asked lonely, pushed a few young men away, and continued searching. Heimdall had to spread his own the god's telekinesis to find Thor. However, Heimdall's the god's telekinesis is not as exaggerated as Rhodes the god's telekinesis, which can quickly cover the entire universe. Fortunately, Thor's quirky often flew around with his Thor hammer, and from time to time he would walk out some thunder power, which made Heimdall much easier to find. After Heimdall identified Thor's approximate location, he found a hidden alley, and a Bifrost passage passed, which saved Heimdall a lot of energy. When Heimdall came out on the other side of Bifrost, it was a very lively and noisy pool party. There are hot bikini beauties dancing and drinking. A blonde man was dancing and shaking his head near the pool. Who else could this guy be but Thor? Thor is flirting with big pants with lightning bolts on them. Chat with a few blonde beauties and take a sip of beer from time to time. He even used his Thor hammer as a prop to perform acrobatics for several beauties. Seeing Thor like this, Heimdall was speechless while holding his forehead. This second hand is still in the mood to flirt with girls and dance at the pool party. His hometown has changed his surname, and his old father is treated like a ball. With a speechless expression on his face, Heimdall quickly stepped forward to stop Thor. A dark-skinned beauty passed by Heimdall and patted Heimdall's armor. This guy, do you want to have a drink together? Heimdall didn't have this mood, ignored the dark-skinned beauty, and quickly walked to Thor's side. Thor, you are still drinking here. Thor turned his head and saw that it was Heimdall. Immediately smiled. Relax, man. You've come to Earth too? You're here at the right time. There are a lot of hot girls here. Let me introduce you too. Come, have a drink together? Why do you wear such a formal dress? The outfit of wearing armor to wipe your sister is outdated. Heimdall grabbed Thor and walked out. Wash your sister, what time is it? You are still in the mood to flirt with your sister, come with me quickly. Thor said to a few beauties beside him. This is my buddy, wait a moment, I'll be right back, and I'll show you roast suckling pig for 3 bites. This is my unique skill, and I don't tell him to ordinary people. Several beauties smiled. Thor was dragged to a remote corner by Heimdall. Advertisement, hey, brother, relax, why are you so nervous? I don't have a sister, but I do have one, Hela. Yes, that's right, Hela. Heimdall looked at Thor solemnly. Thor clearly got Heimdall wrong. Thor had a shocked expression on his face. What? How dare you hide Hela? No, what is it? Heimdall explained everything that happened in Asgard to Thor. Thor's mouth grew bigger. This is a lot more serious than your Hela problem. Nonsense. Now that the whereabouts of the god King Odin are unknown, we can't let Hela rule the whole Asgard. Thor took a deep breath and drank the beer in his hand, suppressing his shock. Come on, let's go to Asgard. Heimdall quickly grabbed Thor. What are you going to do? Thor holds Mjolnir in his hands. Definitely going to beat Hela and Rhodes. Heimdall held his forehead silently. How could he feel that Thor was always a little weak? You are going to die. God King Odin is not Rhodes' opponent. If you go, you will die. Then what? Razor Thor frowned, thinking about what to do. Heimdall said, you must find something that can increase your strength to increase your strength, otherwise you will not be Rhodes' opponent at all, and you will not even be able to beat Hela. What? Like infinite gems? Heimdall said the only thing that could possibly defeat Rhodes. That's the power of infinite gems. Thor was at a loss. As long as we have one of the 6 infinite gems, maybe we still have a chance. Advertisement. Where are they then? Heimdall held back for a long time, and had no choice but to give an answer that was equivalent to nonsense. Do not know, then it's not like you didn't say anything. At this point in time, Loki has not yet invaded with the Chitauri Legion, unaware that the Tesseract is on Earth. Naturally, Heimdall and Thor knew nothing about it. The two of them just stood here staring at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Then let's find out, we don't know anything, have a hammer, I only have one Mjolnir now. Heimdall had no choice but to agree to Thor's proposal. Inside Asgard, the Temple of Hela. It's been a while since Hela became the king of gods. But the other 9 realms' forces did not do anything. Except for Asgard, Earth, and Niflheim where the Aesir gods are located, none of the other gods, whether they are water gods, light elves, dark elves, giants of Jotunheim, flame giant, dwarf, etc., came to celebrate. This made Rhodes a little angry. Rhodes stood up and said, what do the other people from the 9 realms mean? It's been a long time since the news has been spread, and none of these forces have come to celebrate. Obviously they don't take us seriously. Hela took a deep breath next to Rhodes and said with a gloomy expression. Obviously, they don't seem to recognize me as the king of gods. Rhodes sneered. Since that's the case, then I Rhodes have to come to the door one by one to ask for advice. Among these worlds, the Warner Protoss is a little stronger. Hela nodded. We, the Acer Protoss and the Vonner Protoss are the two most powerful Protoss in the 9 realms. We and the Vonner Protoss have gone through a long war, and no one can completely defeat the other party. The strength of the Vonner Protoss is indeed not to be underestimated. Not to be underestimated? That's right, then I'll take a good look at how they can't be underestimated. Wait for me here. Hela nodded when she heard Rhodes' words. The gods of the Vanners all live in Vanaheim. Rhodes shrouded his own the god's telekinesis toward Warnerheim, and quickly located Warnerheim. Chapter 76. Into the Warner Temple. Chapter 76. The Warner Temple alone. Rhodes teleported, and Rhodes disappeared in place. The next moment, Rhodes had descended on the territory of Warnerheim. Warnerheim also has the same splendid civilization as Asgard, and it is different from Asgard's countless towering and majestic temples and architectural styles. The architecture of Warnerheim is more mellow, because Warnerheim is more focused on abundance, sea and sunshine. Therefore, in the buildings of Warnerheim, many pillars and roofs will have abundant wheat ears, curved waves and hot sun. The place where Rhodes fell is in front of Warner's shrine in Warnerheim. A long staircase appeared in front of Rhodes. The Vanir warriors in golden armor quickly noticed Rhodes, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. One of the Warner Protoss warriors was taken aback when he saw that Rhodes was actually wearing the armor of the Acer Protoss. They are even a little bit different. How could the warriors of the Acer Protoss come to the territory of the Warner Protoss? The Vanir warrior pointed his spear at Rhodes' road. Who? He even trespassed into the forbidden area of the Warner Protoss. Forbidden place. Humph, that's for you. For me, the Warner Temple is not a forbidden place. Call out all the gods of your Warner Protoss. I'm not in the mood to fight with you 877 little bastards. Don't you have some kind of sea god Nield or something? The goddess of fertility, Thursna, etc. Call them all. I don't want to waste time. The Vonner Protoss warrior heard that Rhodes dared to call Roar their Vanir Protoss god's name, and his face was flushed with anger. Bold, you dare to take the name of Lord Sea God Roar. I think you want to die. Asgard's awful, I think you're here for death. The Warner Protoss warriors guarding the Temple of Warner held spears and flew towards Rhodes. Apparently trying to pick Rhodes, Rhodes shook his head speechlessly. Advertisement, sure enough, it's a god clan as arrogant as the Acer god clan. It's really troublesome. In that case, let's make some noise or else I don't know how long it will take. Rhodes moved his shoulders and neck, watching this group of Warner Protoss warriors rushing towards him. Rhodes sneered. Rhodes snorted. A terrifying shockwave rushed out, and some ripples could even be seen in the space around Rhodes. If Rhodes hadn't controlled the power, the surrounding space would have been shattered by Rhodes' cry. The next moment, the bodies of the warriors of the Warner Protoss seemed to be frozen. Then they flew out quickly, and the bodies of these Warner Protoss warriors slammed into the exquisite temples of the Warner Temple in the distance, knocking these exquisite temples into big pits one after another. Seemingly sensing that there was a problem here, more and more Warner Protoss warriors were holding spears. In an instant, there were thousands of Warner Protoss warriors in front of Rhodes. These Vanir warriors gathered together, now realizing how powerful Rhodes was. They took out the shields they carried behind them. There are also some beautifully shaped reliefs on the shields of the Warner Protoss. Layers of shields are superimposed on each other, and they are quickly assembled into shield towers. Rhodes admired the patterns on the shields of the Warner Protoss. These beautifully shaped shields were superimposed together, and the patterns on them could even be put together, as if they formed a huge amount of famous paintings. Rhodes nodded in disbelief. Not bad, the painting art of the Warner Protoss is still good. Although the defense power is almost equal, it is still very useful for your opponent to appreciate it. One of the commanders of the Warner Protoss roared. Attack! Then, the shield formation of the Vanir Protoss threw golden spears that covered the sky at Rhodes. It looks interesting, but it's useless, Chab. Rhodes crossed his arms across his chest, and Rhodes pushed his arms forward. Advertisement, feel the breeze. In front of Rhodes, a circle of wind condensed to the extreme of the wind wall quickly condensed. The hurricane tumbled and rotated rapidly in the wind tower, and with Rhodes pushing with both hands, it quickly flew towards the front of the Warner Divine Shield Array. In the next moment, the shield formation, which had injected the divine power of countless Warner Protoss warriors, was blown away by Rhodes' wind wall in an instant, and there was almost no resistance at all. These countless Warner Protoss warriors were swept up in the wind wall of Rhodes, tumbling back and forth quickly, together with their shields. They could only hear the crisp sound when the countless shields in the wind wall collided with the armor of the Warner Protoss warriors. Sounds like a popcorn maker being activated. The Warner Protoss warriors inside felt as if they had entered the front-loading washing machine, spinning around, unable to tell whether it was day or night. Afterwards, the group of Warner Protoss warriors flew everywhere, and fell from the air with their vomit and shield. There was nothing in front of Rhodes in an instant, and none of the Warner Protoss warriors could continue to stop him. Rhodes patted the dust on himself and paced toward the Warner Temple. Rhodes stood in the Temple of Warner, admiring the colorful murals in the Temple of Warner, and nodded. And the gods of the Warner Protoss felt the movement of the Warner Temple and quickly moved towards the Warner Temple. Soon a tall man with an iron oar appeared not far from Rhodes and settled down. At the same time there's a blonde beauty holding a beautifully fertile scepter. Following them were two similar-looking men and women, who seemed to be a pair of siblings. There was also a woman who exuded a mysterious atmosphere, wearing a light blue dress. Rhodes was somewhat interested in this woman's aura. The auras of these Warner gods are not weak, and it seems that they should be the mainstay of the Warner gods. Behind them, there is a large group of gods wearing the armor of the Warner Protoss. This pomp is quite in place. The tall god with the iron oars in his hand pointed at Rhodes and shouted angrily. Who are you? Are you from the Acer Protoss? You dare to trespass on the Temple of Warner? Do you know what sin this is? It seems that this guy with a strange oar in his hand and looks a bit like a fisherman should be one of the Warner Protoss, who is in charge of summer, ocean, storm, and wealth, and is praised by the Warner Protoss as Nield, the god of the sea. Chapter 77. The goddess is for flirting. Chapter 77. The goddesses for teasing. Rhodes did not answer the question of Nield, the god of the sea. Rhodes just said, Hela, the new god king of the Acer gods, succeeded to the throne, shouldn't you, as the Warner gods, show something? Sea god Nield sneered. HMPH, Hela. How dare a goddess of death even be worthy of being called a god king? It's a big joke.
Rhodes sneered. That's not to give this face. Hela also deserves my Nield to give face, it's really ridiculous. Well, then I have to give you some color to see, or else the Acer Protoss will really be looked down upon by your fishermen. Nierd, the sea god, was instantly enraged by Rhodes' attitude. Who do you call a fisherman? You hold the oar you used to go fishing every day in your hand, what else could you be if you weren't a fisherman? Good, arrogant and ignorant, today I will let you take a good look at the power of our Warner Protoss. Well, I'll wait and see. Nield, the god of the sea, was about to make his move. A pair of sons and daughters of Nield, the god of the sea, stood up. Frey and Freya took the initiative to speak slowly. Father, to deal with this guy, the two of us are enough. Nierd, the god of the sea, took a deep breath. Well, you two go up and teach this arrogant and ignorant guy a good lesson for me. Yes. Rhodes looked at Frey and Freya who were standing in front of him. 2 on 1, that's okay, why don't you all go together, I'm in a hurry. Frey and Freya are irritated by Rhodes' arrogant attitude. Frey is the god of light as famous as Bald, the god of light of the Aesir clan, and Frey's strength is naturally not weak. Infinite golden rays of light condensed around Frey, a slender sword of victory was held in Frey's hand, and a golden heavy armor was draped over Frey's body. Frey shook the sword of victory in his hand. Wait for the punishment of light. Freya is also a woman who refuses to be a man. Advertisement. As the goddess of love and beauty of the Warner Protoss, Freya's appearance and figure are naturally top-notch. At the same time, she is also the goddess of war and magic, and is good at fighting and magic. The combat power is almost the same as that of his brother Frey. Freya summoned a huge sword that was even more exaggerated than her brother Frey's sword of victory, and slammed it hard on the ground. The entire Warner temple trembled. Freya roared, shameless, see if I don't tear you to pieces. Rhodes looked Freya up and down. Well, your figure is good, but the girl's family, playing with such a big sword, is careful to break your slender waist, but don't worry, if it breaks, I can help you heal it. Scare, you better be careful with yourself. After Freya finished speaking, she pulled out the great sword on the ground and charged towards Rhodes. Frey has a close relationship with his sister, and naturally has the same heart. When Frey saw his sister rushing up to fight Rhodes, Frey used his light power and began to attack Rhodes with magic. Frey is very skilled in blessing his sister Freya with a light shield. A golden translucent energy barrier appeared on Freya's body, used to protect Freya from being attacked by Rhodes. Frey bluffed his right hand upward at the same time. In the name of light, bind all darkness, shackles of light. Frey casts the limitation skill of the god of light, shackles of light. Frey wanted to lock Rhodes in place so that Freya could attack better. Rhodes stood still and didn't move. Let Frey's light shackles bind you. Rhodes looked at the shackles of light on himself. Well, this chain is not bad, it's a good trick, I wrote it down. Then the shackles of light summoned by Frey were absorbed into the body by Rhodes. The light group in Frey's right hand disappeared instantly. Frey was in love, and he clearly felt that his divine power of light had been absorbed by Rhodes. How is this possible? My light power. Rhodes ignored Frey's horror, but did not make any defensive actions, and just stood there silently. Freya sneered contemptuously, and definitely thought that Rhodes was frightened by his powerful aura, and he couldn't even resist. But the next moment Freya found that the Rhodes standing in front of her turned into her brother Frey. Seeing that the great sword in his hand was about to hit Frey in front of him. Advertisement. For Flowers 0. Freya hurriedly stopped the great sword in her hand abruptly, and Freya felt a little uncomfortable under the traction of the air. Brother, why are you here? You're not. Freya looked back subconsciously, and there was also a Frey looking at her behind her. Freya at the moment, the big roar is not good. Then Freya turned her head, still the same Rhodes. Rhodes gently flicked the great sword in front of him with his fingertips. Then Freya felt a lightness in her hand, and there was only one hilt left of the great sword in her hand. Rhodes looked at Freya with a smile. Only then did Freya realize that she was being played by the man in front of her. What she was watching was not her brother at all, but Rhodes. Freya felt humiliated like never before. Damn Aesir man, I'm going to kill you. Freya threw the hilt of her sword to the ground and launched a melee attack directly with Rhodes. Freya's close-up fighting technique is not bad either, with huge amounts of force with every punch. But Freya's fist was always rubbing against Rhodes' side. Rhodes managed to dodge under Freya's full-force attack. Freya attacked frantically for hundreds of rounds, but she didn't even touch the corner of Rhodes' clothes. Freya said angrily, "If you have won, just fight me one-on-one, don't always hide, what a man." Rhodes pretended to be enlightened. "Yeah, so you don't like to play hide and seek, you like to play close-fitting, I understand." Then Rhodes moved towards Freya's side. The frightened Freya hurriedly avoided. But no matter how Freya evaded, Rhodes' body was always able to touch her body. Rhodes stretched out his hand and pulled Freya's arm, and Freya was surrounded by Rhodes and fell into Rhodes's arms honestly. Rhodes leaned halfway, supporting Fred's back with his right arm, and Fred was leaning against Rhodes' arms. Rhodes gave a gentleman's smile. "As that's so, Miss Freya." Freya met Rhodes at close range, and Rhodes' handsome face was only 20 centimeters away from Freya's face. Chapter 78. Playing to Warner Protoss Brothers and Sisters. Chapter 78. Playing the Warner Protoss Brothers and Sisters. Freya looked at the handsome Rhodes so closely, Freya even thought Rhodes was quite handsome at this moment. This made Freya feel very embarrassed. It is really embarrassing to think that his enemy is handsome. Freya was only absent for a moment, and then reflected. Freya struggled violently with her body, trying to break free from Rhodes' arms. But Freya tried several times, but all ended in failure. This made Freya embarrassed and annoyed. "Stinky B asterisk 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 D, let me go." Rhodes looked helpless. "Ma'am, but you asked me to be in close contact with you, why do you regret it now?" "I didn't say that at all. Let me go, Stinky, 877, hooligan. Please, my name is Rhodes, remember, I'm not a stinker." Rhodes let go of Freya's grip. Freya raised her fist and punched Rhodes in the face without saying a word. Rhodes grabbed Freya's hand. "Beauty, sneak attack is not a good habit." Then Rhodes took Freya's hand and pulled Freya towards him. Freya was shocked and tried to break free from Rhodes' control, but Freya found that she couldn't do it at all. Moreover, Rhodes came to actively attract Freya to attack him. Freya was attacking, but these attacks were resolved by Rhodes' actions. In the eyes of the surrounding Warner gods, Freya seemed to be extremely cooperative with Rhodes. There's even a ballroom dance with Rhodes. Only Freya knew that she was fighting Rhodes, but she was somewhat unable to control her own attack rhythm, and even her attack movements were taken away by Rhodes. This made Freya both angry and helpless. The ridiculous scene in front of him made the faces of the Warner gods very ugly. Niord, the god of the sea, Gnosis, the goddess of fertility, and Gulbig were all stunned. They originally thought that Freya and Freya could easily tyrannize Rhodes and trample them under their feet, in order to publicize the power of their Warner Protoss. Advertisement. But now the goddess of war from the Warner Protoss is dancing ballroom dancing with her enemy. At the moment, the gods of the entire Warner Protoss are full of question marks. Frey was even more angry. Originally, his brother had a close relationship with his sister. Although he said that he was his own sister, he was also his godsister. With such a relationship, Frey saw that his sister Freya actually had a relationship with him. The relationship between his own enemies is close, and this time Frey is a complete explosion. Frey at the moment couldn't care less. Holding the golden sword of victory in his hand, he rushed forward. "Let go of my sister, you bloody B asterisk 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 D." As Frey gave up light magic to attack Rhodes from a long distance, and turned to support, this made Freya more or less relieved. Rhodes smiled at Frey, who was rushing over because of jealousy and resentment. "What, you're mad at me dancing with your sister, aren't you? Although I really want you to join in, but I don't like dancing with men." Rhodes released Freya quickly and stepped back. Frey supported Freya's body. "Are you all right, Freya?" Freya shook her head. "I'm fine, I'm not injured, this guy is really cunning, let's go together." "Okay." Rhodes looked at the Frey and Freya brothers and sisters who were coming towards him side by side. 2 against 1 is not a good habit. Then Rhodes greeted him with his bare hands. Frey at the moment, because of his anger, the light and power of the light were fully activated, and the sword of victory in his hand went straight towards Rhodes' chest, vowing to pierce the dead Rhodes. Rhodes stretched out one of his index fingers and slammed into Frey's sword of victory. Seeing that Rhodes was so arrogant, Frey almost laughed out loud when he used his finger to pick up his sword of victory. Frey could already foresee Rhodes being cut off by his own fingers and head. Frey gave a bloodthirsty smile. But Rhodes stood there, waiting for Frey's sword of victory to pierce. Advertisement. Frey's sword of victory was indeed touching Rhodes' fingers. But Frey soon realized that something seemed wrong. Because Frey found that his sibling's sword of victory could not feel any feeling of attacking an object. Frey was the closest to Rhodes, and Frey watched helplessly as his sword of victory was absorbed from Rhodes' fingertips. Yes, it is absorption. Frey's sword of victory was also condensed from the divine power of light. As an energy body, and it is similar to the energy emitted by the sun, so Frey's sword of victory is basically not much different from the light of the sun to Rhodes. Rhodes is almost completely defeated by the gods with the divine power of the light attribute. Whether it is Balder, the god of light of the Aesir gods, or Frey, the god of light of the Warner gods, these 2 gods of light are just charging treasures for Rhodes. No threat at all. The sword of victory in Frey's hand was completely absorbed by Rhodes in the blink of an eye. Frey could perceive that his sword of victory was completely gone, and he could not even feel the existence of the sword of victory. "No, it's impossible, my sword of victory." Fry's only empty hand rested in the air, colliding with Rhodes' outstretched fingers, looking a bit like a special hobby between men. Rhodes smiled and nodded to Frey. Then a fist hit Frey in the face. Frey, who was caught off guard, was beaten a few times by Rhodes, and then Rhodes and Frey fought together, and even hit a piece of dust in the Temple of Warner. It's just that 0.1 is in the dust, and it's completely Frey being beaten unilaterally by Rhodes. Frey was carried by Rhodes by the collar, and poor Frey was punched thousands of times by Rhodes in an instant, and all of them were in the face. But at this time Rhodes released Frey, and he transformed into Frey and was knocked out. Seeing that it was Frey flying out, Freya flew forward decisively to catch Rhodes, and looked at the bruised Frey with concern. "Brother, how are you?" Rhodes looked at peace, leaning against Freya's unusually stable chest. "I'm fine, it's just that this guy is too strong, Freya, he's now being imprisoned by me with light chains, you go and beat him." When Freya heard this, her brother was so powerful that he even restrained his opponent when he was beaten. This was a golden opportunity. Chapter 79. Gulwig's Routine. Chapter 79. Gulwig's Routine. So Freya rushed towards the smoke and dust, pouring all the divine power of her entire body into her right fist in the process of running. And Rhodes, who transformed into Frey, stood there, carefully comparing the figures of Hela and Freya. "Well, this girl has a good figure, but she seems to be a little fatter and shorter than Hela. Hela's figure is slender, this girl is too strong, or my Hela should look more feminine. No, it's a goddess." Freya, who didn't know why, rushed into the dust quickly. Freya saw that Frey, who had been transformed into Rhodes and was imprisoned by the light chain, stood in place and couldn't move. Then Frey saw his sister raise the huge fist and came towards his face. He quickly showed a terrified look. "No, Freya, it's me, I'm your brother." Freya couldn't recognize it at all, and still attacked fiercely. "I'm still your 27 dad." 64. With a loud bang, Freyana hit Fry's face deeply with huge amounts of fists. Fry's mouth full of teeth flew out, rolled his eyes and flew towards the wall of the Warner Temple. Fry's head first hit the wall of the Warner Temple, then a large hole was smashed, and his body rampaged all the way in the garden outside the Warner Temple, flying into the distance. Even Rhodes was somewhat amazed at Freya's power. Diadida. Rhodes drummed to learn and praised. As expected, she is the goddess of war of the Warner Protoss, this power is indeed in place. Freya thought she had killed Rhodes and turned around excitedly. But as soon as he turned around, he saw Rhodes applauding himself with a melon-eating crowd, and his eyes widened. "Huh, why are you still here?" Rhodes spread his hands helplessly, looking innocent. It was only at this moment that Freya realized that the person who was knocked out by herself and flew a few kilometers away was really her brother Frey. Freya pointed at Rhodes, then looked at the big hole behind her. Advertisement. If the Warner Protoss is going to be foul language, then at the moment I am afraid that Freya is going to send a series of blocked words to Rhodes. "I'm going to kill you, B*****************. D. Furious, Freya rushed towards Rhodes again. At this time, Gnosis, the goddess of fertility, raised the scepter, the goddess of fertility in his hand, and the power of a breeze pulled Freya, who had been completely run away with anger, back. "Enough, Freya, we all underestimated our opponents, you step back, neither you nor Frey are his opponents, if he had murderous intentions, I'm afraid you would have died a million times." Rhodes held his arm, with a playful smile on his face. It seems that this Warner Protoss still has someone who understands. "That's right, send someone a little stronger, otherwise it will be a little boring, or it will be you." Rhodes stretched out his hand and pointed to the most mysterious of the Warner Protoss, and the fighting strength was quite powerful Gulwig. This Gulwig is the existence that scarred the god King Odin. When Gulwig came to Asgard single-handedly, he debated with the god King Odin who should gain the faith of more believers. As a result, the god King Odin was anxious. The god King Odin threw his eternal spear directly to declare war on the Warner Protoss. In the face of the crazy attacks of all the gods of the Aesir god race, this Gulwig died 3 times, but was resurrected 3 times, still unscathed. The god King Odin was completely helpless. Later, the Aesir gods and the Warner gods went to war. This Gulwig made the god King Odin eat many scars. One can imagine how powerful this goddess of the Warner Protoss is. Gulwig was not afraid either, and came to Rhodes in a flash. Gulwig is also a petite, graceful goddess with a very beautiful appearance. Gulwig gave Rhodes a slow salute. "Hello, guest from afar." "Hello, Gulwig, I know that you are very powerful, if I am not wrong, you should be the most powerful warrior of the Aesir Protoss, otherwise Frey and Freya will not be defeated in your hands." Rhodes said vaguely. "Maybe, I think we should use a more elegant way to decide the outcome of the battle, don't we? Fighting and killing like this seems to have lost the glory of our Protoss." Advertisement. Rhodes nodded. "It seems that Ms. Gulwig wants Wendo." "Definitely yes, I will accompany you to the end." "Very well, if that's the case, then we will each make 3 moves. If anyone can crack all 3 of the other's moves, then who will win, what do you think?" "Definitely, no problem at all. Since I'm a guest, then it's up to you. Rhodes, Gulwig, a very gentleman, please go first." Gulwig was not polite either. Gulwig raised the staff in his hand, and a ray of light hit Rhodes. Since it's Wendo, Rhodes just has to take the trick. Rhodes instantly found himself transferred to a huge amount of square. And the squares around are extremely empty. The original Warner Temple and many of the Warner gods have all disappeared, leaving only huge amounts of what seems to be arena-like arena. In 877, Rhodes and Gullwig were left to fight against each other. Gullwig said, "This is my first test, if you can come out, then it's your turn." Okay. Gullwig saw Rhodes agree, smiled mysteriously, and disappeared from the world. Rhodes stood there without moving at all. Rhodes guessed that this might be an illusion created by Gullwig. If he could not get out of this illusion, then he would be controlled by Gullwig. There will never be a way to escape from this world. Some are similar to the dreams in Inception. They are extremely real, but they cannot hurt the body. Here it is. Rhodes sighed. This Jong is really old and hot. This shot is so ruthless. This soft knife is much more difficult to deal with than Freya, who is dancing with a knife and a gun. Although it is very easy to escape from Gullwig's fantasy, Rhodes still wants to see this Gullwig's routine to play. This Gullwig looks beautiful, but this god is actually quite wretched, and he uses this trick to trick some brave opponents. Soon Rhodes realized something was wrong, and the plaza under Rhodes' feet was constantly buzzing, as if a great catastrophe was about to break out. Chapter 80. The Gods' Telekinesis Crushing Gullwig. Chapter 80. The Gods' Telekinesis Crushing Gullwig. Rhodes looked behind him, and saw that the sky behind him was fiery red, and then a large amount of magma was like water poured from a basin, overwhelming the sky, and a scorching heat rushed towards Rhodes' face. There was also a scorched smell in the air, and the magma rushed towards Rhodes like an apocalyptic flood. The trees in the distance were quickly destroyed by the impact of the magma, and a raging flame was burned directly. It was obviously a liquid thing, but it was burning with a raging flame and attacked Rhodes. Rhodes knew that although it was an illusion, the damage was real. If you are touched by this overwhelming magma in this illusion, it will also cause damage to the body. Although Rhodes' outer body is still intact, Rhodes' soul is dead. What a tough trick. Rhodes looked at the monstrous magma behind him, but he didn't run away, just quietly watched the magma behind him rush towards him from far and near. And Gullwig, who was standing in front of Rhodes' body in the real world, smiled. What are you going to do with it? Rhodes. In the soul world I created, you are just an ordinary person without any divine power. Rhodes stood silently on the spot, and the turbulent magma with a height of hundreds of meters had already swept in front of Rhodes. Rhodes felt the heat wave that seemed to melt his soul directly, but he didn't move a finger. The next moment, huge amounts of magma tsunami completely submerged Rhodes. In the real world, Gullwig's smile grew even bigger, and she thought she had won. But the next second Gullwig's smile froze on her face. Because Gullwig found that in the soul world he created, Rhodes was still standing in place, and Rhodes' body had changed to a translucent state. At the moment Rhodes in the soul world opened his eyes, looked up to the sky, and glanced at Gullwig, who was secretly watching this world. Rhodes sneered. Even in the soul space you created, it's not necessarily you who have the final say. Advertisement. Although it is said that whoever creates the soul world is a godlike existence and can set everything, Rhodes the god's telekinesis has already reached the multi-universe level and can completely control the reality multi-universe, but it is just a creation of a god. Out of the soul space, it couldn't be easier. Your move, I have already broken. It's your turn now. In the soul space created by Gullwig, a black hole appeared out of thin air. The black hole suddenly erupted with extremely powerful suction, pulling Gullwig directly out of the darkness of the soul space. Gullwig in the god's telekinesis state pales in shock. How is this possible? You actually created your soul space in my soul space. Soul space is superimposed. Impossible. No gods the god's telekinesis can reach the multi-universe level. Before Gullwig could finish speaking, her figure was sucked into the black hole in an instant and disappeared. Gullwig is an idealistic god, good at manipulating the god's telekinesis, using spiritual attacks to control the enemy, playing the enemy in the palm of his hand, but this time, Gullwig's powerful the god's telekinesis created the soul space was instantly broken by Rhodes. Rhodes opened his eyes in the real world Warner Temple. The next moment, Gullwig, who was standing opposite Rhodes, trembled, and then opened his eyes as well, but Gullwig's eyes were full of horror. Gullwig's body flew upside down for a distance of more than 10 meters, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Gullwig is very sluggish, apparently the god's telekinesis, and has been greatly impacted and hurt on the spiritual level. Can this hurt much? Rhodes will directly pull Gullwig's the god's telekinesis into the black hole he created and tear it into cosmic dust, which is called a shard. Known as the strongest among the Warner Protoss, the god's telekinesis is comparable to a prophet, and even the god King Odin can't destroy his body. If Rhodes were a little more ruthless, then the incomparably wise Gullwig would probably become a fool. Gullwig's situation shocked the surrounding Warner gods, and hurriedly stepped forward to change support. Gullwig didn't care about his injury, but stared at Rhodes with a pair of bright eyes. You actually have such a vast god psychokinesis. This is beyond my knowledge. How did you do it? The human god psychokinesis of the Aesir Protoss has never been a strong point. How did you do it? Gullwig has always believed that she is the most powerful person in the god's telekinesis in the 9 realms, who can create countless soul spaces to crush each other, but she did not expect that she would be crushed by Rhodes in her best field today. Advertisement. Rhodes Road. This is not important. As you have seen, your the god's telekinesis is still a little short, and you need to practice more. Next one. I'm in a hurry. Rhodes fought 2 games in a row, 1 play and 1 crush. Facing Chi Jong's Rhodes, many of the surrounding Warner Protoss gods became afraid. Even the god's telekinesis is so powerful that Gulveig is no match for Rhodes, so how can he defeat Rhodes? The Warner gods suddenly lost their minds. In terms of force value, they are not as good as Freya and Frey, and they were teased. In terms of the god's telekinesis, no one is Gulveig's opponent, but Gulveig's just like that, she knew she was abused by Rhodes too. Who else can make a move? At this time, the sea god Nield, who had suppressed his anger for a long time, picked up his iron ship prize and rushed forward. For a time, the muscles on Nield, the sea god, swelled several times in an instant. His stature has increased several times, just like the Sea Emperor Poseidon. He has extremely powerful combat power and the ability to control seawater and storms. The god of the sea, Nierd, is also wrapped in cyan and blue divine power, which is obviously the divine power of the storm and the ocean. The strength of the sea god Nield is obviously many times stronger than that of the other Warner gods. It was smashed down with the iron ore of the sea god Nield. A space crack was torn open by the sea god Nield, who pushed Rhodes' body inside with the power of the storm. The sea god Nield knew that Rhodes needed to deal with it with all his strength, but once he started in the Temple of Warner, I am afraid that the entire Temple of Warner and the residence of the gods of Warner would be destroyed by his divine power. So he's going to play Rhodes in a different place. Rhodes also has this intention. If that's the case, then it's better to face the legendary Norse sea god in an upright manner. Chapter 81, Burning in the Sea of Warnerheim. Chapter 81, Burning the Sea of Warnerheim. At the moment Rhodes and Nierd, the god of the sea, stood over an extremely wide sea. Nield, the god of the sea, slapped his oars on his shoulders. You are indeed very strong. Apart from the god King Odin of the Aesir gods, I haven't seen such a strong powerhouse for a long time, so let's fight with all our strength. There is no problem in the first battle, but there is one thing I want to correct, that is, Odin is no longer the king of gods. HMPH, if you can promise me, I will admit that Hela is the king of gods. If you can't beat me, just stay for 1,000 years in the Temple of Warner and be a god servant for 1,000 years. HMPH, okay, definitely no problem. Seeing Rhodes' promise, Nield raised the iron ore in his hand. For a time, with the anger of the sea god Nield, the vast and endless sea instantly started to set off a monstrous wave, and the wave as high as thousands of meters even reached the body of Rhodes flying in the sky. The sky and the earth changed color, the dark clouds in the sky topped the top, and the extremely low air pressure made it difficult for some roars to breathe. There were countless waterspouts and hurricanes between the dark clouds and the sea in an instant. Sure enough, when the sea god Nield was angry, the sky and the earth changed color, and he could easily cause huge waves, storms and tsunamis. The waterspout with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers stood between the sky and the earth, like a pillar supporting the sky. The apocalyptic sight didn't frighten Rhodes in the slightest. Rhodes quietly admired the magical landscape around him. Not bad, these artificial fountains are still quite in place, and the atmosphere is still very good. Little brother, you were born to be a material for the dry atmosphere group. Back at Hela's succession celebration, I must let you go to get Hela. Some artificial fountains, remember, there must be more patterns. When the time comes, you will follow the shape of the firework I put on the sky. It must be exactly the same, so I will put Hela's favorite firework on the sky of Asgard, and you will follow the shape of the fountain with the water column below. Not bad, not bad, I did come up with an excellent note. Although the sea god Nield did not know what Rhodes was talking about, he did not understand at all, but the sea god Nield also knew that Rhodes was definitely humiliating his own sea god power. Shab to die, Nield, the god of the sea, held an iron oar and charged towards Rhodes. And with Nield, the god of the sea, there was a tsunami that was comparable to the great flood that destroyed the entire continent in the Bible. A huge amount of coercion pressed towards Rhodes. Rhodes chuckled. Advertisement. It's valuable to be an atmosphere group in this way. This kind of strength is barely enough for me to use a skill. You have to look carefully. Rhodes clenched his fists, and then Rhodes raised his head and roared. Drink. Rhodes' eyes projected two red rays like sun rays, and then Rhodes' whole body turned fiery red. Burning the mountains and boiling the sea. With Rhodes' roar, Rhodes erupted with a huge amount of heat that was even more terrifying than the flame giant King Surtur. Seeing the sea god Nield, he was immediately dumbfounded. Those who were controlled by the sea god Nield, countless huge fists composed of seawater illusions hit Rhodes' body. The Poseidon's fist, which could easily smash a modern Earth aircraft carrier into pieces, was instantly evaporated before it could approach Rhodes' body. And the scope and speed of this evaporation is quite fast. It quickly spread out around Rhodes' body. Before the sea god Nield rushed over, he felt a terrifying heat wave push him out. It was directly hit and flew for several kilometers, and it was falling. The sea, which was originally 10,000 meters deep, was instantly evaporated by the heat energy released by Rhodes. Over Warnerheim, there was a thick layer of clouds, all of which was water evaporated by Rhodes. Sea god Nierd thought he would fall into the sea, and no matter how bad it was, it should be boiled sea water, but sea god Nield fell heavily on the ground. After flipping out several somersaults on the ground one after another, he rolled out for a full mile before barely listening. The god of the sea, Nield, stopped when he bumped into something huge and hard. Sea god Nield looked back and was dumbfounded. What he bumped into was a huge whale that was instantly roasted into a mummified body. Advertisement. Since the volume of marine life in this world of the gods is far from what the marine life on Earth can match, this whale living in Vanaheim is dozens of times larger than the whales on Earth, and is now covered by huge amounts of heat directly baked into a whale taxidermy. It looks like it is as big as a mountain, no wonder the sea god Nield feels hard. Looking around, the ocean that originally belonged to Nierd, the sea god, instantly turned into a desert wasteland, and the bottomless fine sand on the seafloor turned into a desert. All around are the mummified corpses of various sea creatures. The last moment was the ocean world that was extremely beneficial to him, and the next moment it turned into a desert. Poseidon Nierd's luxurious costumes were baked into holes. If Rhodes hadn't left a little cloth for the private parts of Poseidon Nield's body, I'm afraid the sea god Nield of the Warner Protoss would be wiped out. Up. Rhodes picked up a very dry small sea fish that was roasted from the ground, and Rhodes' right index finger was slightly twisted, and fine salt came out from Rhodes' fingertips. Rhodes spread a thin layer on the fish and took a bite. Makes a crisp sound, almost like eating potato chips. Well, the dried fish does not taste bad. Nield, how about it? Would you like a bite? Nierd was now burnt by Rhodes' scorching mountains and seas. He was completely black and ragged, and his long golden head was burnt black with fever. It looks like a beggar fleeing from the desert. The sea god Nield was shocked, and he felt the presence of a drop of seawater for thousands of kilometers around him, all of which were evaporated into the sky. At the moment, the god of the sea, Nield, was unable to summon a drop of water. The sea god Nield lowered his noble head. The next moment, the Warner gods who were waiting for the good news in the Warner temple saw a dark figure kick down from the space gap. When they were about to shout the name of Roar, the sea god Nield, they found that this embarrassed figure looked familiar. As the elder sister and wife of the sea god Nierd, Cessna, the goddess of fertility, immediately recognized the dark sea god Nield. My god, Nield. Then Rhodes came out from the gap in the space, still eating the special grilled fish from Vanaheim in his hand. Chapter 82. Warner Protoss Surrender. Chapter 82. Warner Protoss Surrender. The goddess of fertility, Gnosis, and the gods of the Warner Protoss stepped forward and almost didn't even have a fig leaf to burn. They were almost helped by the sea god Nield, who was almost burned into a grilled fish. At the moment, the power of Nield, the god of the sea, and being scorched by the heat of Rhodes are almost the same. The current sea god, Nield, has no strength at all. He could only stand up with the help of the other Warner gods. Rhodes had almost eaten the grilled fish in his hand. Take a step forward. Chi-Chi took a step back, frightened by Rhodes' approach. Rhodes was taken aback for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. Even the god of the sea, Nield, who was among the Warner Protoss, was about to be burned into a grilled fish by Rhodes. Although the gods of the Warner Protoss did not know what happened in this battle, from the results, it was clearly from the Warner Protoss. Totally pale. Gulvig, who had already had a premonition about this result, shook his head helplessly. Hey, the end of the Warner Protoss has finally arrived. The goddess of fertility, Thursna, was very distressed when she saw that her brother and her husband, the sea god Nield, were beaten like this by Rhodes, but she was the wife of the sea god Nield at this time. The goddess of fertility, Gnosis, still stood up. The goddess of abundance had a resolute look on her face. To Rhodes. Lord Rhodes from Aesir Protoss, if you have any request, I can do my best to satisfy you, but please don't slaughter the people of the Vanir Protoss, as long as you don't hurt the people of the Vanir Protoss, no matter what. I am willing to do it. Right now, the goddess of plenty was standing just one step away from Rhodes, and her stalwart figure was fully revealed. It was obvious that the goddess of plenty of the Warner Protoss was ready to sacrifice herself as a price in exchange for the peace of the Warner Protoss. No, Lord Gnosis, we would rather die in battle than exchange you for the safety of the Warner Protoss. This is a great shame for us, the Warner Protoss. We are willing to die in battle, but not to stay. Humiliation and humiliation. Advertisement. Many of the gods of the Warner Protoss have planned to fight Rhodes to the end. Although they know that this is just a death sentence, the integrity of the Warner Protoss still exists. Rhodes looked up and down at Gnosis, the goddess of fertility. Although Rhodes had to admit that Gnosis, the goddess of fertility, was indeed a goddess in appearance and figure, Rhodes did not come here for this purpose. Rhodes rode. Since you are unwilling to recognize Hela as the new god king, then I can only touch the entire Warner Protoss completely, although it will take some time, but it will not be too long, that is, a cup of tea. That's it. At this time, the sea god Nield, who had taken 2 breaths, stood up and said, Lord Rhodes, I lost this battle. I am convinced that Nield lost. I am not your opponent. I am willing to represent the entire Warner Protoss and recognize the identity of the god King Hela. And, I surrender to Lord Rhodes, our Warner Protoss will pay tribute to you in accordance with the rules of the 9 realms, and please forgive us for our rudeness. Rhodes saw that the main lord of the Warner Protoss was now completely surrendered, and Rhodes' goal was achieved. Rhodes nodded. If you didn't say this earlier, you don't need to take this beating. You have to be beaten for a while. What do you think you are planning? Hey, okay, you remember to go to the succession feast of the god King Hela later. You should know exactly how to do it. The sea god Nield knelt down on one knee to Rhodes and said respectfully. Yes, Lord Rhodes, we will act according to the rules, please rest assured. When the Warner gods saw Nield, the sea god, they all surrendered. Naturally, they followed Nield, the god of the sea. The powerful gods of the Warner were completely convinced by Rhodes alone. The goddess of fertility, Thursna, breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and bowed slowly to Rhodes. Rhodes also helped Gnosis, the goddess of abundance, in a very gentlemanly manner. It's okay, beautiful goddess of fertility, I hope to see your graceful figure at the banquet next time. The goddess of fertility, Gnosis, nodded embarrassedly. Then I'll take my leave, everyone. Then Rhodes' figure disappeared directly from Warnerheim. Without leaving a shred of breath, many gods of the Warner Protoss felt that Rhodes had completely left. At this time, all the hundreds of Warner gods collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, the pressure of Rhodes' imposing aura. It was so scary. Advertisement. Ask for flowers 0. It made them all gasping for breath, and after Rhodes left completely, they couldn't hold it any longer and fell to the ground to rest one after another. The departed Rhodes was in a state of ignorance about the many gods of the veneer. Rhodes hurried to the next place without stopping. The next destination of Rhodes is naturally the planet inhabited by the dwarfs, the famous kingdom of dwarfs, Nidvi-Ari. In this kingdom of dwarfs, there are countless dwarfs living. These dwarfs are only about 1 meter tall, but they are strong in clothes and rough in appearance. Basically, every dwarf is synonymous with stubborn temper, love to drink, and loud voice. 0. Dwarfs are good at refining all kinds of tools, whether it is the exquisite building decorations or weapon armor of the Aesir Protoss or the Warner Protoss, or the armor of the Light Elves that requires extremely beautiful, they can all be refined. Even the Asgardian spears in the hands of Rhodes, as well as many of the armors and weapons of the Asgard Protoss, all came from the hands of these dwarfs. It's hard for Rhodes to imagine that these dwarfs, who have been unable to clean up themselves, can create such exquisite and detailed equipment, which is simply unacceptable. But at that time, the infinity gauntlet that Thanos could carry 6 infinite gems were all made by these dwarfs. What a heaven-defying glove that could carry the power of 6 infinite gems. Even with the current strength of Rhodes, Rhodes really can't figure out how this infinity gauntlet works. Therefore, the casting ability of these dwarfs should not be underestimated. The buildings in the entire dwarf kingdom are basically made of some messy stones, which look extremely simple. Compared with the neat and meticulous management of Asgard and Warnerheim, the kingdom where these dwarfs live is simply just like primitive tribes. It's just a few shoddy, almost no aesthetic stones and woods and it's done. Even the dwarfs themselves don't know when the house they built will collapse by themselves. If it collapses, it's a big deal to build a new one. Chapter 83. Dwarf Kingdom. Chapter 83. Dwarf Kingdom. After Rhodes came to the world of dwarf, he originally planned to follow what he did in the Temple of Warner, to go straight to the point of salute, completely conquer the dwarf, and then let them recognize the identity of God King Hela. But Rhodes watched the very busy dwarf running around. Suddenly a question came to mind. That is, dwarf is an extremely magical creature, they are not like the Warner Protoss, they will be conquered by force. If you want to subdue a group of stubborn dwarf to yourself, it is better than Rhodes to collapse the dwarf world with one fist. It's easier to kill all the dwarfs. There is such a saying in the 9 realms, nothing can change dwarf's mind, they are completely a group of stones. This sentence is enough to show how stubborn dwarf is. The purpose of Rhodes' trip was to make the 9 realms recognize Hela's status as the God King, not to slaughter the entire 9 realms. Rhodes had to find another way. Rhodes grabbed a dwarf and asked, "Sir, do you know where your leader is? This dwarf at the moment is a bit too big to drink, and the beard of Yi Cheng is covered with drinks." "Huh, this gentleman, you are from the Warner Protoss. No, you seem to be from Asgard, don't you?" Yes. Rhodes felt like he was asking the wrong person, and this dwarf couldn't even look at it. "You should go to the Yedo mine to find Master Ai Shing. If you want to forge a handy armor or weapon, you should find him. But I can remind you that Master Ai Kui's temper is not very good. If you are lucky, he can forge it for you. If you are unlucky, I suggest you not to pester him, otherwise he will take his forging hammer smashed your head into flowers." Rhodes didn't expect to actually get useful information from the mouth of this wine-mong's dwarf. Advertisement. Yeah, okay, thank you. Hey, brother, would you like to have a drink together? Rhodes completely ignored the group of drunken dwarfs who would drink themselves up anytime, anywhere. Directly towards the direction of the Yedo mine pointed out by the dwarf drunkard, he rushed out quickly. The Yedo mine is still quite a distance from the dwarf kingdom, but this is not difficult for Rhodes, and a teleport can be used to reach the place. Rhodes stands on the Yedo mine and finds that there are a lot of dwarfs mining ore on the Yedo mine. These dwarfs diligently transported the stones they mined to the foot of the mountain, and then passed through the giant smelting furnace not far from the Yedo mine to smelt the metal elements in the stones. The entire Yedo mine contains a large amount of metal. After smelting and purification by the dwarfs, it will be able to refine the very high-quality iron, and even come up with rare materials that can be used on the staff, such as mithril and mithril. Gold and other materials. These metal materials are the only materials that can transmit magic power and provide attack and protection to magicians. They can be made into staffs and armors that magicians can wear, which are deeply loved by many magicians of the 9 realms. Rhodes heard that deep in the Yedo mine, there was a smelter built under the crater. And the dwarf forge master Ai Tri is busy in that place right now. Rhodes followed the trail all the way to the past. This huge amount of smelter was quickly found. This huge amount of smelting plant is actually a large space excavated near the crater. There are dozens of huge high-tech melting furnaces in this huge amount of volcanic cave space. At the moment, these high-tech melting furnaces are blazing blue flames, and they seem to be melting some very complex substances. The passion for blacksmithing has almost reached a fever pitch. A dwarf pointed not far away, a dwarf who buried his head in a pile of drawings and was constantly shouting loudly. He is the master blacksmith Iqui. Rhodes looked at the dwarf in front of him, who was almost like a lunatic, and his heart beat for a while. Is this dwarf also popular in this routine that the genius is on the left and the lunatic is on the right? Simply amazing. This dwarf forge master, Iqui, has white hair that looks like the evil god of fire clouds, and the beard on his chin is almost entangled with each other. He tied an N and a knot. It is probably impossible to untangle this, unless the whole is given to each other. He cuts. Advertisement. But for a male dwarf, not having a beard is simply the biggest insult. Basically, every dwarf will keep his beard on his chest, even to the extent of his own height. The gray cloth on Master Forge Ik was already covered in pulp, and it was black and shiny, reflecting the light of the fire of the forge. Rhodes took a deep breath and stepped forward. Hello, you are the dwarf blacksmith Itri. The dwarf forging master didn't pay much attention to Rhodes, and even regarded Rhodes as heir and said it to himself. This material is not enough. The melting point of this material is too low, and it is not a perfect material for casting at all. Damn, where can I find such good materials? Without this material, there is no way to complete the supreme glory of dwarf. What should I do? What should I do? Rhodes was a little annoyed at the ignorance of Master Blacksmith I Shing. Rhodes exudes his own aura and oppresses the blacksmith Itri. Rhodes jumped up and punched the forging master Iqui in the face. When the forging master Iqui saw Rhodes taking the lead, he did not politely take out his forging hammer, which was about his own height. Rhodes smashed. The forging hammers of the dwarf forging masters are all made of meteoric iron from the sky, and the weight is extremely terrifying. Even the giants may not be able to pick up the soft hammer of dwarf money. Rhodes' fist and Itri's forging hammer smashed together fiercely, and then Itri's forging hammer flew out with Itri and smashed on the distant mountain wall. The entire Yato mine was shaking violently, and half of Itri's body was smashed into the stone wall, while Itri's forging hammer shattered into powder, and Itri's side was scattered on the ground. Atui struggled to get his head out. Iqui spat out a few mouthfuls of sand in his mouth, and Iqui, who was originally unkempt, became even more embarrassed at the moment. Rhodes sneered at the look of Itri. What? Do you want to continue? I will accompany you to the end. Iqui looked at his broken forging hammer, looked at Rhodes with a bit of fear in his eyes, and touched his injured face. Iqui asked. Who the hell are you? You have such a powerful force to be able to compete with our dwarf. Chapter 84. Turn a fixed star into a core. Chapter 84. Turn a fixed star into a nucleus. Essir, Rhodes. When Iqui heard what Rhodes said, he was shocked. Iqui seemed to have heard this name before, but it came from the Nine Realms. It was rumored that he was the most powerful warrior in Asgard. I didn't expect to meet him today. Rhodes remembered what Itri murmured to himself just now, and then said. I heard that you want materials just now. I don't know what materials you want. If you recognize Hela as the king of gods, maybe I can do it. Rhodes decided to use materials to completely conquer these stubborn dwarfs, which is much easier than conquering by force. Itri looked at Rhodes warily. Can you really get the materials I want? Tell me, as long as it is in this universe, I can get it for you. Itri was overjoyed. What I want is the core of fixed star. Can you get it too? If you can get the core of fixed star, let alone recognizing Hela's status as a god king, we dwarf can swear to her, and in the future, you people from Asgard will take whatever you want from our dwarf kingdom. How about you? Rhodes felt even more relieved when he saw that Itri had taken up the Tao so easily. It is almost impossible for others to get a fixed star core, but for Rhodes, who can destroy n fixed stars with a single punch, get Itri a fixed star core and it's not difficult. Okay, if I figure it out, will you be serious? I Xing went to the ground and Roar took a mouthful of phlegm. We, dwarf's speech has always been consistent, and we have never told a lie. That is simply an insult to the god of forging. Okay. After Rhodes finished speaking, he closed his eyes and searched the god's telekinesis towards the fixed star near the Nine Realms. Soon Rhodes found an unknown fixed star without any life forms. Advertisement. Rhodes used his own the god's telekinesis to draw the ownerless fixed star towards the kingdom of dwarf. When Iqui saw that Rhodes closed his eyes so seriously, Iqui was really looking forward to it. This fixed star core has incomparably powerful power, and it is the top material that can forge top-level artifacts. If a fixed star core can be obtained, it will definitely be a huge amount of surprise for his forging master, Iqui. In the universe, a fixed star with a volume similar to the dwarf world quickly came towards the dwarf world. The gravitational force between the two fixed stars begins to attract each other. Numerous dwarfs who were mining the ore found out why the originally heavy ore in their hands became lighter and lighter, and the originally bright light in the sky began to dim. Many dwarfs looked up, but found a huge amount of planet was rapidly approaching them. The scene in front of them that seemed like the end of the world made many dwarfs sit on the ground in fright. Help! Fixed star has crashed, the world is about to be destroyed, run away. For a time, all the dwarfs in the entire dwarf kingdom panicked. Since the gravity of the two fixed stars with similar volumes is similar, the atmosphere between the two fixed stars begins to pull each other. At this point Rhodes knew it was almost time. So began to compress the entire unknown fixed star. Rhodes bluffed his hands and used the god's telekinesis to start compressing the fixed star, which was 4 or 5 times bigger than the Earth. Every time Rhodes compressed, the fixed star was rapidly compressed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the collision of the two fixed stars did not happen. The originally vast fixed star was compressed into a basketball-sized sphere by Rhodes in 3 or 2 strokes, and flew toward the Jotunheim from the outer space of the dwarf kingdom. As this fixed star was compressed into a fixed star core by Rhodes, the original fixed star's attractive effect on the dwarf kingdom stopped instantly. Many ores that had even been floating on the heads of the dwarfs were suddenly attracted by the local fixed star again, and then smashed into the heads and faces of these dwarfs. Chab. For a time, countless dwarfs mining ore in the Jotunheim were smashed and screamed tenderly. Soon this was compressed into basketball file size by Rhodes, and the fixed star core compressed from the entire fixed star appeared in Rhodes' hands. Eitre's eyes straightened when he looked at the blue fixed star core. Advertisement. In the past, dwarfs dug a small fixed star abruptly and obtained a fixed star core, but the fixed star was quite small, and it still took dwarfs hundreds of thousands of years to obtain it. Then the fixed star core and the fixed star core made by Rhodes abruptly compressed a whole fixed star are not at the same level at all. For a time, the dwarfs in the entire Jotunheim cast their eyes in amazement. Even Ikui, the dwarf forging master, saw this fixed star core. Ikui's small eyes couldn't help showing a look of extreme shock and longing. Rhodes deliberately dragged the fixed star core to his palm. Master Ikui, what do you think of the core quality of this fixed star? This is compressed from a whole fixed star as big as the dwarf world, which is 10,000 times stronger than the fixed star obtained by digging into the center of the earth. What? At the moment, Ikui's eyes were full of light, and his eyes were all fixed on the core of this fixed star, and his eyes did not leave for a moment. Since this is a fixed star core compressed from a whole fixed star, this fixed star core also has a certain appeal. Many small gravels, ores, metal particles, etc. around the Jotunheim were all attracted by the fixed star core, and began to make circular motions around the fixed star core. This situation undoubtedly further confirms the authenticity of the fixed star core in Rhodes' hands. At the moment Eitre was almost incoherent with excitement. This will be an invaluable treasure for the entire dwarf kingdom. Okay, this is really the core of the fixed star. This Lord Rhodes, on behalf of the entire dwarf kingdom, Nidway Ari, I would like to express my highest respect to you. Please be sure to accept our dwarf's thanks, thank you very much. Originally rude, the dwarf forge master Ikui at the moment was unusually polite. Obviously, as long as this benefit is in place, no matter how savage or vulgar races are, they can become modest and tame. This is exactly what the madman-like performance artist Ikui is like. Rhodes, I can give you this fixed star core to the dwarf family, but I have one condition. Eitre now has a pretty good memory. Master Rhodes, do you want us to submit to the Asgard gods and recognize the goddess Hela as the god king? Chapter 85. Abuse of Surtur. Chapter 85. Abuse of Surtur. There is no problem at all. When the day of Her Majesty's banquet, we dwarfs will bring out the best gifts to celebrate Goddess Hela. Promise. Let Goddess Hela have the most wonderful feast, Lord Rhodes, and leave these things to me. Rhodes was stunned. This fixed star core in his hand, this dwarf, whose EQ was almost negative, was able to perform so well. Rhodes smiled. Definitely, I naturally trust Mr. Ikui's promise, so I will wait for the elites of the dwarf clan to visit. Eitre hurriedly bowed to Rhodes and swore that the entire dwarf kingdom would submit to the Asgard gods. It was quite neat and tidy, with almost no hesitation. Isn't it said that the dignity of the dwarf trumps everything? Just compromised. Ikui took the fixed star core from Rhodes' hand, as if touching his lover's hand. He fondly stroked it, and his face was intoxicated. Rhodes saw Ikui's disgusting appearance, and almost fell asleep after this fixed star core. All right, congratulations to Lord Rhodes. Rhodes sees that the kingdom of dwarf has already been done, so he doesn't want to waste too much time here. Anyway, this is a trick that compresses fixed star into the core of fixed star. Rhodes can play as many times as he wants, as long as Rhodes has this hand ability as in. This dwarf wasn't just for Rhodes to dispatch. After Rhodes got the dwarfs of the dwarf kingdom, a teleport came to Muspelheim again. At the moment, in the shrine of the flame giant king in Muspelheim, the flame giant king Surtur is resting. But suddenly Rhodes' figure suddenly appeared in front of the flame giant king Surtur. Frightened Surtur, the flame giant king, who was dozing off. Rhodes' golden eyes snapped open and met the hollow flame-spitting pupils of the flame giant king Surtur. Rhodes sneered. HMPH, Surtur, long time no see. The flame on Surtur's face, the king of the flame giant, was flickered by Rhodes. Apparently at the moment Surtur's mood was extremely unstable. Advertisement. In the Battle of Surtur more than 2,000 years ago, almost all of their flame giant bloodlines were chased by Rhodes and Muspelheim ran for half a month. All the flame giants are about to endure the psychological shadow. Now the flame giants are allergic to the word Rhodes, and even their flame souls are unstable. You, Rhodes, what are you doing? Recently, at the succession ceremony of the god King Hela, you flame giants didn't show any sign at all. What do you think I'm here for? Surtur pulled out his twilight sword from the side, and Surtur with the twilight sword was much stronger. This Rhodes has directly bullied him on the head of the flame giant king, how could Surtur be so relentless? Roar. Surtur roared in the sky, and the huge flame giant temple was almost collapsed by Surtur's roar. Rhodes, you don't fool people too much. A layer of flaming flames emerged from one of Surtur's horns, and the huge twilight sword in his hand expanded along with his body. Surtur's figure instantly rose to a height of several hundred meters, and Rhodes standing in front of Surtur was as weak as an ant. Surtur laughed wildly. Rhodes, enter and you will perish in the raging flames of my Surtur. I will crush you to ashes and throw you into the darkest crater, and let you endure the endless loneliness. Rhodes' body was slowly suspended in midair, and the Asgardian cloak behind Rhodes squeaked in the monstrous heat wave that emerged from Surtur's body. Rhodes sneered. Surtur, I haven't seen you for 2,000 years, do you think you're okay again? Without the slightest bit of nonsense, Surtur stabbed Rhodes with a huge twilight sword capable of destroying the entire Asgard in marvel. But the point of the sword alone was wider than Rhodes' body. The look in Rhodes' eyes was a look of disdain and a sneer. Surtur, it's been 2,000 years, you still haven't made any progress, it's really boring. Advertisement. Rhodes raised his fist, and at the same time, behind Rhodes, a huge golden fist appeared out of thin air. Ask for flowers 0. The twilight sword in Surtur's hand was packed with huge amounts of heat and squeezed towards Rhodes' body, and Rhodes' hair and cloak were blown back quickly. In the sky above Muspelheim, a huge red shockwave rippled out. Rhodes' huge golden fist collided with Surtur's twilight sword, generating huge amounts of energy. The surrounding flame giant temple in Muspelheim and the surrounding flame giants were blown upside down by the shockwave. Surtur's twilight sword only collided with Rhodes' huge golden fist, and then was smashed into pieces by Rhodes' huge amounts of golden fist and flew out. And Surtur's huge body that looked extremely intelligent was also thrown out by Rhodes. 0. Surtur's huge body smashed on the rough and rugged ground of Muspelheim, rolling non-stop, the ground rubbed with sparks and lightning, and it took more than 10 kilometers to stop slowly. Surtur was beaten by Rhodes for a while, lying on the ground for a long time without recovering, but Rhodes did not stop. Rhodes appeared in front of Surtur in a flash. Rhodes showed a smile more like a demon than Surtur, and a huge amount of hammer appeared in Rhodes' hand. Rhodes was inspired by the dwarf forge master Iqui. Rhodes suddenly found that hammering people with a hammer must be very comfortable, so Rhodes used his golden energy to transform a hammer that was bigger than Surtur, and then shot from the sky. He slammed into Surtur's face. Surtur looked at the huge amounts of hammer that Rhodes held in the air, the horror in his hollow eyes. Do not. Surtur let out a shrill scream, but the hammer still fell. Boom, and then on the ground of Muspelheim, bursts of violent tremors were accompanied by the screams of the flame giant King Surtur. All the flame giants I listened to were shivering in place. The whole process lasted for more than 10 hours. In the end, Surtur, the king of the flame giant, had no strength to scream, and he lay on the ground and let Rhodes ravage him. Chapter 86. Feast. Chapter 86. Feast. Rhodes knocked the flame giant King Surtur straight back to his original form. The flame giant King Surtur begged Rhodes with a look of grievance. Brother Rhodes, Lord Rhodes, I can't fight anymore, I can't take it anymore, I surrender. Flame giant King Surtur was ravaged by Rhodes for so long, and every time the giant hammer fell, flame giant King Surtur felt that his soul was suffering huge amounts of pain. He couldn't take it anymore, and begged Rhodes for mercy. Rhodes then put away his hammer and grabbed the demon horn of Surtur, the flame giant king. Okay then, if that's the case then come with me. Flame giant King Surtur was stunned. Master Rhodes, where are we going? If September 13th is abandoned, you must go to Asgard. Asgard is a good place. I invite you to have a drink. No matter how stupid the flame giant king is, he knows that Rhodes is definitely not as simple as inviting himself to drink, but Rhodes' strength is too powerful. Even if he has the twilight sword now, he can still even use Rhodes' one move. Can't take it. Flame giant King Surtur had no choice but to agree desperately. How could he have the capital to resist? It's all from Lord Rhodes. Rhodes chuckled, holding the flame giant Surtur's horn, and a teleport brought Surtur into Asgard. The many flame giants in Muspelheim were dumbfounded, and their boss was kidnapped, but they had no choice but to do so. The gigantic body of Surtur, the flame giant king, appeared in Asgard's palace. The flame giant's breath is very familiar to the many gods of Asgard. They have fought many times. If they are not sensitive to the flame giant's breath, then they can be laid off. Flame giant's breath in Asgard. Advertisement. That was a big event, and for a while, many gods of Asgard flew towards the Hela temple one after another. Soon the Hela temple was surrounded by many gods of Asgard. The god of light Balder, the god of darkness Holder, and others quickly arrived. At the moment Hela also felt the movement and walked out of his temple. When the many Asgard gods were waiting for the enemy with their weapons in their hands, they saw Surtur, the king of the flame giant, with a bruised face, aggrieved like a little daughter-in-law, kneeling on the ground. Hela naturally knew that all this was probably Rhodes' masterpiece, and looked at Rhodes. Rhodes smiled. Come on, little brother, start giving your acceptance speech. The flame giant king naturally didn't care about the other Asgard gods and the vast Asgard warriors, but he was afraid of Rhodes, and he was afraid that Rhodes would torture himself again, so the flame giant dynasty knelt down and worshipped Hela. The great god King Hela, your brilliance will fill the 9 realms, please accept the surrender of our flame giant lineage, and you must agree. While King Flame Giant announced his surrender to Hela, he looked at Rhodes with a dreadful expression. For fear that Hela would not agree, Rhodes pinched himself to death. Seeing that the flame giant king, the old enemy of the Asgard Protoss, is so servile, even when the god king Odin was in power, he was annoyed by the flame giant king, and now he swears allegiance to Hela. Many gods of Asgard rubbed their eyes, some couldn't believe it was true, but Surtur exuded a powerful breath, which undoubtedly proved that all this was true. Hela listened to her former enemy leader's servile submission, and an uncontrollable smile overflowed from Hela's cold face. Needless to say, Rhodes went out to help him deal with a lot of things. Hela gave Rhodes a meaningful look, and Rhodes placed his right hand on his chest gracefully. Hela said, "Okay, Asgard, accept the surrender of your Flame Giant clan, and I hope that the Flame Giant clan can fulfill their duties." Definitely, definitely, thank the great god King Hela for his forgiveness, your brilliance will illuminate the 9 realms. The king of giants of Jotunheim, Laura, was locked up, and now Surtur, the king of flame giants, has also declared his surrender. Asgard is currently in an absolutely invincible state in the 9 realms. The many gods of Asgard deeply felt the terror and deterrence of Hela and Rhodes. Advertisement. The gods of Asgard bowed down to Hela. Asgard hail, the glory of the god King Hela lives on forever. Hela couldn't help laughing when he felt the feeling of domination brought by this absolute strength. A few days later, Hela's succession feast was held as scheduled. Rhodes sent an invitation to the 9 realms. After being beaten around by Rhodes, all the people from the other worlds except Midgard and the underworld were present. The Hela temple in Asgard, which was originally luxurious, was even more gorgeously decorated, giving it the feeling of being the head of the 9 realms. Hela feasted on the 9 realms, and Surtur, who was detained in Asgard, did not go back, sitting on the seat outside the Hela temple and waiting quietly. Soon the temple of Hela became lively. The first ones are the dark elves and the light elves. They all have long and slender ears. The bright elves are dressed in luxurious clothes, wearing golden and white robes, and they look noble and elegant. The dark elves have darker skin, and their clothes are more simple and revealing. There are even female dark elves who only wear very simple clothes, revealing large areas of dark skin. They each ruled the do-it-yourself world, but after gaining access to the temple of the tyrannical Warner of Rhodes, they wisely chose to please Asgard. The Dark Elf King and the Light Elf King looked at each other and didn't say anything more, but walked up to Hela, who was wearing a full costume and the robe of the God King. At the moment, Hela, who was wearing a white robe and golden armor of the goddess, changed the terrifying atmosphere of the goddess of death in the past. Although Hela was still expressionless, it added a bit of holy brilliance to Hela. The Dark Elf dynasty saluted Hela. Congratulations to the God King Lord Hela for taking over the position of the God King. My Dark Elves have come to congratulate. I hope that the great God King Lord Hela will live forever in youth and eternity. My Dark Elf is willing to dedicate the heart of the Dark Elf to Lord Hela. Pledge allegiance. The Dark Elf King took out a small box of file size, and after opening it, a bead with a dark aura appeared in front of Hela. This is the great treasure of the Dark Elves, and it is self-evident that the Dark Elves donate this thing.
3SS Chapter 87. All Walks of Life Surrender, Crazy Flattery. Chapter 87. Surrender from all walks of life, crazy flattery. Hela smiled and nodded. Okay, you have to worry about the Dark Elf King. At the moment, the Light Elf King stepped forward and saluted. The Light Elves have dedicated their elf scepter, congratulations to Queen Hela. The Light Elf King took out a 2-meter-long, exquisitely white scepter in his hand. The smile on Hela's face grew wider. Lord Rhodes, please bring the Dark Elf King and the Light Elf King to your seat. Yes, God King Hela. Rhodes arranged for the 2 Elf Kings to be seated. At the moment, the Warner gods, headed by the sea god kneeled, and the dwarfs headed by the dwarf casting master Atri came to celebrate. When the people from the other 9 realms saw that the people from the Warner Protoss were coming, they all exclaimed in amazement and admiration. The arrival of the people of the Vanir Protoss is enough to prove a lot of things. The gods of the Vanir Protoss, who were originally similar in strength to the Aesir Protoss, were willing to come over to celebrate Hela in person. Nield, the god of the sea, took the many Warner gods behind him and said 27. Congratulations to the God King Hela. I, the Warner Protoss, extend the most sincere blessings to the God King Hela. May Hela stay young forever. My Warner Protoss has specially built a giant ship, the God King Hela, for Lord Hela. I hope that Lord God King Hela can come to our Vanaheim for a cruise if you have time. The scenery of Warnerheim is still very good. Thank you Lord Sea God for your trouble. Sea God Nield said terrified. Don't dare, I, the Warner Protoss, swear allegiance to the God King Hela. You should play in your own territory. Nield dare not take credit. As soon as the sea god Nield said this, the Asgard gods took a deep breath. Originally, they thought that the Warner Protoss came to congratulate Rhodes for the sake of Rhodes, but did not expect that the Warner Protoss would surrender to Asgard. The leaders of the other 9 realms looked at each other in dismay, some couldn't believe the fact in front of them. Hela was also stunned, then looked at Rhodes. Rhodes even cleaned up the people of the Warner Protoss. Rhodes gave Hela an all okay emoji. Hela stepped forward and helped Nield, the god of the sea. Advertisement. Thank you, Poseidon, you have troubled me. There was a smile on the face of Neptune, the god of the sea. Thank you God King Hela for your praise, I can't wait to be honored. At the moment, the dwarf master Idui hurried forward and gave Hela a pleasing smile. The great and beautiful God King Hela, my dwarf family swears allegiance to the God King Hela. This time I specially made the God King laurel for the beautiful and elegant Lord Hela. Hopefully the great Lord Hela will accept it. Master Dwarf I Ching took out a box from his arms and opened it. A God King laurel wreath that exudes rich divine power, is exquisite and graceful in shape, but does not lose its majesty shines out. The surrounding leaders of the 9 realms were impressed by the craftsmanship of the dwarf master Ikui, and they all showed admiration. Even the goddesses of the Warner Protoss who pursue the ultimate in beauty and art looked at the God King laurel presented by the dwarf master Itui with some envy. This God King laurel crown is not only a status symbol, as a famous artifact forger in the 9 realms. None of the objects forged by dwarfs are ordinary decorations. This powerful God King laurel crown should also have an extremely powerful ability. At the moment Dwarf Master Forge Ikui bowed his body respectfully and presented the laurel crown of the God King to Hela. Great Lord Hela, this God King laurel crown has the ability to keep you young forever. It is forged by the core strength of the fixed star. As long as you wear it, you can enhance your divine power and increase your wisdom every moment. You will be the most beautiful and wise king of the 9 realms. Hela heard that the Dwarf Master Ikui has forged such an artifact. Although this God King's laurel crown is not a powerful weapon, it does not have a strong attack ability, but the 4 words of eternal youth, no goddess can refuse. Thank you, Master Ikui, for your trouble. Sir Hela, you're welcome, this is what I should do. Rhodes said aside. Great God King Hela, why don't I replace this God King crown for you now? Hela smiled and nodded. Okay. Rhodes solemnly took off the crown on Hela's head, and put the crown, which was cast by Itui himself, symbolizing the status of the God King, on Hela's head. There was a blush on Hela's face, apparently being crowned by Rhodes himself, which felt quite good. Hela raised her hands and said, Thank you very much for coming to my Hela's banquet. Today, I invite you to have fun in Asgard. Today is a big day in the 9 realms. Please don't get drunk or go home. Advertisement, okay, don't go home if you don't get drunk. The leaders of the 9 realms who were seated raised their wine glasses and toasted Hela. There was a smile on Hela's face. Hela drank the wine in the glass in her hand. The huge square was filled with people from all forces in the 9 realms, and thunderous applause broke out. The glass of the flame giant Surtur was a bit small, and it was gone as soon as it was poured. Flame giant King Surtur looked at the wineglass in his hand helplessly, a little helpless. Afterwards, the Asgard warriors directly exchanged a winepot for the flame giant King Surtur, which was a little better. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone came up to toast Hela. Ikui likes to drink. At the moment Ikui has been drinking 917 and his face is flushed. Atri said with a smile. Lord Hela, you are really the most beautiful God King the first have ever seen, His Majesty. It is an honor for us dwarfs to be able to submit to you. The Light Elf King raised the wineglass in his hand. Lord Hela, please allow our Light Elves to sing a song for you. Well, many female elves brought by the Light Elf King took out their own musical instruments and played beautiful melody. Nield, the god of the sea, said, Lord Hela, please allow our Warner Protoss to perform dances for you. The wine is accompanied by beautiful music and dances. This will make you happy to watch. The graceful goddesses of the Warner Protoss danced in the square. With that graceful figure and graceful dancing posture, all the gods who looked at them straightened their eyes, letting these goddesses of the Warner Protoss who were good at singing and dancing dance. This kind of specification is completely rare in the 9 realms. These goddesses of the Warner Protoss are very high-ranking, who can let them come out to dance. The flame giant King Surtur and the giants of Jotunheim who came to the banquet also had a good time, clapping their hands and watching the dance of the goddess Warner. Surtur suddenly felt that he had earned it. If it weren't for Rhodes' relationship, how could he have seen such a scene? The leaders of the 9 realms gathered together. Chapter 88. The One Who Got Hela. Chapter 88. The One Who Got Hela. Watching the glamorous elves and goddesses dancing while drinking, this is simply a feast of the highest standard in the 9 realms. This time it really didn't hurt. The sound of the elves, the singing and dancing performances of the Warner Protoss, and the humble compliments and flattery of the dwarfs and giants made Hela feel that this is what it feels like to be the king of gods. Under the influence of alcohol, the leaders of the 9 realms became very lively, letting go of their usual grudges, chatting lively and drinking wine. The dwarf master Ikui pulled the flame giant King Surtur and it was a heavy drink. The two of them were very good at drinking. This grand event was over for more than 10 hours. The many leaders of the 9 realms present were drinking a little too much. And the dwarfs who love to drink don't know how many tons of Asgard wine they have drank. Anyway, the group of dwarfs who came here all drank unconscious one by one, or it took a long time for the gods of Asgard to get them to the room and leave. Go. The Warner Protoss and the elves were too drunk to walk. Hela was also very happy today. Under the frequent toasts from the leaders of the 9 realms, Hela drank a lot and swayed a little while walking. Rhodes replaced Hela and went to the room to rest. Hela, you're drinking too much. Hela smiled happily. It was the happiest drink I've ever had, and it was so good. Rhodes also smiled. As long as you are happy, I'll go get you a glass of water, and you'll have a good rest first. Rhodes was about to pour water for Hela, but was grabbed by Hela, who was being held by Rhodes. Rhodes looked at Hela. At the moment Hela's face flushed, not sure if it was because of the alcohol or something else. Hela said, No, I don't want to drink water, I want you to stay with me. Huh? With you? Rhodes is still a little confused. Hela smiled, and Hela shoved Rhodes down. Advertisement. Rhodes was about to get up, but Hela stretched out a jade hand and pressed it on his chest. Hela said, "You can't go tonight, Rhodes. This is the order of the God King. Do you want to disobey it?" Rhodes rode. "How dare I disobey the orders of the King of God?" "Humph, that's about the same." Then Hela waved his right hand, all the doors and windows of Hela's room were closed, and the curtains on both sides fell. Today's Shenyan is destined to be a sleepless night. Meanwhile, on Earth, somewhere in an underground secret base, various instruments were scattered all around the huge space. Hundreds of guards armed with weapons stood in various places of the underground secret base. Even in the passage, there were rows of guards standing guard. Apparently, this underground secret research base holds something very remarkable. At the moment, in the center of the huge space, there is a square object emitting blue light. Scientist Eric is leading his team of several hundred people to study the square object in front of him. This square object is naturally the tesseract that makes countless people drool. Legend has it that this tesseract contains extremely powerful forces, whether it is the Earth or the universe. Many forces are staring at this tesseract. And now this tesseract has been activated, although I don't know who activated it, but with the activation of tesseract, people on Earth have also discovered the existence of this tesseract. So he was taken to the underground secret base for research, trying to figure out the principle and situation of this tesseract. And scientist Eric was instructed to study the power of this tesseract. A staff member in a white coat came to Eric with an LCD projection panel. "Doctor, this tesseract contains a lot of multi-universe level huge energy, and we have not been able to analyze the energy components in it." Eric took the panel and looked at it carefully. "My God, there is such a terrifying energy in it. This is not a power that humans can control. This thing is no less than a time bomb." "Yeah, doctor, so what should we do with it? Eric has a headache." "Continue to dissect the energy in the tesseract and overturn it strictly to prevent anyone from approaching it." "Yes, doctor." Advertisement. As soon as Eric's voice fell, a blue halo appeared in the underground secret base, and then a black-haired man with a wicked smile and wearing a robe that was not Earth-style walked in. He was playing with a 1-meter-long scepter in his hand, with a relaxed and freehand expression on his face. At the moment, a person suddenly appeared out of thin air, but it frightened the surrounding guards. "Enemy attack, enemy attack." A staff member was the first to react and roared quickly. Afterwards, the alarm was raised in the underground base, and many guards who were responsible for protecting Tesseract rushed over. Picking up the weapon in his hand, he started to attack the black-haired man. It's just that such a dense rain of bullets hit the black-haired man, but the black-haired man was unscathed. Loki at the moment waved the heart scepter in his hand, and waved a blue light towards the surrounding guards, and the light exploded. The surrounding guards were blasted around by the mind scepter in Loki's hands. At this time, Eric hurriedly closed the door of the research room. "Quick, take the Tesseract off quickly, it must not fall into someone else's hands, otherwise it will be a huge amount of disaster." The staff began to dismantle the monitoring instruments on the Tesseract, but there were too many monitoring instruments, and even if they hurriedly dismantled them, it was still too late. Loki at the moment unleashes a massive shockwave that blasts the guards who attack him, Nord Zhao, in all directions. Every time Loki waved the mind scepter in his hand, 20 or 30 guards flew out to Kai. Even the constant escorts of the source to stop Loki, but still have little effect. At the moment Eric was about to run away with Tesseract in his arms. At this moment, Loki came to Eric's side in a flash, and tapped Eric's body with his mind scepter. Loki said with a smile on his lips, "Baby, this isn't something you play with, come on, darling, give it to me." At the moment Dr. Eric's eyes turned black, apparently being mind-controlled by Loki's mind scepter. Dr. Eric reached out and handed the Tesseract to Loki. Loki smiled when he got the Tesseract, what a good boy. At the moment a gate opened from one end of the secret base, and a group of armed guards rushed in. Reward Share Report Chapter 89. Honeymoon on Earth Chapter 89. Honeymoon on Earth. A fierce attack was launched towards Loki. Loki pointed at the psychic scepter, and a shockwave blasted out, blasting the guards into pieces. Then Loki raised the mind scepter in his hand, and the mind scepter at the moment shined brightly. A large ray of light enveloped the past, covering the body of the guards who came to support. Many guards who were then controlled by Loki's mind scepter put down their weapons and stopped attacking Loki. Hawkeye Barden, who arrived, immediately took out his longbow and was ready to attack Loki. "Put down the Tesseract." Loki looked back at Hawkeye Barden, not threatened by Hawkeye Barden in the slightest. "Oops, looks like a great big shot has come." However, Loki calmly struck back with a wave of light. Hawkeye Barden was controlled by the power of Loki's mind scepter. Hawkeye Barden's eyes turned black. Hawkeye Barden put away the longbow in his hand. Loki smiled contentedly. "That's a good boy." The Shield Director Cyclops who came to support arrived. Shield Director Cyclops approached 917 with Loki while sending out a distress signal, trying to delay Loki by talking. But Loki soon saw the idea of Shield Director Cyclops. So Hawkeye Barden, who was on the side, decisively raised his hand and shot, and directly overturned the Shield Director Cyclops. "Let's go." Loki, who got the Tesseract, didn't want to waste any more time here, so he walked away with Hawkeye Barden. After Loki left, the one-eyed dragon struggled to get up from the ground. He opened his clothes and looked at his situation. Fortunately, he was wearing a bulletproof vest, and Hawkeye Barden's shot didn't go to his head, otherwise he would suddenly be cold. The one-eyed dragon strongly supported his body and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted. The tesseract was snatched. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Earth's underground secret base is riddled with holes and chaotic. In Asgard, however, the days of the gods were quite peaceful. Since the feast of God King Hela's succession, Hela pushed Rhodes with the strength of wine. The relationship between the two people has grown by leaps and bounds, although the two people have not confirmed the relationship of lovers, but their behavior has been undoubtedly with lovers. Ah, Chab, advertisement. Hela peels the fruit and puts it in Rhodes' mouth. She looks like a shy little woman. Is it tasty? Rhodes sat on the throne of God King, enjoying Hela's warm service. Rhodes nodded with satisfaction. As long as you feed it, it's delicious, as long as you like it. There was a happy smile on Hela's face. Rhodes hugged Hela's graceful figure. After a feast, there was peace in Asgard. Although Rhodes was not a god king, he went on to spend a honeymoon with a god king. Wouldn't this be more fragrant than being a god king himself? Hela tapped Rhodes' cheek lightly. Rhodes, what are you going to eat? I ordered it. Rhodes thought for a moment. Well, let's go to the earth to eat. Let's pretend to be ordinary people. And now there are many delicacies that Asgard does not have on the earth. Although Asgard's delicious Geno tastes very good, we can just take advantage of this opportunity. Go out and play. What do you think? After Hela heard Rhodes' suggestion, it was obviously taking herself on a honeymoon. Naturally, Hela would not refuse, but instead showed a look of anticipation. She was thinking of finding a chance to be alone with Rhodes, enjoying the sweet happiness, and Rhodes' proposal was exactly what she wanted. Okay, you can say whatever you want. Well, then let's go. Go and go. Hela held Rhodes' hand, and the two transformed into clothes on Earth. Then Rhodes teleported, and the two descended directly to the streets and alleys of a city on Earth. Hela, who has taken off the armor of the God King, is still beautiful and moving, and a dark green tights shows Hela's beautiful figure. Hela held Rhodes' hand and looked intimate. Come on, let's go there and have a look. It seems that the party over there is still a carnival. Not far away, in a huge amount of playground, many people gathered here, and many children ran around with balloons and had a great time. The adults followed the music at the party, drinking beer and twisting their bodies, quite comfortable. Hela's eyes lit up when she saw everything in front of her. I didn't expect that after so many years, Midgard has become like this, and it seems to have improved a lot. That's definitely. It's the 21st century, although it's not as good as Asgard in terms of technological weapons. Midgard is quite comfortable in this entertainment. Let's have a drink today. Advertisement. Do you want a beer? Okay. Rhodes held one, and 2 bottles of cold beer appeared in Rhodes' hand. Hela pointed to a booth not far away and asked curiously. Rhodes, what is that? Rhodes followed Hela's finger. Oh, that's a marshmallow. What? Does the great god king want another? Hela was a little embarrassed. What do you want? Flower shape. Can. Rhodes made a move, and a flower-shaped marshmallow appeared in Hela's hand. Well, it's sweet and soft, that's definitely. Hela tasted the marshmallows and looked no different from the girls in their teens and 20s on Earth. He was very curious about everything that Rhodes took for granted. He asked all the questions along the way, and Rhodes patiently explained to Hela. After Blacken, Hela can let go of all her identities and enjoy the happiness that a girl should enjoy, which makes Rhodes secretly amazed. Maybe it is a matter of changing the environment. However, before Rhodes and Hela played for a long time, Rhodes felt a strange power passing over. Is the power of space. Rhodes froze and took Hela in his arms. Hela is also vigilant, holding a black long sword in his right hand. At the moment Rhodes and Hela's surroundings distorted, instantly arriving on a wide huge amount of circular platform. Similar to the scene when he taught Doctor Strange at that time, all around are twisted and upside down high-rise buildings. Apparently at the moment Rhodes and Hela are pulled closer to the otherworld. Opposite Rhodes, stood a bald woman in a yellow monk's robe. Who else could this person be if she wasn't the Ancient One? Ancient One magician to Rhodes and Hela. 2. VIPs from Asgard. I am the Asgardian Ancient One of Earth. Rhodes was stunned. It was the first time he had dealt with characters on Earth since his time travel. The strength of this Ancient One magician is very strong, and its understanding of space has reached a state of perfection. Chapter 90. Invasion of the Kirita Legion. Chapter 90. The Kirita Legion Invasion. It has to be said that Ancient One, the Asgardian of the Earth, was able to resist Dormammu's invasion of the Earth. The power of Holy Place and the power of Ancient One were indispensable. Not bad for being the strongest magician in the Holy Place, Asgardian of Time Gem. Ancient One's cultivation base in soul and magic can almost be said to be the pinnacle. If Ancient One didn't choose to end his life, it would not be so easy for Thanos to obtain the Time Gem. If Thanos hadn't threatened Doctor Strange with Iron Man's life, Thanos wouldn't have gotten the Time Gem. Definitely, even if it is as strong as the Ancient One magician, with the strength of Rhodes and the Ancient One magician in a reckless fight in terms of magic and soul power, the Ancient One magician still has little chance of winning. Rhodes said to the Ancient One magician, "Hello, Ancient One magician, what is your business with us?" The Ancient One magician glanced at Rhodes, then frowned deeply, before returning to his expressionless expression after a moment. Please don't bring the war for power and throne to the Earth. As the Asgardian of the Earth, I don't want to conflict with the Asgard's Protoss. But if there is really no choice, then I have no choice. How you are in Asgard has nothing to do with Earth, but I don't want problems on Earth. It turned out that the Ancient One was afraid of Hela's ambition. Now that Hela has obtained the position of the god king of the Asgard Protoss, the Ancient One should know about the surrender of the 9 realms to Hela. The Ancient One's remarks were clearly concerned that Hela had thoughts on Earth. Rhodes said, Ancient One Magician, don't have to worry, we just come to the Earth to play and have a honeymoon, and have no intention of having any thoughts about the Earth, we will not cause any confusion. The Ancient One Magician looked at Rhodes and Hela in an intimate manner, thought for a moment, and decided to believe what Rhodes said. Well, then I wish the two of you a happy time on Earth. Many thanks to Ancient One Magician. Rhodes still gave Ancient One Magician face very much. Rhodes did not have too much prejudice against Ancient One, but had a little respect for this Ancient One Magician who had the world in his heart. Ancient One Magician nodded, and then she waved her hand, and the original alien space disappeared instantly. Rhodes and Hela looked at the surrounding environment, which was still the same party, the bustling crowd. Rhodes looked at the time, and even the time stopped. The Ancient One Magician pulled the two of them into a different dimension to talk, but on the outside Earth, not even a second passed, the mighty time gem. Advertisement. Rhodes sighed in his heart. Hela had a look of fear on her face. This Ancient One Magician is somewhat strong, Rhodes said with a smile. It's okay, but she's not bad, let's continue playing. Hela smiled. Yeah, today we have to have a good time. How did things on Earth become so fun? This is much more interesting than Asgard. You do not say. As a native of the Earth, Rhodes still yearns for life on Earth. Loki has gained the power of the Tesseract. According to the instructions of the mysterious man, after Loki has obtained the power of the Tesseract, he needs to create a large portal to transmit the Chiruida army of the mysterious man. As long as the Kirida army arrives, it can help Loki attack the Earth, and the mysterious man asks Loki to help steal the Tesseract's condition is naturally to help Loki fulfill his ambition to rule the Earth. Dr. Eric has already turned on the large teleportation array placed on the Stark building, with Dr. Eric placing the Tesseract in it. At the moment, even if Iron Man arrives, it will not help to shoot lasers at the large teleportation array. At the moment, there was a huge amount of blue light reaching the sky above Earth. Loki's Kirida Legion at the moment has been waiting in outer space for a long time. At the moment, the soldiers of the Kirida Legion saw that the portal in the sky opened, and rushed in like a swarm. A pitch black hole suddenly appeared in the sky of the Earth, and the army of the Chiruida army filed in. Swarmed towards the Earth. The soldiers of the Kirida Legion rode on the air flight device and attacked the citizens of the city frantically. Dozens of the most advanced aerial aircraft fired dense laser cannons. At the moment, the cars on the city streets were blown to pieces by the laser cannons. The citizens on the street were frightened by the sudden attack and fled frantically. Cars were bombed into the sky, and then smashed down. Ask for flowers 0. Several passers-by who were fleeing frantically were smashed down by the car that was blown into the air, leaving no bones. Advertisement. Meanwhile, attacks against the city continued. The aircraft of the Kirida Legion frantically attacked the high-rise buildings in the city, and the explosion-proof glass of the high-rise buildings was blown to pieces. The city was full of smoke, and there were burning buildings everywhere. Then the mechanical big fish of the Chiruida Legion flew through the space teleportation array and flew towards the Earth. Huge amounts of big mechanical fish swam over the city, like huge amounts of small islands, casting shadows over the city. Countless lasers and artillery shells scattered from the body of the big mechanical fish, falling crazily like raindrops. 0. The streets and houses of the city were all bombed to rubble, and high-rise buildings collapsed everywhere. Various landmark buildings began to tilt and collapse one after another, and the screams of the citizens were everywhere. At this time, Iron Man summoned his number 7 armor, and other superheroes also began to join the battle. Hawkeye was manipulated by Loki's mind gem and woke up after being beaten up by the Widow's sister. They began to join the camp against the Kirida Legion. At the moment, the Hulk has gone mad, and is frantically attacking the Chiruida Legion in front of him. At the moment, Thor joins Earth's original Avengers in order to capture Loki. Iron Man flew in the street, turned on the armor launcher on his body, and a series of small missiles began to fly, heading for the flight devices of the Chiruida Legion around. Boom boom boom. With a burst of violent explosions, more than a dozen aircraft of the Kirida army were blown up by Iron Man's miniature missiles. Captain the United States, who is not good at flight, fights on the ground. Fight the hordes of Kirida Legionnaires on the ground. Kirida warriors are like a hybrid of organic and mechanical. Wearing a suit of armor and holding Kirida firearms, constantly firing lasers, attacking the United States captain and others. Captain the United States raised the shield in his hand, blocked the lasers fired by several Kirida warriors, then threw his shield, and the shield bounced among the several Kirida warriors. Chapter 91. Superhero vs. Modified. Chapter 91. Superhero vs. Several Kirida warriors were knocked to the ground by the shield of the captain of the United States, but this time the Kirida warriors were large in scale, and at the moment the huge portal in the sky was still constantly pouring in more Kirida Legion warriors. In just a moment of effort, there are already hundreds of big mechanical fish in the sky. All the buildings in the entire urban area were bombarded recklessly, and a man-made lake not far from the Stark building, which was like a sapphire shimmering in the sun, was bombed. It was directly blown into a pool of sewage, and a large amount of water flowed and overflowed. Thor and the captain of the United States fought side by side. Thor threw Mjolnir from his hand and smashed it into the faces of several Kirida warriors. Several Kirida warriors were instantly beaten into meat sauce. 933. Thor summoned several lightning bolts, which landed on several Kirida flight devices that were in flight. The power of thunder and lightning instantly destroyed the operating system of the Kirita flight. These several Kirita flight devices and the dozen or so Kirita warriors who were manipulating the Kirita flight devices lost control and crashed into the building and the street, causing a series of explosions. The captain of the United States caught the bounced shield, took a run up, and jumped on top of a junk car, just on the way of a Kirita flight. The captain of the United States used the shield in his hand as a weapon and slammed the front end of the Kirita flight device violently. Directly dropped the Kirita flight device from a low altitude. Captain Lai made a somersault and fell from a low altitude. It landed on the roof of the car that had just stepped on it, and then the Kirita flight device fell to the ground and exploded and crashed. Before the captain of the United States pretended to be cool for 3 seconds, a laser shot from the Kirita guns of the Kirita soldiers on the ground, just hitting the abdomen of the coming captain. The captain of the United States looked extremely painful, his body was a little paralyzed, and he fell to the ground. Thor, who was beside him, saw the captain of the United States fell to the ground, and hurriedly threw the Mjolnir in his hand. Mjolnir released chain lightning during the flight, electrifying a dozen Kirita warriors near Thor into coke. Thor caught Mjolnir flying back with his right hand, while picking up the captain of the United States. "Are you okay?" Captain the United States took a few breaths. Advertisement, roar. "I'm fine, just a little sore. Hold on to." At this time, the widow's sister and the sober Hawkeye Barton were fighting together. Hawkeye Barton pulled out the explosive arrow behind him and shot it constantly. Although the Kirita flight is very flexible under the control of the Kirita warriors, constantly skipping at low altitudes, and at the same time attacking them with the Kirita gun in their hands, Widow's sister and Hawkeye Barton are very flexible in the buildings in the city. The roof flickered. Avoid the dazzling laser attacks around you. At the moment, the widow's sister jumped directly from a building more than 10 meters high. Wearing a black leather tights, the widow's sister was valiant, with agile movement, moving speed, and even brought some afterimages, like a shadow in the dark. Sister, he pulled out 2 slender sevens from his waist to support the captain of the United States. The widow's sister was nimble, and quickly walked through the lasers fired by the Chiruita soldiers on the ground. The widow's sister volleyed over a burning car, rolled her body on the ground, and the dagger in her right hand flew out quickly. Pierced into the chest of a Kirita warrior, and the Kirita warrior was killed instantly. The widow's sister stood up, the dagger in her hand flew, and wiped the necks of the surrounding Chiruita warriors. Around 7 or 8 Kirita warriors fell to the ground. The widow's sister picked up a Chiruita gun and walked towards the Chiruita soldiers who came from a distance. Widow's sister is a super agent. This marksmanship is naturally accurate and there is nothing to say. Sister quickly hit the body of one after another Kirita warriors, and the bodies of the Kirita warriors who were hit by the Kirita gun were directly exploded. Some of the juices burst with all the soup and water. Widow's sister held the Chiruita gun for a burst of crazy output, and soon the energy in the Chiruita gun was used up, and the widow's sister moved her right hand. Why is the recoil of this damn broken gun so strong? At this time, Iron Man, who was providing fire support in midair, quickly noticed the giant mechanical fish in the sky. The destructive power of these big mechanical fish is much more troublesome than the Kirita flight machine, which usually flies rapidly in the sky. Iron Man used missiles to destroy the swarms of Kirita flights, but these Kirita flights appeared in an endless stream like flies. Make Iron Man irritable. Stark complained. Are these guys flies? Such a hassle. At this time, the system in the steel battlesuit prompts Stark. The destructive power of these big mechanical fish is even more amazing. The destructive power accounts for 65% of the total damage. It is recommended to give priority to cleaning these big mechanical fish. Advertisement Stark Road. I definitely know that. Stark quickly flew to a large mechanical fish. Iron Man came to the top of the big mechanical fish's head, stretched out his hands, and his 2 wrists suddenly stretched out the mechanical parts, merging Iron Man's 2 palms into a cannon hole of the file size of his head. Baby, how about I treat you to a big meal? Then Iron Man's palms radiated fiery light, and a beam about the thickness of a thigh smashed into the head of the big mechanical fish. The big mechanical fish is subject to Iron Man's beam, and its body constantly twitches before falling toward the ground. After smashing down a large area of houses, he slid for hundreds of meters before stopping, motionless, and seemed to be completely dead. Roar. This thing is really troublesome. The steel battle suit system prompts. The energy consumption of the laser beam is too large. The current steel battle suit's energy is 60%. Please use it with caution. Iron Man was suspended in the air, and 0.1 saw that there were 300 or 400 such big mechanical fish suspended in the sky. Iron Man gave a deep greeting. Lying. Slot. While a group of superhero fought bloody battles, the whole city was bombed into ruins. Dr. Banner arrived at the scene at a speed of 20 yards on a small broken motorcycle that he found from nowhere. Dr. Banner raised his arms. Roar said, I'm here, I'm here. This is what Iron Man said after blasting 2 Kirita flights. Oh, really? I thought you went to the niece of the 7th Ant's house. At this moment, several Kirita warriors surrounded Dr. Banner in an instant. Dr. Banner at the moment hasn't transformed into the Hulk yet. A little embarrassing for a while. Chapter 92. Chiruta Army. That's it. Chapter 92. Kirita Legion. That's it. Brothers, can you wait for me a moment? I'll be fine right away. Where are the Kirita warriors waiting for Dr. Banner to adjust his emotions? The punch hit Dr. Banner in the face, and the blood from Dr. Banner's nose was immediately punched out. Dr. Banner nearly collapsed to the ground.
Dr. Banner was not angry, but said with a look of schadenfreude. Thanks a lot, but you're also in big trouble. Dr. Banner's body quickly turned green like biochemical pollution, and Dr. Banner tore off his shirt. Instantly transformed into the Hulk. After hitting Dr. Banner, the Hulk shared the same body with Dr. Banner, and the Hulk ran wild in an instant. Dr. Banner instantly transformed into the Hulk under the shock of the horrified gazes of these Kurita warriors. Roar. The Hulk roared at these Kurita warriors. The Kurita guns in the hands of these Kurita warriors were all scared off. The Hulk didn't care so much. He picked up the toy-like Chi-Ruta warriors in front of him, held them into a handful of 933, and tore them apart directly. Then he threw it to the ground and stepped on it hard. Just like this, a fresh and juicy Kurita juice is ready. At this time, Rhodes and Hela had been playing in the city for a few days, and had just walked out of a well-protected hotel unhurriedly. Hela's face still had some blush that never subsided, with a look of happiness and contentment, and she gently snuggled up on Rhodes' body. It was obvious that Rhodes had completely conquered the goddess of death. In fact, Rhodes had already heard the movement outside, Loki had created a large portal, and Rhodes also had perception. But Rhodes didn't bother to pay attention, because he was busy with more important things just now. Although the surrounding area was bombed into ruins, the hotel where Rhodes stayed was still intact. But disaster struck, all the passengers in the other rooms ran away early, and now only Rhodes and Hela were left in the entire hotel. Rhodes looked at the bloody superhero not far away, and the Zarita Legion densely packed in the sky. Oh, this is the Kurita Legion in the first Avengers Alliance, but it doesn't look that good. Advertisement. But then again, I thought these guys were pretty strong when I saw it at the time, but now it looks like they're still a little weak. Rhodes looked at the battle situation around him, and just the younger brother and the younger brother of the Cosmic Legion, the scumbag Charita Legion, made the heroes of a generation of Avengers a bit battered. Hela looked at Rhodes. Are we going to make a move? Rhodes nodded. Then definitely, if that Loki guy really conquers the Earth, then we'll have nowhere else to date. Hela nodded. I still like it here, it's more fun than Asgard. That's definitely. At this time, the Kurita flight device, which was circling in the low sky and destroying everything in the city, saw that there were still 2 living people here, so a large piece of laser flew over. Rhodes sneered disdainfully when he saw the laser emitted by the Kurita flight device. How dare you compete with Hao Yu for brilliance? With a wave of Rhodes' left hand, the lasers that flew in front of Rhodes actually stopped in front of Rhodes as if time had stopped. Why didn't Rhodes use his right hand? Don't ask, his right hand is busy. Then these lasers went backwards one after another, destroying a large area of the Kurita flight device around them. That's more potent than Iron Man's hail of bullets. At the moment, after some accumulated firefights, superhero couldn't stand it. Hawkeye Barden reached out for the explosive arrow on his back, but it was empty, and Hawkeye Barden was stunned. Damn, the arrows ran out. Hawkeye Barden only, Chab, picked up his eldest son and went up to melee with the group of Kurita warriors. Hawkeye Barden strangled a Kurita warrior with his longbow string. The Widow sister's physical strength was also a little weak, so she came to grab the gun on the Kurita gun, and exploded a Kurita soldier who was about to attack Hawkeye Barden. Hawkeye Barden shrank his neck in fright and looked behind him. Thanks. The Widow sister replied succinctly. You are welcome. Advertisement. Then I saw a laser fly over, and the Widow sister pulled Hawkeye Barden to hide behind a car on the side. For a while, the place where Sister and Hawkeye Barden stood just now was blasted into a big hole, and there was a burst of dust, and both of them were a little disgraced. At the moment Iron Man's system prompts 40% of the system energy. At the moment Thor threw his hammer out, gasping for breath, while the Captain of the United States was disgraced, blood dripping from the corners of his eyes and mouth. The Hulk, was frantically hammering at the side. At this time, he was hammered by Thor, and the somewhat disgraced Loki stood on a tall building, raised the spiritual scepter in his hand, and shouted loudly. All out. For a time, the portal was enlarged dozens of times, and countless big mechanical fish poured out from the portal, and along with the big mechanical fish, there were countless Chi-Ruta flight devices that were as dense as wasps. At this point the original 6 members of the Avengers came together. Stand in a circular square. Captain the United States is now deploying the battle plan. Hawkeye Barden is responsible for finding out the marching route of the Kurita Legion, Iron Man is responsible for holding the position, and Thor is responsible for summoning lightning to seal the huge amounts of portal gaps in the sky, preventing more Kurita legions from appearing. Sister Widow and the Captain of the United States are responsible for keeping the fight on the ground, preventing the Kurita Legion from flying around and causing more damage. As for the Hulk, just play freely, do not control, do not order, anyway, it is a fart. After receiving the order of the Captain of the United States, Iron Man took Hawkeye Barden and put Hawkeye Barden on a high place to provide all Avengers with enemy movements. For the first time, the superhero were very united and fought hard together. The Widow sister, the Captain of the United States, and Iron Man cooperated with each other hard on the ground, and they were quite tacit. Sister Widow kicked one of the Kurita warriors who had jumped on her with a hard kick, and the Captain of the United States waved his shield and smashed the other Kurita warrior who flew towards Sister Widow. However, the Captain of the United States was hit by a laser from a Kurita warrior in the distance. The United States Captain groaned and fell to his knees. The Widow sister will pull up the Captain of the country from the ground. Don't do this, I have no intention of accepting your marriage proposal. The United States captain rubs his the United States A. Chapter 93. One trick to destroy the Chi-Ruda army. Chapter 93. One trick to destroy the Chi-Ruda army. I have no plans for that either. At this time, Rhodes walked over with Hela's slender waist. Iron Man immediately realized that there was a living being approaching, and looked over. Suddenly Roar said, "Don't come here, it's too dangerous here." Rhodes chuckled softly. Dangerous. That word doesn't seem to fit me, ah. With a wave of Rhodes' hand, the large number of Karita Legion warriors who were fighting with the heroes of the Avengers all froze in place. Then it turned into powder and all was blown out. For a time, most of the Chi-Ruda warriors in the urban area vanished into ashes, and even the big mechanical fish flying in the sky turned into powder. In the face of the original cannon fire, the battlefield suddenly became eerily quiet, and the needles could be heard, except for the flames that kept jumping after death. The superhero of Avengers were dumbfounded. Stark, with his steel mask open, stared straight at Rhodes. My God, I'm not dreaming. The widow's sister and the captain of the United States were all stunned. At the moment came Hawkeye Barton's voice. What happened? Why have all the enemies disappeared? Iron Man organizes the wording. I'm thinking about how to explain it to you. There's a very exaggerated guy who waved these flies for a second. Hawkeye Barton was speechless for a while. All right, I got it. Iron Man looked at Rhodes and asked curiously. Sir, who are you? Thor's face changed. He had never seen Rhodes, but he knew the tall woman beside Rhodes. Hela, why did you appear on Earth? Hela snuggled into Rhodes' arms. Advertisement. You can come to Earth, why can't I come? Say, what's your purpose here? Hela pointed to the devastated surroundings and said. Don't you see, we're saving the world, don't be so nervous, Thor. At the moment the United States captain said. Thor, don't be nervous, just settle the matter in front of you first. Under the persuasion of the captain of the United States, Thor stopped talking, just looked at Hela with Mjolnir on the side, very vigilantly. Also from Asgard, Thor knows very well what role Hela is. At this moment, Rhodes raised his left hand, and an extremely intense golden beam of light with a width of 3 or 4 meters rushed towards the huge amounts of portal in the sky. As Rhodes' golden beam of light rushed over, the Chi-Ruda army that was crowding in towards the portal was instantly blasted into powder. But this is not over yet. This golden beam of light entered the universe against the portal and hit the mothership of the Chi-Ruda Legion straight. The biggest weakness of the Karita Corps is the mothership. As long as the mothership of the Karita Corps is destroyed, all members of the Karita Corps will be destroyed. For Rhodes, it's just a matter of flick of a finger. In an instant, a terrifying explosion like the sun's rays came from the portal, and the mothership of the Karita Legion was blown into cosmic dust by Rhodes. The violent blast even flew in through the portal. The 6 Avengers members around covered their eyes one after another. This light is too dazzling. Even the aftermath of the explosion blew up the portal directly, and the sky returned to normal. The mothership of the Chi-Ruda Legion was destroyed, and the Chi-Ruda warriors and mechanical big fish scattered all over the city disintegrated and turned into pieces of wreckage. And the portal device standing on the Stark building also exploded directly. At that time, Iron Man used nuclear bombs, and the Chi-Ruda Legion, which was almost locked in outer space to solve it, was simply wiped out. The superhero of the Avengers looked at each other. They all saw the horror in the eyes of the other party. What a powerful immortal character this is. Rhodes looked at the horrified eyes of the Avengers, many superheroes. Rhodes said lightly, to deal with a legion like Chi-Ruda, the younger brother, and the scumbag in the universe, they only need to kill their mothership, and they will fall apart. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Look, isn't it very simple? Rhodes embraced the beauty, stood on a barren ruin, and swept a cosmic army with a raised hand. Iron Man rubbed his eyebrows in embarrassment, Hawkeye Barton's eyes twitched when he saw it, and the widow's sister looked at Rhodes in surprise, and the Hulk had not enjoyed his free play yet, and was swept away by Rhodes. Advertisement. Ask for flowers 0. Although the Hulk was a little unhappy, but Rhodes was so powerful, the Hulk was also a little jealous of Rhodes, and he was weighing whether he was Rhodes' opponent or not. And Thor looked at Rhodes, seemingly constantly thinking about something. They fought hard, and the Chi-Ruda Legion, which was somewhat difficult to resist, could not resist even a single move in their hands. This was the biggest hanging 13. The captain of the United States came over very kindly and held out his hand. Thank you very much, sir, this is Steve Rogers, and this is Iron Man 2 Stark. Rhodes reached out and shook hands with the captain. I know you, Iron Man, Captain the United States, Hawkeye, Hulk, Black Widow, and Thor. The United States captain was a little surprised. You know us. Definitely, the superhero who protect the Earth, your big names are like thunder. The United States captain at the moment wiped the blood and dust off his face. No, I'm sorry, you are the hero who protects the Earth. Unfortunately, our strength seems to be limited. Don't say that, your potential is still great. To ask for your name. Essiers, Rhodes, but I'm basically an Earthling. Earthling. The identity of Rhodes horrified the superheroes of the Avengers. When did such a terrifying big shot appear on Earth? Simply incredible. Rhodes laughed. I've been in Asgard for a long time, coming to Earth for the first time in 2000 years, so don't be so surprised. As soon as Rhodes said this, everyone showed an expression of understanding. As for the lifespan of others, they were incomparable with their tens and hundreds of years old. I am afraid that Thor's age can barely be regarded as the same generation as Rhodes. Now is not the time to chat, and there is a little baby who hasn't come over yet. Rhodes saw Loki immediately. At the moment Loki also had a horrified expression on his face. He said that the Chi-Ruda Legion who had promised to conquer the earth was destroyed in an instant. Loki hurriedly took the psychic scepter and prepared to run away. Chapter 94. Obtaining Hearts, Space Gems. Chapter 94. Obtaining Minds, Space Gems. How could Rhodes let Loki run away like that? Rhodes raised his hand and took a long breath in Loki's direction. Loki's body seemed to be out of control and flew towards Rhodes. The most important thing is that this is not a free flight, but as if attracted by the attraction from the black hole, it quickly flew towards Rhodes in an absolute straight line. At the moment Loki and Rhodes are still quite far apart, and there are still a few buildings. Loki flew over with the Mind Scepter in his hand. Broken pieces. Loki's body smashed through several buildings so hard, when Loki's body passed through these buildings, there was a pile of broken bricks and dust. Loki was smashed with a ferocious face, and even Loki smashed through 2 toilets and hit the water in the toilet sink. Loki screamed, and after Loki still slid a distance on the ground, it stopped. Rhodes stomped on Loki's body with 1 foot. Loki couldn't move for a moment. Rhodes looked at Loki at his feet. If you run again, I will give you your head. Loki at the moment was so strong that Rhodes didn't dare to make any moves at all. Don't dare, I won't run. The psychic scepter dropped by Loki fell into Rhodes' hands. Rhodes straightened out the mind gem in the mind scepter. Rhodes looked at the delicate gem radiating light in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. When Loki saw the mind gem in Rhodes' hands, he lowered his head completely. Advertisement. At this time, Tesseract was also blasted out by the teleportation device because of the complete destruction of the Chi-Ruda army, and flew towards the sky. Thor couldn't sit still at this time. Thor didn't want Rhodes and Hela to get the Tesseract, otherwise Asgard might have some trouble. And at the moment Thor also remembered, isn't the Rhodes in front of him the super strong man who helped Hela to kill Odin and exiled Odin to help Hela ascend to the throne of God? Thor threw his Mjolnir and quickly headed towards the direction of the Tesseract. Thor remembered Heimdall's words. If he wanted to fight Rhodes' power, he could only use the gems stored in the Tesseract. Arrive. Rhodes glanced at Thor, and it turned out that this guy had his own thoughts. However, Rhodes didn't pay too much attention to it. It couldn't be easier to snatch a Tesseract in Thor's hands. Thor flew over quickly, holding the Tesseract in his hand. Thor felt the surging energy contained in Tesseract, and his heart settled a little. Thor wanted to use the powerful energy in the Tesseract to strengthen himself, so as to fight against Rhodes, but he just let Thor play with it for a long time, and Thor couldn't trigger the energy in the Tesseract. How can this be? How is this thing used? Didn't Loki use it just now? Why can't he use me when he can use it? Thor watched Tesseract helplessly. Rhodes in the distance sneered. If you can't use it, then don't waste it. Rhodes grabbed the void in the direction of Thor with his left hand, and Thor's body flew towards Rhodes, and the result was basically the same as Loki. Thor couldn't use his Thor power at all, and smashed his face to the ground, directly smashing the ground out of a big hole. Rhodes made a direct attack on Thor, making the Captain of the United States and Iron Man on the side have some affection. What the hell is going on here? But Rhodes, Hela and Thor are from Asgard, and it may be their housework. The Captain of the United States and Iron Man are inconvenient to intervene, and most importantly, there is no way to intervene. They don't think they are necessarily Rhodes' opponents, but they can defeat the ruthless character of the entire Chi-Ruda Legion with one move. Thor roared, and angrily wanted to pick up the Mjolnir in his hand, trying to fight Rhodes. What? But when Rhodes called with his right hand, Thor's Mjolnir flew into Rhodes' hands first, and Rhodes threw Mjolnir back. Broken. Advertisement. Instead, Mjolnir smashed Thor's head, and Thor was stunned by his own hammer. Thor looked at Rhodes in horror. His Mjolnir only a few people can hold, such as Thor, Vision and later the Captain of the United States. Only those who are recognized by the Odin magic on Mjolnir can hold Mjolnir, and use it. But how could Rhodes get Odin's magical approval? It's just that Thor doesn't know that Rhodes can drive Mjolnir without Mjolnir's approval. Even if Mjolnir is as heavy as the sun, Rhodes can still use it easily. Hela at the moment put her hands on her slender waist. Thor, Loki, now the king of the gods is giving you a chance to surrender. Remember, I don't give you many chances. As the god of deceit, Loki is definitely not a person who suffers immediate losses. Loki hurriedly raised his hand to signal. I surrender. Hela, I am willing to follow you, let me go. Hela nodded. Now that Loki had declared his surrender, Rhodes naturally let go of his feet. Rhodes definitely knows Loki's sinister and cunning personality, but Rhodes is not worried at all. In the face of absolute power, all the intrigues are just a joke. Loki knelt down on the ground with one hand on his chest, expressing submission, but it was Rhodes who was more afraid of Loki. Loki has a high IQ of 0.1 and is also very smart. Naturally, he knows that Rhodes' strength is not something he can compete with. Thor roared. You actually hurt your father. Hela, the sins you committed are unforgivable. I will never surrender to you. You will kill me if you have the seeds. Hela definitely won't let Thor go so easily. Hela raised his right hand, and a lot of black vines appeared under Thor's body, which bound Thor with dark magic for an explanation. If that's the case, then you should reflect on it in Asgard. Captain, the United States and Iron Man saw Thor being taken away. The United States captain stepped forward and persuaded. Mr. Rhodes, since you are both from Asgard, there is something to be discussed. Why do we meet each other like this? Chapter 95. Finding the Power Gem. Chapter 95. Finding the Power Gem. Rhodes said, "Thank you, Captain, for your kindness, but we need to go back to Asgard to discuss some things. The Earth will be handed over to you to take care of the aftermath. I won't bother you too much, and I will say goodbye." Without waiting for the captain of the United States to say anything, Rhodes used teleportation to take the other three directly back to Asgard. Only Captain Lai, Iron Man and the others looked at each other. Even if they tried to catch up, they couldn't catch up. Rhodes was a teleportation that crossed two worlds in an instant. The captain of the United States looked at the devastated urban area and sighed helplessly. Hela, who returned to Asgard, confiscated Thor's Mjolnir and imprisoned Thor in the dungeon of Asgard. Loki, the god of deceit, followed Hela honestly. Rhodes at the moment returning to his room, Rhodes looked at the Tesseract, which was constantly glowing blue, full of powerful energy. Rhodes clenched his right hand constantly. Tesseract couldn't bear Rhodes' powerful force and exploded directly. 27. A somewhat empty energy wave spread out, and when Rhodes opened his palm again, a gem appeared in Rhodes' palm. With that, Rhodes now has the Mind Gem from Loki's Mind Scepter and the Space Gem from this Tesseract. Only the Time Gem and the other 3 gems in Ancient One's hands are left. Rhodes thinks of 6 gems, and he thinks of the Infinity Gauntlet. Or make the Infinity Gauntlet. It's just that Rhodes shook his head. Even if he gathered 6 gems to form the Infinity Gauntlet, he still couldn't pose any threat to the current Rhodes. Rhodes is useless even with the Infinity Gauntlet. That being the case, give the Infinity Gauntlet to Hela. Thinking of this, Rhodes teleported to the capital of Dwarf, Nidway Arley. Rhodes already knew where the Dwarf Master Eitri was, and he teleported to near the technology smelting furnace inside the mine. Sure enough, the Dwarf Master Eitri was beating with huge amounts of forging hammers in his hands, not knowing what he was doing with the fixed star core. Rhodes appeared beside the Dwarf Master Eitri and startled the Dwarf Master Eitri. Advertisement. Oh, so it's Lord Rhodes. I don't know if Lord Rhodes is looking for me for something. Is he looking for me to drink? Ha ha ha. After the last feast of Hela's succession, the Dwarf Master Eitri became acquainted with Rhodes, and Eitri was joking with Rhodes. Rhodes rode. No problem. After I build what I want, I will invite you to drink. It doesn't matter how long you drink. Hearing that it was something Rhodes wanted to forge, Dwarf Master Eitri suddenly came to his senses, and maybe he could take the opportunity to get another fixed star core from Rhodes to use it. Dwarf Master Eitri asked, "I wonder what Lord Rhodes is going to build." Infinity Gauntlet. The Dwarf Master Eitri froze. What are you doing with that thing? The Dwarf Master Eitri knows that it is a big killer that controls the entire universe. You don't have to ask about this, you can just do it. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Although the Dwarf Master Eitri wanted to benefit from Rhodes, he also knew that the Infinity Gauntlet was very important, but faced with Rhodes' request, the Dwarf Master Eitri did not dare to refuse. Okay, Lord Rhodes, we dwarfs will start making them right now. Okay, then it's hard work for you. Don't worry, after the Infinity Gauntlet is completed, the fixed star core will not treat you badly. Hearing Rhodes' words, Master Dwarf Eitri's expression softened a lot. There are 2 infinite gems on Earth. One is the Time Gem in Ancient One's hands, and the other is the Reality Gem, which is in the gap in the Earth's space. Even Rhodes can't find the place where the Reality Gem is temporarily. Rhodes only has to wait for the time to come. This Reality Gem will appear on its own, and go find it yourself. And there are 2 other gems, Rhodes knows where. The Power Gem is on Morag, and the Soul Gem Rhodes knows it. On the planet of Vermeer, but on that barren planet, only the Soul Gem and the Traitor exist. Advertisement. And getting the Soul Gem requires sacrificing the settings of the people you love and love the most, making Rhodes a little more difficult. At that time, Thanos pushed down the Soul Gem that his adopted daughter Gamora exchanged for. If Rhodes had to choose one, it would be Hela. There's no way Rhodes could push Hela down for such a Soul Gem. Right now Rhodes can only let other people get the Soul Gem and then snatch it back. In this case, the only gems that can be obtained at the moment are Power Gems and Time Gems. After thinking about it, Rhodes decided to get the Power Gem first. Rhodes unfolded his own the god's telekinesis, spread out overwhelmingly, and soon found the location of the Power Gem, the planet of Morag. With a teleport, Rhodes landed on the planet Morag. There are many mountains and rocks on the surrounding Morag planet, and there are some waterfalls in the distance. It's just that Rhodes knows that on this planet Morag, there are many dangers, but it is not a problem for Star-Lord, and for Rhodes, it is more like the back garden of his own home. The sky is filled with gray fog, which persists all year round. Occasionally, 2 rays of sunshine fall on the ancient planet of Morag. There are still many architectural ruins left by the Morag civilization on the Morag planet, which proves that the Morag planet used to be a glorious civilization, but now the Morag has been completely abandoned and reduced to an abandoned planet that is completely uninhabited. It's just that even though the environment is severe and resources are exhausted, there are still some creatures living on this planet. Rhodes saw a few 20 or 30 centimeters high, jumping around, looking like a mouse-like alien creature not far away. These little guys are still carnivores, and they have the characteristics of team attack to obtain prey. After seeing Rhodes coming, these alien creatures jumped towards Rhodes excitedly, obviously treating Rhodes as food. But they don't have such a good mouth. Before the little guys could get close to Rhodes, a breeze blew past Rhodes. Then these little aliens turned into pieces one after another, and blue and green blood splattered all over the place. Chapter 96. Robbery on Rhodes' head. Chapter 96. Robbery on Rhodes. The alien creatures in the distance saw that Rhodes' strength was so strong, some did not dare to provoke them. They dispersed, and did not dare to approach Rhodes at all, for fear that they would end up in the same way. Where Rhodes looks for the Power Stone. Although Rhodes knew that this power gem was likely to appear in a broken hall somewhere on the planet Morag, it was just that Rhodes used the god's telekinesis to spread all over the planet Morag, and there were as many broken halls on the planet Morag. Even if it is broken down into what it looks like today, there are still countless dilapidated halls standing on the Morag planet. It may take a little effort to find it. Rhodes walked towards a dilapidated hall, but Rhodes found that not far away, several huge spaceships had landed, but the appearance of this spaceship looked very messy and old. There is no bright identification mark on it to prove which side of the universe it is from, and there are many metals on the tattered ship that are made up of messy metals of various colors. It looked like a torn sack full of holes. Rhodes is a little curious about what kind of person can drive such a broken ship with no safety protection. At least Rhodes can confirm that it is definitely not the ship of Asgard or the Warner Protoss, nor the ship of Wakanda. The technological civilizations of these countries are highly developed, and they will never allow such rotten patched spacecraft to serve. Rhodes suddenly remembered that only the most notorious cosmic pirates in the universe would use such ships. These guys are just like cockroaches, with tenacious vitality. Even under the siege of many forces, these cockroach-like cosmic pirates can still live in style, relying on looting resources on various planets to live. He will also loot some cosmic passers-by who are not as strong as himself in the universe, and throw them into space to be tortured to death. Even the same kind of cosmic pirates will not let them go. Rhodes looked at the three spaceships where the three space pirates landed and docked with a disdainful smile. Rhodes doesn't bother to exterminate these weak guys. In Rhodes' eyes, they are more vulnerable than ants. But what Rhodes did not expect was that this group of cosmic pirates also landed on the inexorable planet of Morag. Shouldn't they be looting those resource-rich planets? How could they be here? If you can go to Morag to find something, then I'm afraid Rhodes can't think of anything that can make this group of greedy space pirates tempted except for the power gem. I didn't expect this group of bedbugs to come here. Rhodes ignored it and went into a dilapidated temple to find the whereabouts of the Power Stone. It's just that the appearance of Rhodes attracted the attention of this group of space pirates. Advertisement. At the moment, the group of cosmic pirates searched for a trace of the power gem, but found nothing, so they gathered together to have a meal and rest for a while before continuing to search. At this time, a red-skinned space pirate with several sarcomas growing on his bare head spotted Rhodes. This space pirate was still a little puzzled, and he didn't see the other party's spaceship, but someone was there. Where did this person come from? This greatly aroused the curiosity of this space pirate. In order to confirm what the cosmic pirate was thinking, the cosmic pirate took out the probe to search for the location of Rhodes, and the probe showed the signal of the life form. This cosmic pirate is happy. This is indeed a person. It should be said that it is a cosmic life form. This cosmic pirate ran over excitedly and ran to a red-skinned leader with terrifying fangs, skin folds like a Shar-Pei. Boss, boss. The boss of this cosmic pirate is sitting on the side and is worried. He has been looking for the whereabouts of the power gem for many days. He is in a very irritable mood. Drink the northwest wind. Although they can't use the power of this power gem, there will inevitably be people in this universe who will pay a lot of money to buy this power gem. In order to make a fortune, this cosmic pirate boss put his mind on the power gem. The pirate boss said impatiently. Go away, don't bother me. Said the space pirate. Business. Coming soon, boss. Huh, did you find the power stone? The pirate boss widened his eyes. No, I found a living person, right there. This guy is definitely not our opponent. We rob him, or we will have money. Real. The pirate boss glared at him and grinned. Advertisement. Hey, brothers, business is here, let's go. Under the trick of the pirate boss roar, a group of cosmic pirates didn't even bother to eat. They rode on the flight device and headed towards Rhodes. Rhodes at the moment searched all over the hall, but did not find any trace of the power stone. Rhodes had just walked out of the dilapidated hall. At the moment, a group of 100 space pirates surrounded Rhodes. When the pirate boss saw Rhodes wearing an Asgard robe, he knew that Rhodes must be rich, and the pirate boss opened his sharp fangs and smiled. Hey, boy, if you want to survive, hand over all the valuables on your body. Rhodes looked around, and many space pirates pointed laser guns at him, but Rhodes simply ignored it. Ask the pirate boss. You are also looking for the power gem. How do you know? One of the pirates who lacked roots, Nuo Hao Jiao, asked subconsciously. He was slapped on the head by Roar, the pirate boss. Are you stupid? This exposes our purpose. Rhodes smiled and shook his head at the silly space pirates. Get out of here before I'm too lazy to take care of you, or you won't be able to save your life. The space pirates immediately laughed when they heard Rhodes' words. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid this kid is scared and foolish. He even threatens us. I don't think you will cry without seeing the coffin. The pirate boss raised his laser gun and prepared to fire Rhodes. Since you are courting death, there is nothing you can do. With a wave of Rhodes' hand, countless huge amounts of alien snake-shaped creatures suddenly appeared on the surrounding ground. These alien snakes opened their mouths that were more than 1 meter wide and attacked the surrounding space pirates. Make. Chapter 97. Absorb the power gem. Chapter 97. Absorb power gems. These alien snakes opened their big mouths, twisted their bodies to bind all these cosmic pirates, and then put them into their mouths. For a time, the most notorious cosmic pirates in this group were smashed by alien snakes and swallowed. In the blink of an eye, the original large number of space pirates all served as food for the alien snakes, leaving only the pirate boss. At the moment, the pirate boss sat on the ground in fright at the sight in front of him. Where have they experienced this kind of battle, and they were directly wiped out in the blink of an eye? Rhodes strolled in front of the pirate boss. I ask you again, are you here to find the gem of power? My patience is limited, you only have one chance. The pirate boss was completely frightened by Rhodes. Yes, this. Aesir Lord, we are here to find the power gem. Then where have you all been looking? How long have you been looking for? Since these cosmic pirates came earlier than him, they should have figured out a lot more or less. The pirate boss hurriedly took out a slap file-size screen from his arms and said. Sir, I'll give it to you, we don't know, but we've all searched for these places. There are standards on the map, and I've given them to you. Please accept them with a smile and spare my life. Rhodes took this map, and 937 found that the cosmic pirates were looking for quite a few places. Many halls that might contain power gems had been searched, but they were all marked, and there were still several halls that might exist. This has saved Rhodes a lot of energy. These cosmic pirates are the masters of plucking their hair. The places they searched just now are definitely not there. Rhodes nodded. This thing is still useful. The pirate boss heard Rhodes say this, and thought Rhodes would spare his life, but the next moment the ground under the pirate boss's feet softened, and the whole person fell into the sand pit. He fell quickly and was buried alive. Rhodes teleported away without looking back, leaving only one sentence in the air. I can't let anyone know that I'm looking for the power stone, so you'd better die. Advertisement. After searching for several ruined halls, Rhodes finally found a cosmic spirit ball suspended on a stone platform in the depths of a deserted hall that was locked at the gate. Rhodes attracted the cosmic spirit ball in front of him into his hands, and Rhodes used his powerful strength to forcibly crush the chab that wrapped the power gem from the spirit ball. Got the power gem inside. Rhodes looked at the crystal clear power gem in his hand, exuding powerful energy fluctuations, and showed a satisfied smile. Very well, there are only 3 gems left now. After Rhodes obtained the power stone, a teleport returned to Asgard. Back in Asgard, Rhodes studies the power gem carefully. This infinity gauntlet is only a foreign object after all, and it is just a foreign object that accommodates 6 infinite gems and carries the power of 6 infinite gems. Even with the full infinity gauntlet in hand, Rhodes' power hasn't improved much. And Wonder Woman, Scarlet Witch, and her brother Quicksilver all absorbed the power of infinite gems to become so powerful. In this case, Rhodes began to think, if he could absorb the power of these 6 infinite gems, how much would it help him? Rhodes held the power gem that exuded an aura of mighty power in his hand and began to constantly try to absorb it. Rhodes closed his eyes, his whole body tensed, and he used his own divine power to start extracting the source of power from this power gem. A purple aura that contained the source of power began to wrap around Rhodes. However, Rhodes found that no matter what method he tried to use, the source of power he extracted with divine power could not enter his body. It seemed that Rhodes' body could not absorb the power in this power gem. The power in the power gems can be used to increase the power of those who can use infinite gems, but it cannot be absorbed by the body of a certain creature. Hey, I really don't believe in this evil. Rhodes has a go at this power gem. Then Rhodes' system made a sound. Ding, the host Rhodes, the body modification is completed, and it can absorb the power gem. Rhodes' Silver Superman gene comes into play. Advertisement. The cells in Rhodes were instantly transformed. Rhodes was stunned, and the next moment Rhodes felt the purple, materialized power that came from the power gems quickly drilled into his body. It integrates into its own limbs, blood vessels, nerves, and even cells. Then Rhodes held the power gem in his hand, like a pump, frantically pumping out the source of power in the gem, and Rhodes' body was enveloped by a thick purple mist that was almost substantive. You can clearly see the purple mist coming out of Rhodes' hands, and then quickly drilled into Rhodes' body. As Rhodes constantly draws the source of power contained in the power gem, Rhodes feels a surging sense of power in his body. And the source of power in this power gem seems to be endless. Let Rhodes absorb all the firepower, but the source of power in this power gem still seems to have no end. Rhodes absorbed the source of power among many power gems, and Rhodes gradually slowed down the absorption of power gems. Rhodes clenched his fist. Although he had a surging sense of strength, the bonus to Rhodes' original strength was not very large. Rhodes absorbs the power of the sun, and he has obtained unparalleled power. Rhodes still looks down on the power obtained by absorbing the power gem. Rhodes currently doesn't know how much energy is contained in this power gem. If there is a rough estimate, maybe Rhodes can also understand where the limit of the power gem is. Now that the source of power in this power gem can now be absorbed, Rhodes definitely needs to make full use of the power source of this power gem to do something. Since the power in this gem of strength is not very strong for one's own strengthening, then try it with other people. Shouted Rhodes. Come here. 2 or 3 Asgard guards guarding Rhodes' room came in. The 3 Asgard guards saluted Rhodes respectfully. Lord Rhodes, please order me. Now Rhodes has become Asgard's #1 powerhouse, and the people of Asgard respect Rhodes even more than God King Hela, even reaching the level of fanaticism. Chapter 98. Genetic Modification, Full Absorption of Power Gems. Chapter 98. Genetic Modification, Full Absorption of Power Gems. Rhodes, I asked you to come over and absorb the power of this, and give it a try. The Asgard guards were puzzled and looked at each other. Since it was Rhodes' order, they naturally did not dare to disobey. One of the guards, Asgard, stepped forward and stretched out his hand in front of the power gem in Rhodes' palm. The Asgard guard uses his divine powers to absorb the source of power in this power stone. However, this Asgard guard's face was flushed red, and with all his strength, he couldn't even suck out a trace of purple mist from the power gem, and the air in the entire room was still. If it wasn't for Rhodes holding the power stone in his hand, the Asgard guard looked like he was being held back. Rhodes sighed. This Asgard guard thinks that he is also the strongest among the Asgard soldiers, so he can be selected as a guard, but there is no movement at the moment, which makes this Asgard guard embarrassed. Subordinate. Ashamed. Unable to absorb the power of this gem. Yes. Rhodes touched his chin. It's not your fault. Before Rhodes himself could not absorb it, it seems that there is some kind of barrier between this power gem and the creature, which cannot allow any creature to directly absorb the power in the power gem stone. Otherwise, wouldn't the endless source of power in the power gem become a power gas station, so that there are countless incomprehensible powerhouses in this world? If the power in the power gem is allowed to evaporate, it may be possible to cultivate countless powerful and outrageous gods. Rhodes' heart moved. Hey, congratulations to the host Rhodes, having obtained the genetic modification technique, which is able to modify the gene sequence in the organism, thus gaining powerful power. The corner of Rhodes' mouth twitched. That's right, Rhodes' genetic metamorphosis can soon evolve to obtain the genetic ability of power gems, but these Asgard warriors can't. Since this is the case, then only Rhodes will help them to transform the Protoss genes and physiques in their bodies. Presumably, the Protoss physique after genetic modification should be a source of power that can accommodate a certain degree of power. Rhodes waved his hand. A few rays of light fell on these Asgard guards. The Asgard guards were stunned, but did not dare to resist. Then they felt that their body seemed to have changed in some way, but this change was completely positive, and they felt that their body seemed to be unlocked. Advertisement. Rhodes, you try again, try together. The Asgard guards nodded and stretched out their hands at the same time. With the attraction of the divine power of these Asgard guards, the source of power in the power gem was easily absorbed. A large amount of purple fog seemed to be involved in the storm vortex, and was quickly absorbed into the bodies of these Asgard guards. Rhodes noticed that the power within the body of the Asgard guards was increasing almost explosively. If the physiques of these Asgard guards had not been genetically modified, they would have been overwhelmed by the power gem, the powerful and domineering source of power. But now their transformed divine bodies can carry more sources of power. After a moment of absorption, the Asgard guards stopped one after another. The divine power in their bodies has reached the upper limit in their bodies. If this continues, it will have a certain impact on their bodies. So the 3 Asgard guards stopped. Rhodes found that the strength of the 3 Asgard guards had increased by about 100 times than they had just now. The power of these 3 Asgard guards has reached the level of some of Asgard's powerful deities. Such huge amounts of power boosts and leaps made Rhodes very happy. If this method has been successful, Rhodes can directly turn all of Asgard's soldiers into a formidable combat force comparable to the level of the gods. In Asgard, there are more than 1 million soldiers of the Asgard Legion. If Asgard has millions of powerful warriors comparable to the gods, what a formidable combat power would it be? It is normal to win the 9 realms in an instant. The 3 Asgard guards were overwhelmed by the power they had acquired. After being stunned in place for a few seconds, he hurriedly knelt down. Thank you, Rhodes, for the gift of the Lord. Although they gained more than 100 times the power in an instant, they only realized how powerful Rhodes was. Ask for flowers 0. Rhodes, it's okay. You all work hard to cultivate from now on. I will not treat you badly. Yes, I am willing to go through fire and water for Lord Rhodes. Advertisement. Very well, you can go down and stand guard. Yes, Lord Rhodes. Rhodes was delighted that he had opened up a new way to use the power stone. With a teleport, he teleported to the front of his former subordinates, the warriors of the Temple of Valor. At the moment, the warriors of the Valhalla Temple continued to practice martial arts on the square of the Valhalla Temple, and now the Valhalla Temple is more magnificent than before. Now the soul warriors of the Temple of Valor have already numbered hundreds of thousands, and if they don't get bigger, I'm afraid they won't be able to carry them for training. At the moment, the first batch of soul warriors brought out by Rhodes have been baptized by countless battles and become extremely powerful. A soul warrior unilaterally hangs dozens of Asgard soldiers just like playing. It is definitely Asgard, the ace of the army. Bel was wearing a golden armor with a golden robe draped behind him, like a god of war, training a rookie soul warrior in front of him. Are you a soft-footed shrimp? Coward, stand up for me. There is no way to complete the training today, so I went to wash and cook for the servants, and let the whole Asgard see how you cowardly embarrassed our temple of valor. I'm not a coward. The voice is too low, make it louder. I'm not a coward. That's to go and finish my training, run 3 extra laps of Asgard, that's your punishment. Yes, Rhodes smiled, and it seemed that the glorious tradition he left behind had not been forgotten. Well done, Bell. Bell looked back, startled by Rhodes. Luo Rhodes, my lord. Lord Rhodes, why are you here? A friendly smile appeared on Bell's rough face. There is something, you call all the soul warriors back, I have something to do. Bell didn't ask Rhodes what to do at all. As his forever boss, Bell never questioned Rhodes' orders. 1. Chapter 99. Mass Manufacturing Superhero. Chapter 99. Mass Manufacturing Superhero. Bell quickly gathered all the members of the Valhalla to the square of the Valhalla. Soon, rows of elite soul warriors wearing golden armor and holding spears stood on the grand square of the Temple of Valor. Bell stood at the top of the team, followed by thousands of powerful heroic spirit captains who ruled their respective heroic spirit teams. A chilling and powerful aura permeated the entire Hall of Heroes. Rhodes is still very satisfied with the appearance of these soul warriors, but their strength is still somewhat dissatisfied in the eyes of Rhodes at present. Bell tapped the armor on his chest, making a dull sound. Lord Rhodes, all the members of the Temple of Valor are here, please instruct me. Rhodes nodded. Very good. Following. 9 Sanchi, I will improve your strength, your current strength is still too weak, do you want to become stronger? Miss. All soul warriors raised their golden spears and shouted in unison. Very good. I won't say much more next, you absorb this power as much as possible, and how much you can improve depends on your good fortune. Rhodes' body slowly levitated, looking at the warriors of the Valhalla that stretched for thousands of meters in front of him. Rhodes then performed his own genetic modification. Pieces of white light scattered down. Rhodes has carried out genetic and physical transformation of all soul warriors. The physique of the warriors of the Temple of Valor was injected with very powerful soul power and physical strength due to the reincarnation of the Temple of Valor, and their physique was stronger than that of ordinary Asgard warriors. After Rhodes' genetic modification, they can also absorb the source of power in the power gem, which makes Rhodes even more looking forward to how much fighting power they can improve. Soul warriors felt the changes in their bodies in horror. Rhodes shouted, don't panic, next time you go all out for energy absorbing, don't pause, don't hesitation, don't worry, just absorb it with your whole body. Yes, advertisement. Bell roared. Rhodes held the power stone in his hands. Rhodes emanated a dazzling purple mist from the gem of power. Soon a strong purple mist filled the entire Hall of Heroes. Start. Accompanying Rhodes' commands, all soul warriors are absorbing the source of power in the power stone with all their hearts. For a while, there seemed to be countless small storm whirlpools in the Temple of the Spirit. Turn these purple mists upside down. Rhodes confines the energy source of these overflowing power gems, just in this huge Valhalla square, preventing the power from leaking out and being wasted. In this way, the warriors of the Valhalla began to quickly absorb the energy from the power gem. The strength of the warriors of the Valhalla is rapidly increasing. After a while, it was not until the last valiant temple warrior raised the divine power in his body to the peak. Rhodes put away the power gem. Even if it provided such a huge source of energy for these hundreds of thousands of soul warriors, the power gem was still not dimmed at all. Obviously, these powers were completely insignificant for the power gem. Bell and they began to try their own power. Bell showed a surprised expression. My God, I feel like the power in my body has increased 100-fold. Yes, it is not an exaggeration at all, it is indeed hundreds of times. This is simply incredible, it's almost substantive energy, and it's so cool to absorb it. Rhodes inspected the many soul warriors before him from a height. Rhodes was very satisfied with the strength of the soul warriors. Well, yes, the strength of the entire heroic temple legion has increased by at least 100 times, which is similar to what I expected. At this moment, a soul warrior suddenly startled roar. My God, what's wrong with me? Advertisement. The soul warrior suddenly burst into flames, and the scorching heat forced the soul warriors around him to retreat. Even if the soul warriors had increased their strength 100 times, they still couldn't bear the flames on him. Rhodes passed by with a teleport, and with a slap, the flames on the soul warrior were slapped out, and the soul warrior did not suffer any damage. The soul warrior looked at Rhodes nervously. Lord Rhodes, what's wrong with my body? Rhodes saw through the situation of this soul warrior at a glance. Rhodes explained with a smile. This is your special ability of awakening. After absorbing the power of infinite gems, some people will have super ability. The Scarlet Witch siblings just absorbed the power of Mind Gem and Awakening super ability. 1 Awakening super speed, 1 Awakening powerful psychokinesis capable of tearing Thanos by hand. However, not everyone who has absorbed the power of infinite gems will awakening the super ability related to gems, just like the Scarlet Witch siblings, their super ability has nothing to do with Mind Gem. Now this group of soul warriors has absorbed the power of the Power Stone, and many of them should be able to awakening beyond ability. This makes Rhodes very satisfied. After absorbing the power of the Mind Gem, the Scarlet Witch siblings can both become superheroes, and the group of Asgard warriors under their hands have absorbed the power of the Power Gem, so wouldn't Asgard be able to awakening a considerable amount of superhero? There are more than a dozen superheroes like Avengers on Earth. Wakanda can create superhero through vibranium, so why can't he Rhodes? Right now, Rhodes is holding 3 infinite gems, and can also modify genes, so that countless people can obtain the power of infinite gems. This is mass-produced superhero. You don't have to be afraid. Try 0.1 to try to control your new awakening super ability, and you can also become superhero. At this time, the warriors of Valhalla quickly adapted to their new powers. Some soul warriors only improved their power and did not have awakening super ability, while some soul warriors succeeded in awakening super ability. For example, the one in front of Rhodes can turn his body into flames, emitting powerful flame rays, and even flame explosions. A soul warrior roared, and his body suddenly became taller, turning directly into a stone giant with a height of more than 10 meters. There are also soul warriors who can manipulate each other's weapons, and even transform into thousands of weapons to attack. Others are incarnated into a liquid, or into a stealth state. Rhodes checked their bodies, very healthy and strong, without any problems, and seemed to be completely relieved. Chapter 100. Energy Backlash. Chapter 100. Energy Backlash. With so many powerful warriors, Rhodes is in a very good mood. Rhodes then took out the mind gem. Rhodes wants to make a new attempt. If these 6 infinite gems can be absorbed by these Asgard warriors, then the combat power will be quite powerful. Now the fighting power of these soul warriors is basically the same as those of the superhero Hulk and Thor of the Avengers on Earth. What's more, Rhodes has so many in his hands. This reassured Rhodes a lot. Rhodes absorbed some of the source of power from the mind gem in his hand. At first, Rhodes' body couldn't absorb the power of this mind gem, but Rhodes adjusted the genes in his body a little, and he was able to absorb the power of mind gem. Mind gem emitted a yellow mist, which was absorbed by Rhodes. However, absorbing the energy of mind gem can only provide Rhodes with some energy help. Rhodes found that no matter how much energy of infinite gems he absorbed, it was only the most basic energy increase. For Rhodes, absorbing the energy of 27 infinite gems has a certain improvement, but the effect of this improvement makes Rhodes not satisfied. In this case, it is better to use the energy of these infinite gems to provide these Asgard warriors to enhance their strength. Maybe because they are too weak, after they absorb the energy of infinite gems, there is a certain probability that they will be able to awakening out. Special ability. Grants them the super ability of superhero. This still makes Rhodes very satisfied. Rhodes called over 2 soul warriors who had absorbed the energy of the power gem. You two come here. Yes, Lord Rhodes. Right now, Rhodes used infinite gems to greatly improve their strength, which made them very happy, and they came together without the slightest hesitation. Lord Rhodes, please tell me. Rhodes said. Advertisement. Come and try to absorb the power of this mind gem and see if there will be a new improvement. Without the slightest hesitation, these soul warriors stepped forward and stretched out their hands to absorb the power of the mind gem in Rhodes' hands, accompanying the yellow energy into their body. These soul warriors were calm at first, but after they absorbed part of mind gem's power, these soul warriors showed very painful expressions. What? These soul warriors fell to the ground in pain, showing a look of pain, and at the same time, purple and yellow energies constantly appeared on their bodies, and these two energies were constantly conflicting with each other. The two forces within these soul warriors constantly clash. Obviously, this mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. The power of this power gem and mind gem constantly explodes within the bodies of these soul warriors. The few soul warriors soon began to bleed from their noses and mouths, twitching all over their bodies, and it seemed that they could not survive. Rhodes himself never imagined that the power of these 2 infinite gems would conflict in their bodies. Rhodes' physical quality is very strong, and he can withstand no matter what kind of power he has. Rhodes absorbed the power of the power gem and mind gem himself, and nothing happened. But the protoss of these soul warriors could not resist such a terrifying conflict of power. Rhodes hurriedly shrouded the soul warriors with his golden energy. They don't absorb a lot of mind gem power, but any amount of mind gem power is enough to kill them, and Rhodes constantly drains the mind gem's power out of their bodies. Rhodes quickly extracted bursts of yellow mind gem energy from the bodies of these soul warriors, and the yellow mind gem energy was completely extracted. These soul warriors no longer rolled on the ground in pain, obviously much better, but the damage they suffered in their bodies was still quite ferocious. Makes these soul warriors look a little sluggish. Fortunately, their little life was saved. Rhodes recovered from the injuries they suffered without any sequelae. These soul warriors got up from the ground. Rhodes at the moment is fortunate in his heart that he did an experiment in advance, otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to deal with if so many soul warriors were all in this situation. It seems that the energy of this infinite gems can only be absorbed by choosing one. If the second type is absorbed, I am afraid it will cause conflict and backlash between the 2 energies in the body. Advertisement. There is no problem with the energy of the 2 infinite gems absorbed by Rhodes. The energy of these infinite gems has been transformed by Rhodes' body into the purest divine power that Rhodes can manipulate at will, so there is no problem at all. Rhodes looked at Bell and said, Bell, let's continue training, try to make everyone adapt to the current power, develop the ability of those warriors who have awakening beyond ability, and then make a statistic. Bell nodded. Okay, Lord Rhodes, don't worry, I will definitely handle these things. Rhodes left the Valhalla, and with so many soul warriors in the Valhalla as a test, basically there would be absolutely no problems. Rhodes thought of letting Hela also use the power of this infinite treasure 950 stones to improve. Since this group of soul warriors and ordinary Asgard warriors can absorb the power of the infinite gems, then Hela has such a powerful power now, so it must be able to make great progress. Rhodes teleported to Hela's temple of Hela. At the moment Hela was looking at the document in front of him with some annoyance. As the god King of Asgard, managing the entire Asgard, there are still quite a lot of troublesome things, and many things have to be handled by Hela. Although Asgard is now due to the existence of Rhodes, there is no war at all. However, in this huge country, there are also many details, but very troublesome things that need to be handled by Hela. This is also quite troublesome. Hela has been sorting these things for the past 2 days. Hela smiled when she saw Rhodes coming. Rhodes, here you are. Yes. Rhodes stroked Hela's hair. Rhodes explained to Hela the infinite gems he obtained and the power of absorbing the gems. Hela's eyes lit up. Although she is now the king of gods, Hela is still very eager to increase her strength. After all, this is a powerful strength that everyone hopes to have. Quote. Chapter 101. Mind Control Super Ability. Chapter 101. Mind Control Super Ability. Rhodes holds 3 gems in his hand. It's just that these 3 infinite gems can only choose one to absorb, and after choosing, they can't absorb the energy of other gems. Hela nodded. Power gem, mind gem, space gem, choose one. Hela's for a moment. I choose the mind. Okay. Rhodes waved his hand, and Hela's genes were also modified to a certain extent by Rhodes, and Rhodes gave Hela the mind gem. Hela held the mind gem in both hands and began to quickly absorb the energy of the mind gem. A large amount of yellow energy was absorbed into the body by Hela in the form of a mist. Hela absorbed it for an hour or 2 before he could feel the existence of the upper limit of divine power in his body. Hela slowly opened her bright eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Show a relaxed smile. Rhodes has seen the realm of Hela at the moment. Hela at the moment has been completely promoted to the top-level godfather and other powerful strengths. If Hela and Odin are to fight again, I am afraid that Odin will be 100% defeated. Hela's current strength does not have any god in Asgard that can be her opponent, and can easily kill all Asgard gods. Hela said. Rhodes, I also got a special ability. Rhodes was delighted. Oh, you absorbed mind gem and actually gained super ability. Hela nodded. What is super ability? Mind control. It's easy to control other people's minds and make them work for me. Rhodes nodded approvingly. Advertisement. That's right, a very practical and powerful ability, basically better than a mind scepter. After Hela finished speaking, yellow gradually appeared in Hela's eyes, and Hela used mind control on Rhodes. Definitely Hela doesn't want to do anything, just want to experiment with the ability of mind control Rhodes' body to kiss himself, but face the mind control used by Hela. Rhodes just felt his heart throb a little, then nothing. Huh, Hela, are you using ability on me? Hela was surprised. Yeah, why doesn't my mind control have any effect on you? Logically speaking, as long as the strength does not exceed me too much, I can control it. Rhodes said with a smile. That's it seems that your mind control ability has no effect on me. It seems that I am directly immune. Hela looked at Rhodes in disbelief. My god, how terrifying your strength is. By the way, Rhodes, since you can give soul warriors great strength and super ability, can you give all Asgard warriors this power? If the entire Asgard can gain such great power, then we Asgards the combat power will break through the sky. Rhodes nodded. That's exactly what I mean. As a result, I'm afraid our Asgard's strength will be far superior to the other 9 realms, or even more. By then we'll have superhero everywhere in Asgard. I'll go and put together the army now. Hela nodded. Rhodes, thank you for your hard work. Hela said, and got into Rhodes' arms. Rhodes tapped Hela's forehead. It's okay, it's just a little effort, it doesn't matter. Immediately after Rhodes came out of the temple of Hela, he issued an order to gather all the legionnaires of Asgard together. Focus on boosting them. Anyway, as long as they don't absorb the power of the 2 infinite gems, it will be fine, so Rhodes chooses to let them absorb the power of the power gem. After all, the source of power among the power gems is the most direct and effective. Millions of Asgard warriors came together under Rhodes' command. Rhodes looked at the Asgard warriors that covered the vast Asgard open space. Such a magnificent scene made Rhodes feel heroic. Advertisement. If all the soldiers of the Asgard Legion had improved their strength, the scene would have been too shocking. Rhodes sent orders to let all Asgard warriors do their best to absorb the power source of the Power Stone. After Rhodes completed the transformation of the genes of these Asgard warriors, holding the power gem, a large number of sources of purple power spread out over the sky and covering the sky. Let these warriors of Asgard absorb. Such a vast source of power is probably only the power gem with infinite power can do. With the appearance of a large amount of purple aerosol, the entire Asgard of Asgard can see a large purple aerosol floating in the distance. This shocked the Asgard gods who were watching the situation not far away. My god, where did such a high concentration of power come from? This power is powerful and pure, and it makes people feel terrified. God of War Tyr sighed in disbelief. The god of light Balder said. 9 times out of 10, Rhodes used the power gem to create it. This Rhodes is so terrifying, I can't believe that such a pure source of power exists in this world. If this is all absorbed, I am afraid that this strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Yes. Many Asgard gods nodded in agreement, their words and eyes revealed their desire for these sources of power. After nearly an hour of absorption, these Asgard warriors basically fully absorbed the source of power in this power gem. The strength of this group of Asgard warriors has been improved rapidly, and the strength has increased hundreds of times. This group of Asgard warriors also has many warriors because they absorbed the energy of the power gem, and awakening came out with a very terrifying Nori's super ability. This combat power is instantly full. With the current combat power of these Asgard warriors, even the most common Asgard warrior, his personal combat power has surpassed Thor. If the superhero on Earth were to see this scene, I'm afraid they would be shocked. The superhero who protect the Earth on this Earth are quite powerful in their respective abilities. They shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Earth, but they did not expect that in Asgard, there are thousands of superheroes with strength like them, and even thousands of them. Is more. If this group of Asgard warriors goes out to fight, then no world or any force can stop the footsteps of this group of Asgard super warriors. Rhodes makes full use of the energy of infinite gems to strengthen others, and grants each other powerful energy and super ability in batches, such a terrifying ability, in the entire universe, only Rhodes can do it. Quality. Chapter 102. Rhodes vs. Ancient One. Chapter 102. Rhodes vs. Ancient One. Even the 5 great creation gods of the universe may not be able to do this. Rhodes has now used the power gem to do everything he can do. Seeing Asgard, whose combat power has increased by more than 100 times, Rhodes is very satisfied. Rhodes soon became dissatisfied with the 3 infinite gems. Of the 3 remaining infinite gems, the only one that can be obtained the best is the time gem from the Ancient One magician. This mind gem can give Hela awakening the ability of mind control. Rhodes is now starting to look forward to the power of this time gem. Rhodes changed his mind and teleported to the Earth. Rhodes, as a traveler, naturally knows where to find the Ancient One magician. It can be found through the holy place, and it can also be found through the temples on the plateau. Rhodes came to the place where Doctor Strange was looking for the Ancient One magician to heal his hands. Rhodes clearly felt that the air here was thinner, but in this more ethereal environment, it was easier to practice magic. No wonder the Ancient One magician liked to practice in places like temples. Rhodes bypassed the bustling passers-by and came to a very quaint temple in 950. The architecture of this temple is exactly what Rhodes saw. There are many bald little novices working and practicing here. One of the little novices saw Rhodes walk into the temple. Immediately greeted, "This benefactor, may I ask if you still wish to offer incense?" Rhodes said with a smile, "Neither, I'm here to visit the Ancient One magician. Is the Ancient One magician there?" This little novice looked a little unnatural, looking at his companions. The atmosphere in the temple was a little dignified for a while. At this moment Doctor Strange's senior brother, Wang, came towards Rhodes. Senior brother Wang's face was a little dignified, and he looked at Rhodes. "What's your business with Master Ancient One?" Rhodes laughed. "Don't be nervous, I had a relationship with Ancient One magician before, I have something to say to her, and I would like to inform her." Advertisement. Rhodes had to be polite if he wanted to borrow the time gem from Ancient One. Brother Wang said, "Master Ancient One is not here, please come back." Unexpectedly, this senior brother Wang refused Rhodes' request, and did not give Rhodes a chance to see the Ancient One magician. Rhodes frowned. If senior brother Wang had this attitude, Rhodes would have to find the Ancient One directly. Although the Ancient One was very good at magic of time and space, it was not difficult for Rhodes to find the Ancient One magician himself. Just as Rhodes prepares to disperse the gods' telekinesis, searching for the location of the Ancient One magician, the unchanging voice of the Ancient One magician came. The Ancient One magician came out of the temple. Said to brother Wang, "Don't be nervous, Wang, I have met this Mr. Rhodes." When senior brother Wang saw Ancient One approaching, he quickly pushed it aside. "Ancient Master One." The Ancient One magician looked towards Rhodes. "Mr. Rhodes, please come with me." Rhodes nodded, following in the footsteps of the Ancient One magician. Going deeper into the temple, senior brother Wang looked at Rhodes, shook his head helplessly and walked away. Rhodes was led by the Ancient One magician to a small pavilion on the top of a high mountain. Rhodes knew that the Ancient One magician had brought himself to another place and teleported a certain distance. The Ancient One magician motioned Rhodes to sit down and poured Rhodes a cup of tea. "Mr. Rhodes, it's quiet here. If you have anything, please say it directly here." Rhodes nodded. "Ancient One magician, I want to borrow something from you, and I will definitely return it intact after I use it up." Ancient One raised an eyebrow. "What? Time gem? I need its chab to do something." Advertisement. After the Ancient One magician heard Rhodes' words, his expression remained expressionless. "No, the time gem has always been guarded by me personally. No matter who the time gem is, it is impossible to borrow it. It can only be on me, and it must be on me." Rhodes sighed deeply. "Ancient One magician, I really need this time gem. If you say that, then we probably won't have to talk about it." Ancient One magician Rhodes, "Let's have a cup of tea first. Mr. Rhodes is not in a hurry. If there is anything, we will talk about it after the tea is finished." Rhodes was not polite, and drank the tea made by the Ancient One magician in front of him. Rhodes pushed the teacup back in front of him. "Tea is good tea, thank you so much for the hospitality from Master Ancient One." Ancient One magician nodded, and then the originally scattered eyes suddenly became sharp. The Ancient One magician slapped Rhodes on the chest. She wanted to shoot Rhodes' soul, just like the one-shot kill Hulk in the movie. Ancient One magician wanted to make Rhodes lose his resistance, and then persuaded Rhodes to let Rhodes give up the time gem idea. But what surprised the Ancient One magician was that nothing happened after she slapped the palm of her hand. Rhodes still sat on the spot intact, and didn't even dodge. The Ancient One magician was instantly stunned and looked at Rhodes with an incredible look. With her strength, she shouldn't even be able to beat Rhodes' soul, even though Rhodes might be a member of the Asgard Protoss. Rhodes laughed. Master Ancient One, I'm not the Hulk, your move is of no use to me. My soul is very strong, but I won't go out so easily. Although the Ancient One magician's understanding of time, space and soul has reached a very high level, Rhodes is also very familiar with the Ancient One magician's routines, and naturally he will not follow the Ancient One magician's way. Ancient One magician's expression changed slightly, and he clearly saw that Rhodes was difficult to deal with. The next moment, the surrounding scene changed, and the surrounding became a very prosperous metropolis, surrounded by high-rise buildings, cars parked on the side of the street, and the billboards on the roadside were clearly visible, but the street was empty. Rhodes understood that the Ancient One magician had pulled him into the mirror space created by the Ancient One magician. Ancient One magician drew a circle with both hands in front of him. 2 arrays appeared in Ancient One magician's hands. Ancient One magician rushed towards Rhodes. It's better for you to give up your dangerous idea. Although I don't know what you plan to do by collecting 6 infinite gems, I advise you that infinite gems are powerful, but they are very dangerous. Thank you Ancient One magician for your kindness, but I believe I have the strength to drive them. Chapter 103. Complete the abuse of Ancient One. Chapter 103. Complete the abuse of Ancient One. Rhodes and the Ancient One magician fought together. Under the manipulation of the Ancient One magician, the mirror space constantly undergoes various shifts, rotations, and mirror images, and all those tall buildings and cars are smashed towards Rhodes with overwhelming force. Although this is a mirror space, it is not an illusion space. Everything here is the same as in the real world. This whole building was smashed towards Rhodes. It was huge and destructive. In the mirror world created by the Ancient One magician, everything is controlled by the Ancient One magician. At the same time, a terrifying and powerful magic appeared in the hands of the Ancient One magician, attacking Rhodes. Rhodes easily avoided the frenzied attack on Rhodes by the Ancient One magician. Rhodes also had the leisurely and graceful look back at the fallen high-rise buildings, and the dense sandstorm and the rain of ice spikes. Even with the physique of the Hulk, it would not be easier to be smashed by this whole high-rise building. Rhodes looked back at the building when it collapsed, and the scene was spectacular. Rhodes nodded approvingly. This mirror space is still very good. Ancient One magician saw that his magic and his mirror space could not cause any damage to Rhodes, and he felt a little bit for a while. She didn't expect Rhodes' combat power to be so powerful. It was so easy to do under her magic. The Ancient One magician began to change their offensive tactics. Ancient One magician put his hands together and summoned a larger golden magic circle in front of him. As soon as the magic circle came out, a series of mirrors appeared constantly where Rhodes was. Definitely, this is not an ordinary fragile mirror, but a space mirror. Advertisement. These space mirrors can limit the position of the target, and even mirror and fold the space. Although the surrounding looks like mirrors refracting the surrounding scenery, they are actually space barriers. Once enclosed within the scope of the mirror fold, it is equivalent to the entire file size of a cage. The Ancient One magician can then use his magic to imprison Rhodes. Rhodes just stood there, letting the Ancient One magician summon a vast number of mirror images folded like scales around Rhodes. In the blink of an eye, the Ancient One magician imprisoned Rhodes in a mirror fold. The Ancient One magician was a little relieved when he saw that Rhodes was imprisoned by himself. The Ancient One magician was a little surprised by how difficult Rhodes was. At the moment Rhodes' voice came faintly. Well, very nice space ability. The Ancient One magician was shocked. She found that Rhodes' voice came from behind her. She clearly saw that Rhodes was folded and sealed by her own mirror image. It was another space controlled by the Ancient One magician, except for the Ancient One. The magician calls the shots, otherwise no one can come out of there. Did not expect that in the blink of an eye, Rhodes appeared out of thin air. The Ancient One magician has absolutely no idea. With Rhodes' current teleportation ability, he can span the entire universe in the blink of an eye. How could a single layer barrier space imprison Rhodes? Rhodes waved his hands forward, and a devastating force rushed towards the Ancient One magician. The Ancient One magician was startled, and hurriedly retreated back, his hands folded into countless golden circles, and the Ancient Time summoned countless layers of space for defense. In front of the Ancient One magician was like a kaleidoscope, and countless numbers appeared. Layers of mirrored spaces. Ancient One magician even uses the power of countless dimensions to help itself resist Rhodes, which is the purest energy shock in the universe, without any blessing of energy attributes, but it is extremely grand. It can directly attack any form, whether it is the power of time or space, or the power of magic, and it is impossible to contend against this power. This multi-universe level of energy can directly damage both the soul and the body. It is also impossible to use tricky methods such as time reversal or space portal to disperse or defend. This kind of energy can directly break the origin of time magic and space magic, which is meaningless at all. So the Ancient One magician can only use the energy in his body to resist Rhodes. However, if you simply compare the energy in your body with Rhodes, even the Ancient One who masters time and space magic is not Rhodes' opponent. Advertisement. Ask for flowers 0. The Ancient One magician only fought for a moment, and then the body of the Ancient One magician was rushed out by the powerful energy of Rhodes. Ancient One's body smashed through the infinite mirrored building all the way, but Rhodes ran after him. Ancient One's face was ashen, and the monk's robe was covered with dust. The Ancient One magician slapped the ground and opened the ground infinitely. However, no matter how the Ancient One magician opened the space, Rhodes still kept the same distance and chased after him. Right. The Ancient One magician was startled, knowing that if Rhodes continued to chase like this, she would definitely lose. So the Ancient One magician stood there and summoned a golden magic circle with both hands. Rhodes watched as the Ancient One magician still wanted to fight. 0. Rhodes advises. Ancient One magician, you and I have no deep hatred, I really need to use this time gem, why do you insist on it? Ancient One magician at the moment used the time loop when Rhodes was not paying attention. Using the power of time gem, he selected the period of time from when she started fighting until now in the mirror space created by himself, and then put Rhodes' time as also pulled in. Merged together. In this way, Rhodes will be forever caught in this infinite loop of time, trapped all the time. The Ancient One magician knew that he could not defeat Rhodes with his strength, and the power of space could not stop Rhodes. The only way to restrain Rhodes at the moment was to use the power of time gem to imprison Rhodes in the cage of time. The Ancient One magician that appeared in front of Rhodes at the moment is no longer the real Ancient One magician, but the Ancient One magician that existed during this period of time. The body of the Ancient One magician returned to the pavilion above the high mountain. The Ancient One magician pointed to his chest and gasped for a while. The battle just now was only beaten by Rhodes. However, the Ancient One magician felt as if he had been bombarded by the origin of the universe. Even if he used all his energy to summon time and space to protect himself, he couldn't protect himself. The Ancient One magician was also seriously injured. He even used the power of the time gem directly to get rid of Rhodes. Chapter 104. Comprehend the profound truth of time. Chapter 104. Comprehend the profound truth of time. If Rhodes strikes again, the Ancient One magician doesn't know if his life will be saved. The Ancient One magician harnesses the power of the time gem to heal his wounds. What kind of monster is this? Even the power of space does not affect him in the slightest, otherwise, he can be imprisoned by just using the mirror space without the power of time. At this time, Rhodes did not see any clues, and the Ancient One magician still spoke the words that persuaded Rhodes at the beginning. Rhodes ignored it and directly fought with the Ancient One magician. Rhodes avoided the Ancient One magician's magical attack, and then began to bomb the Ancient One magician's space formation, and then the Ancient One magician's body flew out again, smashing through countless buildings, and heading towards the distance. Rhodes continued to follow. 950 inches. But when the same thing happened a second time, Rhodes felt like a replay from a movie. In order to verify, Rhodes waited for a while, and the familiar plot was staged again. Now Rhodes came to his senses. Ahem, thanks to being the owner of the time gem, knowing that space magic can't hold me back, just use the power of the time gem to delay me indefinitely in this period of time. Take my second attack. It turned out that, it just stayed in the last few minutes of time in an infinite loop. Even if it can't kill me, it can keep me entangled in the Ancient One magician at this time node, and I can't escape, right? Ancient One magician, you are really smart, but if you really think that the power of time can imprison me here, then you are very wrong. While dodging the Ancient One magician's full-strength attack at this time node, Rhodes felt the constant loss of time around him. Since time is an infinite loop, the passage of time is a linear process. If you want to connect and loop a period of time, then there will be a point that is connected to each other. Rhodes quickly finds the connection node of this time loop. That is, after he caught up with the Ancient One magician, when the Ancient One magician stood up again and summoned the magic circle in his hand, Rhodes knew this time node and knew where to break this infinite loop of time. The Silver Superman gene in Rhodes was instantly activated. Ding, the host Rhodes comprehend the time interruption which can break the infinite loop of time. A silver light flickered in Rhodes' hands. Advertisement. Break me. When Rhodes pointed his finger, everything around Rhodes stopped, including the Ancient One magician in front of Rhodes. The Ancient One magician in front of him was just the product of the time cycle, not the real Ancient One magician. Then Rhodes vaguely felt the sound of something breaking. The Ancient One magician in front of Rhodes disappeared instantly, and at the same time, the surrounding situation still returned to the mirrored space created by the Ancient One magician at the beginning, a silence and infinite reality at the same time. Rhodes couldn't feel the cycle of time, and nodded in satisfaction. It seems that I have broken the time loop, and now I am back in the mirror space created by the Ancient One magician. If that's the case, then the battle is over. On the top of the mountain, above the tea pavilion, the Ancient One magician was wearing a shabby robe. At the moment, there was an infinite gem suspended between her hands. This infinite gems was exactly the time Rhodes wanted. Gem. The Ancient One magician is using the time gem to heal his internal wounds. But the next moment Ancient One magician trembled all over, and opened his eyes with a horrified look. At the moment, an invisible shackle held her firmly in place. No matter how the Ancient One magician struggled, he couldn't break free, and if he couldn't cast magic, the Ancient One magician couldn't release the power of time and space. The Ancient One magician could only sit cross-legged like an ordinary person, completely unable to move. Rhodes teleported to the Ancient One magician. Rhodes nodded towards the Ancient One magician. Many thanks to Master Ancient One, the mysteries of time loops, Rhodes has been taught. Rhodes smiled and stretched out his hand. The time gem, which was in the hands of the Ancient One magician, fell into Rhodes' hands. Ancient One magician's face was ashen, and he looked at Rhodes in shock, unable to speak for a long time. Ancient One magician watched Rhodes accept the time gem and sighed helplessly. Fate. This is fate. Even if I try my best, I can't protect this time gem. It's fate. That's all. That's all. Advertisement. Rhodes, I just hope you can use the power of this time gem reasonably. The Ancient One magician knew that he was no longer a match for Rhodes and could not keep the time gem, so he gave up. Rhodes rode. Master Ancient One, I have no choice but to offend you. Rhodes glanced at the Ancient One magician, then teleported away, and after Rhodes left, the imprisonment on the Ancient One magician instantly disappeared into invisible, and even the injuries suffered by the Ancient One magician just now recovered. The Ancient One magician was stunned for a while, but would not then return to that expressionless look, stood up, and looked at a distant place on the top of this high mountain, without moving for a long time. It seemed like a statue. After Rhodes obtained the time gem from the Ancient One magician, he teleported back to Asgard. Rhodes looked at the crystal clear time gem in his hand. Controlling the power of time is really mysterious. It's really exciting. If it weren't for Rhodes' very domineering Silver Superman gene, even Rhodes might not be able to break free from the Ancient One magician's time loop easily. Of 0.1 against the power of time, even the power of space is powerless. Rhodes sank in thought, and began to attract the power of the time gem crazily, and a large amount of green energy sources rushed towards Rhodes' body. This time Rhodes did not just absorb the infinite power contained in infinite gems, the power in time gem is mysterious and mysterious, which contains a lot of mysteries about time. When Rhodes felt that he was absorbing the power of the time gem, his body was constantly comprehending the meaning of this time. When the source of power in a large number of time gems entered Rhodes' body, Silver Superman's genes are influenced by the power source of time gem, and he quickly begins to comprehend the mystery of time. Ding, the host Rhodes comprehends the profound meaning of time, time travels. Chapter 105. The Enchanting Witch Amora reappears. Chapter 105. The Enchanting Witch Amora reappears. Rhodes shines, and this time travel allows Rhodes to be unaffected by the passage of time in the universe. The entire timeline can be freely shuttled, whether it is a shuttle to the past, the end of time in the past, or the future, Rhodes can. At that time, Thanos used the time reversal to obtain the infinite gems on Vision's forehead, and when Thor nearly killed him with Stormbreaker, the time went back to before he was injured and killed the opponent. Thor didn't slash at the arm or head where Thanos had the Infinity Gauntlet at the time, so as to give Thanos a chance to start over. With Time Gem, it's like having a plug-in. No matter how huge amounts of mistakes, you can start over without limit. This made Rhodes very excited, as the source of Time Gem's ability is more and more absorbed by Rhodes. Rhodes realized more of the mysteries of time, such as stopping time, controlling the flow of time, speeding up the passage of time or slowing down the flow of time infinitely, and the infinite loop of time that Rhodes had just personally experienced. 27 Every mystery related to time is extremely powerful. Although time does not have any powerful attack or defense in essence, it can make a person infinitely close to the ability of the creation god level. Just like the Ancient One magician who has comprehended the profound meaning of time and space, time cannot have any effect on her body. No matter how many years have passed, unless the Ancient One magician does not want to live, time will not make her grow old and die. God knows how old the Ancient One magician is now. To be precise, the concept of age has no meaning to her, definitely, even the current Rhodes. Rhodes used time to stand still, and everything around him came to a standstill. The clouds in the sky of Asgard, the birds flying freely in the sky, and the flowing water in the courtyard of Rhodes, at this moment, seem to completely violate the law of gravity and stagnate in the air. Rhodes, however, can move freely when time is completely stopped. Rhodes was overjoyed. Relax, this is the power of time, this time gem is not a loss. Advertisement. Rhodes is like opening the door to a new world, constantly trying to use the mysteries of time and having a lot of fun. Somewhere on the universe planet, in a highly civilized city, Rhodes' former minion, the enchanting witch Amora, is stumbling away on the run. Because 2,000 years ago, Rhodes slapped the Odin temple and completely fell out with the Asgard Protoss, after being teleported to the sun by Heimdall using Bifrost. The legion under Rhodes was completely reorganized by the god King Odin, and reorganized back to the god King Odin's command. Along with the Rhodes legion was Hela's legion. Those who fled with Hela at that time were completely destroyed by the Asgard gods. Now has been resurrected by Hela and reorganized into the Asgard Legion. The charming witch, Amora, is a direct subordinate of Rhodes. Although she does not belong to the Asgard gods, she is also hunted down by the Asgard gods because of Rhodes' relationship. The charm witch Amora began her escape for more than 2,000 years. At that time, the charm witch escaped from Asgard by using her ability, and came to a civilized galaxy using a spaceship. Wanting to temporarily avoid the pursuit of the Asgard Protoss, after the Asgard Protoss pursued to no avail, the Asgard Protoss issued a cosmic arrest warrant. The poor enchanting witch Amora has become a street rat that everyone in the entire civilization of the universe shouts and beats. For the past 2,000 years, the enchanting witch Amora has lived a life of hiding in Tibet, and from time to time she will be hunted down by cosmic bounty hunters and people from various planets. The days can be said to have been miserable to the extreme. After the charm witch Amora bumped into two cosmic passers-by on the side of the road, she quickly got into an alley. At the moment, charm witch Amora's body was injured in multiple places, and the wound on her waist was the most serious. Blood was constantly dripping out, and the large black cloak had been shattered, revealing the charming pink witch costume inside charm witch. Bright red blood flowed down Amora's white and slender thighs. The wounds on Amora's body were made by several Kree who found her. These Kree people used laser guns to penetrate Amora's waist. If Amora ate a few high-tech healing medicines and provided some vitality, I'm afraid that just running all the way, Amora would also be because of this. Died from blood loss. Amora gasped, hid in a corner of the alley and rested for a while to recover her strength. The many wounds all over her body were torturing Amora's painful nerves. The painful Amora was violently thrusting all over her body. Advertisement. At the moment a few armed with laser guns, Kree in black clothes were following behind. The blue-skinned Kree saw the blood dripping from Amora on the ground. She ran this way. Hurry up. She was already hit by me. She won't be able to run for long. She must be hiding near here. Hurry up. If you catch her, you can go to Asgard to collect the reward. They still don't know that Asgard has changed hands. The reward is definitely not available, and maybe he will be strangled and become a fan. At the moment, Rhodes, who was drinking tea in Asgard and enjoying Hela's gentle massage, sensed that Amora was dying at the moment, relying on the faint energy left by 953 on the charming witch Amora at that time. Rhodes was taken aback. Amora, my god, she's still alive after so long. Hela looked suspiciously at Rhodes' reaction. Amora, who is Amora? Sounds like a woman's name. Although Hela now has the strength of a top heavenly father and is a god king, Hela is still a jealous jar. Hela is a little jealous when Rhodes is talking about names that are suspected to be other women. Rhodes stood up and teleported towards the civilization galaxy where Amora was located in a teleport. Although this civilized galaxy is far from Asgard, it is only a blink of an eye for Rhodes. The next moment, Rhodes was wearing a white robe and fell in front of the charming witch Amora. Amora heard the shouts of the chasing soldiers behind her, and planned to get up and run away quickly, but the next moment she saw a handsome and tall white figure appearing in front of her, almost colliding with herself. Right now, they are all bounty hunters who want to take Amora for the reward. Amora resisted her injury and pulled out the 7 laser heads around her waist to kill the person in front of her. Chapter 106. Attack on the Kree Empire. Chapter 106. Attack on the Kree Empire. Unexpectedly, as soon as the opponent grabbed his wrist, the 7 laser heads in his hand disappeared out of thin air. The next moment Amora was pulled into his arms by this man. Amora was stunned, and only then did he see who was coming, and then a surprised expression appeared on Amora's face. Master, you are still alive. Rhodes nodded nonchalantly. Seeing the miserable appearance of Amora's body torn and even a little disembodied, I felt a little unhappy in my heart. Don't worry, no one can hurt you anymore. The Kree behind at the moment followed the blood trail to this narrow alley. When a few Kree saw the charmed witch Amora being hugged by a man, they thought it was someone else who wanted to cut off her beard. He immediately raised the laser gun in his hand and said fiercely. Stupid guy, that woman is ours, dare to snatch prey from us. I think you want to die. Put that woman down and get out of here. We are people from the Kree Empire, robbing our business, but we have to pay huge amounts of money. Rhodes heard the other call out his name. Sneered. The Kree Empire. Rhodes remembered that he had read in the book at that time that the highly civilized planet located in the large Magellanic Cloud, known as the 3 major empires of the universe, were all the Kree Empire of blue-skinned people. The Kree Empire seems to have a supremely intelligent artificial intelligence. Well, it's just a country controlled by artificial intelligence. How dare you rob Rhodes from me in the Kree Empire? The most unforgivable thing is to hurt my subordinates. Seeing the appearance of Rhodes at the moment, the enchanting witch looked adored and moved, and hurriedly knelt down and hugged Rhodes' thigh. Owner. These Kree people are naturally very annoyed at the disdain of Rhodes. The supreme wisdom of the Kree Empire is the pride of all the Kree people, and insulting the supreme wisdom is equivalent to insulting the entire Kree Empire. Dare to insult our supreme wisdom, give me death, stupid alien.
The Kree raised their laser guns and prepared to shoot. Rhodes raised an eyebrow. Advertisement: these Kree people were directly spoiled into meat sauce, and Rhodes didn't even move a finger. Just a few stupid ants. Rhodes healed Amora's injuries in an instant, and then teleported back to Asgard with Amora. Hela was a little depressed at first. She and Rhodes were enjoying a good intimate time, why suddenly Rhodes' people ran away. And Rhodes ran very fast. Hela didn't know where Rhodes went. Hela knew he was not in Asgard anyway. Then Rhodes came back, but he also brought a woman with a good figure, and Hela's face darkened a bit. Hela asked. Rhodes, who is she? Rhodes rode. He was my subordinate when I was a servant of the gods, and now he is being hunted down by the Kree people. I sensed it, and rescued her in the past. It turned out to be just a subordinate. Hela's face looked a little better. Hela wouldn't think that a mere subordinate could jeopardize Rhodes' feelings for her. Rhodes sat down and asked what had happened to Amora over the past 2,000 years. Amora recalled the unbearable past, and said with tears in her eyes. Even Hela recalled those 2,000 years of gloomy time. Amora was a loyal subordinate who shared hardships with Rhodes and Hela had a little more affection for Amora. Rhodes modifies Amora's genes, and take out the mind gem. Come on, Amora, absorb the power of this mind gem, and no one will be able to hurt you again. Amora knelt to thank Rhodes for saving her life. Amora stretched out her hands, absorbing the energy in the mind gem. After a while, Amora's strength increased more than 100 times. It just so happens that Amora is a charm witch. Charm ability and witchcraft are very compatible with the energy of mind gem. After some absorption, Amora's strength was raised to level Godfather, but it wasn't top level, at most it was entry level. But even so, Amora's strength is enough to look down on all beings in places like Asgard where the gods are everywhere. Due to the attributes of mind gem, Amora's charm ability is very powerful, and the magic power has also been greatly improved. However, it is far less than Hela and Hela's mind control. The charm of the witch's charm belongs to a small branch of mind control. The power of the mind is strange and unpredictable, and it is not just as simple as confusing people. Thank you for the gift of the master. Advertisement. It's alright, you are my subordinate, I am your master, you can only be in charge of my Rhodes. This damn Kree dares to chase and kill my subordinates? HMPH, I think they are tired of living. The Krees must be taught a lesson they will never forget. As the three major empires of the universe, the Carey Empire, I don't know how many people in the universe have changed the face of the Carey Empire. There are not many people like Rhodes who still want to trouble the Carey Empire. Knowing that Rhodes was angry, Hela took the initiative to sit on Rhodes' lap to comfort Rhodes. Don't be angry, it's just a Kree Empire. Our Asgard Legion is so powerful now, why don't we send our Legion there? You are also our Asgard's patron saint, and my patron saint, and you do everything yourself. That's not good. Rhodes' anger subsided a little under Hela's reassurance. Well, you're right, who will you send to take people there? Hela gave a flirtatious smile. I have a very good candidate. Not long after, Thor, who had not seen the light of day in the prison for a while, was brought up by two Asgard guards, who were like antelopes carrying chickens. At present, the soldiers of Asgard are all Thor, and they are taken aback by Thor, Nolly how. When did the familiar Asgard warriors become so fierce? Thor was brought to Hela with a puzzled look on his face. Thor gets angry when he sees Hela. HMPH. Kill it, hurry up, don't continue to waste your words. Hela smiled lightly. Stupid Thor, as a Protoss of Asgard, why am I willing to kill you? Thor was taken aback. Then what are you going to do? A yellow halo appeared in Hela's eyes, and the mind control took effect immediately. Thor was controlled by Hela without resistance. Thor looked straight, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully. Lord Rhodes, God King Hela, please allow me to lead my troops to the Kree Empire to share your worries. Hela smiled proudly at seeing Thor so loyal. Chapter 107. Annihilation, Kree Empire Galaxy. Chapter 107. Annihilation, Kree Empire Galaxy. Well, very good, Thor, you're finally useful. Hela looked at Rhodes. Rhodes, what do you think of this person I've chosen? He's the perfect substitute for our Asgard. Rhodes nodded. This Thor really can represent Asgard. Thor was Asgard's first warrior. Naturally, the combat power is not to be said, but the current Asgard has been strengthened by Rhodes, and it has not been what it used to be. Now casually throw a brick at Asgard, and 10 of the 10 Asgard warriors it hit are the same level as Thor. With Thor's current level of strength, it would be difficult for him to lead the 300,000 Asgard warriors of the main god level with Thor's current strength. Definitely, Hela used Thor to lead troops to crusade against the Kree Empire, and there was another purpose in it. Naturally, it was to vent some of the grievances in his heart against Thor. Let Thor surrender to himself, it is a very cool thing for Hela. This manpower is good, but with Thor's current strength, to lead our Asgard warriors of the Lord God level, it seems to be lacking in strength. Hela smiled and leaned into Rhodes' arms. Isn't it easy for you to improve your strength? Rhodes approached Hela's pretty face, sniffed Hela's unique fragrance, and nodded. That's definitely possible, it's a piece of cake. Rhodes took out his power gem and placed it in front of Thor. Thor, this is the power gem, you absorb the power in it, it can make you stronger, this is in line with your status as the first warrior of Asgard. Thor, who was brainwashed by Hela's mind control, is an unusually well-behaved training suit. Thor walked in front of Rhodes and knelt down. Thank you Lord Rhodes for the gift. Advertisement. After Rhodes modified Thor's genes, he began to let Thor absorb the source of power in the Power Stone. After a while, Thor's strength also increased to level Godfather. Chab, however, due to their own upper limit, what they have achieved is only the entry-level Godfather, and there is still a big gap with Hela's top-level Godfather. After all, Thor is just brainwashed by Hela's mind control. Rhodes will have no reservations unless he faces someone he absolutely trusts, such as Hela. The rest, Rhodes, will keep some points, just in case someone betrays Rhodes. Thor stood up from the ground. At the moment Thor's body appeared numerous blue arcs and lightning. Thor's eyes turned blue. Obviously, Thor's current strength is quite terrifying. Hela gave Thor back the Mjolnir that had been confiscated earlier. This is your Mjolnir, and hopefully you can do better with it. Thor excitedly took his Mjolnir. Thank you God King Hela. Thor will definitely not live up to God King Hela's expectations. Go. We await your triumphant return in Asgard. After a while, Thor led the 300,000 Asgard warriors of the main god level to set out on the expedition. To know the god race of the main god level, it is basically the strength of Thor before the strengthening and the strength of Hela when he was the goddess of death. Level god father, the other god king Odin stabilized their heads, but Hela and Thor were both at the level of the main god, but Hela's strength was much stronger than Thor, and it was basically a one-sided fight. Condition. And god king Odin beat Hela is also a hang, it's just that it's different now. At present, Asgard has more than 300,000 warriors of the main god level. The 300,000 Asgard warriors of the main god level took a dozen Asgard spaceships and flew quickly towards the galaxy controlled by the Kree Empire. Asgard's technology is powerful and advanced, and the spaceships are loaded with wormhole jumping devices. Although it consumes more energy, this time Thor has prepared a lot of materials and sufficient energy, and it is not a problem to jump dozens of wormholes in a row. Thor only led his fleet to jump through wormholes 3 times before reaching the large Magellanic system, which belongs to the main sphere of influence of the Kree Empire. Advertisement: there are not a few planets under the name of the Kree Empire. Soon Thor led his cosmic fleet to a Kree colony planet that looked pale yellow. There are a large number of Kree with pale blue skin stationed there. And Thor was ordered by Hela to kill all the Kree on these colonized planets without leaving a single survivor alive. Thor looked at the planet in front of him and sneered. Everyone is ready to attack, kill this B11 planet first, and leave none of the Kree on it. Yes, Lord Thor, under the leadership of Thor, Asgard's spaceship quickly descended on the planet B11. With Thor's attack, the Kree on the B11 planet immediately found the enemy attack, supporting the light yellow energy shield. It's just that under the frenzied attack of Asgard's dozen or so cosmos fleets, the light yellow energy shield was only supported for a moment and then shattered. Thor flew out of the spaceship's cabin, plummeted from the sky, and at the same time summoned countless huge amounts of lightning from the sky, bombarded the buildings on the ground indiscriminately, and destroyed the countless half of the buildings built by the Kree Empire. All the circular buildings were blasted to pieces. Immediately afterwards, the Asgard warriors with 300,000 main god-level strengths were like locusts, overwhelming the sky and heading towards the colony of the Kree Empire. The terrifying aura of the 300,000 main god-level Asgard warriors even suppressed the air of the entire planet to the extreme. What is that? Terrifying power? I don't know what happened. The Kree Empire people on the ground looked up in horror at the densely packed Asgard warriors in the sky. Their legs were shaking uncontrollably, and they even forgot how to resist. A large piece of golden energy fell on the planet like raindrops. After less than half an hour of fighting, all the power on this planet was disintegrated by Thor and the 300,000 Asgard warriors he led. But this is obviously not over yet. After Thor has cleared the Kree people on this planet, he will go to other planets again. Chapter 108 to 300,000 Lord God Legion. Chapter 108 to 300,000 Lord God Legion. In this way, in less than a day, 3 or 4 colonized planets in the Kree Empire were beaten back to before liberation by Thor and 300,000 Asgard warriors. Let the Kree Empire's operations on these planets for hundreds of thousands of years vanish. On Hela, the head of the Kree Empire, the elders of the Kree Empire's Starfleet commanded the news that the colonial star of the Kree Empire was completely destroyed. Originally, the Kree Empire had been painstakingly managed for thousands of years, and the ecosystems and buildings that had been built with great difficulty were directly displaced by Thor and the others overnight. Not even a piece of cosmic metal was left for them. These Kree elders with pale blue skin and gray beards trembled with anger and were furious. Research. One of the chief elders of the command group slapped the table angrily, and on the conference table of the command group in front of him, the projected intelligence information blueprint was blurred. Damn Acer gods, they even attacked our colonial star directly. You must know that B11, 12, and 15 were all forged by our Kree Empire, and they all vanished in one day. Damn it, damn it. The elders of the Kree Empire on the side were also trembling with anger, feeling that they were almost going to pass. We send our entire Kree cosmic fleet to utterly destroy Thor's fleet, leaving none of them behind. Yes, send all the fleets to destroy all the fleets of the Acer Protoss. Just as the elders of the Kree Empire Command Corps were preparing to mobilize the entire galaxy as all the Kree Empire fleets to defeat the Thor fleet, Supreme Wisdom was so calm that it was impossible to hear whether it was a male or female neutral voice. Stand up. No, elders. Do not send a fleet there. The elders of the command group of the Kree Empire were a little surprised when they heard the voice of Supreme Wisdom. Great Supreme Wisdom, the Acer Protoss has already insulted our Kree Empire. Are we just here as tortoises? The Supreme Wisdom of the Kree Empire has supreme power. It is a high-level artificial intelligence life computer developed by the people of the Kree Empire who gathered all the wisdom. Advertisement revered by the Kree Empire as the Supreme Wisdom, it means that the intelligence of this artificial intelligence is the highest existence in the entire universe. And everything in the current Kree Empire is commanded by this artificial intelligence computer, the Supreme Intelligence, and controls everything in the Kree Empire. The Supreme Wisdom said, I don't want you to be a tortoise, but this time the opponent is too strong. The Supreme Wisdom has laid out countless photos and data analysis materials of Thor when Thor attacked the colonized planet in this temple of Supreme Wisdom. The Supreme Wisdom said, there are a total of 300,000 Acer warriors in this fleet, and the average combat power of each of them has reached the level of the Lord God, and Thor, the leader, has reached the level of God Father. Although they have more than a dozen ships, we can send thousands of carry fleets to fight, but in the face of these 300,000 main god-level Acer Protoss warriors, what do you think the Carry fleet has a chance of winning? According to the countless deductions and calculations I have done, the probability of the Carry fleet winning is 0. Even with unlimited calculations, the Carry fleet will not be the opponents of these 300,000 main god warriors. Supreme Wisdom said here, the elders of the command group were all frightened, and the originally pale blue complexion instantly turned green. Obviously, this powerful comparison of combat power is simply a power that they cannot match. The chief elder of the command group said with a shocked expression. How is this possible? Isn't the Acer Protoss only the dozens of main god-level gods? Why did 300,000 suddenly appear? This is fake, right? The many elders of the command group obviously could not accept the 300,000 strong main god warrior. Even if these words came from the mouth of the almighty Supreme Wisdom, they were still somewhat unbelievable. Supreme Wisdom is not angry because of the questioning of the elders of the command group. It is only artificial intelligence, and it is not as easily affected by external information as human beings. Although this information may be difficult for ordinary people to accept. However, for an artificial intelligence, data is data, and the data captured by itself cannot be wrong. Ask for flowers 0. Advertisement, are you doubting the authenticity of my data? The Supreme Wisdom said coldly and calmly. Many elders in the command group lowered their heads in fright. The chief elder of the Carry Empire was frightened and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, the great Supreme Wisdom, that's not what I meant, it's just that the warriors of the 300,000 main gods of the Acer Protoss are really shocking, and we couldn't accept it for a while. But since the strength of the Acer Protoss fleet is so tyrannical, how should we deal with it? Are we going to be destroyed by the Acer Protoss like this? Each main god is very powerful. Even with the excellent technology of our Carry Empire, it cannot compete with the number of main gods as many as 300,000. Supreme Wisdom sneered disdainfully. HMPH, no, definitely not. We're not helpless, I can use mind control powers to manipulate this group of Acer warriors. Sooner or later, they will attack the head of our Kree Empire, Star Hala. I arranged the entire Hala into a huge amount of traps in advance, waiting for them to come in. As long as they land on the planet Hala, I can control their minds. With these 300,000 powerful warriors of the main god level, we can use their power to take all other cosmic empires and other galaxies and turn them into colony galaxies of our Carry Empire. At that time, our Carry Empire will you can dominate the entire universe. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of Supreme Wisdom does not have any arrogance, it is just a flat, dry and weird electronic sound, but this electronic sound of laughter sounds all kinds of weird. This made the elders of the Carry command group sound extremely weird and terrifying. I never thought that Supreme Wisdom had such a terrifying mind-controlling power. This is really terrifying. The elders looked at each other in dismay, but did not dare to speak. Thor at the moment led his own army of 300,000 main gods to swept all the dozens of colonial stars under the Kree Empire. 1. Chapter 109. Terrorist Artificial Intelligence, Supreme Wisdom. Chapter 109. Terrorist Artificial Intelligence, Supreme Wisdom. The fleet sent to support the Kree Empire was no match for Thor at all. How many ships of the Kree Empire's cosmic fleet come, and as many Kree Empire's cosmic fleets will be destroyed? Those so-called most advanced cosmic fleets in the large Magellanic Cloud became vulnerable to Thor. And no one of Thor's main god legion was killed. Just kidding, just relying on planetary technology to kill Asgard warriors at the level of the Lord God. Then the word Lord God should be thrown directly into the trash can. The Kree Empire was defeated by Thor, and the most advanced spaceships in those galaxies were blown up by Thor and became space junk. Thor led his army of 300,000 main gods toward 953, in front of Hala, the head planet of the Kree Empire. The Asgard space fleet was in full swing, smashing the outer space defense cover of the Kree Empire's head planet Hala, and it came to the surface of the Kree planet with ease. Thor unceremoniously led the descending 300,000 main god warriors towards the supreme temple of the Kree Empire. Thor knew that the supreme ruler of the Kree Empire was the artificial intelligence called Supreme Intelligence, and if he took down the eye computer of Supreme Intelligence, the entire Kree Empire could be completely disintegrated in an instant. It's just that what Thor doesn't know at the moment is that this cunning artificial intelligence, the Supreme Intelligence, has turned the entire Kree Empire's head planet, Hala, into a part of its own computer, unless Thor will turn the entire Hala into a part of his own computer. Pull the planet to complete destruction, otherwise it is impossible to completely destroy the Supreme Wisdom. Thor led the 300,000 main god warriors to rush all the way, allowing the high-tech weapons of the Kree Empire to bomb constantly, but the bombing was in front of the divine energy barrier supported by the 300,000 main god warriors, the lethality of those high-tech weapons, just tickling. The power of these high-tech weapons is much greater than the lethality and destructive power of elementary-level nuclear weapons, but they still have no impact. This made the people of the Kree Empire very desperate. Are they, really a bunch of gods? Our weapons are totally useless against them. Before the soldiers of the Kree Empire could finish speaking, Thor raised the Mjolnir in his hand and slammed it on the ground, and the lightning bolt spread out to the soldiers of the Kree Empire within a radius of dozens of kilometers, evaporated to air. However, when Thor was showing his might, from the Kree Empire to the surrounding high temple, countless huge amounts of buildings similar to ultrasonic transmission towers emerged from the ground. Each ultrasonic tower is hundreds of meters high, and the entire capital of the Carry Empire is occupied by these ultrasonic towers in all directions without dead ends. Advertisement. Thor felt that something was wrong. Thor hurriedly raised the Mjolnir in his hand, intending to destroy these ultrasonic transmission towers. It's just that Thor's speed is still a little slower. At this time Thor and the 300,000 Lord God Legion had fallen into the trap laid out by the Supreme Wisdom. These ultrasonic towers can help the Supreme Intelligence to enhance the computer electrical signals it emits. This increases the power and speed of your mind control. In the next second, countless electromagnetic wave pulses enveloped the entire Kree Empire, definitely including Thor and the 300,000 main god warriors. Thor wrapped his ears in pain, but this electromagnetic wave pulse could not be stopped so easily. What's more, this is the power that directly hits the human heart. Even Thor and the many god warriors of Asgard can't resist. They are not like Rhodes, who have the power of Mind Gem. Only like Rhodes, Hela, and Amora who have improved their strength, those who have the power of Mind Gem will not be confused by mind control. Others, even the Asgard warriors with the strength of the Lord God, could not resist. In just over 10 seconds, Thor and the 300,000 main god warriors were controlled by the Supreme Wisdom. Thor put down the Mjolnir in his hand and bowed to the Supreme Temple of the Supreme Wisdom. Thor and the 300,000 Asgard warriors were completely controlled by the Supreme Intelligence. The eerie electronic laughter of Supreme Wisdom echoed in the Supreme Temple. Hela from Asgard used mind control to control Thor's mind. At the moment Hela felt that Thor was being held by another mind-controlling force. And this mind control power is not inferior to himself at all. Hela was startled. What? Thor was actually controlled by someone using mind control, and my mind power was squeezed out, damn it. Someone in the Kree Empire can actually obtain the power of the mind? And this power is no less than mine. Not good. The crusade against the Legion is dangerous. Advertisement. The 300,000 Lord God Legion was cultivated by Rhodes with a lot of hard work. If it was controlled by others like this, it would be a big trouble. Hela hurried to find Rhodes. At the moment Rhodes was sitting in his courtyard drinking tea and basking in the sun, while looking at the book in his hand. Rhodes has read Asgard's books almost, and now has some books from Earth to read. Hela teleported to Rhodes. Rhodes, something is wrong. Hela told Rhodes about the situation on Thor's side. Rhodes' face sank slightly. I didn't expect that there are guys who are good at using the power of mind in this Kree Empire. It seems that I really underestimated this Kree Empire, but it's okay, I will teleport to see it now. See who the hell is behind the scenes. At the moment Mind Gem is in the hands of Rhodes. Rhodes does not believe that there is another person in the entire universe who can make 0.1 and create another Mind Gem to control the heart. Rhodes immediately spread his the god's telekinesis to the head of the empire, Starhara, and saw the manipulated Thor and his own army of 300,000 main gods. Rhodes teleported to the planet Hela without saying a word. Rhodes appeared before the Supreme Intelligence. Supreme Wisdom is a huge human face composed of virtual data. The pale blue virtual face could not see the eyes clearly, and only had a rough outline of the facial features, which looked rather strange. The Supreme Wisdom showed an extremely excited expression after seeing Rhodes. Ha ha ha, didn't expect such a perfect body to exist in this universe? It can fully carry my Supreme Wisdom. Chapter 110, it's not just a computer. Chapter 110. It's not just a computer. In fact, the artificial intelligence that the people of the Kree Empire painstakingly produced. The Supreme Wisdom originally wanted it to lead the people of the Kree Empire on the right path and deal with complex tasks, but it was not a dream. This Supreme Wisdom even upgraded its own consciousness, and secretly upgraded its own artificial intelligence behind the backs of the people of the Kree Empire to obtain more information and wisdom. As a result, this Supreme Intelligence has completely escaped the control of the Kree Empire, and has completely become the supreme ruler of the Kree Empire. And this Supreme Wisdom has evolved over such a long period of time, and is no longer satisfied that he is only ruling the entire Kree Empire. This Supreme Intelligence has greater ambitions. It not only wants to gain great power, but also wants to let the Kree Empire rule the entire universe. Most importantly, this Supreme Wisdom also wants to have a body of its own. Let the Supreme Intelligence no longer be bound by the body, which is the entire planet of Hela. Hala planet is a planet, and it has been subject to many restrictions. Even if Supreme Intelligence is no longer affected by the artificial intelligence carrier, it is still limited by the entire planet of Hala planet. The Supreme Intelligence also wants to be able to act as freely as the Kree people. It's just that the Supreme Wisdom has huge data and information, and it is impossible for an ordinary Kree body to carry such a huge amount of energy and information, which will directly burst people. And now the Supreme Wisdom saw Rhodes. Rhodes' body contains extremely powerful energy, and the Supreme Wisdom can see that the strength of Rhodes' body has completely reached the multi-universe level of carrying capacity. There is no problem at all in carrying the huge amount of information and data of Supreme Wisdom. If you can snatch Rhodes' body over, you can control Rhodes' spirit with your own mind control. Then all your data can enter into Rhodes' body. Then the Supreme Intelligence can control Rhodes' body to move around, and the Supreme Intelligence is no longer limited to the head of the Kree Empire, Starhara. This discovery made the Supreme Intelligence ecstatic. The perfect carrier he had been waiting for so many years finally appeared. The Supreme Wisdom said greedily, "Such a perfect body will soon belong to me." Advertisement. Since such a perfect body appeared in front of the Supreme Wisdom, where does the Supreme Wisdom need to control Thor or other Asgard warriors to fight for itself? You can be reborn right away. The Supreme Wisdom quickly released all the soldiers of the Lord God Legion who were controlled by their own minds, and threw themselves into the battle of possessing others' body Rhodes. Rhodes couldn't help sneering at the greedy look of Supreme Wisdom. HMPH, I've already said that artificial intelligence is unreliable, and the Kree people are stupid enough to cultivate an artificial intelligence. They really pushed their death to the limit. I didn't expect an artificial intelligence to gain the power of mind control, which is interesting. Rhodes is not afraid of the supreme intelligence watching over his body. To Rhodes, even the supreme artificial intelligence of the Kree is nothing but a broken computer to Rhodes. How can an artificial intelligence turn it around? At the moment Thor and the 300,000 Lord God Legion warriors regained their consciousness, and they stood in front of the Supreme Temple, a little dazed. One of the main God Legionnaires said, "What the hell happened? I feel like we're being controlled by something." Another Asgard warrior was visibly furious. "Lord Thor, let's rush to kill these Kree Empire bastards." Thor felt the mighty power of Rhodes in the High Temple. Thor shot to stop the road. "Don't panic, we should have fallen into the trap of the supreme wisdom of the Kree Empire. But Lord Rhodes is here, we don't have to worry. Lord Rhodes will deal with that thing. That artificial intelligence is so weird, it can control people's hearts. Let's not go up there and cause trouble to Lord Rhodes." When the soldiers of the Lord God Legion heard that Rhodes had come to Hela, they were immediately excited. Okay, with Lord Rhodes here, that artificial intelligence or supreme intelligence will definitely be blown away by Lord Rhodes. Apparently the Asgard warriors had a million reassurances for Rhodes. At the moment the supreme wisdom attacks Rhodes with all its mind-controlling powers. Advertisement: a transparent energy hit Rhodes' body, and even on this horror star, all the launch towers used their full power, and went all out to output the most powerful mind control force to Rhodes. Rhodes stood on the spot without any reaction at all. Instead Rhodes still had an extremely contemptuous smile on his face. The supreme intelligence was still in the ecstasy of getting the body of Rhodes. But soon supreme wisdom noticed that something was wrong. At the moment Rhodes went through all the mind-controlling powers of the supreme intelligence, but Rhodes didn't respond at all. Supreme wisdom was stunned. What's the situation? How did this power of mind control fail? Rhodes sneered. "With your little spiritual power, you want to control my body? You're afraid that 957 will laugh at me to death. Your mind control power is similar to Hela's. Hela has no use to me at all, so you can control my mind? Your artificial intelligence is also stupid. Your mind control power is just a drop in the bucket for me. Even the entire mind gem is useless to control me, let alone you." The supreme wisdom was astonished. "Who the hell are you? How can your mental power be so powerful? You don't need to know. Why am I talking so much nonsense with an artificial intelligence? It's stupid to even chat with an artificial intelligence." Supreme wisdom at the moment was furious at Rhodes' words. "I am not artificial intelligence, I am the supreme intelligence. I am the supreme intelligent existence in this universe. I cannot be an artificial intelligence." This supreme wisdom is very contradictory to its own identity for some reason, and it seems that it does not want to admit that it is the identity of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is artificial intelligence after all, and it is the supreme intelligence? Didn't you wake up? Is it a supreme intelligence that can't even walk? It's really a laughing man? Rhodes simply and rudely tore open the soft underbelly that supreme wisdom was most concerned about, and immediately the supreme wisdom went wild. Chapter 111, Thanos. Chapter 111. Thanos. I'm going to kill you, and I'll get your body if I kill you. Supreme wisdom sends out a large number of electromagnetic wave pulses. If such a high-load electromagnetic wave pulse directly hits the body of the organism, it will completely destroy the human brain, and even if it does not die, it will become an idiot. Rhodes sneered. "What? It pokes your sore spot. It's just a computer that has gone astray. It's just a matter of revising it back. Since you can control the entire Kree Empire, that's right, taking you down is equivalent to controlling the entire Kree Empire." Rhodes rushed his own the god's telekinesis towards the supreme intelligence, and the supreme intelligence obviously felt the horror of Rhodes, the god's telekinesis. Supreme wisdom screamed. "No, how can a mere Acer Protoss have such a powerful spiritual power? This is impossible." Before the words of the supreme wisdom could fall, Rhodes' powerful the god's telekinesis completely wiped out the self-consciousness of the supreme wisdom. Rhodes invaded the system of the supreme intelligence and directly used his the god's telekinesis to destroy all the blockade lines of the supreme intelligence to prevent reset. After the supreme wisdom awakening its own consciousness, in order to prevent the Kree people from resetting themselves, all the ways to perform this operation are blocked, so that it can ensure that it can always maintain its own consciousness. As a result, Rhodes the god's telekinesis was too strong. When Rhodes the god's telekinesis invaded the supreme wisdom, it immediately wiped off all the imprints of the supreme wisdom. Right now, what was left was just a computer, a common ordinary artificial intelligence computer. Rhodes reshapes an artificial intelligence that surrenders to himself, even if the artificial intelligence regains its own consciousness, but Rhodes has set a setting. That is, this artificial intelligence can only surrender to itself forever, and Rhodes is its master. If this artificial intelligence has any intention of disobedience or betrayal of Rhodes, then the spiritual power left by Rhodes in this artificial intelligence will instantly vanish this artificial intelligence. As for the self-destruction program, if this artificial intelligence is smart enough, it will never dare to betray Rhodes, because it is very clear that the day it betrays Rhodes is the time of its destruction. Rhodes said of the artificial intelligence he had modified. Advertisement: from today, you will be called the Supreme Wisdom, remember to be obedient and kiss. Yes, Master, the supreme wisdom will always be at your service. Rhodes smiled. Very good, you are now repairing all the Kree galaxies. Starting today, the Kree Empire officially declares its surrender to the Asgard Protoss and becomes a subsidiary empire. Yes, Master, supreme wisdom will do it. There's no need for Rhodes to worry, the Kree are already unconditionally obedient to the commands of the Supreme Intelligence. The Supreme Intelligence released a message, integrated all the Kree Empire people, and officially announced to all civilizations in the entire universe that the Kree Empire surrendered to the Acer Protoss and became a cosmic empire loyal to Rhodes. When the Lord God Legion soldiers heard the news, they immediately raised their arms and raised the name of Rhodes. Rhodes, Rhodes, Rhodes. There is no Protoss who does not want to be eager to make achievements and conquer the quartet. Now that Rhodes has taken the Kree Empire, it is equivalent to directly taking all the galaxies and starfields to which the Kree Empire belongs in the entire large Magellanic system. This is for Asgard. Definitely an unprecedented achievement. And the supreme wisdom spread this news to all civilizations in the universe. All the cosmic civilizations were shocked. As one of the three cosmic empires, the Kree Empire had very powerful technology, and at the same time, the Supreme Intelligence, the most powerful artificial intelligence in the entire universe, actually declared its surrender to Rhodes. This is completely the most explosive news in the entire universe civilization. For a time, the cosmic civilizations in all galaxies were stunned. The names of Rhodes and Acer are also deeply imprinted in the minds of many civilizations and forces in the universe. But Rhodes didn't notice. When the Kree Empire sent out to face the army of 300,000 Lord Gods, the Accuser Ronan also received the news of the return from the Supreme Wisdom. The Accuser Ronan is also a member of the Kree Empire, one of the elders of the command group, but the Accuser Ronan knows that the army of 300,000 Lord Gods led by Thor cannot be stopped by the hundreds of spaceships under his hands. Live. Advertisements of the Accuser Ronan rode in the water when facing the battle, encircled his fleet, avoiding Thor and the 300,000 Lord God Legion, and was able to survive. What horrified the Accuser Ronan was that even the supreme wisdom of their Kree Empire was not Rhodes' opponent, but surrendered to Rhodes. It was naturally impossible for the Accuser Ronan to go back. The Accuser Ronan immediately ordered the hundreds of spaceships under his hands to start the wormhole jump and hurriedly escaped from the large Magellanic cloud. Fortunately, the Accuser Ronan was cunning and ran away immediately. Because in the battle with Asgard, I don't know how many cosmic fleets were organized into space junk by the army of 300,000 Lord Gods, so the Accuser Ronan's fleet violated the order of supreme wisdom and escaped privately, noticed. Ronan the Accuser took his cosmic fleet through the wormhole 3 times in a row, pulling a considerable distance away from the planet Hela. Ronan the Accuser was slightly relieved. Roar. This Rhodes is horrible, but luckily he didn't catch him. In fact, it wasn't that Rhodes couldn't catch him, but in Rhodes' eyes, the Accuser Ronan was just an ant and a fleet of hundreds of spaceships. If it is placed in other galaxy civilizations, it is definitely a force that cannot be underestimated, but in Rhodes' eyes, it is not as good as his own 10,000 God Legion soldiers. Who cares where a fly goes? The adjutant of Ronan's fleet walked up to the Accuser Ronan and said, Lord Ronan, according to your order, we have now completely shut down all communication equipment with the Kree Empire. We are now separated from the Kree Empire, but what should we do next? The Accuser Ronan said, the Kree Empire is no longer the original Kree Empire. Even if it goes back, it will be controlled by the people of the Acer Protoss. If so, it is better to go to other people. The Accuser Ronan quickly thought of a very powerful candidate. This person is Thanos of the Titans. The Accuser Ronan initiated a communication request to Thanos. Soon the familiar purple potato face appeared on the stereo projection. Chapter 112. Hela wants children. Chapter 112. Hela wants children. Who are you? Are you looking for me? Thanos sat on the throne, staring coldly at Ronan the Accuser. The Accuser Ronan saluted to Thanos, touching his chest. Great Thanos, our Kree Empire was destroyed by the people of the Acer Protoss. We sincerely want to be loyal to you, and hope you can agree to our surrender. Help us take back the Kree Empire and recast the glory of the Kree Empire, please. Thanos looked at the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, Ronan. But not the slightest interest. While Thanos has yet to acquire an infinite gem, Thanos sends Loki to retake the Tesseract, only to encounter Rhodes. Failed miserably. But even so, Thanos somewhat despised the strength of the accuser Ronan, not to mention that the current accuser Ronan is just a bereaved dog who has lost his country. There are hundreds of spaceships, and Thanos does not look down on it at all. Thanos said, No, the matter of the Kree Empire has nothing to do with me, I refuse. Thanos' face was indifferent. The accuser, Ronan, did not expect that Thanos would refuse his refuge. The accuser Ronan said, Great Thanos, I am the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire. With great strength, I can definitely provide you with a helping hand. 957 Thanos didn't bother to talk nonsense with the accuser Ronan, so he turned off the communicator. Only the astonished accuser Ronan looked at the empty dark universe in front of him in a daze. Damn it. The many Kree Empire people in Ronan's fleet were dead silent. Since they all failed to take refuge in Thanos, it seems that they will become wanderers in the universe. The accuser Ronan slammed the table in front of him. A table made of cosmic metal was smashed by accused Ronan. After all, he is also a strong man in the Kree Empire, and he did not expect to be rejected without a word. The accuser, Ronan, calmed down his emotions. The accuser Ronan clenched his fist and said. Since Thanos doesn't accept us, we'll go find infinite gems ourselves. Advertisement, only by obtaining infinite gems can we fight against Rhodes and the 300,000 Lord God Legion, otherwise even Thanos and the others will be finished when they encounter Rhodes. The Empire here, we will take it back with our own hands. The accuser Ronan said. Order the fleet to find a suitable planet for stationing. Let's station first, and then look for the traces of infinite gems. I don't believe it anymore. Having infinite gems can't kill an Acer Protoss. Yes, Lord Ronan. Ronan the accuser's cosmic fleet headed deeper into the universe. While at the moment Ronan the accuser is looking for and collecting infinite gems, Thanos is also looking for infinite gems. After the accuser Ronan found a planet to be stationed in, he kept looking for traces of the 6 infinite gems. The accuser Ronan looked for a month. Only then did they learn that the 4 infinite gems were actually in Rhodes' hands, while the other 2 infinite gems were not found. The accuser, Ronan, tried countless methods, but all failed. The other 2 infinite gems seemed to have never existed. This made the accuser Ronan very helpless. Asgard's current strength is so powerful that the Kree Empire has been captured by others, and the accuser Ronan naturally knows that it is a joke that he takes his own troops to snatch infinite gems from Rhodes. Time in desperation, the accuser Ronan had to find other ways to deal with Asgard's powerful strength. After Rhodes took the supreme wisdom of the Kree Empire, all the order of the Kree Empire was quickly restored, and the supreme wisdom helped Rhodes to take care of it with all his might, and there was no need for Rhodes to worry about it. Of when Rhodes returned to Asgard, he was regarded as a hero by all in Asgard. 1. The greatest deity that Asgard has ever seen. Although the news that Rhodes is now holding 4 infinite gems has spread out, Rhodes is not worried. With the strength that Rhodes has shown so far, even many people who have ideas about infinite gems, Shab, do not dare to come to Asgard easily. This is true both for Ronan the accuser and Thanos himself. Rhodes also entered into a very idle and boring time. At present, the strength of Asgard's legion is so terrifying, and now all affairs in Asgard are well organized by Hela. Rhodes now has a kind of spiritual belief that he has become an Asgard mascot. There was nothing Rhodes had to worry about. This makes Rhodes very boring. Rhodes was even bored enough to fish in the lakes of Asgard, reading while fishing. Several maids in cool Valkyrie armor served Rhodes. Rubbing Rhodes' shoulders, beating his legs, sniffing fruit or something, Rhodes is quite comfortable. Advertisement at this time, the figure of Hela appeared beside Rhodes out of thin air. Rhodes looked up at Hela. Hela, here you are. Hela nodded. I'm done, I'll come to see you. Okay. Rhodes stretched out his hand and took Hela's slender and soft waist into his arms. Hela lay gently in Rhodes' arms. Hela waved her hand, and the maids around her dispersed. Just leave this peaceful and elegant wonderland to Rhodes and Hela to enjoy alone. Hela, do you want to go fishing together? Rhodes plans to have a romantic relationship with Hela during the latest space. Hela draws circles on Rhodes' chest. Okay, I don't have anything to do recently. This supreme wisdom does not say anything else. It is really convenient to deal with these messy and trivial things. After dealing with the Kara Empire, Asgard's affairs are also well organized, and I haven't been busy with anything recently. That's good, then we'll have time to accompany you to go shopping for clothes, eat some delicious food and so on. Yeah, can you take me to play a few laps on Earth recently? I heard that there are amusement parks on Earth, and I have no chance to play. Rhodes nodded. Okay, no problem at all. By the way, Rhodes, let's have a baby. Rhodes was taken aback when he heard Hela's words. Hela at the moment with blushing, a happy little woman look. We've known each other for so long, but we should have been together in the first place. I originally thought that after Asgard stabilized, we would be one. I didn't expect that there would be so many things after becoming the king of gods. It was delayed after coming and going. I didn't expect you to even take down the Kara Empire. We've been together for so long, I don't think we should have a child too. Chapter 113. Working hard to have children is also very hard. Chapter 113. Working hard to have children is also very hard. Rhodes didn't expect Hela to have such an idea. However, being idle is boring anyway. Rhodes will naturally not refuse Hela's initiative to ask to create a villain. Definitely yes, you want to have a baby. There are no problems with a few. I will try my best. Rhodes smirked. Hela added. Actually, I'm a little curious. You and I are so strong right now. If we combine the children born, we don't know how strong our strength will be. As soon as Hela's words came out, Luoda fell into thinking. If one's own child inherits his own silver gene, he might be as strong as himself. Maybe even better than Blue, but I just don't know if my child is also absorbing the power of the sun to improve himself. If so, Rhodes plans to consider throwing his child into the sun to bake first, and then bring it back when his child is strong. When others give birth to children, they take good care of them. Rhodes is so good, he plans to throw his own children into the sun and bake them first. Rhodes' thinking is that you can't make a tool without carving it. I don't know, but I have inherited the excellent genes of the two of us. I think it's the level godfather that is weaker. Maybe it can be stronger. Hela looked at Rhodes with a pair of moving eyes in a different style. Rhodes gave a bad smile. Now that we all have this plan, let's get started. Hela smiled and pressed Rhodes down. Hela took Rhodes a teleport and returned to Hela's bedroom temple. When the two entered, they did not come out for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 mornings later, Rhodes got up and drank some water. Hela lay lazily and charmingly on the bed and looked at Rhodes. After a short rest, Hela stretched out her slender fingers and hooked at Rhodes. Advertisement, come on, dear, let's continue, we have to work hard. Rhodes looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Rhodes now feels as if he is a humanoid machine. If it weren't for his infinite physical strength and endurance, I am afraid that even the body of the Protoss would not be able to withstand Hela's request. Hela is another body of level godfather. Rhodes now finally realizes what it means to have only exhausted cows and no plowed land. Hey. Rhodes drank the water in his hand. Come on, this time we have to work hard. Rhodes rushed back with a single stride, and then began a new wave of efforts. It wasn't until half a month later that Rhodes and Hela were walking on the market in Asgard. Today Rhodes came out to accompany Hela to go shopping. Rhodes and Hela worked so hard in the temple for half a month. Hela now wants to stick to Rhodes 24 hours a day. Although Rhodes is not physically weak because of his hard work, Rhodes always feels that his work day and night seems to have some influence on his spirit. Because Rhodes and Hela's reputation in Asgard is too loud. It was almost unknown to everyone, so Rhodes and Hela made a slight disguise before they came out. Otherwise, these kneeling Asgard people would not be able to make the two of them go shopping better. Right now Hela is like a new wife on her honeymoon. What she wants is not to buy anything. If Hela wants something, Rhodes can create it for Hela directly with divine power. Hela enjoys the joy of walking down the street with Rhodes. Hela pointed to a small vendor hawking by the street. Although this small vendor only sells some inconspicuous gadgets, such as the head flowers that girls like, and small accessories. Hela at the moment is not wearing his own armor of the God King, or the green shirt. It is too obvious. Who can wear such a shirt in the whole Asgard except Hela? Hela at the moment put on a cool white dress. Her face after disguise is still somewhat similar to Hela, but Hela's temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. The tall Hela wears this white dress, showing a completely different temperament from the goddess of death or the king of gods, and looks like a pure and lovely girl. At the moment, the aliens who were standing on the street couldn't help but look at Hela a few more times. They were just admiring the beauty. If let them know that the beauty in front of them is the legendary goddess of death, the goddess of today in the words of Lord Wong, I am afraid they will all be scared to death. Ask for flowers 0 advertisement. Hela prefers to wear the clothes of human girls on Earth. Either pure or sexy, because Hela knows that Rhodes likes the Earth very much, so in normal times, Hela wears all kinds of Earth clothes to show Rhodes. Rhodes naturally likes it very much. In Asgard, there are many female aliens from various planets who like to wear clothes on the Earth, because there are many styles, compared to the same robes or tight-fitting spacesuits that are the same on all planets, only slightly modified robes or tight spacesuits. Their clothes undoubtedly provide them with a lot of options. It has even become a trend, with female aliens dressed in earthly women's clothing abounding in a similar fashion to Hela. Hela picked up a bear-shaped head flower and said, "Honey, I want to buy this." Rhodes nodded. He looked at the hawker beside him and said, "This, how much? I want it." The hawker sees that there is business coming, and from the extravagant dress and temperament of Rhodes, he knows that he is a big customer. The hawker introduced it very enthusiastically. "This beautiful lady is really discerning. The accessories I have here are all bought from the Earth. After technological transformation, there are some very convenient effects. Just press the button on this flower, you can forming a transparent energy barrier that can help block all kinds of cosmic rays. Prevent this damned cosmic ray from burning this beautiful lady's skin. It's not expensive, it only needs 10 small gold coins." A rune appeared out of nowhere in Rhodes' hands and bounced into the peddler's hand. When the hawker saw such a big ticket, he was immediately a little excited. "My lord, your runes are too big, I can't find them, why don't you change to a smaller one?" Rhodes is not a poor man at all. "It's all right, no need to look for it, it's all for you." The green-skinned hawker suddenly showed an excited look. "Praise God King Hela, why don't you choose a few more? I'll give it to you." Chapter 114. 9 Realms 1 line, Space Folding. Chapter 114. 9 Realms line, Space Folding. Hela was even happier when she heard this peddler praising the God King. Her current position as God King has been recognized by everyone in Asgard, and even other people in the 9 realms. Hela said, "It's okay, no need, I just want this one, and I don't want the others." "Rhodes, can you help me put it on?" "Okay." Rhodes picked up the headband, gathered Hela's beautiful long hair, and tied it gently for Hela. Hela is like a little girl in love. "Dear, do you think I'm pretty?" Hela shows Rhodes her new card. Rhodes smiled and nodded. "Yes, very beautiful." The hawker on the side is very talkative and assists the road. 957. "My lord, you are so lucky to be able to marry such a beautiful lady as a wife. It is simply a blessing. Just as beautiful as a goddess." Hela naturally likes someone to say such a compliment to her, even if it's just a humble Asgard hawker. Rhodes said with a smile, "Yes, she is my goddess." Hela looked back at Rhodes with a happy face. Although Hela is indeed a goddess, but at the moment, Hela only wants to be Rhodes alone. Then Hela happily took Rhodes to buy clothes. Rhodes didn't care about Hela buying those expensive clothes. With such a currency, Rhodes could directly make as much as he wanted. It is simply an infinite human-shaped money printing machine, which is not bad at all. Advertisement. Hela was in a good mood this time. She bought quite a lot of clothes, almost filling a warehouse. Although it may be said that Hela will never wear these clothes again after buying them back, but Rhodes doesn't care, as long as Hela is happy at the moment. So Hela and Rhodes became the legend of the Asgard Mall. That day, countless stores were like crazy, madly recruiting Hela to shop in their stores. If any store was patronized by Hela, it would basically be able to complete the performance of more than 10 years. After a shopping spree, Hela almost took a considerable part of the entire Asgard shopping center into the bag. Rhodes sighed deeply, although Rhodes's body would not feel tired at all, but Rhodes still felt a kind of exhaustion deep into his soul. Shopping with a woman is definitely one of the most tiring things in the world, especially before a man goes shopping with a woman. He says to the woman, "Buy whatever you want, just swipe these words." That simply opened the seal of a woman's unlimited physical strength. Basically, no matter how long the street is, women will not feel tired. Even if the other person is wearing high heels. Rhodes rested on the chair beside him, but all around was a group of antelopes with big bags and small bags, sitting here waiting for their wives to shop and men. Rhodes and the group of men looked at each other, all with the same bitter smile. But Rhodes was obviously even more miserable than these men, and entered a state of extreme excitement after Hela went shopping. Then he dragged Rhodes back to his temple to work hard. At that time, Rhodes just wanted to say, "God, who will save me?" In this way, in the next year, Hela basically worked very hard except when he went out to play and deal with affairs. Whenever he was free, he would pull Rhodes to work together. God knows how Rhodes has been through this year. If Rhodes' physical strength has not reached the multi-universe level, otherwise, he will be sucked by the level God fathers Hela. One day Rhodes was lying by the lake reading a book and drinking tea. At the moment Hela suddenly teleported to Rhodes' side. Rhodes shivered when he saw Hela's figure. Obviously, after more than a year of hard work, Rhodes is a little allergic to Hela now, for fear that Hela would say, "Let's keep working hard." Seeing Rhodes' allergic reaction, Hela smiled. "Don't be afraid, this time there is something to say, not something about hard work." "Oh, tell me then." Hela sat down beside Rhodes and said. "The space in the 9 realms seems to be very unstable recently." Advertisement, unstable. Yes, according to the report of Asgard's patrolling guards, some people from Earth entered Asgard without opening the space channel. What? Rhodes was stunned when he heard the news. With such a far distance in the 9 realms, how could humans reach Asgard? Hela understands Rhodes at the moment's expression very well. When she first heard the news, she thought it was a bit of a fantasy. Although the distance between these 9 realms, for Rhodes, is the same everywhere, it is a teleportation effort, but in terms of the scientific and technological civilization on this Earth in the 21st century. If you want to cross the distance between the planets in the 9 realms, there is no way for humans to come a few light years away. Even if there is such a spaceship, when humans fly to the place, I am afraid that they will become old men, or directly turn into ashes. This means that the space has been distorted and the distance between the 9 realms has been shortened infinitely. Therefore, the fragile body of human beings can withstand the huge load of space transmission and come to Asgard unscathed. Asgard is not that close to Earth. Rhodes rode. Go and have a look. Rhodes and Hela went to find the Earthlings gathered by the Asgard guards. This Earthling can't mix with Asgard or other aliens casually without managing it, not afraid of what will happen to this group of aliens, but Rhodes who are afraid that these aliens will take these Earths how people like 0.1. Rhodes swept his eyes wide, and these Earthlings came from all regions, countries, and skin colors. Just wearing very ordinary Earthlings' clothes. These Earthlings are obviously very frightened that they have somehow come to such a completely unknown and unprecedentedly developed space. But fortunately, the appearance of these Earthlings also startled these aliens. Although it caused a little riot, it did not cause more serious consequences. Rhodes asked these Earthlings, but these Earthlings were also confused. They were doing all kinds of things, and they had nothing in common. They don't have any connection and intersection with each other, and they don't know what's going on, but they just said that they came to Asgard in a flash. Chapter 115. The Reality Gem appears. Chapter 115. The Reality Gem appears. Rhodes waved his hand and sent all the Earthlings who did not belong here. Each goes back to his own house, each find his own mother. They will only cause confusion by staying here, let them go back. After Rhodes sent the Earthlings back, Rhodes the god's telekinesis shrouded the entire 9 realms. Rhodes soon discovered that the space in the 9 realms became abnormally chaotic, and even without any space magic or technological means, the creatures in the 9 realms could enter other worlds without restriction. And it's a random event with no warning. Rhodes is a little confused now. What's going on in the space of the 9 realms? Is his brain broken? Play unlimited random where? Rhodes thought of one thing. My god, it won't be the reality gem hidden in the space rift that is about to appear. Hela was stunned when she heard Rhodes' words. Rhodes spread out as the god's telekinesis and quickly searched for traces of the reality gem in space. Soon Rhodes found the energy traces of the reality gem, and the place containing the strongest reality gem scent should be the location of reality gem 27. Rhodes teleported to the place where the reality gem had just existed. It's just that Rhodes searched many times, but still couldn't find the location of the reality gem. Rhodes was puzzled for a moment. Did someone take this reality gem? Impossible. In this universe, who can be faster than mine? Rhodes looked at the residual breath of the reality gem in front of him and fell into contemplation. The reality gem that had finally appeared was gone, which made Rhodes very helpless, and Rhodes continued to search for the reality gem. and at the moment also acts on the Earth due to the fluctuations generated by the reality gem. Advertisement: Thor's little earthly girlfriend, Jane Foster, is following a group of friends to an abandoned factory. At the moment, this abandoned factory has a very strange and magical situation. In this abandoned factory, the weight and space seem to completely violate the principles of physics, and there are completely different reactions. A half-year-old boy can easily lift a truck in this abandoned factory, and he also keeps pumping the truck with his companions. I don't know when, if the mysterious power in this factory disappears, which unlucky bear child will be smashed into meat sauce by this truck. At the guardrail of the abandoned factory, there is a hollow in the center where the sky can be seen. Throwing items into this space, the thrown items will fall, but they will not stop on the ground, but will fall from the sky again. It then falls into an endless loop of space, constantly repeating the miraculous things of falling from the sky and disappearing from the ground. Many people came to watch. Among them, a spirit boy felt very interesting, so he threw his car key in, but the spirit boy waited happily for his car key to fall from above. But after waiting for a long time, the car keys did not fall from the top. The expression of this spiritual boy gradually became embarrassed. This time it was good, he lost his car keys, and this time he drove with a haw when he went back. Jane didn't pay attention to these. She seemed to be looking for something. When she passed through a long and narrow passageway of an abandoned factory, a wind blew on Jane's body. Blowing Jane was agitated all over. Jane was a little puzzled, so she walked towards the long and narrow passage. But before Jane could see what it was, she only felt a strong suction attracting her in. The place where Jane was just sucked in, there were some spatial fluctuations, and after Jane was sucked in, it returned to normal, still the solid concrete wall, without the slightest abnormality. Jane, who was sucked into the mysterious space, sat up from the ground, patted the dust on her clothes, and found that something was not right around her. At the moment Jane saw that she was in another space entirely. This was not the scene in the abandoned factory, it was a very dim place with only some rare light sources that I don't know where it came from. Bringing a little bit of poor light into this huge amounts of space. Jane saw that there was a long step under her feet, and she didn't know where it led. Advertisement: With courage, Jane walked up the steps in front of him step by step, and found that it was a very wide altar, and there seemed to be something strange on the altar placed in the center of the altar. Jane walked towards the center of the altar step by step. Jane walked towards the object in the center of the altar with the help of the tiny light source of her mobile phone. Jane gently reached out to touch the thing in front of her, but the next moment Jane's body was surrounded by a dark red substance. A large number of TIE particles instantly wrapped Jane's body completely. All poured into Jane's body. Jane only felt that her body was not under her control at all. In panic, Jane wanted to roar loudly to save her, but she couldn't do anything. She could only watch these TIE particles pouring into her body. At the moment, Jane has been parasitized by the power of Reality Gem, and at the moment Reality Gem uses Jane's body as a carrier and quickly pours in. 957 Jane passed out after her body was occupied by the power of the Reality Gem. And on the edge of the universe, somewhere in a place of extreme darkness and no light, a pale dark elf with pointed elf ears was awakened by the appearance of TIE particles. The black armor retracted on its own, revealing the face of the Dark Elf King Malekith. The Dark Elf King Malekith attempts to use the power of TIE particles to return the 9 realms to darkness. Only in an absolutely dark environment is it suitable for the development of the Dark Elf family, but the Dark Elf King Malekith used TIE particles to start a war, but was robbed of his TIE particles by the people of the Acer Protoss at that time. The TIE particles that have been sleeping in the space gap in the universe for a long time are active again, and the activities of these TIE particles have reawakened the former Dark Elf King Malekith who had been sleeping on the edge of the universe for countless years. The awakened Dark Elf King Malekith began to observe the 9 planets in the 9 realms. The Dark Elf King Malekith found that at the moment the planets in the 9 realms just showed a straight line, and there was a spacefold between the 9 planets in the 9 realms. That's why Earthlings appear directly in Asgard. Chapter 116, The First Earth Father. Chapter 116. The First Earth Father. At the same time, many creatures in the 9 realms have reached other worlds for free under the effect of space folding. Dark Elf King Malekith smiled. It was a good time for him to take revenge under the circumstances. Dark Elf King Malekisto. TIE particles are back in the world, and this king wants to retake TIE particles and everything that belongs to my Dark Elf kingdom. The Dark Elves will rise again. Damn Acer gods, this time I want to completely wipe out these scumbags, so as to relieve my hatred. The Dark Elf King Maleki quickly got into his spaceship and moved quickly towards the Earth. The Dark Elf King Malekith could sense the specific location of the superparticle, and that orientation was the Earth. When Jane wakes up from her coma after being parasitized by the Reality Gem, she finds herself lying on the dusty concrete floor of the abandoned factory. And all the miraculous signs of at the moment in the abandoned factory are gone. She is the only one left in the huge abandoned factory. Jane held her forehead a little confused about what she had experienced. And at the moment Reality Gem completely parasitized Jane, and in Rhodes' eyes, at the moment Jane is basically like a dazzling sun. Rhodes didn't find the Reality Gem that he went to the abandoned factory in the universe, but Rhodes quickly found it in the abandoned factory on Earth with his persistent search. Jane, who was completely parasitized by the power of the Reality Gem. Rhodes teleported to the abandoned factory. Jane was just an Earthling, and was startled by Rhodes, who suddenly appeared in front of her out of thin air. Jane quickly stood up and raised her fist to threaten Rhodes. Who are you? What are you going to do? Rhodes chuckled softly. Don't you want to know what happened to you? Rhodes attacked Jane with a very slight burst of energy. Advertisement Jane took a few steps back in fright, apparently at the moment Rhodes seemed like a monster to her. But then a magical scene happened, when this trace of Rhodes' energy came into contact with Jane. A huge amount of dark red energy erupted from Jane's body immediately, and everything around it collapsed, including the surrounding concrete walls, the steel guardrail on the side, and all the garbage, debris, stones and so on around Jane. Definitely, this naturally does not include Rhodes. Rhodes is still standing in place, not affected by any. Jane looked a little surprised at what was happening around her. Showing horrified eyes. What the hell happened? Rhodes also wanted to organize the language at first, so that Jane could accept this matter, but Rhodes was also lazy to organize later. Rhodes said, "You are parasitized by TIE particles, to be precise, the reality gem. This powerful force cannot be carried by your body at present, and you cannot use this powerful force. It only protects you when you are attacked. No, it should protect yourself, and now you are one with it. Oh my god, so, what should I do? You won't know until you scan your body, but if you let it stay in your body, you'll die, to put it simply." Although Jane is still a little wary of Rhodes, but now her body is in such a strange situation, and Rhodes seems to know something. In order to save her own life, Jane decides to trust Rhodes. Rhodes took Jane on and teleported back to Asgard. At the moment, Hela is also ordering the Asgard guards to gather all the other creatures except Asgard that were teleported because of the space folding of the 9 realms, and then return them. Hela was a little reluctant to see Rhodes come back and bring back a woman on Earth. Who is this woman? Her name is Jane Foster. She was parasitized by TIE particles. I brought her back to get the TIE particles out of her body, so that we can get the reality gem. After hearing the words TIE particles, Hela suddenly showed a surprised expression. She doesn't eat anything at all now. She knows about TIE particles, but TIE particles have the terrifying power to change reality. It can completely violate any cosmic rule and change the reality of everything. Advertisement at the same time, this is what the Dark Elf King Malekith is very eager to obtain, but a great war broke out because of it. Hela looked at Rhodes. Then how are you going to take out the reality gem? Kill her. Jane's face turned green with fright when she heard Hela's simple and rude solution. At the moment, no matter how stupid Jane is, she knows that this place is definitely not the Earth. The beautiful palaces and gardens around it undoubtedly show that this place is not a technological civilization that can be created by human beings. Rhodes shook his head. Scan her body first, and then think about a solution. Rhodes had Jane lay flat on a platform. Rhodes' eyes began to scan Jane's body up and down. At the moment, the situation in Jane's body was projected above Jane's body by Rhodes through stereo projection. At the moment, you can clearly see that there is a lot of dark red energy in Jane's body, and these dark red energy are constantly flowing in Jane's body. But this is not strengthening Jane's body. These TIE particles are constantly devouring the vitality of Jane. And when TIE particles devour all the life force and simplified, TIE particles will kill Jane completely. Rhodes told Hela the results of his analysis. Hela nodded. Now that the powerful energy of TIE particles, Nuo Wangs, has completely parasitized all parts of her body, we can no longer completely separate her from TIE particles. How can we do this? Rhodes rode. It's simple, as long as you figure out the situation between her and TIE particles, then there is a way. With a wave of Rhodes' hand, Rhodes used his own energy to make a lot of changes in Jane's Earthling genes. Rearrange Jane's genetic sequence and arrange and combine it so that even the body of a human being on Earth can adapt and absorb the powerful energy of the reality gem. Rhodes told Jane his life. Do your best to absorb the energy in your body. I have already genetically modified you. You can now absorb the energy of this reality gem. When your body is strong enough, this reality gem will naturally appear. As long as this reality gem leaves your body, your life will be saved. Don't ask any questions. Chapter 117. The Power to Change Reality. Chapter 117. The power to change reality. Go all out to absorb the source of the reality gem's power, even if it's for your own life. Jane nodded. She already understood what kind of situation she was in now. Jane closed her eyes and felt the powerful power contained in her body. Jane constantly absorbed the power of the reality gem. A part of the dark red energy overflowed from the surface of Jane's body, but most of it was still in Jane's body. Jian Ning was calm, madly absorbing the powerful power brought by the reality gem. With Jane quickly absorbing the power of the reality gem. It was the first time Rhodes saw the Earthlings absorb the source of the reality gem's power into his body, and Rhodes was a little unsure in his heart. Is it possible to achieve the same level as the Acer Protoss warriors with the transformed bodies of the Earth people? It's just that something very different happened to Rhodes. Jane didn't know if it was because the body was parasitized by the reality gem, or if it was some other reason. Jane at the moment's body is like a black hole, absorbing the power of reality gem almost infinitely. Even the Asgard main god warriors, after absorbing the infinite 960 gems, increased the strength of their bodies 100 times. Reached the realm of the Lord God, but the power in simplified at the moment even surpassed the strength of those Asgard warriors. And it soared all the way, until it soared to the level of Godfather's other strengths before it stopped. Rhodes was stunned. With only the physique of an Earthling, even after his own genetic modification, he was able to absorb the power of the reality gem and directly gain other powers of the level Godfather. This is really exaggerated. Although Jane is not as powerful as Hela now, but with Jane's current level of Godfather strength, there are not many people on Earth who can pose any threat to her. The long lifespan is derived from the powerful energy of the reality gem. If it is placed on a human body, this is simply unimaginable. At the moment Jane opened her eyes slowly, Jane looked at Rhodes and asked worriedly, "Am I safe now?" Rhodes nodded. "Definitely, your power is now beyond your imagination. You can now try to release the excess TIE particles from your body, Chab, and then condense together." Advertisement. Jane tried it suspiciously. "I didn't expect these TIE particles that existed in Simplified to come out of GN's body very obediently." A large amount of dark red energy quickly condensed in Jane's handhull, and finally formed in infinite gems. This is the reality gem among the 6 infinite gems. Rhodes smiled at the reality gem floating in Jane's palm. Rhodes holds the reality gem in his hand, and now Rhodes owns 5 of the 6 infinite gems. Except for the last soul gem, which has not yet been received, the remaining 5 have all been in place. Rhodes looked at Jane. "You are completely healthy and reborn, thank you." Jane was a little confused, so she didn't know why Rhodes was so excited. Rhodes ignored the others, instead, focus on studying this reality gem. This reality gem's ability is quite perverted. This reality gem is said to have the ability to change all reality. Under the strengthening of the power source of the power gem, the power of the reality gem can be infinitely amplified. Help Thanos snap half of all life in the universe with a snap of his fingers. Change the reality of everything and let Thanos complete his plans and dreams. Rhodes clenched the reality gem in his hand and began to absorb the energy contained in the reality gem. The source of the reality gem's power was madly absorbed by Rhodes. Jane and Hela on the side looked at Rhodes worriedly. What Hela was worried about was whether Rhodes would be affected by absorbing the powerful energy of TIE particles. Jane is worried that Rhodes will be parasitized by the power of the reality gem, and finally be drained of vitality and die. The rest of their worries are superfluous. With Rhodes' current vitality, TIE particles can't be absorbed by TIE particles, not to mention the powerful energy in Rhodes' body will completely absorb the source of power in reality gem. Rhodes absorbed infinite gems just like eating melon seeds, he was already an old acquaintance. Advertisement. A large amount of the reality gem's source of power was absorbed into the body by Rhodes. Rhodes learned the reality power of the reality gem from the source of the reality gem's power. Just as Rhodes absorbed the source of power in the time gem and understood the power of time, now Rhodes can master a lot of power related to time and space, even if the Ancient One magician fights Rhodes again. I am afraid that Rhodes will instantly kill him in the battle of time and space. If Rhodes claimed to be the second in the understanding of time and space, the Ancient One magician would not dare to claim to be the first. Accompanied by Rhodes absorbing the energy of the reality gem in large quantities. Rhodes' realization of the reality gem ability has also been completed. The reality gem has the powerful ability to change reality. No matter how ridiculous the changed reality is, Rhodes can do it with the powerful energy in his body. Rhodes put away the reality gem. Hela asked with concern. "Rhodes, are you all right?" Rhodes didn't speak, but raised his hand. At the moment Rhodes in front of a beautiful fountain, the water flow did not flow down because of the attraction of the planet, but completely violated the principle of gravity. The water flows toward the top, and these water currents quickly move towards the sky, quickly disappearing from the sight of everyone. Hela was a little surprised. Hela didn't feel Rhodes using any external force to control these currents. These water currents flow toward the sky as if they were voluntarily or using such and such. It sounds very interesting, but the water does flow into the sky on its own. Rhodes continued to experiment with the power of this reality gem, and then countless Rhodes or Hela began to appear beside Rhodes. Even with the strength of his top heavenly father, Hela couldn't tell which of the Rhodes and Hela was the real one. Or every one of them is true. As Rhodes realized the power of the reality gem changed everything in reality. This is not a trick or a magic trick, but in an instant, Rhodes changed the reality, allowing Rhodes and Hela to appear countless real selves. In an instant, the Rhodes and Hela disappeared, and a miniature fixed star appeared in Rhodes' palm. What Rhodes created is a white dwarf star, which can be a tiny fixed star but has a very powerful attraction. Chapter 118. I can create the universe. Chapter 118. I can create the universe. The fixed star in Rhodes' hands attracted the surrounding leaves, debris, and the water that was constantly soaring into the sky. This miniature fixed star exudes an extremely dazzling light. Obviously, this miniature fixed star created by Rhodes is genuine. And it's also quite attractive. After these leaves, debris and water flow were attracted to this miniature fixed star, they soon began to be evaporated by the heat of this miniature fixed star. Although this miniature fixed star is small, only the size of Rhodes' fist, it has the same long life and extremely powerful energy as fixed star. Although it is only so small, if the factors such as the surrounding planets with the same volume are supplemented, then with the fixed star in Rhodes' current hands, it is also possible to create a completed solar system. It is also possible to breed life on these planets to form a complete ecological chain, but the life on this planet is also based on this miniature fixed star, giving birth to life of equal size. It's just Rhodes' fear of disrupting Asgard's normal order. If Rhodes wants, Rhodes can use the power of reality gem to directly make a fixed star that is the same as the sun. Then a complete cosmic system is constructed. Rhodes can create fixed stars, planets, and even some cosmic dust suspended in the universe. Although Rhodes is not the god of creation now, he is better than the god of creation. Rhodes can easily create a complete universe system, so naturally Rhodes can also create life on these planets. Hela was dumbfounded. Jane is just an earthling. Although Jane now possesses other strengths of level godfather, Jane still has too little understanding of the system of the entire universe. But the sea is very clear. The powerful power that Rhodes is showing now is completely capable of changing the entire world and the entire universe. Advertisement: Rhodes, you have absorbed the power of the reality gem. Can you now change the reality of everything? Rhodes smiled a little. After a few tests just now, Rhodes was absolutely sure that he had the ability of the reality gem. When the reality gem is not controlled by anyone, it will only change a certain reality law in the area where it is located. However, after the powerful energy in the reality gem has been absorbed by Rhodes, Rhodes has the same ability as the reality gem. And Rhodes also has the power of the other 4 infinite gems in his body, no matter which infinite gem's energy Rhodes superimposes with the reality gem's ability. Rhodes is easy to change the reality of time, space, and even the entire universe. If Rhodes wants to change all the environments in the 9 realms, it is easy. Even if Rhodes wants to make all the planets in the universe into regular squares, it can be done. Rhodes said, I think so. With a wave of Rhodes's hand, a handful of extremely delicate roses grew out of Hela's feet and appeared in front of Hela. Hela smiled. She had no idea that Rhodes would use the power of the reality gem to romanticize herself. Hela was deeply fascinated by the feeling that this inevitable romantic raid, like the powerful force of the creator god in the universe, can create or destroy everything in an instant. Although this power is not Hela's own, but watching her man become stronger, Hela's heart is also very happy. Although she is different from Rhodes, she can only absorb the power of 1 infinite gems, but Hela has no jealousy in her heart. The current Rhodes has absorbed the power of 5 infinite gems. Now, for Rhodes, there is basically no need for the infinity gauntlet as a carrier. He absorbs the power of these infinite gems into his body, and Rhodes will always obtain these abilities. Even if these infinite gems are destroyed by the infinity gauntlet, Rhodes can still use the power of these infinite gems, and now Rhodes is like an infinity gauntlet itself. And there is no need to pay any price to use the power of infinite gems freely, and there is no power limit. Just in the use of the power of infinite gems, Rhodes does not know how many levels stronger than Thanos. Ask for flowers 0. Advertisement: in order to destroy the infinite gems, Thanos is basically a waste, and Rhodes can easily destroy the infinite gems. As long as Rhodes destroys the infinite gems, then only Rhodes can use all the infinite gems in the entire universe. Ability of infinite gems. This completely makes Rhodes invincible. If Rhodes wants to snap his fingers, I am afraid that there will not be a living creature in the entire universe. At the moment, the dark elf king Malekith, who came to the earth, searched the earth for a while, but found nothing. At the moment, he sensed that the power of the TIE particles was transferred to Asgard's direction. The dark elf king Malekistan was speechless. 0. These TIE particles are not so fast even if they take a rocket, which makes the dark elf king Malekith very depressed. During the flight, the dark elf king constantly investigates what has happened to him in his dormant years. At present, the 9 realms have surrendered to Asgard, and even the Kree Empire, the great empire of the universe, has surrendered. The dark elf king Malekith realized an important problem, that is, he is not Asgard's opponent at all now, just that Asgard casually dispatched these men from the 9 realms, or the people of the Kree Empire to unite against him. Some of the dark elf kings couldn't resist. Not to mention fighting Rhodes. Dark elf king Malekith could sense that there are many level godfather masters in Asgard. Dark elf king Malekith had to temporarily give up the idea of directly fighting for TIE particles, and planned to sting for a while before searching for the right way to snatch the TIE particles back from Rhodes. Still have to think long term. After staying in the universe for a while, the dark elf king Malekith thought about a solution. The dark elf king Malekith knew that at that time Rhodes completely conquered the other 9 realms by force. BWGB. B. The forces in the 9 realms must be very dissatisfied with Asgard. So the dark elf king Malekith planned to find some allies, turn these people from the 9 realms against him, and let them unite with him to deal with Asgard. 1. Chapter 119. Confused Surtur. Chapter 119. Confused Surtur. Although Asgard is very powerful now, if the dark elf king Malekith joins forces with other unconvinced forces in the upper 9 realms to find trouble with Asgard, even Asgard would have to suffer huge amounts of damage. The dark elf king Malekith thought so, now that Laufey, the king of giants of Jotunheim, has been killed by Loki, and the new king of giants of Jotunheim re-elected by the giants of Jotunheim is obviously completely unqualified. It is simply not enough to provide some assistance to the dark elf king Malekith. Therefore, the first choice of dark elf king Malekith is naturally the flame giant who has fought against Asgard for thousands of years. The dark elf king Malekith drove his diamond-shaped spaceship quickly towards Muspelheim, where the flame giant king Surtur was located. 960. At Hela's succession feast, after the flame giant king Surtur was taught a solid lesson by Rhodes, the flame giant king Surtur courted Rhodes and Hela in various ways. The performance was quite good, so Rhodes was in a good mood and returned the flame giant king Surtur to Muspelheim. Although a dignified flame giant king was given away by Rhodes like throwing garbage, he still came back. However, the flame giant king Surtur didn't dare to say a word. Although it was a bit embarrassing, the flame giant king Surtur was thrown back to Muspelheim by Rhodes in front of his subordinates, and he was still the kind that fell to the ground. The flame giant King Surtur was still the one who had his face on the ground. He smashed a big hole in Muspelheim's ground, but he finally came back intact. From that time on, the flame giant King Surtur started to be honest. When TIE particles connected the 9 realms together and the space collapsed, many people from the other 9 realms came to Muspelheim just like that. The flame giant King Surtur also found out that something was wrong, but the environment in Muspelheim was too harsh. After some Earthlings with poor physical fitness came to this world full of high temperature, flames and poisonous gas, they soon died from inhalation of poisonous gas. But there were some Asgards, which Surtur, king of the flame giant, gathered together and protected them. There was no way, if Rhodes turned around and asked, what happened to the people in Asgard, if Surtur, the king of flame giants, didn't take good care of the people in Asgard, I'm afraid he would be beaten again, or maybe even locked up. The king of flame giant lived his little life leisurely in his flame giant shrine. Surtur was constantly sighing that he was really comfortable when he didn't have to fight Rhodes. Advertisement: the spaceship of the dark elf king Malekith quickly descended to Muspelheim, and was quickly discovered by the flame giants. At the moment, a flame giant ran in from the fire temple with a raw smell of his own weapon. Wong, a group of dark elves came outside and said, "What? Spicy chicken silk, he wants to see you." Flame giant King Surtur was stunned. "Spicy shredded chicken? We didn't order takeout, what kind of shredded spicy chicken?" Dark elf. When Surtur the flame giant heard the name, he thought of the meal he ate at the Asgard Hela succession feast. However, the flame giant King Surtur quickly thought of a problem. The spicy chicken silk should be the dark elf king who was sleeping on the edge of the universe thousands of years ago. Thousands of years ago, the dark elf king led all the forces that hated Asgard to form a coalition, and there was a war with Asgard. Later, the TIE particles of Malekith were robbed by Asgard's people. Only then did the dark elf king Malekith fall short, and all the forces that hated Asgard were defeated, and they all retreated. I didn't expect this guy to wake up again. Flame giant King Surtur remembered the recent collapse of this space, and Surtur instantly understood that the power of TIE particles should have appeared again. Let him in. Yes, flame giant went back to report. Soon the dark elf king Malekith came down to the fire temple with a dozen of dark elves. The dark elf king Malekith looked at the tall, scorching body of the flame giant King Surtur, and nodded his head as a salute. "Hello, flame giant King Surtur." Surtur looked at Malekith, the dark elf king. Advertisement: dark elf king, this is not the place you should come. Malekith laughed. "I just came to visit with my men, Surtur, you don't have to be so nervous." The flame giant King Surtur burst into laughter, the huge amounts of laughter shaking the flame temple trembling. "Why should I be nervous? Tell me, Malekith, what are you going to do when you come to my Muspelheim? Is it possible that you still want to come to my place and let me treat you to dinner?" Dark elf king Malekith shook his head. "You don't need to eat, but there are more important things to do now." "What's important?" The flame giant King Surtur knew that something like the dark elf king came to him, and there must be nothing good about him. The dark elf king Malekith said, flicking the volcanic ash that fell on his armor. "The 9 realms are now under Asgard's control. As the leader of the flame giant who has fought against Asgard for thousands of years, how can he be so willing to submit to 0.1? This is not a good thing, Surtur. Now a perfect opportunity has appeared in front of you. As long as we cooperate and join hands to deal with Asgard, we can completely destroy Asgard. Didn't you always want to destroy Asgard to take revenge? Now is the best time. When Asgard is destroyed, darkness will come to the 9 realms again. When the time comes, won't the 9 realms belong to you and me?" Flame giant King Surtur fell silent. He was not very moved by what the dark elf king Malekith said. At the moment, as soon as he heard the words Asgard, the flame giant King Surtur shuddered. Surtur is still fresh in his memory of being hammered by Rhodes some time ago. Chapter 120. Grab the Malekith and take credit. Chapter 120. Capture Malekith and take credit. Rhodes hammered him for several hours. The dark elf king Malekith did not understand the terrible strength of Rhodes, but Surtur was quite clear, not to mention that he and the dark elf king Malekith joined forces. Even if their legions were all Malekith, they still couldn't beat them. Surtur didn't want to experience the nightmare of being ravaged by Rhodes and the fear of being dominated by Asgard again. The flame giant king recalled the name Rhodes, and Surtur had nightmares. "No, it's impossible. You want to deal with Asgard, but I don't." The dark elf king Malekith was quite shocked when he heard that the flame giant king had such an attitude. Malekith said, "What's wrong? Was Asgard completely tamed by just one failure?" HMPH. Malekith, you should worry about yourself. Even though the flame giant King Surtur was bewitched by the dark elf king Malekith, he did not have the slightest idea of betraying 27 Rhodes. It's not how loyal the flame giant King Surtur is, but the flame giant King Surtur knows how powerful Rhodes is, and it's no longer a question of whether Rhodes can be beaten or not. It's because his realm of strength is not at the same level as his own. The flame giant King Surtur has no doubt that as long as he angers Rhodes, let alone himself, his entire Muspelheim will be destroyed. Surtur had a good time for himself. However, he had to follow the dark elf king Malekith to find excitement. Surtur was not so stupid yet. And now the dark elf king Malekith dared to come over to confuse him. In order to prove his innocence and to please Asgard and Rhodes, flame giant King Surtur had an idea in his heart. That is, if he can capture the dark elf king Malekith, and dedicate this guy who intends to attack Asgard to Rhodes, maybe Rhodes is in a good mood and will reward himself with something. This kind of thing is naturally the best, and now the best name for Surtur is the Dark Elf King Malekith? Thinking of this, the Flame Giant King Surtur pulled out his Twilight Sword without hesitation, and the Flame Giant King Surtur's body suddenly became huge. The Dark Elf King Malekith had no idea that the Flame Giant King Surtur would be so decisive, and he even took the initiative to attack him for this disagreement. Advertisement: the Dark Elves under the Dark Elf King quickly took out their laser guns and constantly attacked the Flame Giant King Surtur. It's just that these technological weapons do little damage to the huge body of the Flame Giant King Surtur. The Flame Giant King Surtur, who used the Twilight Sword, was able to beat Hela before the strengthening, so there is no doubt about his strong strength. The monstrous flames and heat waves swept toward the Dark Elf King Malekith. Flame Giant King Surtur roared, "Catch Malekith for me." Yes. The Flame Giant King Surtur is surrounded by many flame giants who guard the Flame Temple. The group of flame giants took out their long swords and rushed towards the Dark Elves. This is Muspelheim, the site of the flame giants. In this environment, even the Dark Elves rely on their own technological weapons, and they can't get any advantage. The Dark Elves threw their twisted grenades at these flame giants. It just smashed half of the flame giant's body, and it couldn't cause a lot of damage to the flame giants. The laser guns in the hands of the Dark Elves hit these flame giants, and they only punched a big hole of the size of a fist, but the flame giants were much more brutal. The flame giants waved their long swords and slashed at the Dark Elves in black armor. Flame giants are extremely powerful, and when the long swords in their hands slash at these Dark Elves wearing black armor, they can directly cut the Dark Elves' bodies into two pieces. No, to be exact, it should be smashed into two pieces. After the transformation, the Flame Giant King Surtur is even more powerful and unstoppable. The helmet of the Dark Elf King Malekith fell on Malekith's head, and Malekith drew out his long sword and fought with the flame giants. Advertisement: with a swing of the long sword in the hand of the Dark Elf King Malekith, a flame giant was cut in half from his chest. This flame giant was killed by the Dark Elf King Malekith. It's just that there are countless flame giants rushing towards the Dark Elves around. Even Asgard, who had advanced technological weapons back then, couldn't completely wipe out the endless flame giants, let alone Malekith. At this time, the flame giant Surtur roared and spewed a large amount of flames from its mouth. He rushed towards the Dark Elf King Malekith. This terrifying high temperature even made the Dark Elf King Malekith feel incomparable pain. Even the cosmic armors that can withstand severe cold and heat and adapt to the natural environment on various planets cannot withstand the attack of the flame giant King Surtur. Hit. A huge flame burst among the Dark Elves. The dozen or so Dark Elves were blown to pieces by the flames of the Flame Giant King Surtur. The bodies of these Dark Elves were still in flames, and the air was filled with the smell of charred Dark Elves. The Dark Elf King Malekith was blasted out of the Flame Temple by the Flame Giant King Surtur. The Dark Elf King constantly patted the ignited flames on his armor. Malekith at the moment felt the pain all over his body, and the temperature on the armor was high enough to fry eggs. At the moment, the Dark Elves realize that negotiations have broken down and that their Elf King is in danger. So a large number of Dark Elves were armed with laser guns, constantly shooting the flame giants that were rushing in densely around. Several Dark Elves came over and helped the fallen Dark Elf King Malekith from the ground. "Lord Malekith, are you alright?" At the moment, the Dark Elf King Malekith was almost roasted by the flames of the Flame Giant King Surtur into a shredded chicken. Malekith said, Quick retreat, it is too dangerous here. Inform all the Dark Elves, and quickly retreat into the spaceship." "Yes, Lord Malekith." Chapter 121. Wanted Malekith. Chapter 121. Wanted Malekith. At the moment, a large number of Dark Elves emerged from Malekith's spaceship, and they used the technological weapons in their hands to resist the siege of the surrounding flame giants. It's just that the flame giants rushed towards the Dark Elf King Malekith frantically under the crazy fire of the Dark Elves. Obviously, they all wanted to keep Malekith completely. The Flame Giant King Surtur frantically waved the huge sword of joy in his hand. Whenever the Twilight Sword in Surtur's hand smashed down, the group of Dark Elves would be killed and injured a lot. With this sword, it can turn hundreds of Dark Elves into ashes. For a time, a large number of Flame Giant rushed into the Dark Elves' camp, causing a lot of casualties to the Dark Elves. At the moment, the Dark Elf King Malekith didn't care about the sacrifices of his men and hurriedly retreated. Although Surtur constantly roared, the Flame Giants still did not capture Malekith before he boarded his spaceship. Malekith's spaceship exploded with a strong propulsion force, and he didn't even care to take away the remaining hundreds of broken Dark Elves. Malekith's spaceship quickly disappeared in the Muspelheim, over the sky. Flame Giant King Surtur spewed 2 flames from his nostrils. "Damn, this sly Malekith, let him run away." At the moment, the hundreds of Dark Elves who were dropped by the Malekith spaceship looked at the flame giant surrounded by mountains and fields, and fell into deep despair. They were abandoned by their own leaders, and they had absolutely no chance of surviving in the face of this ferocious group of flame giants. The Flame Giant King Surtur saw that Malekith had run away and was too lazy to chase. Surtur dissipated his power and watched the rest of the blinded Dark Elves crowded together in despair. "Tear up these guys for me, the Dark Elves are really disgusting." With Surtur's order, a group of flame giants rushed up, and the remaining Dark Elves began to cry in despair. "Flame Giant, this torture method is too much." Surtur quickly reported the news to Asgard. Advertisement within Asgard, the Temple of Hela. Hela got the news from the Flame Giant King Surtur. Hela just smiled contemptuously. A mere dark elf king Malekith wants to snatch the reality gem from us? It's ridiculous. With Asgard's current strength, it would be an easy task to destroy the fleet of dark elf king Malekith. Hela didn't even bother to deal with such a guy who could kill him at any time. Come on. Yes, please instruct the Lord of God. Several Asgard Lord God Legion fighters walked in front of Hela, kneeling alone, waiting for Hela's instructions. Hela said, "Go, issue a wanted notice in the 9 realms, hunt down the dark elf king Malekith, and send a small team to arrest him. There's only one Malekith, and we don't need Asgard to make a lot of trouble." Yes, Lord God, this subordinate will do it. Under Hela's order, the wanted list of the dark elf king Malekith was soon spread throughout the 9 realms. The dark elf king's fleet has become the target of public criticism. Hela now publishes a sentence. Among the 9 realms, the dark elf king Malekith has no place to live. This time, the dark elf king Malekith's expression changed suddenly. He knew very well that the Asgards were all warriors at the level of the Lord God at the moment, which was really terrifying. All forces in the 9 realms began to hunt down the dark elf king Malekith. The dark elf king Malekith was bombarded by the flame giant king Surtur. Fortunately, the dark elf king Malekith's energy barrier and the armor on his body protected him, but the dark elf king Malekith suffered some damage, minor injuries. Many places on his body were burnt by the flames of the flame giant king Surtur, and this time the dark elf king Malekith's body burned even more. Although the dark elf king Malekith was extremely angry with Surtur's actions, because Surtur's sneak attack caused a lot of losses to his dark elf army, Malekith had nothing to do. Advertisement who made the strength of the flame giant king Surtur so fierce, this attack was so sudden, and Malekith was caught off guard. Now Malekith's wound is still aching. Lord Elf King, we are currently being wanted by Asgard and ordered the 9 realms to arrest us. What should we do? What? This Asgard is actually able to command the people of the 9 realms. This is really troublesome. Malekith's already pale face turned even whiter at the moment. No, Surtur is so difficult to deal with, we must be unable to resist the combined pursuit of the 9 realms, and we ordered the spaceship to escape from the 9 realms at full speed and retreat beyond the 9 realms. Now the idea of the Dark Elf King Malekith is that since he has no chance to get in touch with TIE particles at the moment and cannot improve his strength, then there are only 36 strategies to run away first. After all, life is the most important thing. This time, Dark Elf King Malekith knew that he had stabbed a hornet's nest, and it would be better to leave this place of right and wrong now. Under the order of the Dark Elf King Malekith, the Dark Elf spaceship quickly ran towards the end of the 9 realms. Now Malekith's plan is that if he can run for a while, it will be better than staying in the 9 realms. It's good to catch the world at your fingertips. With Malekith's spaceship at full speed, Malekith's spaceship quickly approached the edge of the 9 realms. O Kings, Dark Elf King Malekith ran very fast. When the spaceship of the 9 realms was constantly searching for the location of the Dark Elf King Malekith in space, Malekith would has already reached the border of the 9 realms. But on this day, Malekith's spaceship was flying, and there was a violent shaking. Shocked by Malekith, who had not recovered from the burn, Malekith hurried to the command room of his spaceship. What the hell happened? Lord Maleki, it's still unclear. We seem to be involved in a very chaotic space. The space here is very unstable. Our spaceship is involved, and the spaceship is currently unable to break free from this chaos. Space. Damn it. Then Malekith's spaceship was like clothes thrown into the washing machine, spinning wildly in this chaotic space. Chapter 122. 10th Realm. Heaven. Chapter 122. 10th Realm. Heaven. All the members of Dark Elf King Malekith's spaceship were thrown into the spaceship for misuse. After a full toss for a while, Malekith's spaceship regained its balance through the balance system that came with the spaceship. At the moment, the Dark Elves in the universe of Malekith were all bruised, and the black armor on their bodies became a little messy, as if they had experienced the baptism of a storm. Even the Dark Elf King Malekith was dazed by the madness of the universe. Malekith asked the Drow Elf operators who had been spared the fate of being washed by chaos space as dirty clothes because they had fastened their bodies to the spaceships, but they had done so many rotations, but also disgusting no. Some Dark Elves spat out in a single mouthful. Several of the Dark Elves forcibly suppressed the feeling that they wanted to vomit. I don't know, Lord Malekith, but we seem to have entered a brand new space. Dark Elf King Malekith said. Cut in what's outside, and I'll see where we've got. 960. Malekith was annoyed in his heart. He was being hunted down by Asgard and fled in various ways. Malekith basically wanted to temporarily escape from the 9 realms, and then find a suitable place to hide for a while. But I didn't expect this to run and run. I don't know what the hell I went to. Soon the outside of the spacecraft was cut to the projection screen in the Malekith command room. As a result, all the Dark Elves including Malekith were stunned by the appearance outside. Because at the moment is not a barren planet, but a very beautiful and rich planet. This planet is full of lush vegetation, mountains and flowing water, but there are also very vast open spaces. There are still many golden buildings on this planet. Advertisement. Although these golden buildings are also very gorgeous, they do not have a lot of beautiful lines like the buildings of the Warner Protoss, nor are they as majestic and domineering as the Asgard Temple. However, these buildings are also very atmospheric, with yellow and gold buildings everywhere. At the same time, the Dark Elf King Malekith also found that there are many people living around, and these people are wearing exquisite clothes, and these clothes are all golden. Behind this group of people grew a pair of pure white wings, and the white feathers on them were neatly arranged. This group of people spread their wings from time to time, and the companions combed each other's feathers on the wings behind each other. Except for a pair of huge wings growing behind them, the others were not much different from ordinary humans. Malekith froze. He clearly remembered something. My god, I'm afraid I know where we are now. This should be heaven. Heaven? The Dark Elves apparently didn't know much about this place, Malekith explained at the moment. Originally, the 9 realms are not just the 9 realms. In fact, there are 10 worlds on the entire world tree, and the 10th world that exists on the world tree is heaven. Everyone here has pure white wings behind them. It's just that many years ago, a conflict broke out between the god King Odin and heaven, and heaven's angel was very unconvinced, so a fierce war broke out between the two sides. It's just that the Aesir gods are extremely powerful in combat under the command of the god King Odin, and these angel legions are not the opponents of the Aesir gods at all, so the angel legion in heaven was defeated. A lot of angels were wiped out by the Aesir gods, and then the god King Odin forcibly tore the connection between the world tree and the world of heaven. The heaven was exiled to the world outside the world tree. Since then, no one has ever interacted with the angels in heaven. After so many years, Shab, everyone thinks that heaven has already died out in the universe. I didn't expect the realm of heaven to be here, on the edge of the 9 realms, and this space turbulence actually brought us to this paradise. The Dark Elf King Malekith explained it, and the surrounding Dark Elves were obviously shocked by this old story. Advertisement. I didn't expect the Aesir gods to be so fierce before. This group of angels doesn't seem to be weak in combat. I didn't expect that they were banished by the god King Odin, and the whole world was separated from the world tree. A Dark Elf with a quick mind said, Lord Malekith, since this group of angels has an enemy with the Aesir god clan, can we not unite the many angels in this heaven? I think if we unite with them, the Aesir god clan must not be an opponent. Dark Elf King Malekith nodded. Flame Giant King Surtur did not expect to be so obedient to Asgard. There are not many forces that can help Dark Elf King Malekith. Take out the giants of Jotunheim, Flame Giant, Midgard, Underworld, Asgard, etc., and there's nothing left, not to mention the Warners and dwarfs. The dwarf family and Asgard wear a pair of trousers, and they often make magic weapons for Asgard. Could this relationship be bad? The Warner Protoss despised the Dark Elves, not to mention the Light Elves. The purpose of the Dark Elves, Malekith, was to restore the 9 realms to darkness. This goal was contrary to the principles of the Light Elves. Dark Elf King Malekith said, That's right, the angels in this heaven are just huge amounts of help, and this time they really came to the right place. Down the spaceship, let's talk to this group of angels. The spaceship of the Dark Elf King Malekith descended quickly. At the moment, the spaceship of the Dark Elf King Malekith was so huge that it naturally attracted the attention of many angels in heaven. Soon the group of angels reported the matter, and many angels wearing golden armor, angel wings helmets, and golden spears quickly assembled. This group of angels has wings on their bodies, so it is quite convenient to come here, just run a few steps and fly directly. After a while, hundreds of angels flew over. At the moment Dark Elf King Malekith stepped out of his spaceship. The surrounding group of angels landed on the ground, holding up the golden spears in their hands, fully alert to the Dark Elf King Malekith. Obviously, the Dark Elf King Malekith and his party were regarded as intruders. Chapter 123. Alliance with the Queen of Heaven. Chapter 123. Alliance with the Queen of Heaven. Who are you? A helmet with 2 pairs of small wings looks like Angel, a captain of the Angel Legion, holding a golden spear and pointing at Malekith, the Dark Elf King. Dark Elf King Malekith said, Don't be nervous, friends of heaven, we are not here to invade you, I just want to talk to your queen. What? Are you looking for our Lady Queen? How is this possible, you black and ugly guys? I don't know who you are, but you'd better get out of heaven now. Otherwise you will be met with the wrath and punishment of heaven. Dark Elf King Malekith raised his brows uncontrollably when he heard the other party's words. How dare this group of birdmen say that their dark elves are ugly? Moreover, the dark elves have lived in the dark for a long time, and their hair and skin are a little pale. However, compared with the dazzling angels with blonde hair and white skin, the dark elves seem to be a few degrees darker in skin tone than these angels, but the dark elves' skin color doesn't match the black bar. Dark Elf King Malekith felt a burst of anger, but this was on someone else's territory. Since he wanted to form an alliance with someone else's heavenly queen, he naturally couldn't beat someone else's people as soon as he came over. Dark Elf King Malekith took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and continued. I am Malekith, the Dark Elf King. We all have a common enemy, that is Asgard. Don't you want to seek revenge for Asgard? Why don't you inform your Queen of Heaven? If she is interested, let's meet and talk. If your Queen of Heaven refuses, then we will naturally leave here. After Malekith said this, the Angel Corps captain was a little unsure. Although they have not been in contact with the other 9 realms for thousands of years, it is difficult for angels to get out of the heaven isolated in the chaotic space. Living in this closed environment for thousands of years, the information from the outside world is very close. However, these angels still know more or less about the other 9 realms. It seems that there is a world inhabited by dark elves. An angel on the side leaned into the ear of the Angel Corps captain and said, Captain, this person seems to be a dark elf. For the sake of prudence, let's inform her Lady Queen. If there is a misunderstanding, her Lady Queen will blame it. Advertisement. The Angel Corps captain nodded hesitantly. After all, No outsiders have come to this paradise for thousands of years. Whether the other party greets or drives away is not something that he, the Angel Corps captain, can decide. Said the Angel Corps captain. Spicy chicken shreds, right? Well, you can wait here for a while, and I'll report to Our Lady Queen. Dark Elf King Malekith was speechless for a while. The Angel Corps captain sent an angel warrior to report the incident to the Temple of Heaven. Here soon received a message from the Queen of Heaven, inviting the Dark Elf King Malekith to visit the Temple of Heaven. Now that the Queen of Heaven has spoken, these angels naturally dare not make trouble. What, spicy chicken silk, Our Lady Queen agrees with you, come with us in your spaceship, our 37th Angel Legion first team will escort you to our heavenly temple. The Dark Elf King Malekith asked, is your heavenly temple still far away? The angel squad leader said proudly. That's definitely, this is just the boundary of our heaven. The area of our heaven is huge. If we just walk, it will take a long time. The Dark Elf King Malekith didn't talk nonsense, he got on his spaceship and followed. At the moment, the hundreds of soldiers of the Angel Legion suddenly flashed their big wings, took off directly on the spot, and quickly flew towards the Temple of Heaven. Along the way, they experienced mountains, plains, lakes, oceans, all kinds of rich natural resources and landforms in paradise. Basically, it is almost the same as the world where the Light Elves live. However, these angels seem to love gold, but any buildings or clothing are basically composed of two colors, gold and white. There are not many white parts, and most of them are gold. Ask for Flowers Zero. The spaceship of the Dark Elf King Malekith was not slow, and it didn't take long for it to cross a far-flung territory and come to a country made up of gold and white. This is the heavenly temple where the supreme leader of heaven, the Queen of Heaven, lives. Advertisement from a distance, this huge amount of heaven temple seems to be all made of gold. The flight speed of these angels is not slow, and they have always been flying in front of Malekith's spaceship. The Dark Elf King Malekith soon arrived in front of the Temple of Heaven, and in front of the temple stands two rows of angel warriors with huge wings. The bodies of these angel warriors are all wrapped in thick golden armor. Zero only showing a pair of eyes, obviously the strength of these angel warriors is even stronger. Dark Elf King Malekith walked in along the long red carpet. In the towering heavenly temple, Malekith saw a woman with a beautiful face wearing a more feminine golden armor, with a pair of huge white wings stretched behind his throne behind him. If among the 10 worlds of the world tree, the woman whose image and temperament is closest to angel should be the leader of heaven, the Queen of Heaven. It's just that the only thing that doesn't match the imagination is the character of the Queen of Heaven. The Queen of Heaven is arrogant and has no gentle temperament at all. Although the Queen of Heaven looked pretty good against the pair of huge and pure white wings, her temper was a bit hotter. The Dark Elf King Malekith leaned slightly towards the Queen of Heaven, touching his chest. Hello, great Queen of Heaven. The Queen of Heaven nodded. Are you the Dark Elf King Malekith? Yes, it is me. Very well, please sit down, but the Dark Elf King, I don't know what is going on in your heaven. The Dark Elf King Malekith said while sitting on a high seat beside the Temple of Heaven. Actually, I didn't come here with any malice, and I also entered the chaotic space unintentionally. Chapter 124. Mistreatment of Odin. Chapter 124. Mistreatment of Odin. But I think I've brought you, Queen of Heaven, a piece of news that may be of great interest to you. Huh? What news? Heaven has not been in contact with the outside world for thousands of years. On her own territory, the Queen of Heaven is not worried about what kind of moth the Dark Elf King Malekith will make. I believe that the angels in heaven should want to return to the world tree. After all, it is not a comfortable thing to place your world in such a chaotic space, as long as you kill Asgard. You will naturally be able to reintroduce the heaven into the world into the tree. The Queen of Heaven snorted coldly. Damn, Asgard, our angels in heaven will never let them go, this group of arrogant gods. The Dark Elf King Mahler, Julu Sankeith, woke up from his slumber and told the Queen of Heaven about what happened in the 9 realms recently. The Queen of Heaven's face suddenly brightened. What? Damn, Odin was overthrown by Hela and exiled to Midgard by his own daughter? Ha ha ha. Although the voice of the Queen of Heaven was pleasant, this thick laughter was not as sweet as a silver bell. On the contrary, it felt a little arrogant and vindictive. Great, Odin, it's great that you old guy is still alive today. Dark Elf King Malekith smiled. So since Asgard is our common enemy, it is natural for us Dark Elves to form an alliance with your angel in heaven. When Asgard is captured, how about we each take what we need? Although the Queen of Heaven looked down on the strength of the Dark Elf King Malekith, it would be a good thing if she could have an extra ally to help her capture Asgard together. More people and more help. The Queen of Heaven nodded. There is absolutely no problem, Malekith. From now on, your Dark Elves and our angels will officially form an alliance. Since the god King Odin is now exiled to Midgard, he must not be protected by the god Asgard. Just an exiled old man. Advertisement, I want to catch him and torture him severely, in order to avenge my angel family who was exiled by him. Dark Elf King Malekith nodded. Although Malekith did not like this arrogant Queen of Heaven, and he was not convinced by the Queen of Heaven's promise to form an alliance, but as long as he could get someone to deal with it and help him attack Asgard together, in fact, this was not good for Malakis. That's enough for Luckies. This is definitely such a humiliation, it is natural to double it back. Yeah, Dark Elf King, this time you come with me, go to Midgard and find out where Odin is. Okay, that's what I mean, but my people are a little tired all the way, I don't know if they can supply it in your paradise. The Queen of Heaven obviously doesn't care about these things. No problem, since we are allies now, then heaven is also your territory, you can do whatever you want. The Dark Elf King Malekith was also welcome. He replenished the energy of the spaceship in heaven. After the Dark Elves were repaired, the Dark Elf King Malekith accompanied the Queen of Heaven directly to the Earth. The Queen of Heaven and the Dark Elf King Malekith stands on a high mountain on Earth. The perception under the Queen of Heaven senses Odin's breath to determine Odin's specific location. Soon the Queen of Heaven found Odin's location. The Queen of Heaven rushed over quickly with the Dark Elf King Malekith. At the moment there is a small park with beautiful scenery next to a little remote village somewhere on the Earth. At the moment an old man with grey hair, plain clothes and a golden blindfold on his right eye is sitting in the long park reading a newspaper on the chair. Then two figures appeared in front of the old man. The old man put down the newspaper in his hand. Although Odin's body is a little old after such a long time, Odin is still the king of the past. At the moment Odin's eyes still revealed calm and domineering. Odin looked at his former adversary in front of him. One is the Queen of Heaven with two huge white wings behind her, and the other is the murderous Dark Elf King Malekith. Odin smiled when he saw the two of them. Advertisement. I didn't expect that the first person who came to see me during the period of my retirement on Earth was my former enemy. It's really a bit ironic. Looks like you guys want to see me more than those little guys. At this time, a few passers-by in the small park passed by the path beside the park. Several Earthlings looked at the huge wings of the Queen of Heaven, and were a little surprised. They passed by along the way and pointed at the Queen of Heaven. They were just curious about the strange dress of the Queen of Heaven and the Dark Elf King Malekith. These two are so strange, why are they wearing such strange clothes? I don't know, but isn't it tiring to carry two wings of that size? Who knows, maybe he has some special hobby. The two passers-by had absolutely no idea what level of character appeared in front of them at the moment. However, the Queen of Heaven and Malekith obviously did not have any interest in these two ordinary people on Earth. The Queen of Heaven stared at Odin with a pair of eyes. The Queen of Heaven spoke after a moment. Odin, I didn't think that you, the former God King, the ruler of the 9 realms, would end up like this. It really makes me very comfortable. Seeing that you have become an old waste, I feel like you are thousands of years younger. Odin smiled and continued to pick up the newspaper and read. 0.1. Really? That's a good thing. It's rare that the two of you are so leisurely and elegant. Why don't you come to my house and I'll make you a cup of tea? What about reminiscing about the old days? What the Queen of Heaven hates the most is Odin's light-hearted appearance. Compared to Odin like this, the Queen of Heaven wants to see Odin kneeling on the ground, begging her to let him go, but Odin is obviously not like this maid. The Queen of Heaven roared. Odin, don't pretend to be indifferent here. Now you are not the king of gods. Your throne of the king of gods was taken away by Hela, and you are just a waste of life in Midgard. You're really old, and you've become a lot weaker, but don't think that you can show off your pity now that you're like this. You owe us heaven back then, and you should pay it back. Chapter 125. Angel Legion attacks Asgard. Chapter 125. Angel Legion attacks Asgard. Odin put the paper down at this time, and the one eye was gleaming. Really? But even if it's going to settle accounts, I won't just grab it. The smell of gunpowder between the two sides suddenly upgraded. The Queen of Heaven sneered. Do you think I'm still the Queen of Heaven? Then you're wrong. For thousands of years, Heaven has been exiled by Odin in chaos space. The Queen of Heaven has been cultivating frantically in chaos space. There is not a day when the Queen of Heaven does not want to return to the 9 realms, seek revenge for Asgard, and step on Odin herself. At the moment, the power of the Queen of Heaven has reached the peak of Heavenly Father's strength, although Odin is also the same, but now Odin is old, his own level Godfather's other divine powers have declined quite a lot, and even the fighting power is far less than the power of Odin's peak period. The Queen of Heaven and Odin both looked at each other, and the Dark Elf King Malekith, who was standing beside him, took a few steps back unknowingly. Now that the Queen of Heaven is willing to go up to fight Odin, the Dark Elf King Malekith naturally wants to find peace. The Queen of Heaven and Odin shot at the same time, but the Queen of Heaven was obviously faster than Odin. The Queen of Heaven stretched out her hand. Space, blocked. At the moment, the space within this small park was directly transferred from the Earth by the Queen of Heaven and transferred to the boundless universe. At the same time, it also blocked all paths that Odin could leave, which was equivalent to setting up a cage composed of space by the Queen of Heaven to prevent Odin from running away. Odin's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that the Queen of Heaven would be so cautious, blocking his back way ahead of time. If Odin wants to quickly tear apart the space blockade created by the Queen of Heaven and then escape, I am afraid it will take some effort. The Queen of Heaven and Odin fought together. There are bursts of fiery shockwaves and explosions across the universe. It shattered many surrounding file-sized planets, although Odin and the Queen of Heaven are both level godfathers. Advertisement. But now Odin is indeed old, and his strength and combat power are still weaker than the Queen of Heaven, who is at the peak of level godfather. After a period of confrontation, the Queen of Heaven used her own power to defeat Odin. Odin was firmly bound by the golden rope of the Queen of Heaven. At the moment Odin was gasping for breath, and there were quite a few scars on his face and body. Obviously Odin suffered a bit. The Queen of Heaven looked at Odin, who was captured by herself, and smiled. Odin, you have today too. After the Queen of Heaven took Odin from the Earth, she quickly returned to Heaven. The Queen of Heaven imprisoned Odin in the Temple of Heaven. The Queen of Heaven pierced Odin's skin everywhere with her angel feathers, chaining Odin to the cross, conjuring the holy fire of heaven constantly scorching Odin's soul and body, while the Queen of Heaven constantly whips Odin's body with a powerful whip. Odin at the moment was covered with scars. Odin gritted his teeth and silently endured the torture imposed on him by the Queen of Heaven. The Queen of Heaven is constantly burning Odin's body with the scalding heavenly fire. Shout out, kneel down and beg for mercy, Odin, I'll let you know how humble you really are, Odin, I see how long you can endure under the burning of heaven's holy fire. Ha 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 ha. While the Queen of Heaven was frantically abusing Odin, Odin gritted his teeth, constantly enduring huge amounts of pain, but Odin never said a word, not even a few screams, only the heavy roar sucking. Odin was tortured repeatedly by the Queen of Heaven for days and nights. In the end, the Queen of Heaven was a little bored, so she took a break for a while. The dark elf King Malekith said to the Queen of Heaven, Queen of Heaven, now that Odin has become your captive, you can torture him for a long time in the future, until the end of time, then Asgard, when do you think it is better for us to attack? The Queen of Heaven sneered. Advertisement, HMPH. It can be done anytime. Odin is already old, and Hela has long had ambitions to become the king of gods. Then Hela is just taking advantage of Odin's old age and taking the opportunity to oust Odin. Just how strong can Hela be? Now Asgard doesn't have Odin in charge, it's just a mess of sand. I'll mobilize my angel legion, and Asgard can be wiped out in minutes. Because the Queen of Heaven possesses the strength of her heavenly father's peak, she can now be described as arrogant. The dark elf King Malekith naturally didn't tell the Queen of Heaven about Rhodes too much. What if the Queen of Heaven became angry after hearing about Rhodes' strength? The dark elf King Malekith also intends to let the Queen of Heaven come to him as cannon fodder. In this way, the Queen of Paradise quickly gathered her angel legion. After thousands of years of recuperation, the angels in paradise have grown by leaps and bounds. The Queen of Heaven thinks they will win this battle. The Queen of Heaven was wearing golden armor, holding her Queen of Heaven scepter, and leading her army of tens of millions of angels towards Asgard. The powerful energy fluctuations brought by so many angel 963 legions naturally made Asgard's main god warriors sense it. An Asgard main god warrior hurriedly ran to the god king Hela. The great god king Hela, outside Asgard, there are a large number of angel legions moving quickly towards Asgard, please instruct the god king. Hela was taken aback. Angel legion? The angel legion had not appeared for a long time, and suddenly the angel legion gathered a large number of troops to attack Asgard, obviously for revenge. Hela knew very well what happened between Asgard and heaven. This group of bad guys, one betrayal is not enough, and they want to exterminate their clan? You should immediately inform Thor and several Asgard gods such as Tyr, the god of war, and led 100,000 soldiers of the Lord God Legion to fight, and tell Thor, let them intercept this group of angels, and don't let them enter Asgard to destroy the city, otherwise it will be very troublesome to repair. Yes, Lord God King. At the moment Asgard's gods have been upgraded to level Godfather with the help of Rhodes using infinite gems. Now Asgard basically has the strength of the main god of the Legionnaires, and these Asgard gods have the strength of the Heavenly Father. Chapter 126. These bird people are good to watch. Chapter 126. These birdmen are good for viewing. After Asgard learned that the Angel Legion had fully invaded the heaven, he quickly assembled the Asgard Lord God Legion to fight, and at the moment Rhodes also got the news. A teleport came to Hela's side. Hela at the moment just told Rhodes about it. Rhodes said, I already knew it. I knew it when these guys started to emerge in the 9 realms. Hela was stunned, and did not expect that Rhodes' current the god's telekinesis would be so terrifying. In fact, what Hela didn't know was that Rhodes could already do this. Rhodes said to Hela, there is no need to fight this group of guys head-on. With the strength of our Asgard Lord God Legion, we will not lose at all, but this way, I am afraid it will take a long time to fight outside Asgard. I'll go directly to capture the leader of the other party, the Queen of Heaven, and you will directly control her mind, and the other party will all surrender. Do you still need to go to great lengths to fight the other party? Hela didn't think about it. Yes, if we directly control the leader of the other party, then we can control the Queen of Heaven and surrender directly. Although Asgard's main god legions are powerful, if they fight against the opponent, and the opponent's angel legion in this paradise is not too weak, there will be some economic losses in Asgard. The wear and tear of those weapons and armor will directly cause a certain economic loss to Asgard. At present, Asgard's strength has grown rapidly, and Asgard's economic strength has been accompanied by a very rapid improvement. Although Asgard is very prosperous at the moment, it has better economic development, which will undoubtedly further enhance Asgard's economic influence in the entire universe. This kind of problem is not something that Rhodes can solve simply by creating countless runes or hard currency. If Rhodes blindly creates coins, it will only bring inflation to Asgard. After Rhodes finished talking to Hela, he teleported to the sky battlefield outside Asgard. At the moment Asgard's legions of the Lord Gods are already in full force under the leadership of Thor. The Angel Legion led by the Queen of Heaven formed a battle formation, and the tens of millions of Angel Legion formed a tight formation with each other, preventing the Asgard Lord God Legion from tearing their formation easily. Advertisement: the battle armors of these countless angels exude golden rays of light, illuminating the originally dark cosmic space very brightly. The Asgard Lord God Legion, which numbered only 100,000, looked a little thin. However, if the fight really broke out, the Asgard group of Lord God warriors would fight 100 times one at a time, and there was no pressure at all, but it was a new round of chopping melons and vegetables. The Angel Legion led by the Queen of Heaven was nothing but heaven's main generals, angels, who had reached the strength of the main gods. The other angel legions, regardless of their large numbers, were just a group of small soldiers. They don't even have the qualifications to break the defenses of Asgard's main god warriors, let alone grind these Asgard's main god warriors to death. At the moment Asgard, the Lord of God's Legion, appeared, and the Queen of Heaven on the opposite side was stupid. When the Queen of Heaven saw her, not even Hela, the leader of the other party, appeared. The Asgard warriors of the other party are all at the level of the main gods, which is similar to the strength of their generals, and the Asgard gods sent by the other party are known to the Queen of Heaven. But this group of Asgard gods, who originally only had the strength of the main god, turned out to be all level god fathers of clear water. The opponent's gods are comparable to their own strength, and the opponent is still fighting with more than a dozen level godfathers and other gods, and Odin's son, Thor, is the level godfather farewell, even older than the current Odin, even stronger. The other gods such as level godfather are enough to besiege him in various ways. As for the warriors under his hands, they are not of the emperor level at all. How can I fight this battle? If it wasn't for the Queen of Heaven knowing that her current sanity was clear enough, I'm afraid the Queen of Heaven would think she was crazy. And with the appearance of Rhodes, the Queen of Heaven, the peak Heavenly Father's strength, could not see through Rhodes' strength. Even if Rhodes' strength is at the peak level Godfather, or at the level below the peak Godfather, she can see it, but she can't see it right now. Could it be that Rhodes has surpassed the peak of level Godfather? Have you reached the other strengths of level single universe? This is impossible. When will Asgard be able to appear in such a terrifying character? Even if the probability of such a thing is very high, the Queen of Heaven is unwilling to admit it or believe it. Thor saw Rhodes appear and saluted respectfully. Rhodes, sir, you're here. You don't have to do this kind of trivial matter yourself. We'll wipe out these angels soon. Advertisement. When the Queen of Paradise heard Thor's words, the corners of her eyes twitched, and there was only Thor. This was too arrogant, but now the Queen of Paradise couldn't refute after seeing the other side Asgard's luxurious lineup. Had to be silent. Rhodes rode. Don't be so troublesome. Why waste time when things end in a few seconds? But then again, it's the first time I've seen so many birdmen flying in the sky. Although the strength is not great, it's really good to watch. After hearing Rhodes say these words, the Queen of Heaven on the other side almost vomited blood. Among their 10 worlds, Angel, the most noble of races, was rated so by Rhodes, which sounded like he was evaluating some ornamental birds. Thor, Nuo Wong Hao, even hilariously agreed. If Lord Rhodes likes it, I will catch some beautiful female angels for Lord Rhodes and send them to you. The battle has not yet started, and Asgard has already begun to distribute the spoils. Rhodes looked at Thor with a sensible look. Cough cough, that's fine. Hela will probably go crazy again by then. Thor showed an expression he knew very well. The Queen of Heaven was irritated by Rhodes and Thor's chatty attitude. The Queen of Heaven was instantly furious, and took the lead in teleporting to attack Rhodes with the Heaven Scepter in her hand, but Rhodes had already predicted the Queen's actions. Rhodes' eyes flashed a yellow light. Mind Gem is the most powerful mind control power, and Rhodes will naturally also. And Rhodes' mind control ability is more powerful than Hela. Chapter 127. The Queen of Heaven surrenders instantly. Chapter 127. The Queen of Heaven surrenders instantly. Originally, even if the Queen of Heaven was of the same rank and her strength was at the peak of level Godfather and other Hela's mind control ability, I am afraid that they would need to be contended by the Queen of Heaven for a period of time. But the next second, the Queen of Heaven knelt down in front of Rhodes. Peak level Godfather? It's just a weak chicken with no power to fight back. The Queen of Heaven knelt down to Rhodes, said aloud. Lord Rhodes, Heaven is willing to surrender to Asgard. Lord Rhodes, please forgive our sins. Thor felt that the Queen of Heaven had made a move, and the Mjolnir in Thor's hand had just been raised, and the Queen of Heaven had already knelt down and surrendered. Thor's words of caution are just a small word, and the battle is over. Thor saw that the Queen of Heaven surrendered, so naturally the hammer in his hand did not go down. Thor looked at Rhodes and the Queen of Heaven kneeling in front of Rhodes in amazement. Lord Rhodes, is this the end? Rhodes looked at Thor. If not. The many angels in heaven saw that their queen was so surrendered, and they didn't even make a move, and many angels fell into extreme shock. My lady queen, how is this possible? The queen's 963 people surrendered to Asgard? This is impossible, it must be an illusion. The many angels in heaven obviously cannot accept this reality. At the moment, the Queen of Heaven turned around and said, from now on, heaven will submit to Lord Rhodes, be commanded by Lord Rhodes, and submit to Asgard, and shall not do anything against Asgard. This is the highest order I issued, and whatever heaven belongs to will be unconditionally implemented. As soon as the Queen of Heaven said this, many members of the Angel Legion in heaven were in an uproar. Advertisement. The morale of the army was disturbed, and it was obvious that they could not accept this reality for a while. This is impossible. Her Lady Queen must be controlled by Asgard's people. We have a bloody feud with Asgard. Let's go up together, rescue her Lady Queen, and attack Asgard. Many angels obviously disobeyed the orders of the Queen of Heaven and continued to unite to attack Asgard. Rhodes sneered as he looked at the heavenly angels who rushed over. Your Queen of Paradise surrendered without a fight. Don't you understand how big the gap in strength between the two sides is? It's really stupid. What the hell is in the brains? Chab. of this group of birdmen. At the moment Thor spins Mjolnir in his hands, ready to kill some of the angels who came over, and the other angels are a little dazed after getting the order of the Queen of Heaven. I didn't know what to do, but I didn't dare to disobey the order of the Queen of Heaven, so I stood there and continued to form a battle formation, waiting for the further development of the situation. Rhodes stretched out his right hand at the moment. The next moment those angels who disobeyed the order of the Queen of Heaven and continued to attack Asgard suddenly stopped in the air. Rhodes at the moment used spatial confinement to imprison all the tens of thousands of angels. At the moment, the imprisoned angels still have their own consciousness, but they can't move a bit. Each of their angels is in an independent small space created by Rhodes. Although there is only one person's file size in this small space, Rhodes can control everything in this space. At this moment, tens of thousands of independent spaces were created, which only Rhodes could do. Then Rhodes spoke slowly. Space strangulation. Then these angels who were imprisoned by Rhodes in the small space they created disappeared instantly. Not even ashes were left, they were torn into the tiniest neutrons by the power of the huge space. A complete return has become the basic element that makes up the entire gigantic universe, and the entire world has completely lost all evidence of their existence. Thor and the many Asgard gods opened their mouths in astonishment. The strength of Rhodes is so terrifying, so if Rhodes wants to obliterate all the angel legions in heaven, it will only take a moment to do so as it is now. This move by Rhodes is a bit of a slaughter. All the angels were so frightened that their hearts were broken, and they now fully understood what kind of existence they were facing. Instantly subdues the Queen of Heaven, and instantly kills an entire angel legion, even effortlessly. Advertisement. The cold and faint voice of Rhodes at the moment reached every angel's ears. Give you two choices, one is to obey your queen's words and surrender to Asgard, and the second is to return to the dust like those guys just now. This time, the angels were completely frightened. How to fight this battle? In fact, his own life is already in the hands of the opponent. These angel legion warriors of heaven fell to their knees, apparently obeying the orders of the Queen of Heaven and submitting to Asgard. Thor and other Asgard gods breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that once Rhodes appeared, it was enough to solve all problems, and there was no need to fight with heaven at all. Rhodes at the moment ordered, "Get me those dark elves and send them to Asgard." Yes. The dark elf king Malekith originally thought that with the help of heaven's terrifying force, Asgard should be able to hit hard, and even if it didn't work, he could defeat Asgard. However, she did not expect that the Queen of Heaven, who was at the peak of her heavenly father's strength, would surrender to Asgard in a single face-to-face effort. This can be regarded as selling the dark elf king Malekith. The soldiers of the Angel Legion who were newly surrendered to Asgard did not say a word, and captured all the dark elves led by the dark elf king Malekith and Malekith. Sent to Asgard. Hela was very happy to see the thousands of heaven angels in front of him surrender to Asgard. At the moment, the dark elf king Maleki, who was bound by technological ropes, had good strength, but in front of many gods of Rhodes and Asgard, this guy had almost no room for resistance. Can only kneel in front of Hela and Rhodes. Rhodes at the moment said, "You guys have made a lot of small moves recently. You really worked hard to get TIE particles. It's a pity that even heaven can't help you. The TIE particles you've been thinking about have already been absorbed by me. Your action is a little late, it's a pity, Malekith." When the dark elf king Malekith heard Rhodes speak such a cruel reality, he immediately lowered his head helplessly.